It began with a whisper in the corridor outside his chambers, hushed voices silenced by the scrape of a boot heel. Robert Baratheon had never been a man much inclined to subtlety or intrigue, yet even he knew there were secrets drifting like shadows in the Red Keep. He had always been too focused on the pleasures of life, hunting, feasting, and the embrace of women, to concern himself with the whisperings of courtiers. But that night, as he stood leaning heavily against a marble column in the darkness, he heard something he could not ignore. The Queen's name, uttered alongside the accusation of incest. He thought at first he must have misheard. Cersei's name twisted into that forbidden insinuation seemed unthinkable. He shook his head, the scent of wine heavy on his breath, trying to chase away the impossible. Incest. For a moment he was almost amused. He knew his wife despised him, knew she played her own games. But with her brother, the Kingslayer himself? Robert tried to recall all those times he had seen Jaime Lannister hovering too near, had witnessed Cersei's gaze lingering just a fraction longer on her twin than a sister's should. He had paid it no mind, too content in his ignorance, too distracted by his own pursuits. Yet now, with the seed planted, he could not deny that something might have always been off. He remembered finding them years ago when Bran Stark had fallen, their reactions far too tense, their posture too close. And he remembered the way Cersei's children bore none of his features. He had always told himself it was the luck of the draw, some quirk of their Lannister blood being stronger than his. But now, as suspicion crystallized into fact, he felt a mad anger building in his chest. Had he been a sober, careful man, he might have sought subtle confirmation. He might have sent for Varos to pluck the truth from the vines of rumor. Perhaps he would have confronted Ned Stark or even Littlefinger to glean their counsel. But subtlety was not Robert's way. Instead, the revelation stormed through him like a wild boar rushing at a red flag. There, deep in the silent halls of the keep, he swore to himself that he would find proof. And if he found proof, he would kill them both. The following day, Robert feigned a headache as he called for Cersei. He waited in his private solar, dismissing the guards so that when she came, they would be alone. He had placed a cup of sweet wine on a table near the window, angled just so that the midday light fell across her face. When she finally entered, clad in a gown of emerald green, he watched her closely. She curtsied, her expression schooled into calmness. He thought he could see it now, her eyes darting, her fingers twisting slightly in the folds of her dress. Was that guilt he sensed, or just her usual distaste at being in his presence? "Wife," he said, voice low, "I have heard talk that troubles me." She tilted her head, but said nothing. "I would know the truth of our children's parentage." At those words, the color drained from her face. She opened her mouth, denied nothing, simply stood frozen in shock. That was answer enough. With a roar, Robert lurched from his seat. He grabbed Cersei by the arm, forcing her closer. He smelled her perfume, a delicate floral scent, and it sickened him now. "Is it true?" he demanded. "Are they his?" She tried to wrench free, but his grip was iron-hard. "Lie to me and I'll know," he warned. Cersei's eyes flashed. There was no longer any point in playing coy. She had never been meek, and in that moment, perhaps anger or pride spurred her tongue. "And what if they are?" she hissed. "What if you never were man enough to father a child of your own?" She spat the words like poison, her chin raised. That was all the confirmation he needed. A wave of fury so intense that Robert thought he might strike her down right there overcame him. He wanted to wrap his hands around her throat, to choke the life from that lying body, to punish her for making him a fool. But he did not kill her. Not yet. Instead, he threw her back, watching her stumble against the table. The goblet of wine spilled, crimson liquid spreading over polished wood, and he stared at it as though it were blood. He took a steadying breath, chest heaving, heart pounding. "You will remain in your chambers," he said at last, voice shaking with rage, "until I decide what to do with you." When she tried to speak again, he slammed his fist onto the table, making her flinch. "Leave!" he roared, and she fled, dress swirling behind her. Alone, Robert sank into the chair and buried his face in his hands. He had married her to unite kingdoms, to secure a lineage, to show the world that the dynasty he forged was strong. All of it was a sham. His claim to the throne, secured by the sword and the love of the people, now felt hollow. He had no true heirs, only bastards of Lannister twins. The very thought curdled his stomach. Now what? He could not simply ignore it. He would have to act, and the kingdom would tremble. He considered his options. He could name them all as traitors: Cersei, Jaime, and the children born of their sin. He could send Cersei to the Silent Sisters and Jaime to the block. But what of Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen? They were just children, yet their existence threatened the stability of his reign. How would the realm react if he exposed the truth? The Lannisters, with their gold and their influence, would not go quietly. Tywin would rise against him. War might come again. And Robert, despite everything, hated the thought of further bloodshed. He had grown weary of war's harsh toll. Yet could he stomach allowing this treachery to stand? He called for Ned Stark. If anyone could be trusted to advise him honestly, it was Ned. The man was already unsettled, having poked around at Jon Arryn's death, asking questions. Robert had resisted Ned's entreaties to look more closely before, preferring to remain in blissful ignorance. But now ignorance was impossible. As they sat in the dim light, Robert's voice cracked with anger as he told Ned everything. Ned's face grew grave, gray eyes darkening with sorrow and disappointment. He did not shout. He merely closed his eyes for a moment, as though in prayer before advising caution. Robert scoffed caution. He wanted blood, wanted justice, but Ned reminded him of the precarious situation they faced. If Robert acted rashly, the Lannisters would surely strike. A war would ignite that would tear the Seven Kingdoms apart. Ned pleaded for time and patience. "Your Grace, we must be certain. We must have proof beyond your word and Cersei's heated admission. We must move in a way that secures the succession. You cannot simply announce this without a plan." Robert wanted to rage at Ned for his measured response, but he knew the man spoke truly. Proof was needed. Robert must steel himself and proceed with a clear head. For the next few days, Robert pretended ignorance. He went about his routine, though he drank less and watched more. He dispatched trusted men he believed would not be swayed by gold or influence, to quietly gather evidence. He had Varos under close scrutiny. Littlefinger offered his sly smiles, but Robert would not lean on him. The man played too many games. He relied on Ned Stark and Barristan Selmy, on those who held honor above all else. If he could confirm the children's parentage through the Old Hands papers, or by questioning Maester Pycelle, or by recalling something Jon Arryn had uncovered, then Robert could act. He would expose the Lannisters' treachery to the realm, show them that the Baratheon line had been insulted and betrayed. They would understand, he told himself. They would share his outrage. Yet as the days passed, tension gripped the Red Keep. Cersei remained locked in her chambers, guarded by 2 loyal men who reported her every request. Jaime's disappearance from court raised more questions. He seemed to have vanished, likely forewarned by Cersei. Rumors swirled. Even the servants sensed something was amiss. Robert forced himself to avoid the boar hunt he had been planning, fearing his absence might give them time to escape or to scheme. Instead, he stayed in King's Landing, prowling corridors, waiting for the moment to strike. The boar hunt could wait. There would be other hunts, he told himself. The prize he now sought was far more deadly than any wild beast lurking in the woods. So while evidence was quietly gathered, Robert made a decision behind closed doors with Ned Stark. He would not stand alone should the Lannisters choose treachery. He would ensure that when the truth emerged, he had the strength to crush any rebellion. Late one night, deep in the bowels of the Red Keep, Robert and Ned stood over a map of the Seven Kingdoms lit by a single candle. The flickering flame painted grim shadows on their faces as Robert spoke of summoning loyal banners in secret. Messages would be dispatched by riders sworn to silence, summoning the lords who had remained true to House Baratheon and the old friendships forged in rebellion. Ned nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of what this meant. The North could be mobilized, called to move quietly and gather near the Trident without raising suspicion. The Stormlands, too, held many who remembered Robert's victory and knew where their loyalty lay. They would not march in great numbers at once but would trickle in, disguised as traders or traveling parties visiting the capital for supposed festivities. In the corridors of power, information was currency, and silence was difficult to maintain. But Ned and Robert swore to keep this secret between as few men as possible. This would not be an open call to war. It would be a quiet readiness, a coiling of muscle before the strike. The ravens flew at dawn, carrying coded messages to lords who would know how to read them. The letters bore no direct incriminations, no explicit orders, merely subtle hints, reminders of oaths sworn and debts owed. Those who had fought alongside Robert during the rebellion would understand the urgency. The old bonds, though tested by time and peace, were not yet broken. Men would begin journeying south, their weapons hidden, their banners furled, awaiting only Robert's word. Should the Lannisters discover the plot, it would mean open confrontation, but Robert trusted that his sudden vigilance and stern command would keep the Red too tense and watchful for infiltration. With the North prepared to send men, Ned Stark used what quiet channels he could to ensure that loyal Northern bannermen began their march. The North was far away, but their strength could tilt the balance. If a tempest broke in King's Landing, Robert would not face the lion's den alone. As the days passed, more signs of caution appeared. The Kingsguard, save Jaime, were ordered to rotate in unusual patterns, ensuring at least one could be trusted not to have Lannister gold in his pocket. The city guard found new posts. Merchants who arrived claiming ties to certain lords were quietly brought to secure rooms under the keep, to wait and watch until the moment came. The tension in the air grew heavier, like the moments before thunder. Servants noticed that Lord Stark took fewer walks in the courtyard and instead stayed close by the king's side. They noted that Robert spoke in hushed tones and grew sober, that he drank less and ordered more guards for the royal apartments. And beneath it all was the feeling of looming disaster. Robert would not let this shame stand. He had been made a cuckold by Lannisters, his crown mocked. The blood of the dragon he had toppled long ago seemed less a memory and more a prelude, another chapter in the violent story of the Iron Throne. Now, as he prepared for the inevitable clash, he reminded himself of the cost. It would not be just blood spilled in secret. If the truth broke, the whole realm would know that the royal children were no heirs at all, that the queen had lain with her own brother. Fury and scandal would cut through the streets, and the Lannisters might choose to fight rather than bend. This time, Robert would be ready. He had gathered friends, swords and shadow, and the unshakable backbone of the North to stand with him. He had been set to go on a boar hunt, a time to enjoy his old pastime and escape the politics of the court. But he now refused to step away from King's Landing. He could not risk having his back turned at the crucial moment. Instead, he bided his time, waiting for a report that would confirm the final shred of evidence needed to expose the rotten heart of this royal family's secret. Every day he expected a whisper from one of his loyal men, one last piece of proof that would allow him to reveal the truth without fear of contradiction or denial. He knew that when that moment came, he would need to act decisively. The Lannisters would not go quietly into the night. Tywin Lannister was no fool. Once the truth was out, gold would buy swords and daggers in the dark. Jaime was a great warrior, and Cersei still had cunning. They would try to spirit the children away, form alliances, strike at the king's supporters. If Robert failed to be prepared, he could lose more than his throne. He could lose his life, and all 7 kingdoms might erupt in chaos. But with the banners he secretly summoned, the old friendships rekindled, Robert held a hidden hand of steel. When he moved, he would move with overwhelming force, a crushing blow so swift and brutal that no Lannister plot could withstand it. Ned Stark's presence reminded him that honor still had a place in these halls. The Northmen who answered the call would not do so lightly. They trusted Ned, and through Ned, trusted Robert. The king owed it to them to make this right not only through violence, but with a swift and just accounting of crimes. When the time came, the truth would not be whispered but announced clearly. supported by undeniable facts. That would rally others to the king's side, possibly even turn some Lannister allies away in disgust. It would make it easier to deal with the problem permanently. And after it was done, perhaps Robert could look upon the realm he had fought so hard to seize and see it cleansed of the poison that had infected his own household. For now, there was nothing more to do but wait for the right moment. The armies made their secret journeys, careful and slow, gathering near the capital like a silent storm front. The king's wrath was chained, but not for long, and Ned Stark stood by his side, grim and silent, a man prepared to do his duty no matter what bloody dawn awaited. Together, they would bring justice to King's Landing. Robert waited with mounting impatience, every hour seeming to stretch into a day. He kept himself sober, alert, a taut bowstring waiting for the arrow's release. The Red Keep's halls grew quieter, the whispers fewer, as if everyone sensed an approaching calamity. Servants scurried by, heads bowed, too afraid to meet the king's gaze. He found himself pacing in the small hours of the night, alone in the throne room, torchlight dancing over the gilded metal of the Iron Throne, its twisted swords reflecting his grim visage. He thought back to the rebellion, to the hammer blows he had dealt House Targaryen. He remembered the cries of victory, the feeling that once he wore the crown, he could steer the realm into peace and prosperity. Yet now he was trapped in a web of deceit spun under his own roof, forced to take up arms again against those he had raised high. At last, the final piece of proof arrived. Ned Stark presented it to him discreetly in the king's solar. Among the old records of Jon Arryn, there was a sealed letter containing the late hand's final notes. It spelled out clearly what Jon Arryn had discovered. The children did not share their father's dark Baratheon hair, a trait that bred true in every branch of the family, while every so-called royal child had the golden hair of House Lannister. Arryn had dug deep, confirming time after time that whenever a Baratheon wed, the offspring bore their signature looks. The children of Cersei had no trace of Baratheon blood. Combined with Cersei's own furious admission, this was irrefutable. Robert felt sickened and vindicated all at once. He slammed a fist onto the table. There was no more need to wait. He summoned Ned Stark and ordered him to bring forth the men who had gathered secretly to secure the Red Keep and guard every exit. Robert would have no more games. This would be settled in a single, merciless stroke. Lord Stark bowed once, grim and silent, and strode off to set the plan in motion. The men who had trickled into the city over the past weeks had been waiting for this moment, blades kept oiled and armor ready, but hidden beneath cloaks and merchants' garb. Now they would move to secure the royal family's apartments, the wings of the keep where Lannister loyalists lurked, and most importantly the Queen's chambers. Robert dressed for battle, though he would not leave the castle walls. He donned a black leather jerkin and a mail shirt beneath it, strapped on the great warhammer that had once crushed princes and Kingsguard alike. He felt heavier now, slower, but the old anger still burned. He allowed himself no second thoughts. The realm demanded justice, and he would deliver it. He could hear a clamor in distant halls, men following Stark's orders, quietly and quickly taking key positions. He approached Cersei's chamber last, flanked by two of his most loyal guards. The corridor was lit by a few torches, the glow reflecting off polished plate and drawn steel. At his command, the doors were forced open. Inside, Cersei stood in the center of the room, surrounded by a handful of Lannister men-at-arms who looked startled but ready to die for their mistress. She wore a gold gown that shimmered in the light, her face pale but defiant. Behind her, the children huddled, eyes wide and afraid. Joffrey's face, so like Jaime's, twisted with confusion. Myrcella and Tommen clung to each other, too young to understand fully, but frightened by the sudden intrusion. Robert raised his hammer, the head angled downward. "Your crime is known," he said, voice rumbling like distant thunder. "You and your brother have mocked my throne and my name. The 7 kingdoms shall know your treachery. Yield now, or face the price of your sins." Cersei drew a sharp breath. She was cornered and knew it. There would be no easy escape. Her guards exchanged uneasy glances. Already, the The sound of steel on steel echoed faintly from the other corridors as Baratheon men subdued Lannister household knights. Cersei lifted her chin. "You would condemn your own children?" she demanded, voice trembling with a mix of fury and desperation. "You would shed their blood for your pride?" Robert's heart twisted. As monstrous as their parentage was, these were children, innocents in their own way, pawns of their mother's ambition. He could not stomach slaughtering them. He cast a glance at Ned Stark, who had entered behind him and stood in stoic silence. Robert's fury ebbed, replaced by a cold finality. "I will not slay them," he said, voice quiet but firm. "They are no heirs of mine, nor will they ever rule. The realm shall know the truth. They will live out their days under guard, their titles stripped, their inheritance lost. As for you," he took a step closer, his hammer's iron gleaming, "you have brought shame and war to my doorstep. Your life is forfeit." It happened quickly. One Lannister guard lunged forward, steel flashing. Robert's hammer swung upward in a blur, smashing the man aside, crushing armor and bone with a hideous crunch. Another soldier turned to run, only to find Ned Stark's blade at his throat. The others threw down their swords as Baratheon men surged into the room. Through it all, Cersei stood transfixed, horrified. She had miscalculated, thinking herself safe behind webs of lies and pretty words. Robert advanced upon her. He remembered her mocking eyes, her lies and scorn. This was no time for mercy. Cersei cried out, half-sobbed something he did not bother to parse. In a single furious stroke, Robert ended the queen's treachery forever. She fell to the floor, golden hair splayed like spilled silk, blood seeping into the weave of the carpet. The children's cries rang out, high and painful. Robert did not look at them again. He left that to Ned Stark, who ushered them out, faces streaked with tears, into a future where their greatest claim would be a cautionary tale, not a throne. King Robert strode from the chamber, heart still hammering, hand gripping the weapon that had delivered hard justice. Beyond the door, the Red Keep was secured. The Lannisters within were disarmed or captured. The silent gathering of loyal banners had served him well. The secret treachery was laid bare, and the realm would learn that the king had crushed a cancer at the heart of his court. Perhaps there would be reprisals from Tywin Lannister, a war to come. If so, Robert would face it head-on, as he always had, hammer in hand and truth on his side. He had restored his honor, cleansed his household of a foul stain, and proven that even kings of flesh and blood could still mete out the justice the realm deserved. No boar hunt took place that day. Instead, Robert Baratheon stood beneath the fading sun, looking toward the hills beyond King's Landing, remembering better times and simpler battles. He knew the realm would forever mark this day as the moment one secret ended and another storm began. He would be ready. In the wake of Cersei's downfall, the Red Keep buzzed with anxious energy. The violence had quieted, the corridors once more patrolled by loyal men wearing Baratheon colors. Word had spread that the king had discovered a monstrous betrayal and acted decisively. Now, the question before them was how the realm would respond. No one doubted that Tywin Lannister would rage and gather forces. The king was no fool. If war came, he would not fight it alone. Stannis and Renley had both answered Robert's secret summons, arriving with armies under banners of stag and sword. Their forces now camped just beyond the city walls, not in the grand parade that might accompany a tourney or a triumph, but as a grim cordon of steel. It was a show of strength and unity, a reminder that House Baratheon was not just one king in a capital, but a lineage that claimed the Stormlands and a mighty share of the royal fleet. Combined, Stannis' disciplined ranks and Renly's charismatic following would form a bastion against the forces of the West. Inside the castle, the small council convened in hushed seriousness. Robert sat at the head of the table, flanked by Ned Stark and other trusted advisors. The air smelled faintly of wax and old parchment, and the mood was tense yet determined. They had done the unthinkable, exposed a queen and slain her to maintain the legitimacy of the crown. It would not pass unnoticed or unchallenged. If Lannister men mustered to march east, the king must be ready to face them, hammer in hand. Ned Stark, standing at Robert's right, had just given a report. Stannis and Renly's arrival had gone smoothly. No factions within the city dared challenge the arriving forces, not after the swift justice Robert had delivered. The soldiers were disciplined and well-placed, holding strategic positions on the roads approaching King's Landing, their presence reinforcing the king's authority. It was a subtle message to any who might doubt him. House Baratheon stood united, 3 brothers backed by armies rather than divided loyalties. Yet all knew that the Baratheons alone might not be enough. The Lannisters could field great numbers and wield vast wealth. Alliances would be crucial. The king had already sent ravens to Highgarden, a careful and measured appeal to House Tyrell. The Tyrells, proud and powerful in the Reach, had yet to respond. Their silence weighed heavily on everyone's mind. If House Tyrell joined with Robert, it would tip the balance dramatically. Their banners would bring fresh levies, their gold would support the king's cause, and their influence would encourage other houses to back the rightful monarch who had rooted out treachery within his own halls. Robert drummed his fingers on the wooden table, the tension a tight coil in his belly. "We must have patience," said Ned quietly, reading the king's mood. "The Tyrells are too canny to leap into a war without weighing every angle. But they will see sense. They must know that a king who punishes incest and dishonor will be a safer ally than one who tolerates it." Robert nodded, pressing his lips into a thin line. Patience had never been his strength, but he understood the need. He looked around at the council members. Lords and counselors who had stood uncertain before now straightened in their chairs. There was a resolve here, a shared understanding that the king had reclaimed his dignity and authority. They waited for word from the south, from those fertile fields and rose banners that could make all the difference. A courier had been sent to Highgarden the moment the truth was certain. The messenger bore carefully chosen words, couched in appeals to justice and stability. He carried a note that made clear the king's actions had exposed a deep treachery and that, while harsh, they were just. Such a message would resonate with Mace Tyrell, eager to tie his house's prosperity to a strong and righteous crown. The silence stretched as the assembled men considered the absence of that raven's return. Robert's gaze flicked from one face to another. Varos was quiet, fingers steepled, eyes half-lidded as if pondering subtle maneuvers. Littlefinger was missing, detained or questioned. No one was quite sure, but better absent than spinning webs of his own. Grand Maester Pycelle, uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny of recent days, fidgeted with his chain. None doubted that Pycelle had known something, or at least suspected, and now he stammered careful words, hoping to maintain favor. "The Tyrells will be swayed by the stability your grace offers," he said softly. "With the north behind you and your brother's armies at hand, few can challenge your claim." A snort of satisfaction from Robert's throat. The north was ready. Even now, rumors that more Stark men would journey south reached his ears. They had far to travel, but the promise of their alliance helped calm him. The Eyrie might keep aloof behind its high walls, but without the Tyrells, Robert still had a formidable hand to play. With them, the war would be as good as won before the first charge sounded. Ned's eyes met Robert's. No words needed to be exchanged. This was the calm before the storm. The small council was aligned, the city guarded, Stannis and Renly present with their swords at the ready, and the king prepared for whatever verdict the Reach might deliver. If the Tyrells joined them, they would move swiftly, sending a formal declaration throughout the realm. The truth of Cersei's crimes would be announced, and any who contested it would face a united front. But if the Tyrells hesitated or sided with the Lannisters, the king's grip tightened on the table's edge at the thought. That would mean a bloody campaign, a return to the fields and rivers where once he had broken a dynasty of dragons. He would do it again if he must. The Iron Throne would not be mocked. Even as the council debated minor details, reinforcing certain garrisons near Rosby and Duskendale, or ensuring that supply lines to Storm's End remained secure, everyone was thinking the same thing. Would the Tyrells come? One raven could seal the fate of the Seven Kingdoms, could determine whether this new unrest would end quickly or fracture into endless strife. For now, Robert and his allies waited, weapons ready, hearts steeled, willing to buy the future with blood if it came to that. But first, they would offer the olive branch, and hope that reason and honor guided House Tyrell's hand. The tension in the small council chamber grew with every passing moment. With Stannis and Renly's combined might already at the city's doorstep, Robert was ready to press forward. Yet they all knew the next challenge lay to the west, where Tywin Lannister's armies would surely stir once news of Cersei's death and the truth of her children's parentage reached his ears. The old lion would not remain idle. He would gather steel and gold and march east to avenge his family's honor. The king would meet him force for force. Robert stood before the council table, hands gripping the back of a heavy chair until the wood creaked. "Send the ravens," he commanded, voice filling the chamber with grim resolve. "Summon the lords of the Stormlands who have not yet mustered. The Northmen who gather near Moat Cailin must be ordered south. Tell the Riverlands to prepare their levies." His gaze flicked to Ned Stark, who nodded, understanding that the call for men and steel would not be subtle this time. There would be no more secret gatherings. Now was the hour to show the realm the king's strength openly. The lords and counselors around the table stirred, exchanging tense looks. They knew that calling all banners meant preparing for war that could embroil the entire kingdom. But Robert had come too far to falter. He had cast out the rot within his own household and would not let Tywin Lannister challenge his rightful authority. This time, the king intended to face the threat head-on, no matter how many swords Tywin forged into a host. There would be no pretense of peace. Ned Stark spoke quietly. "Your Grace, we must ensure that these ravens carry your exact words. Let the lords understand they come not to assault King's Landing, but to defend it, to stand behind the crown's just cause." Ned's voice was calm, but Robert knew that the Master of Ravens would be busy that evening. Messages would fly to every corner of the realm, urging lords old and young to march. The Reach was already courted, the Stormlands had never truly faltered in their loyalty, and the North would follow Ned. Robert believed the realm's memory of the rebellion would remain strong enough to unite them once more in the face of Lannister aggression. "No half measures," the king rumbled. "We face a lord known for his ruthlessness. Let him know we will not bend. The armies will converge near the Trident, if need be, and dare him to break himself upon our steel." He looked to the others at the table, Barristan Selmy with his quiet knightly honor, Varos with his unreadable gaze, and the others who had thrown in their lot with the king's cause. Each man recognized that this was a test of will. If the realm saw the king resolved and well-supported, many would think twice before siding with the Lannisters. The wind rattled the shutters. It was an eerie counterpoint to the silence that followed Robert's command. The council knew that the dispatching of these ravens would unleash a great movement of men and arms. It could shape the fate of the Seven Kingdoms for a generation. But Robert did not flinch nor shrink from the consequences. He would have order and he would have justice even if he needed an army at his back to enforce it. The king watched as Ned moved to carry out his orders, and others rose to attend their duties. Before the night's end, ravens would be winging across the moonlit sky, calling banners from distant keeps and fortresses, summoning allies and forging the lines that would stand against Tywin Lannister's inevitable counterstroke. In these few decisive moments, the course was set. Robert would not yield an inch of ground. He had allies in abundance now. His brothers, Ned Stark, the armies swelling around the capital. Soon, the distant march of boots and the thunder of hooves would signal that the Seven Kingdoms had rallied behind their king. If Tywin dared meet them on the field, Robert vowed to smash him as surely as he had smashed the Targaryens. He had claimed the crown through blood and iron. He would keep it the same way if he must. As more banners answered the king's call, the Red Keep's courtyards and nearby fields filled with soldiers bearing sigils of many houses. Their wagons and campfires spread across the land around the city's walls, a patchwork of heraldry that stretched as far as the eye could see. Lord after lord arrived, declaring allegiance to the crown after learning of the queen's treachery. The Northmen came in greater numbers than expected, stout warriors sworn to Stark. The Stormlords arrived to stand at their king's side, as they had once before. Even from the Riverlands came a steady stream of men who still remembered Robert's lightning victory against the Targaryens. Bit by bit, each reinforcement was another stone laid atop the scales, counterbalancing the formidable wealth and might of House Lannister. By the time the last of the pledged armies took their positions, Robert's strength no longer paled before Tywin's reputation. Whereas before he had only the men within King's Landing and his brother's loyal followers, now his host matched the numbers that Tywin could field. The Baratheon forces, reinforced by their allies, would not be easily intimidated. Every distant horn call and rattle of steel added to a chorus of power that could meet the Westerland's host on equal terms. Robert stood atop a battlement one evening, observing row upon row of tents with Ned Stark at his side. Gone was the uncertainty of facing Tywin alone. Now the king's grip on his warhammer seemed lighter, his mood steadier. He knew that with equal numbers and a just cause at his back, no longer would the Lannister lord have any advantage in numbers. If Tywin wanted a fight, he'd find one that would not bow beneath his gold and name. In that moment, as the banners snapped and the watchfires flickered, Robert knew the tables had finally turned. It was well after dusk when the sentries upon the city walls sounded the horn. The cry swept through the encampments, men leaping to their feet, hands on sword hilts, expecting some threat from the night-shrouded plains. Instead, as torches were raised and turned outward, they revealed a host winding its way toward King's Landing with banners fluttering in the faint moonlight. Blazing orange suns and golden spears danced on a field of red house martell. Dorne had come north, a sight that none had expected so soon and without formal invitation. Robert, summoned hurriedly, arrived at the main gate in cloak and armor. Ned Stark stood at his elbow, and Stannis and Renley, roused from their own tents, appeared moments later. There, beneath the wooden beams and flickering torches of the gatehouse, the king watched as the Dornish company approached. He could make out sleek war horses, lean and long-limbed as their riders, and a scattering of footmen with long spears. At their head, mounted on a coal-black stallion, was a man whose presence was as unmistakable as a drawn blade. Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne. Oberyn greeted the king with a grin almost too wide to be friendly, but his eyes were sharp and intense. "Your Grace," he said, dismounting with fluid ease. "I've heard you have quite the war brewing, and I suspect we share a few enemies." His tone carried no apology for arriving unannounced. The Dornishmen fanned out behind him, their bright silks and plumed helms a stark contrast to the darker hues of the northern and Stormland soldiers nearby. Robert's guards eyed them warily, but the king raised a hand in welcome. "What brought you here, Prince Oberyn?" Robert asked, half curious, half pleased. He knew well enough that Dorne had its scores to settle, its grudges nurtured over decades. Oberyn's sister Elia's death at the hands of Ser Gregor Clegane had never been forgotten. Now that Robert himself was poised to confront Tywin Lannister, why would the Red Viper stay quiet in Sunspear? Oberyn bared his teeth in something like a smile. "They say you plan to face Tywin Lannister and his brutes. I've a certain fondness for vengeance, and an old score with the mountain that rides. If your war gives me a chance to make him pay in blood, then Dorne stands by the crown." He paused, cocking his head, amber eyes shining. "You will have my spears, my knights, and my own blade. In return, I ask nothing but that you do not shelter those who butchered my kin." Robert inclined his head, choosing his words carefully. This alliance was unexpected but powerful. The addition of Dorne's forces tipped the balance yet again. No longer did Robert merely match Tywin's might, he was surpassing it. He knew Tywin would not have anticipated Dorne joining the fray, especially not at Robert's side. "I do not deny the crimes done to your family, Prince Oberyn. Those who serve Tywin's ends now threaten the realm's peace. If you're here to see them face justice, then I welcome your help." He swung a hand out toward the waiting camps. "Settle your men among the others. There will be no distinctions here, no north or south. Only allies standing as one against the lions who threaten our peace and honor." A flicker of satisfaction crossed Oberyn's face. He understood that Robert's rebellion had once earned the respect of many, And now that the king had proven his willingness to punish treachery in his own halls, the realm looked upon him with renewed confidence. The Red Viper's company was not large by numbers alone, but it brought a fierce reputation and the kind of cunning Robert would need if he stood against Tywin's golden host. As Oberyn led his men into the mix of tents and banners, Ned Stark leaned closer to Robert. "This will send a message," he said quietly, "that not even old divides stop you from uniting the kingdoms against Lannister injustice." Robert nodded. He had not forgotten the pain and loss of the past, but he was king now, and the king must think of the realm. If Dorne wished to strike at Tywin and the mountain, so be it. Their blades would swing in the same direction this time. Beyond the lamplight, the vast encampment settled once more, a tapestry of men from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms assembling under the Stag's banner. From the distant north to the arid reaches of Dorne, from the turbulent stormlands to the fertile riverlands, they had come. Each new arrival eroded Tywin Lannister's advantage. Now Robert possessed not only equal strength, but an alliance of restless swords eager for a righteous cause. After Oberyn's arrival, Robert took another long look at the gathered might of his allies before heading back inside the Red Keep. The Red Viper's motive was no secret. He wanted Tywin and the mountain brought low, perhaps even personally skewered on his spear, but that suited Robert well enough. When the time came to face the West, Robert would not ride alone. He would ride with a host that even the mighty Tywin Lannister might think twice before challenging. And Oberyn Martell, with fire in his eyes and vengeance on his tongue, would be right at his side. As dusk fell and the candles were lit, the king and his advisors gathered once more in the council chamber. Their numbers included Ned Stark, Barristan Selmy, Stannis and Renly Baratheon, and others who had placed their trust in Robert's leadership. Oberyn Martell had also been invited to observe, arms folded, watching with an intensity that suggested he enjoyed seeing the lion's whelps brought low. The debate concerned Joffrey Baratheon, or rather Joffrey Lannister, as they must now call him. With the truth of his parentage known, the boy could no longer be regarded as a rightful heir to the throne. His golden hair and cruel temperament had once been ignored or excused, but now they posed a grave danger. He was a living symbol of the treachery Robert had just uprooted, and as long as he lived, Tywin Lannister could use him as a rallying point. Rumors could spread that the king had acted unjustly, or that the boy had a right to the crown through some twisted claim. Those with a mind for conspiracy could attempt to spirit him away and raise him up as a rival claimant. One false prince, allowed to live, could plunge the realm into chaos once more. They debated for hours, the voices rising and falling. Ned Stark pressed for mercy at first, grim though he looked, suggesting a life of confinement far from court. Another counselor argued that mercy would only breed rebellion later. Stannis spoke as blunt as iron. "He carries Lannister blood, not Baratheon, and he is a product of incest. Your Grace, let him live, and we risk war anew." Renley, ever the charming diplomat, tried for a moment to find a middle ground, perhaps sending Joffrey to the wall, where his name and face would vanish among criminals and cast-offs. But even that possibility could spawn dangerous tales in the years to come. Robert listened, grim-faced. He had dispatched Cersei, ended her deceit, but now faced the consequence of that decision in the form of the boy. Joffrey was no babe in arms. He was old enough to understand what power meant, old enough to bear grudges. He had always been cruel, tyrannical even as a child. To allow him to survive might sow seeds of poison in the kingdom's soil. Tywin might attempt to use the boy's supposed royal blood as a banner to rally under, denying all that Robert had done to stabilize his rule. Oberyn Martell watched silently, leaning against the chamber wall, amused that these northern and stormland lords twisted themselves in knots over a child whose existence threatened their peace. In Dorne, punishments had been swift and final for crimes of such magnitude. Had it been up to him, he would have ended the boy's life already, not wasted hours splitting hairs about it. At last, as night's chill seeped through the stones, the candle flames grew tall and wavering. Exhausted, Robert rose from his seat, rubbing a hand over his bearded jaw. The king glanced around, and no one dared look away. He saw Ned's regret, Stannis' resolve, Renly's hesitation, and Oberyn's unwavering expectation. He saw the truth that, despite personal distaste, this came down to justice and the realm's safety. He had already slain Cersei. Could he now show mercy to the fruit of her incestuous betrayal? No, Robert said at last, voice roughened by weariness and sorrow. We cannot allow him to live. He will be a beacon for rebellion, and his very existence mocks the crown. The boy's life must end to protect what we have built. Ned Stark lowered his head, jaw tight, but he did not protest further. He recognized that mercy had no place here, not if they wished to avoid another cycle of bloodletting. Stannis nodded curtly, as if relieved by Robert's finality. Renly sighed, shoulders slumping, unhappy but resigned. Oberyn merely inclined his head, a spark of satisfaction in his eyes. At dawn, when the city was quiet and only the distant calls of soldiers and the rustle of banners in the wind could be heard, Joffrey was brought forth to face the king's justice. The boy was frightened, furious, screaming curses at the guards, at the king who would dare judge him. Robert steeled himself, remembering that this was the same child who had watched as his mother schemed and lied, who had shown no kindness to servants or animals, who would have grown into something far darker if allowed the chance. To let him live might cost thousands of lives down the road. They executed Joffrey swiftly, without spectacle. His death came by the sword, carried out by a king's justice rather than a vengeful mob. The body was removed, given no honors. There would be no lying in state, no pageantry, only a quiet, grim finality. When it was done, Robert stood on the battlements, looking out over the assembled armies and the banners rippling in the morning breeze. His heart felt heavier yet strangely steadier. By cutting off the last poisonous branch, he had safeguarded the trunk. There would be no pretender to the Iron Throne wearing the face of that boy, no whispers that the crown was stolen from a rightful heir. The realm would remember that he had acted with certainty to protect them all. Ned joined him, silent as they watched the sunlight spread over the tents and shining steel below. There was no joy to be taken in a child's death, but Ned understood the necessity. It was a cruel turn of fate that had brought them here, but now the threat posed by Joffrey was ended. With this grim business concluded, their eyes turned once more to the west, where Tywin Lannister would soon learn that his planned pawn had been removed from the board. The king's decision would not bring back the innocence lost or erase the stain of what had unfolded in the Red Keep, but it would help ensure that his reign, and the peace he hoped to enforce, would not crumble under the weight of Cersei's sins. As the last echoes of steel faded into the hush of morning, Robert stood alone in the king's solar, the door barred behind him. The warmth of the brazier's coals had turned stale, and candle wax dripped onto the table's surface in crooked trails. The king leaned against the windowsill, gazing outward at the faint shape of the city awakening beyond the Red Keep's stone walls. He saw the river reflecting pale light, the silhouettes of wagons rumbling through narrow streets, the green-brown roofs of humble dwellings crowded around the distant sept spires. This was the city he had fought to claim, the seat of power he had wrested from Dragonfire and Targaryen madness. He remembered the roar of victory that once filled his ears, how the people had chanted his name when he rode through the gates as a young conqueror. He had believed then that a strong arm and a famous hammer blow were all it took to rule wisely, that the victory song of rebellion would carry him smoothly into a just and noble reign. Now he knew otherwise. He had been a fool, and the realization stung worse than any wound in battle. The cost of his inattention and blind indulgence lay bare. A twisted knot of incest and treachery had thrived in his own bedchamber, wearing a queen's gown and mothering false airs. He had turned a deaf ear to suspicion, preferring the sweet numbness of wine and the embrace of hunting companions to the harsh truth. Because he had not cared to see, the realm had nearly been thrown into chaos. Because he had been too comfortable, too proud, too careless, he had let the vipers breed under his own roof. His hands shook as he ran them through his hair, remembering Cersei's final moments, the horrifying choice he had made with Joffrey, the sight of his bannermen gathering, ready for war. He had always thought himself a simple man who would remain true to his steel and his friendships, But now he saw that a king could not be simple. The decisions he made were heavy enough to break lesser men. And though he lived, he felt something inside him had cracked. The Robert who had once trusted easily, lived easily, and laughed at the future no longer stood here. In his place was a man tempered by regret, forced to face that everything could have burned because of his willful blindness. He would never be the same. He knew now what it meant to wear the crown, to sit a throne forged from melted blades, each one a silent reminder that no king's peace comes without vigilance. He understood that a king must see all, must question those closest to him, must guard the realm's honor without flinching. Perhaps he would never again drink as deeply or jest as loudly. Maybe he would lie awake at night with doubts gnawing at him. But better doubt than ignorance. Better a heavy conscience than a fool's bliss that led straight to ruin. Beneath the distant cries of birds and the low hum of the waking city, Robert felt the weight of his failures pressed upon him, changing him. He had learned too late, but at least he had learned. He vowed quietly, to the silent chamber and the dim horizon, that he would shape himself into a king worthy of the realm. He would strive to be no longer the foolish king who refused to see, but the wary and watchful ruler who would not let such rot fester again. He would carry this burden with him, and perhaps the realm would be stronger for it. Cersei's death had done more than remove a traitor from the royal household. It had roused a hornet's nest. Within King's Landing, certain merchants, minor knights, and lesser courtiers who had prospered under Lannister influence began muttering discontent. Rumors spread like rot in dark corners. Some called the king's actions unjust. Others whispered that Tywin Lannister would avenge his daughter's blood and restore order. It took little time for these whispered grievances to grow into stubborn pockets of resistance, and Robert could not allow the infection to fester. A decree went out from the Red Keep. All those who had profited directly from Cersei's schemes or who claimed allegiance to Lannister gold must appear before the crown. They would be given a choice: bend the knee, swear true fealty, and prove their loyalty, or face the rope. Many came trembling to the courtyard, babbling oaths of devotion and kneeling so quickly they nearly toppled over themselves. Others tried to flee the city by night, only to be caught at the gates by patrols alert and eager to make examples. A few, maddened by fear or fanaticism, vowed that the lions would roar again, that Tywin would paint the city red in blood. These men spat in the face of the king's justice and sealed their own fates. Oberyn Martell took a fervent role in this purge, his Dornish soldiers moving swiftly through alleyways and taverns rumored to harbor Lannister sympathizers. He relished exposing those who once strutted about in crimson and gold finery, turning them from smug supporters of the old order into pleading wretches. Some he dragged before the king's men, forcing them to kneel and swear on their very names. Others, the ones who refused or lied too boldly, he condemned without remorse. Steel flashed in torchlight, the sobs and curses of the doomed echoing off stone walls, as heads were struck from shoulders and hoisted aloft on pikes. By nightfall, the battlements of the Red Keep bore grisly adornments, the severed heads of those who would not yield. More than one passerby paled at the sight of fine velvet caps and well-groomed hair now matted with blood, empty eyes staring blankly over the city they had tried to undermine. Oberyn made certain the message was clear. No hidden pocket of Lannister influence would remain to sow discord. The king had chosen justice over mercy this time, and there would be no doubting that any hand raised against him would be met with swift and brutal retaliation. Robert stood with Ned Stark upon a high rampart one evening, gazing at the rows of gruesome trophies. He took no pleasure in it, but neither did he flinch. He had allowed treachery under his roof for too long. Now that it was uprooted, he would not let it creep back. Ned looked grim, though his silence spoke volumes. If peace and stability required a terrible price, then better to pay it quickly, in short, sharp strokes, than to let rebellion bloom secretly once more. Below, the city grew still as word spread. The king's justice knew no favorites, and the Red Viper's blade did not tire. Those who had once boasted of lion's glory learned fear and silence. They bowed their heads, took off their rings and tokens of Lannister association, and melted into the ranks of ordinary subjects. Among them, A few were genuine converts, men who had tasted the wrong side of treachery's blade and now understood that the Baratheon crown would not tolerate their insolence. Others nursed grudges, but kept them buried deep, for now was not the time to face the king's wrath. So the city settled into uneasy calm beneath the watchful eyes of Robert's men and Oberyn's ruthless patrols. With each head on the battlements, the king's authority was etched more deeply into stone. No matter what Tywin planned, he would find no easy foothold within these walls. And Robert, for the first time in many years, felt certain that if the lions came hunting, they would find themselves outnumbered and outmatched on every side. They gathered in a dimly lit solar, away from the eyes and ears of the thronging camp. The hour was late, and the warmth of the brazier kept the autumn chill at bay. Robert, seated heavily on a carved wooden chair, gestured Ned and Stannis closer. On the table between them lay a rough map of the Seven Kingdoms. Candles dripped slow tears of wax onto its edges as the three men contemplated their next move. Stannis, ever stern-faced and rigid, stood with arms folded tight across his chest. His eyes traced the roads from the Crownlands to the Westerlands as if committing them to memory. Ned Stark hovered on the opposite side of the table, gray eyes calmly focused on the lines and sigils. He listened closely, weighing the gravity of what must be said. The king flicked his gaze between them, remembering days long past when they fought side by side with no crown, no council, only the desperate push for victory. "Tywin will come," Robert said at last, voice low but steady. "He won't let what happened here stand. The heads on the battlements, the death of Cersei and Joffrey. He'll muster every levy, fill every suit of armor, and march." He tapped a calloused finger on the map near the Golden Tooth, as if rousing sleeping armies to life with each touch. Ned nodded, dark hair falling over his brow. "Your Grace," he said, voice even. "If Tywin moves east, he'll have to come through the Riverlands or risk the Gold Road. Lord Tully is no friend to the Lannisters, and with your show of strength here, he will likely side with you. That could give us a chance to meet Tywin on ground less favorable to him." Ned's voice was calm and pragmatic. He had seen enough bloodshed to know that every detail, supplies, terrain, timing, could spell the difference between a swift victory and a ruinous defeat. Stannis leaned in, his gaunt features lit from below by the candle flame. "We should not wait for Tywin to choose the battlefield," he said, tone clipped and precise. "We have the strength now, enough to at least challenge him openly. If we remain reactive, he'll pick his fights more wisely. We must present him with a line he cannot cross without losing men and prestige. Force him into a corner." Robert considered this. Stannis was a man of action, rarely one for soft words or subtle maneuvering. Ned was more measured, aware of the realm's temperament and the importance of alliances. The king felt that old tug of uncertainty. Once he had swung his hammer and ended kings, but now the board was more complex. Still, he had learned bitter lessons. "We won't charge headlong without thought," he said. "But neither will we cede initiative. If Tywin thinks we'll stay cooped up here, he'll encircle us like a stag penned by hunters." Ned straightened, tapping a spot on the map near Harrenhal. "Here is where many roads meet. If you draw Tywin toward the Riverlands, he must face you or risk losing vital holdfasts. The Lords Paramount may rally behind you, seeing that you've reestablished order in King's Landing. If we move our armies prudently, setting traps and strong defensive positions, Tywin's host could find itself bleeding strength before it ever nears the capital." Stannis inclined his head, conceding to the value of Ned's caution. "If you position scouts and outriders well," he added, "you can march in force and still know where Tywin's columns move. Never let him vanish into the hills. Keep him in sight. If he faints, we must not chase ghosts, but force him into open confrontation on ground we choose. Patience and pressure together, that's how we crush him." Robert nodded, feeling a grim satisfaction that these men, so different, shared a purpose. "I have Oberyn Martell's support now as well. The Dornish spears are swift and cunning, perfect for harrying Tywin's outriders. If we use them wisely, we can deny the Lannisters clear vision of our maneuvers." Let them stumble blind into what we've prepared." He paused, running a hand over his stubbled jaw. "We must also remember that this is not just about the field of battle. Tywin thrives on gold and fear. If we can show the realm that we've restored order and brought justice, we may draw other houses to our cause. The more who join, the more isolated Tywin becomes. He relies on the illusion of inevitability, that no one can stand against him. Prove that false and watch his allies drift away." Ned looked at Robert steadily. "You must ensure the realm's perception is clear, Your Grace. Let it be known that you put an end to incest and deceit in your own halls. Show the lords that Tywin seeks only vengeance, not justice. That will give them pause. No one wants to be remembered as the ally of a lord who defended an abomination. If Tywin is left to stand alone, his swords will count for less." Stannis tapped the map lightly, finalizing the thought. "You have the numbers, the allies, and the moral ground. Use them all. Move in a way that forces Tywin into the open, and then smash him before he can set one foot near King's Landing." Robert took a long breath. A year ago he would have scoffed at subtlety and rushed to meet any foe head-on with a joyful roar. Now he understood that this conflict demanded more than brute force. He had two of the most honorable and reliable men in the realm at his side, and the wary counsel of those who had witnessed his hard lessons. He would be careful, methodical, and strong. "Then it's decided," he said, voice rumbling low in the quiet chamber. "We'll draw Tywin into lands that don't favor him, keep him guessing, deny him the chance to choose the battleground. We'll use every advantage, men, alliances, and truth itself, to strip away his power. When he's forced to meet us openly, we'll end this for good." He glanced from Ned to Stannis. "Thank you, both of you." Outside the windows, the night's darkness pressed close, and beyond the red keep's high walls and watchful guards were lurked on the horizon. But inside this small room, they had forged a plan. The king would not be caught off guard again. He would meet Tywin Lannister on ground of his own making, and he would do it with eyes wide open. In the same solar, with candles burning low and guards posted discreetly at the doors, the question of strategy weighed heavily in the air. Robert, Ned, and Stannis stood over the map once again, joined now by a few trusted lords who had offered counsel in the past weeks. The room smelled of hot wax and old parchment, and the silence before anyone spoke was charged with importance. Stannis began, as ever, direct to the point. "Tywin would prefer to force us onto ground of his choosing. He's cunning. If we let him approach King's Landing unopposed, he might box us in, force a siege, and attempt to starve the city. That would grind down morale and make us seem weak, no matter our numbers." Ned Stark nodded thoughtfully, leaning over the map. "True, a siege could be disastrous. Though we have food stores and allies, a long starvation would strain our alliances and give Tywin time to sow discord. But consider also that the Red Keep's walls are strong. If we stand behind stone, Tywin must either besiege us or break upon these defenses. The city's walls could turn his strength against him, draining his forces without costing us too many lives." Robert folded his arms, eyes flicking from one man to the other. "Meeting Tywin in the open field, that's more in our style. A man can't hide behind gold when it comes to banners on a battlefield. If we defeat him plainly, before all eyes, it sends a stronger message. But," he exhaled, grimacing slightly, "if we fail, the road to King's Landing lies bare. I know these streets. People will panic if they see armies burned and broken outside their gates." "Your Grace," said a veteran lord from the Riverlands, "the strength you've assembled is formidable. You have Ned Stark's Northmen, Stannis and Renley with their Stormlands levies, the Dornish spears, and men from the Riverlands who would fight at your command. On open ground, properly chosen, we can display unified power. Tywin may be a strategist, but he is not invincible." Ned pressed his lips together, considering this. "If we lure Tywin into the Riverlands, somewhere near the Trident, we might find ground that suits us better than him. If he knows we've left King's Landing, he might grow bold and hurry his advance. Boldness can lead to mistakes." Stannis nodded curtly, If we meet him outside the city, we must be certain that the field and conditions are to our advantage. We pick a place with good supply lines, strong scouting, and terrain that counters his heavy cavalry. Tywin's strength often lies in a swift crushing charge. Deny him that, and his hand is weaker. Robert's brow furrowed. He remembered past battles well. The mud and dust of the trident, the sweat on his palms as he swung his hammer. A decisive victory in the open would silence doubters and shatter Tywin's aura of inevitability. Letting him reach these walls invites a siege, he said at last. The city may be strong, but the people's hearts are fragile. Morale can break without a single sword drawn inside the walls. We cannot look like cowards, huddled behind stone while Tywin marches freely. Ned inclined his head. Then we must draw him out and meet him in the field, but we must choose that field with care. Not too distant so we can still be seen as defending the capital, but not so close that defeat spells immediate disaster. Perhaps a line near the Blackwater Rush, with forward camps and outposts to warn us of his approach. If Tywin tries to outflank us, we fall back to stronger positions known in advance. If he commits, we strike hard. Stannis tapped the map, face stern. A sound plan. Force him to engage on ground that's unfamiliar to him. Let him believe he can crush us in a single stroke, and when he moves, we absorb his attack and break him. A few of the lords murmured agreement. The debate had run in circles. Some had argued for the safety of walls, others for the clarity of open battle. But Robert's decision would tilt the scales. He stood tall now, resolute. "No one will call me a coward," he said finally, voice firm. "We'll not hand Tywin the narrative of a king afraid to face him. We will go to meet him on ground we prepare, on a field we know. We will ensure that we hold the advantages of supply and vision. When Tywin finally shows his mane, we'll pull his teeth." Ned nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing. This choice carried risk, but what path did not? Hiding behind walls encouraged Tywin to strangle the city. Meeting him head-on might break the threat for good, if done wisely. They would ensure it was wise indeed. Stannis gave one sharp nod, and the other lords shifted, prepared to make plans accordingly. Ravens would fly out, scouts would be dispatched, and roads secured. This was no rush into blind battle. It was a calculated move, orchestrated by minds that understood war and consequence. The king would not remain caged in the Red Keep, nor wait for Tywin to dictate terms. He would shape the next chapter of this struggle himself. Tywin Lannister stood at the broad window of his solar in Casterly Rock, gazing out over the rugged hills and sea-swept cliffs that had cradled his house for centuries. In his hands he held a letter bearing the Baratheon stag's seal. The wax had been broken and the parchment now lay limp, yet its news weighed heavily on him. The revelations were too astounding to dismiss, too outrageous to ignore. Cersei was dead, Joffrey as well, and the entire scandal of their incest laid bare before the realm. No rumor or slander, but the king's own pronouncement and swift punishment. Tywin's jaw tightened, gold-flecked eyes narrowing in cold calculation. Through the decades, he had prided himself on knowing all the angles, foreseeing every move. Yet somehow, in the very heart of King's Landing, a conspiracy of silence had ruptured so violently that his daughter and grandson now lay in graves. More than grief, he felt anger. Anger at the king who had acted so ruthlessly, anger at the revelations that tarnished the Lannister name, and anger at himself for not seeing this end sooner. Behind him, Ser Kevan Lannister, his loyal brother and right hand, stood quietly, waiting for Tywin to speak. At last, Tywin let the parchment fall onto a table and turned. "Tell me what you know," he said curtly. Kevan hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "I've spoken with our informants. The king discovered the incest and confronted Cersei. It seems she confessed in a moment of anger, or so the tale goes. Robert's allies rallied quickly. Stark, his brother Stannis and Renley, even Oberyn Martell joined them. All those forces are now united under the Baratheon banner. Cersei was executed. Joffrey as well. His gaze flickered to the letter. Now the king is calling all his banners, and we have word he intends to meet us in the field should we march on King's Landing." Tywin absorbed this in silence. Decades of gathering power, forging alliances, and ensuring the Lannister name towered above the rest had led to this. Two beloved members of his family gone, their reputations forever blackened by incest, and a king who held every advantage. Another man might succumb to despair, but Tywin Lannister felt only the steeling of resolve. The West was still his. Gold still flowed through the mines and coffers. His armies, if skillfully directed, were capable of crushing nearly any host. Even so, the ring of allied banners around King's Landing was not to be underestimated. "We must assume that Robert will do all he can to avoid a siege," Tywin stated. "He's learning from his mistakes. A long siege in King's Landing would give me the chance to starve him or lure him into rash action. He has chosen the opposite approach, drawing us out. He wants to face us beyond the walls before we can encircle the city. Because he knows I would prefer to bottle him up and bleed him dry." Kevin inclined his head. "Our scouts say that Stark and Robert have debated potential battlegrounds. The talk is they may choose somewhere near the Blackwater Rush or the Riverlands, closer to Harrenhal perhaps. They'd seek ground that lets them resupply easily and guard the approaches to the capital." Tywin moved away from the window, the heels of his boots echoing on the polished floor. He skimmed a finger along the spread of maps pinned and waited upon a nearby table. His gaze drifted across known roads and strongholds, his mind already sifting through possibilities. "They will watch the Gold Road from here to the Crownlands. If I march swiftly, I risk entering ground they've already prepared. If I move slowly, I give them too much time to solidify alliances. And I must assume the River Lords will rally behind the king. No thanks to that weakling Tully and his brood." Kevin cleared his throat. With the incest revealed, many houses rally to Robert's cause on grounds of moral outrage. They call it the king's justice. "Outrage?" Tywin repeated, his tone laced with scorn. "Men love a good scandal so long as they need no excuse to press a blade to an enemy's throat. Moral outrage is simply a banner to march beneath. Still, we cannot dismiss the power such sentiment holds." He paused, his voice softening by a fraction. "This does change many things, Kevin, but it does not change our purpose. We cannot allow House Lannister to be humbled. I must consider every path." He gestured to the map. "Robert and Eddard Stark are cunning in their own ways. Robert's learned too late the cost of complacency. He'll want a victory out in the open to prove his might. Eddard Stark is no fool. He'll push for cautious tactics, entrenching near vantage points like Harrenhal or along the Blackwater, ensuring a steady flow of provisions and reinforcements. Perhaps they'll force a crossing near the Trident, or keep their lines inside the Riverlands, daring us to come at them. A siege of King's Landing would bleed them, but if they choose to meet us in open battle first, it's a risk on both sides." Kevin lowered his voice. "Are we truly set on confrontation, Tywin? Our name has suffered. The West remains loyal, but not unbreakably so. With the scandal of everything. Some might question whether the fight is worth it, especially if Robert proclaims himself the champion of justice." A fire burned behind Tywin's cold stare. "This is more than a fight over territory or petty pride. Our family's survival is at stake. We must show the realm that House Lannister does not lie down and accept shame. We did not rise to this position by bending every time the wind changed." His jaw was tight. Cersei's behavior was inexcusable. "But no matter the crime, I will not have the Lannisters dragged through the mud without response. If Robert wants open battle, so be it. I've broken armies before, and I'll do it again." Kevin exhaled, quietly accepting his lord brother's decision. He knew Tywin would not rest until he regained control of the narrative. Yet the path ahead was steep. One misstep, and the entire house could collapse. Tywin touched the mark on the map labeled Harrenhal. "We'll assemble a host here, near the borders of the Riverlands. Our outriders will keep watch. If Robert marches toward us, we'll choose whether to give battle or maneuver. If he hesitates, we'll edge closer to King's Landing. One way or another, we'll meet him on ground of our choosing. Let him think he's cornered us into an open fight. House Lannister has more cunning than he imagines. His eyes flicked back to Kevin. See to it that every levy is mustered. Send riders to our bannermen. Gather food, fodder, gold, whatever it takes. We march soon, Kevin. And when we do, we will remind Robert that facing a lion in its own den is no small thing. Kevin nodded, already stepping toward the doors to carry out his orders. Tywin remained in the solar, gazing at the map and the distant horizon beyond. He allowed himself a brief moment of anger and grief for his lost daughter and grandson, then hardened his heart to the task ahead. Incest or no, betrayal or no, House Lannister would not be erased by a single blow of the king's hammer. The battle lines were drawn, and the realm would soon tremble under the weight of the next great conflict. Tywin paced before the map table as Kevin waited near the door, ready to depart on his next set of orders. The candlelight drew sharp lines on Tywin's features, accentuating the determination etched into his face. He had decided that it was not enough merely to muster the West. If Robert had managed to unify so many realms against the Lion, then Tywin would bring forth a force unseen on Westerosi soil for decades. I want the Golden Company, Tywin said at last, each word precise. They have no equal among Sellsword companies. Skilled, disciplined, and known for honoring their contracts. If the realm insists on making this a contest of numbers and might, I will ensure our side has the best swords gold can buy. Kevin inclined his head, understanding what his brother was asking. The Golden Company is expensive, and their loyalty belongs only to coin. To secure them, we'll need significant backing. The Iron Bank of Bravos, Tywin continued, his voice calm but firm. They have lent fortunes to kings and brought down those who refused to pay. They fear only a bad investment. Offer them the terms we discussed. Tell them House Lannister stands ready to cover any expense for the Golden Company's services. Let them know that once this conflict is resolved in our favor, we will double their interest. We will prove a better investment than any Baratheon or Stark alliance. Kevin nodded, already thinking through the voyage across the narrow sea. The careful negotiations. This was not a time to hesitate. A few thousand seasoned mercenaries could swing the balance when two great armies collided. I will leave at first light, he said. If the Iron Bank proves reluctant, I'll remind them of our gold and our long record of paying debts promptly. They'll have no reason to doubt we can meet their price. Tywin regarded his brother a moment, then gave a slight nod. Good. Make it clear to them that with the Golden Company under Lannister employ, order and prosperity will return to the realm. The Iron Bank is not swayed by honor or sentiment, but they understand stability. House Lannister has always provided that. They will again. Kevin slipped out, boots echoing down the corridor, leaving Tywin alone with his thoughts. The Iron Bank's gold and the Golden Company's blades would be a masterstroke. An unexpected advantage to unsettle Robert and his allies. While the king and Ned Stark mapped out fields and roads in the Riverlands, Tywin would be acquiring a force that had toppled princes and influenced crowns across the sea. He could almost picture the look on Robert's face when the Griffin Standard Sellswords appeared in force, disciplined ranks shining beneath the Westerosi sun. Tywin allowed himself a rare, thin smile. If the realms wanted a test of cunning and resource, he would not disappoint them. The Golden Company was not merely more men. It was a whisper of inevitability, a reminder that while others scrambled to gather their bannermen, House Lannister had the wealth and the will to buy victory. And with Kevin on his way to Bravos to seal the deal, that victory would draw one step closer. Renley Baratheon arrived at Highgarden under a bright, cloudless sky that seemed to welcome him home. His green velvet cloak and the golden rose pinned at his shoulder reflected a conscious effort. He dressed to flatter those he meant to win over. Highgarden's tall, graceful towers and verdant gardens were alive with color. Rose blooms of every hue, neatly trimmed hedges, and orchards heavy with fruit. The fragrance of flowers drifted through the warm air, a promise of what this alliance could bring. Inside the great hall, Mace Tyrell waited on a dais, flanked by his family and sworn bannermen. Even with the realm in turmoil, the Tyrells maintained a gracious face. Soft music trickled from a corner, and the tapestries on the walls showed scenes of bountiful harvests and triumphs long past. Renly approached with a confident stride, smiling easily, as if there were no war brewing, no betrayal to be avenged. But he knew the gravity of his task. The Tyrells had paused, waiting for a sign of which way the wind blew, and it fell to him to ensure they threw their weight behind Robert. "My lord," said Renly, bowing slightly to Mace Tyrell, "I come not only as King Robert's brother, but as a friend who deeply respects House Tyrell's honor and influence. The king has rooted out a vile deception in King's Landing, incest, treachery, and has restored justice. Now he calls upon all those who cherish order and right rule to stand beside him." Mace Tyrell rose, smoothing his brocade doublet, and studied Renly's face. He was no fool. House Tyrell had seen enough shifts in power to understand the value of caution. Yet the rumors from the capital had reached his ears. King Robert had laid low the false heirs and treacherous queen, and the North, Stormlands, and even Dorne were flocking to support him. To remain aloof now might mean being seen as lagging behind the tide of righteousness. "My lord Renly," Mace began, voice rolling with the fullness of a man well-fed and well-pleased with life's comforts. "You speak of justice, yet House Tyrell must be certain. The realm cannot afford another war built on pride or uncertain claims." He let the words hang, giving Renly the chance to prove his cause was genuine. Renly dipped his head, understanding that a delicate touch was needed. "Lord Tyrell," he said softly, "you and your house have long stood for prosperity and stability. Highgarden feeds half the realm. Without you, the kingdom suffers. I tell you truthfully, King Robert has uncovered a betrayal at the heart of his own line. He acted swiftly and, I believe, justly. The dishonor laid upon the crown by those who wore Lannister gold demanded it. Now Tywin Lannister prepares to muster armies. If left unchecked, the realm will fall into endless strife." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the gathered knights and lords wearing green and gold. "But if House Tyrell stands with the king," Renly continued, "it sends a signal to all others. It shows that the greatest houses remain true to the cause of honest rule, of peace that does not hide a serpent in its bosom. Your support could end this coming conflict before it darkens every field in the Reach." Around the hall, the Tyrell bannermen murmured quietly. They knew of Robert's renewed alliances, of how even Oberyn Martell had joined the king's cause, a sign that old grudges were set aside in the face of Lannister treachery. If Renly Baratheon, known for his charm and keen understanding of people's hearts, had come himself, it was no slight errand. Mace Tyrell's gaze shifted to his mother, the Lady Olenna, who stood nearby with an appraising look. Though she said nothing, her sharp, knowing eyes took in Renly's composure and the subtleties of his words. Her slight nod and faint smile told Mace that this was not a time to hesitate. Tyrell prestige had grown under careful maneuvering, and now the chance stood before them to align with a strengthened crown. The Lannister scandal cast them in a poor light, and who would trust Tywin, who had allowed such rot to fester under his watchful gaze? At last Mace Tyrell clasped his hands before him. "Very well," he said, voice ringing through the hall. "Highgarden will join King Robert's cause. We shall call our banners, muster our knights and levies. The fields of the Reach will supply the armies that march against those who would condone treachery. Our wagons will roll north, and our swords will gleam beside yours." He paused, letting the gravity sink in. "We will not allow the Lannisters to bring down the peace that the king seeks to preserve." A soft cheer went up, and Renly allowed himself a small, triumphant smile. He had not doubted his ability to sway the Tyrells, but the certainty now was a balm to his nerves. With the might of Highgarden added to Robert's side, the king's host would be formidable indeed. Food, horses, knights in shining armor, everything needed to sustain a great army in the field, would now flow from the fertile lands of the Reach, and all of it under Baratheon command. He stepped forward, extending a hand that Mace Tyrell grasped firmly. "You have chosen well, my lord," said Renly, his voice warm. "We'll remember your loyalty, and the realm will thank you when peace is restored." The lords and ladies of Highgarden looked pleased. their faces bright with the notion of fighting on the morally sure side. Soon horns would sound beyond the castle walls, calling men to arms. Banners sown with golden roses would rise beside banners of the stag. From these lush valleys and farmlands would march a host so grand it could face even Tywin's cunning with confidence. As Renly took his leave, he knew he had secured a crucial pillar of Robert's new coalition. The Tyrells would not wait idly. War stirred in Westeros, but now the king's side had the reach of the Reach itself, strong, fertile, and ready to ensure that the forces loyal to Robert would not want for bread or steel when the horns of battle sounded. They were deep in conversation over the map spread across the war table when the door creaked open. Robert sat with his brothers Stannis and Renly at either side, Ned Stark and Oberyn Martell facing them, the flicker of candles revealing tense expressions and tired eyes. The night was advanced, and the weight of coming conflict with Tywin Lannister pressed upon them all. In hushed voices, they plotted the routes, discussed supply lines, and decided how to ensure their newly forged alliances remained strong. Suddenly, Littlefinger's voice cut through the low murmur. "Your Grace," he drawled, stepping into the solar unannounced. "I do hope I'm not interrupting anything." The fop of a grin on his lips belied a calculated politeness, but Robert was in no mood for pleasantries. His scowl came quick, and he bellowed, "We're busy, Baelish. If you had pressing business, you should have waited until the morrow." The king jabbed a thick finger at the map, half to emphasize his point, half to keep his temper in check. Baelish, undeterred, flashed that thin, cunning smile. "My king, I merely thought I could offer some fiscal counsel. The coffers, the supply lines, how best to—" Stannis's face hardened as if carved from stone. "We already have men assigned to that duty. This is hardly the place for you to broker coin." Renly, less stern but no less protective of the meeting's privacy, exchanged a knowing look with his older brother. Oberyn leaned back with a light, mocking amusement in his eyes. He seemed to enjoy watching Baelish maneuver in a room filled with men who were not easily swayed by silver-tongued charm. "Lord Baelish," Ned said at last, quietly but firmly, "we are in the midst of a war council. Should we need your expertise, we'll invite you. Until then, you would do better at your usual posts, ensuring the city's funds are where they must be." There was no malice in Ned's words, only straightforward finality. The combined force of their stares was enough to make Littlefinger falter, if only for a moment. In other circumstances, he might have found a crack in someone's resolve, a chance to slip in a whispered confidence or seed a doubt. But here he saw nothing but a wall of resolute men, each loyal to the king's cause and seasoned by conflict. For a heartbeat he hesitated. Then, catching himself, he sketched a bow of forced graciousness. "Very well. I'm always here to serve the crown," he said smoothly, eyes flicking about for any sign of weakness. Finding none, he withdrew with a flourish of his cloak, the door shutting behind him more loudly than he intended. When he was gone, silence settled once again. Robert let out a snort. "A man always looking to deal in secrets, that one," he muttered. "We've no space for his games now." Renly quirked a faint grin. "He'll slink back soon enough, but not tonight, at least. Small victories, brother." Oberyn tilted his head thoughtfully. "You handled him with a politeness I wouldn't have bothered with. Had it been me, I might have pitched him from the window for the interruption." His tone suggested half jest, half truth, but Stannis ignored the remark, returning his attention to the map. Ned straightened his shoulders. "We have more pressing matters. I believe it's time to send word to Winterfell." He hadn't yet disclosed this plan to the others, but the moment felt right. "Tywin's threat affects the entire realm, not just the south. I want to bring Jon Snow to King's Landing." Robert arched an eyebrow. "Your bastard? You think he'll serve us better here than at the Wall?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Ned's features. "Jon remains at Castle Black for now, but I've reason to believe he'll be safer and more useful if he's closer to our allies." Ned didn't delve into deeper reasons. Concerns for Jon's future, or the sense that the lad deserved a chance to see more of the realm before committing his life to the cold watchtowers. He's been raised with my own children, and I trust his loyalty. We need all the honest men we can get." Oberyn looked curious but didn't pry. He'd heard that Ned Stark treated the boy well for a bastard, and if the boy was as steady and honorable as his father, perhaps that would be helpful indeed. Stannis gave a curt nod. "The Watch won't hold him hostage if he's as honorable as you say. Summon the boy if you must. We do need men of loyalty at this point." Robert shrugged. He knew little enough about Jon Snow beyond the occasional mention in passing. But if Ned wanted to call the boy to the capital, so be it. "Fine," the king said. "Send your raven. We have tasks aplenty, and a lad with Stark blood might stand steadfast." With that settled, they resumed their conference, the map once more commanding their collective attention. Outside, the city slept fitfully, unaware of the heavy weight of decisions made within those walls. Decisions that would determine the course of war and shape the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. Meanwhile, Littlefinger slunk through the corridors of the Red Keep, his mind spinning as he realized the men behind Robert were too united, too vigilant for his usual scheming. If he wished to secure a foothold in the shifting power dynamics, he would have to adapt his approach. But that would be a matter for another day. For now, the king and his closest allies had made it clear. The fates of the realm were decided around a table where gold and whispers carried less weight than steel and honor. Oberyn Martell found Littlefinger lingering in one of the Red Keep's quieter galleries, where a tall window overlooked the torchlit courtyard below. The Dornish prince approached with a casual grace that belied his sharp interest, arms folded lightly, his amber eyes flicking to the corridor behind Baelish before settling on the man himself. "Lord Baelish," Oberyn began, his tone deceptively amiable. "I noticed you departed the council meeting rather abruptly. Some might say you were dismissed." He offered the slightest incline of his head, the ghost of a smirk playing across his lips. Littlefinger turned slowly, wearing that practiced smile of his, just enough humility to flatter, just enough arrogance to intrigue. "Prince Oberyn, it seems I'm a trifle unwelcome around certain company," Baelish replied, voice carrying its usual silky confidence. "I only wish to assist King Robert in these precarious times." Oberyn let a faint silence hang before responding, his gaze drifting to the torchlight outside. "It's odd you would choose precisely this moment to offer counsel. A man typically picks a side, or attempts to remain discreet if he's straddling multiple lines. Curiosity got the better of me, so I inquired about your dealings." His eyes flashed back to Littlefinger, capturing him in that pointed stare. "I have many ears in this city, Lord Baelish. So imagine my surprise when one of my agents told me they overheard you in whispered conversation with visitors wearing Lannister colors." Littlefinger made a show of confusion. "I speak with many across the realm. My position requires it." "Surely." But Oberyn silenced him with a gentle, raised hand. "You claimed you hardly knew these visitors. Yet my agent recognized them as not just Lannister retainers, but men with close ties to Lord Tywin himself." He took a step closer, voice dropping to a near purr. "Let's not pretend you simply stumbled upon them. You see, my informant heard enough of your hushed words to know you were trading more than pleasantries. Did you think no one would notice?" Littlefinger's smile flickered, though he tried to recover. "Sometimes men use Lannister gold to influence trivial matters. But trivial?" Oberyn cut in softly, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You're a clever man, Baelish, but I'm not so easily fooled. I've no time for half-truths while Tywin Lannister gathers his strength. Would you care to explain your true intentions to the king, or shall I do it for you?" There was a heartbeat of silence in which Littlefinger's mask of composure slipped just enough to reveal apprehension. Oberyn let him stew, the moment stretching taut. When Baelish found his voice again, it was quiet, lacking its usual slick bravado. "My prince," he said carefully, "we needn't be at odds. If there's been a misunderstanding, I'll be happy to clarify it." Oberyn only smiled, a predator's smile. "I will hear your clarification, Lord Baelish, but lie to me again, and I will have your tongue ripped from your throat before you can slither away." Oberyn had intended to keep Littlefinger's secret until first light, when he could speak to Robert in private. A single night's patience, that was all he needed. But as he made his way through a dim corridor of the Red Keep, 10 figures emerged from the shadows, steel in their hands. Their eyes glinted with the hunger of hired blades. Oberyn recognized the cunning in their formation. This was no random robbery. He had been followed, cornered, and the clench in his gut told him exactly who was behind it. Littlefinger must have known his gambit was nearly exposed and decided to remove the Prince of Dorne before dawn could betray him. Oberyn drew his dagger and lunged, swift as a snake, cutting down the first man who rushed him. The second slashed at his flank, forcing him to twist away. For a handful of desperate heartbeats, Oberyn fought alone, sparks dancing off stone walls as blades clashed. Then, like a sudden gust of wind, another force crashed into the melee. Robert Baratheon himself barreled in, along with 6 of the Kingsguard. They had chosen a different route from the Hands Chambers to the royal quarters, something Littlefinger could not have predicted. With Ser Barristan at the fore, the white-cloaked knights sprang forward, swords flashing silver in the torchlight. Steel hacked into flesh, and the corridor rang with cries and the wet sound of steel biting bone. In the chaos, Oberyn took a vicious cut to his shoulder, the shock nearly spinning him off balance. He stumbled, clutching the wound, as the Kingsguard finished off the last of the cutthroats. Breathing hard, Robert knelt beside Oberyn, who sank to his knees with blood streaming down his arm. The Dornish prince's vision swam, but he managed to lift his gaze and fix it on Robert. His mouth twisted in a grimace of pain, yet his voice emerged clear and sharp. "Baelish," he spat. He sold you out. A traitor." The words slipped from his lips just before darkness edged out his sight. Even as he collapsed, he felt Robert's strong hand gripping his arm, and saw Ser Barristan's stoic, blood-smeared face bent close in concern. The last thing Oberyn knew was the cold sting of betrayal etched on Robert's face as the truth of Littlefinger's deceit took hold. Robert raged in his chambers, stalking back and forth like a caged beast. The news of Oberyn's ambush and his whispered accusation against Littlefinger had lit a furnace in the king's heart. With a snarl, he snatched up his battle axe, the weapon an echo of the old rebellion days, and slammed its butt end against the floor. At once, Ned Stark and Stannis Baratheon appeared at the threshold, the Gold Cloak's commander hurrying in behind them. "Gather 1,000 men," Robert barked, his voice reverberating off the stone walls. "I want every one of Baelish's filthy establishments razed to the ground this very night. His brothels, his dens, whatever corners he thinks he can hide in. Smoke him out, pull him into the street if you must, and chain him like the worm he is." The Gold Cloak commander bowed with a tense expression, heart pounding at the prospect of unleashing such fury upon the city. Stannis stood rigid, jaw set, while Ned placed a hand on his sword hilt, sober-eyed and grim at the violence about to unfold. "I want him breathing when you drag him back here," Robert continued, eyes aflame. "He'll not slip away or pay his way out of this. Bring him before me alive, so I can take his head with my own hands." The king's final pronouncement echoed with dreadful finality. In the silence that followed, the Gold Cloak commander nodded once, then turned to gather the men. Ned and Stannis exchanged glances, each understanding that there was no stopping Robert now. Justice or vengeance would be swift and brutal, leaving King's Landing with the indelible mark of a monarch betrayed and enraged. They brought Peter Baelish to the Red Keep in the gray light of dawn, wrists shackled before him, ankles bound in iron. His clothes were torn from a night of desperate hiding and frantic flight through the lower quarters of King's Landing. Smoke rose from the charred remains of several of his establishments, each reduced to blackened timbers by the king's men. Most of Littlefinger's silver-tongued suavity had washed away in the chaos, leaving him pale-faced and disheveled as the Gold Cloaks pushed him through the hall. King Robert awaited in the same chamber that had once hosted so many cautious councils. Now the air felt different, charged with fury and betrayal. Ned Stark, Stannis, Renley, and a handful of grim-faced lords stood arrayed behind the king. Outside the windows, the sky held that eerie hush that follows a night of violence. The clank and shuffle of Baelish's chains echoed off the walls, louder than any trumpet call. At the sight of him, Robert rose from his seat with a snarl. Gone was the genial king who once swayed through feasts in a half-drunken cheer. This Robert was all thunder, face dark with rage and betrayal. "Baelish!" he spat, stepping forward. The gold cloaks yanked Littlefinger to his knees. His mouth twitched as if to speak, but no words came. His eyes darted about, searching for any shred of advantage or mercy. "Did you think I wouldn't learn of your dealings with Tywin's men?" Robert demanded, voice hoarse from sleepless fury. "Did you think you could strike at Prince Oberyn on my very doorstep and escape? You would have murdered an ally of the throne to hide your lies. And for what? More gold? More power?" Littlefinger drew a trembling breath, attempting to summon whatever charm he had left. "Your Grace," he began. "There has been a dreadful misunderstanding." "Silence!" Robert thundered. His knuckles whitened around the haft of his battle axe. Ned Stark placed a careful hand on Robert's arm, enough to remind him they needed answers, if any were to be had. Robert let the moment stretch, breathing hard through his nose. Then he spoke again, voice calmer but no less lethal. "Go on, then. Lie if you wish, but one false word, and I'll split that scheming head of yours right here." Baelish swallowed, seemingly weighing his options. He glanced at Ned, then Stannis, then the unimpressed faces surrounding him. I only sought to protect the realm by staying aware of Lannister intentions," he ventured, voice thin. "I had no hand in any attack on Prince Oberyn, only an unfortunate coincidence." Before he could finish, Robert's axe handle cracked against Baelish's jaw, sending him sprawled on the floor. Chains rattled as he groaned. "A coincidence indeed," Robert snarled, leaning over him. "Oberyn named you before he passed out from a sword in his shoulder. Your men were found dead in that hallway, wearing your coin purse, and the knives used on him matched blades from your own brothel guards. Do you deny it?" Baelish spat a bit of blood, his eyes flicking to Renley in a desperate bid for a sympathetic face. Renly's only response was a disgusted curl of the lip. Baelish then tried Ned, but he too turned away. Robert stepped back, breathing unsteadily. "I've heard enough. You are a traitor to the crown. Had it not been for Ser Barristan and the Kingsguard, Prince Oberyn would be dead. Your vile plot failed, and you'll pay for it with your life." At those words, Littlefinger's defiance finally cracked. He dropped his gaze, hands trembling in their cuffs. The last glimmer of hope evaporated under the weight of his accuser's glares. Whatever schemes he'd nurtured, whatever manipulations he had planned, none of it would save him now. The city knew him as Lord Baelish, but in this moment, he was nothing more than a cornered schemer with nowhere left to run. Ned Stark's jaw tightened. Though he had never liked or trusted Littlefinger, it pained him to witness the ruin of a man he had once vaguely known as an ally of sorts. Still, he could not deny the truth. The betrayal was real, and the attempted murder of Oberyn threatened to spark a war within a war. He turned away, letting King Robert's anger run its course. With a jerk of his head, Robert gestured to the gold cloaks. "Chain him in the black cells. I'll pronounce the sentence in the Great Hall once the realm knows of his treachery." The gold cloaks dragged Littlefinger to his feet. He did not struggle. Only his quick, shallow breathing gave any sign of the panic roiling inside. As they hauled him away, Robert stared after him, eyes dark with the bitterness of betrayal. He thought of the wounds on Oberyn, the men murdered in the corridors, and the webs of lies spun right beneath his nose. There would be no mercy for Peter Baelish, of that, Robert Baratheon was certain. The king would cleanse his court of all such serpents, lest their poison jeopardize everything he had fought, killed, and bled to preserve. The great hall of the Red Keep had been prepared for the occasion, with banners hanging heavy and torches burning bright along the walls. Lords and ladies from all across the realm filled the gallery, murmurs of anticipation and dread blending into a restless hum. At the high dais, King Robert Baratheon sat heavily on the Iron Throne, his face a mask of grim resolution. Beside him stood Ned Stark, silent and stoic, while Stannis and Renley Baratheon flanked the throne, expressions unreadable. Petyr Baelish was dragged into the hall, his chains clinking with every forced step. His usual finery was replaced by a simple, rough-spun tunic, and his face was pale, eyes hollow. A stark contrast to the confident courtier who had once navigated these political waters with cunning grace. As he was brought to stand before the throne, the hall fell into a weighted silence. Robert's voice boomed across the stone expanse. "Petyr Baelish, you stand accused of treason against the crown, conspiracy to commit murder, and inciting conflict between great houses. What say you to these charges?" Littlefinger's eyes darted around the room, taking in the array of hostile faces, the absence of any sympathetic gaze. He licked his dry lips and then, with a resigned sigh, began to speak. "Your Grace, I confess," he started, his voice steady despite the tremor of defeat. "I did seek to manipulate the conflicts among the great houses, including the Lannisters. My aim was to secure a better position within the realm, to rise." His voice trailed off as he realized the futility of his words. "Go on," Robert growled, leaning forward, his knuckles white against the cold metal of the throne. Encouraged by the king's interest, or perhaps understanding that nothing could save him now, Petyr continued, "Yes, I sought to use the enmity between Stark and Lannister to my advantage. He swallowed hard. "I did have a role in suggesting the accusations against Queen Cersei, knowing it would stoke the fires of conflict." Whispers rippled through the crowd, lords and ladies exchanging shocked glances as the depth of Baelish's manipulations came to light. "And Prince Oberyn?" Robert pressed, his voice a low rumble of contained rage. Petyr hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I saw an opportunity to remove a dangerous player who threatened my plans. I arranged for his assassination, knowing it would implicate the Lannisters further and escalate the conflict." At this confession, a soft gasp echoed through the hall, and several lords shouted in anger and disbelief. Robert's face darkened, and he looked as if he would leap from the throne himself to exact vengeance. Before another word could be spoken, Stannis stepped forward, his face a mask of cold fury. Without a word, he drew his sword, a sharp, gleaming length of steel that reflected the torchlight with deadly intent. Petyr's eyes widened in sudden fear, and he opened his mouth to continue his plea or perhaps to beg for mercy. But Stannis waited for no further words. With a single swift motion, too quick for any to intervene, he swung his sword. The blade arced through the air with a fatal precision, and Petyr Baelish's head was severed from his shoulders. The sound of steel cutting flesh was sickeningly clear in the sudden silence of the hall. The body crumpled to the floor, blood pooling on the cold stones, as the head rolled to a stop a few feet away, mouth still agape in a silent scream. The hall erupted into chaos, with shouts and cries of horror and approval mingling in the air. Robert sat back in the Iron Throne, his expression unreadable. He had not ordered the execution at that moment, but neither did he seem surprised or displeased by Stannis's action. He raised his hand, and gradually, the hall quieted. "Let this be a lesson," Robert announced, his voice echoing solemnly through the hall. "Let it be known that betrayal of the crown carries the weight of death. Let no man or woman think they can undermine the peace and prosperity of this realm without facing the direst of consequences." As the lords and ladies filed out of the hall, a heavy silence hung over the Red Keep. Stannis sheathed his sword, his expression unchanging, while Ned Stark looked on, his face a mixture of relief and sorrow. The swift justice served that day would be remembered, a stark reminder of the cost of treachery in the realm of the Iron Throne. Jon Snow and Robb Stark rode through the gates of King's Landing with the weight of the North on their shoulders. Jon, wrapped in his dark cloak, felt the unfamiliar heat of the southern sun on his face, a stark contrast to the chill of Castle Black. Beside him, Robb rode with the confident air of the young wolf, his eyes taking in every detail of the sprawling capital that sprawled before them. It was a place of power and intrigue, far removed from the straightforward harshness of the North. They were swiftly escorted to the Red Keep, where Ned Stark awaited them. The reunion between father and sons was brief but filled with unspoken emotions, as there was much to discuss and little time for lengthy greetings. Ned led them through the halls of the keep, where the banners of the Baratheon stag hung beside the dire wolf of Stark. They entered a spacious chamber where King Robert, Stannis, and Renley Baratheon, along with Prince Oberyn Martell, were gathered. The tension of recent events hung palpably in the air, mixing with an underlying current of relief at the purge of deceit from their ranks. Robert's boisterous greeting filled the room as he clapped eyes on Jon and Rob, welcoming them to the capital. "Ah, the young wolves of the north," Robert bellowed, his voice a resounding boom that seemed to shake the very stones. "Your father has told me much about you both. It's good to finally have you here where the real game is played." Stannis offered a nod of acknowledgement, his stern face softening just slightly. Renley, with his easy charm, smiled and offered a more heartfelt welcome, praising their swift journey and expressing his relief at their safe arrival. As they all gathered around a large table strewn with maps and letters, Ned quickly brought his sons up to speed on the delicate state of affairs, the recent betrayal by Littlefinger, the looming threat of Tywin Lannister, and the need for unity and strong alliances. Jon, feeling somewhat out of his depth, listened intently. He was used to the clear, immediate dangers of the Wall and beyond, not the intricate, shadowed perils of royal politics. Yet, as he looked around at the men in the room, he felt a surge of respect. Here were leaders who had weathered storms he could barely imagine. Meanwhile, Oberyn Martell observed quietly from the side. His usual fiery demeanor was subdued, his thoughtful gaze passing over the young Starks, the seasoned Baratheons, and his old friend Ned. Despite the turmoil that had brought them all together, there was a nobility in this gathering, a shared sense of purpose that transcended personal grievances and ambitions. Perhaps moved by the weight of their collective responsibility or by memories of battles fought both in the open and in the shadows, a single tear escaped Oberyn's eye. He quickly wiped it away, masking any vulnerability with a slight, knowing smile. Rob, noticing Oberyn's quiet moment, felt a pang of kinship. Despite the vast differences in their backgrounds and experiences, here was a man who understood the cost of leadership, the sacrifices it demanded, and the rare moments when honor and duty aligned, creating something worth standing for. As the discussion turned to strategies for reinforcing their positions and responding to any move by Tywin, Jon felt the weight of his Stark heritage fully. Here, in this room, decisions would be made that could shape the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. And though he was young and untested in such matters, he knew he had a role to play, a duty to his family and to the realm. The meeting stretched long into the evening, with plans made, alliances strengthened, and the bonds of mutual respect deepened. By the time they adjourned, Jon and Rob felt not just as spectators but as integral parts of the intricate dance of power that was Westerosi politics. And for Oberyn, watching these young men take their place at the table with such grave and earnest determination offered a glimmer of hope in the often grim landscape of their shared challenges. In the dimming light of the council chamber, as candles flickered and cast long shadows against the stone walls, the discussion took a darker turn. Robb Stark, his brow furrowed in concentration, brought forward a new concern, his voice carrying a seriousness beyond his years. "There's talk from the east that's troubling," Robb began, capturing the attention of the room. "Spies in Pentos report that Tywin and Kevin Lannister are seeking mercenaries from the Golden Company. They're not just bolstering their ranks. They're desperate, reaching out to the slavers of Myr and even beyond." The men around the table exchanged uneasy glances, the implications of such alliances dawning on them. Stannis' lips thinned, his distaste for such tactics evident, while Ned Stark's gaze turned steely, knowing well the threat that mercenaries and slavers could pose. As they digested this information, the chamber doors opened with a gentle creak, and a figure cloaked in red entered. The Red Priest, a visitor from across the narrow sea, was an uncommon sight in the court of King's Landing, but his knowledge of Eastern movements and lore had proved valuable in the past. "My lords," the priest began, his voice resonant and carrying a hint of foreign intonations. While the concerns of the Golden Company are indeed pressing, there are other whispers that might be of interest to this council. Whispers of Daenerys Stormborn and her dragons. This mention of dragons stirred a mix of skepticism and curiosity among the council members. Dragons had been thought long extinct, the last of them dying out nearly a century ago, leaving only skulls in the depths of the Red Keep. Not only has Daenerys been seen with 3 young dragons, the priest continued, his eyes glowing with a fervor that spoke of deep belief, but sailors returning from the smoking sea speak of larger shadows in the skies, dragons the size of Balerion the Dread, soaring above what remains of old Valyria. Something powerful stirs there, something that could change the balance of power in the known world. Silence followed his proclamation. The idea seemed fantastical, yet coming from a red priest, it carried a weight that could not be easily dismissed. Oberyn Martell, always intrigued by the mystical, leaned forward, his interest piqued. Dragons the size of Balerion? Oberyn mused aloud. If true, such creatures could alter not just wars, but entire kingdoms. What do you propose we do with this information? The priest spread his hands, his robes shifting with the movement. Watch, listen, and prepare. The rebirth of dragons could signify the return of magic to our world. A power that many thought lost. Could also mean the rise of new leaders, new threats, or new allies. The Dragon Queen could be a formidable force, either for destruction or for rebirth. Jon Snow, who had listened intently, spoke up, his voice steady. If the Lannisters are uniting with mercenaries and slavers, perhaps it's time we consider how we might reach out to this Targaryen girl. If she commands dragons, she commands a power that none can match. Ned nodded in agreement, seeing the wisdom in his son's words. It is a risky gambit, reaching out to a Targaryen given our history. But if the world is changing, we must adapt with it, not react when it's too late. Robert Baratheon, who had been listening closely, finally gave a gruff nod. Make inquiries. Send spies if we must. But I want more information on these dragons and Daenerys. If there's a storm brewing in the east, I'd rather meet it head-on than wait for it to land on our shores. As the meeting adjourned, the council members left with much to consider. The potential of a new era, marked by the return of dragons, loomed large in their thoughts. For some, it was a sign of potential doom. For others, a sign of opportunity. Either way, the Game of Thrones was evolving, and they would need to be ready for whatever came next. As the council dispersed, Robb Stark pulled his father and Stannis aside, his expression serious and troubled. Father, trusting a Targaryen girl seems like madness. Robb began, glancing toward the doors to ensure they were not overheard. We fought too hard to stabilize the realm to now gamble it on legends and old blood. Ned Stark, always thoughtful, listened closely to his son's concerns. He understood the weight of the decision, the complexity of re-engaging with a house that they had helped to overthrow. Yet, the Red Priest's words hung heavily in his mind, adding layers to every thought. Before Ned could respond, Stannis interjected, his voice firm and carrying the weight of conviction. Robb, I share your concerns about trusting Targaryens. However, if there are indeed dragons the size of Balerion the Dread roaming the world again, we are facing a power that could overshadow every army in Westeros. Stannis' stern gaze shifted between Ned and Robb. This isn't merely about alliances or trust. It's about survival. If these creatures exist and are not just sailors' tales, ignoring them could lead to our destruction. The return of dragons of that magnitude is a war we cannot win through conventional means. Robert must understand this. Robb frowned, the implications dawning upon him as stark as the cold winds of the north. So we're to watch and wait? See how this unfolds before we make our move. His voice held a tinge of frustration, the impatience of youth and a commander used to direct action rather than cautious observation. Ned placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a gesture both comforting and grounding. Yes, Robb, we must gather intelligence, understand the truth of these claims. This Daenerys, if she is indeed a queen with dragons, she's not simply another claimant to the throne. She could be a cataclysm that reshapes the very landscape of power. Stannis nodded in agreement. Robert should be wary of engaging in a war based on pride or disdain for old enemies. If dragons are involved, we must adapt our strategies. We might even need to consider an alliance, however distasteful that might seem. The conversation left Rob contemplative and somewhat uneasy. He had grown up on stories of the Mad King and the last terrible days of the Targaryen reign. The idea of now reaching out to a Targaryen, potentially aligning with them, was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, Stannis's words echoed with truth. The potential return of dragons was not a challenge they could ignore or wish away. It was a threat or an opportunity that could not be met with swords and shields alone. Ned watched his son wrestle with these realizations, knowing well the burden of leadership and the complexities it wrought. "Let's keep this between us for now," he suggested softly. "We'll prepare Robert gradually for the notion that the world might be far different than what we've known, and we'll continue to gather information. For now, caution is our ally." As they rejoined the others, the air of the Red Keep felt charged with the weight of their secret fears and the ghostly wings of dragons stirring in the east. The Game of Thrones was indeed evolving, and none could afford to cling blindly to old grudges or past victories. The future demanded wisdom, adaptability, and perhaps an unprecedented unity. In the cool, dim light of the king's private chambers, Ned Stark approached King Robert Baratheon with a gravity that matched the seriousness of their situation. The recent revelations about Daenerys Targaryen and the possible existence of enormous dragons had unsettled them both, casting long shadows over their understanding of the realm's security. Robert sat heavily upon a sturdy chair, his brow furrowed as he mulled over goblets of dark wine. The usual raucous laughter and bawdy tales were absent tonight. Instead, a thick silence hung in the air, punctuated only by the occasional crackling from the hearth. "Robert," Ned began, his voice low and earnest, "we've faced many threats together, from rebels to usurpers, but dragons the size of Balerion the Dread are not merely another enemy army. They are a force of nature we cannot hope to defeat with swords alone." Robert's gaze was distant, reflecting the flickering firelight as he considered Ned's words. He took a deep breath, the weight of kingship evident in his somber demeanor. "Ned, you know I've never been one to shy away from battle. But what you're saying, it's madness to think we could match such power if it truly exists." Ned nodded, standing firm and resolute beside his old friend. "It's not just the dragons, Robert. It's what they represent. Daenerys has not only survived but thrived. She has followers, believers in her cause. If she indeed has dragons, her power is not just military but symbolic. It's a rallying cry that could turn even our staunchest allies curious, if not outright supportive." Robert rubbed his temples, the implications of Ned's words sinking in. "So, what are you suggesting?" he asked, a trace of his old fire returning, though tempered by caution. "We need to be strategic, not just with our armies, but in our diplomacy. Watching and waiting isn't enough. We should consider opening communications. If Daenerys is as formidable as they say, an alliance might serve us better than opposition," Ned proposed, knowing full well the bitter taste such counsel might leave. Robert let out a long sigh, his hand absently stroking the arm of his chair. "An alliance with a Targaryen," he muttered, almost to himself, the irony not lost on him. After a long silence, he looked up at Ned with a grave nod. "All right, Ned, begin the preparations. Send envoys if you must. We'll see what this dragon queen is made of and if she's willing to parley." "Thank you, Robert. It's a cautious path, but it may be the only one that ensures our realm's survival," Ned replied, feeling the burden of their decision but confident in the wisdom of their approach. As Ned left the chambers, Robert remained seated, staring into the flames that cast giant shadows against the walls, shadows that might be dwarfed by the wings of dragons. In that moment, the King of the Seven Kingdoms felt the full weight of his crown and the enormity of the challenge they might soon face. It was a war of scale and fire they could not win by swords alone, a truth that now lay heavy on his heart. In the shadowed halls of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister strategized amidst the grandeur of his ancestral home. With the rise of new threats and the potential return of the Targaryens, each move in the great Game of Thrones needed to be calculated with precision. His eyes, ever unyielding, were fixed on a large map of the known world, his fingers tracing the intricate trade routes that connected Westeros to the distant cities of Essos. "Kevin?" Tywin spoke, his voice echoing slightly in the vast chamber. "The time has come to secure our position beyond mere gold and influence. We need power that can counteract these rumored dragons. The slavers of Myr have resources we need. Go to Meereen, treat with them, secure their allegiance." Kevin Lannister, ever the loyal brother, nodded firmly. "I understand, Tywin. I will leave at once and ensure our family's interests are safeguarded." His expression was grave, understanding the importance of this mission not just for their house but for the stability of their rule. The journey across the narrow sea was swift, with Kevin's ship cutting through the waves under the banner of the Golden Lion. Upon reaching Meereen, the stark contrast between the opulence of Casterly Rock and the brutal efficiency of the slaver cities struck him. Yet he wasted no time in discomfort and proceeded straight to the heart of the city, where the slavers conducted their dark dealings. In the shadowy, torchlit chambers of the slaver lords, Kevin met with key figures, his presence commanding yet diplomatic. "My lords," he began, his voice carrying the authority of House Lannister. "The realm of Westeros stands on the brink of a great upheaval. Rumors of dragons have stirred the people and nobles alike. Casterly Rock seeks powerful allies in these turbulent times." The slavers, cunning and calculating, listened intently, their eyes glinting with the prospect of gold and further power. "And what does Tywin Lannister offer us in return for our fleets and our swords?" one of the slavers asked, his tone sharp. Kevin responded smoothly, "Riches beyond your current grasp, trade agreements that will open Westeros to you like never before, and protection under the banner of the Lion." His offer was generous, crafted by Tywin to tempt their greed and ambition. After hours of negotiation, marked by the careful exchange of promises and threats veiled in courteous words, Kevin succeeded in securing a tentative allegiance. The slavers agreed to support House Lannister with their formidable private armies and fleets, intrigued by the potential rewards and the strategic position it offered them in the politics of Westeros. As Kevin sailed back to Casterly Rock, the agreement in hand, the sea seemed less a barrier and more a bridge linking the raw power of Essos to the refined cunning of Westeros. Tywin's plan was set into motion, a new piece placed on the board in anticipation of the fire and fury that might soon come from across the narrow sea. Tywin awaited his brother's return, prepared to wield this new alliance as a potent counter to any threat the Dragon Queen might pose. The Game of Thrones was adapting, and Tywin Lannister was not one to be left behind. Upon his return to Casterly Rock, Kevin Lannister was quick to seek an audience with Tywin in the dimly lit strategy room where the fate of their house was often decided. The air was thick with the scent of parchments and the cool stone of the castle. Kevin, with the weight of his negotiations upon his shoulders, relayed the outcomes of his mission across the narrow sea. "Tywin," Kevin began, his tone measured yet carrying a hint of concern. "The slavers of Meereen have agreed to an alliance, but it is with reservations. They are wary of fully committing their resources." He paused, gauging his brother's reaction in the flickering torchlight. "And why is that?" Tywin asked, his voice devoid of surprise but sharp with interest. He leaned forward, his eyes piercing as he regarded his brother. "They fear the Targaryen girl," Kevin explained. "Daenerys has not only the loyalty of those she has freed but also 3 growing dragons. The slavers' concern is that her influence and power might soon eclipse their own, especially among the disenfranchised and the enslaved." Tywin's gaze hardened at the mention of dragons, a threat he could neither ignore nor dismiss lightly. "And there is more," Kevin continued, the words cautious as he delved deeper into the rumors that had stirred uneasy whispers among the slavers. "There is talk of a mysterious figure in Old Valyria, seen amidst ruins that none dare approach. This figure is said to command dragons the size of Balerion, casting great shadows that disturb the very fabric of magic." This has unsettled not only the slavers but also practitioners of magic across the region. Tywin remained silent for a moment, processing the strategic implications. The return of such formidable dragons could shift the balance of power fundamentally and unpredictably. So, they offer us only minor support, hedging their bets against this Targaryen and the shadows of old Valyria, he stated flatly, his mind already turning over the possibilities. Yes, they propose a contingent of ships and men, but nothing that could not be recalled should the tide turn against us, Kevin confirmed, his frustration evident. He knew well the need for stronger assurances in the face of such threats. This is a delicate time, Tywin mused, his fingers steepled before him. We must be judicious with our alliances and our displays of power. If these dragons and this mysterious figure possess the strength rumored, we may need to recalibrate our position. Kevin nodded, understanding the precariousness of their situation. What will you have us do, Tywin? We will accept their offer, but begin preparations for other contingencies. Tywin decided with a strategic foresight that had long defined his rule. Keep our forces alert and flexible. Enhance our naval capabilities, and send spies to gather more information about this Targaryen girl and the happenings in Valyria. We must not be caught unprepared. As you command, Kevin replied, relieved to have clear directives yet uneasy about the uncertain future they faced. As the meeting concluded, Tywin remained alone in the room, staring into the flickering shadows cast by the torches. The possibility of dragons the size of Balerion the Dread loomed large in his thoughts, a potential threat that could undermine all that the Lannisters had worked so tirelessly to build. In the Game of Thrones, dragons were not merely pieces to be moved but forces of nature that could redefine the playing field entirely. In the imposing shadow of the Iron Throne, the grandeur of the Great Hall did little to comfort Tyrion Lannister as he was brought forward, his chains clinking softly with each hesitant step. The throne room was filled with lords and ladies, all eyes fixed upon the small figure who stood accused not just by lineage but by the weight of his family's infamous deeds. King Robert Baratheon sat upon the throne, his stern gaze a heavy weight, yet within it lay a curiosity about the man known as the Imp. As Tyrion stood before the throne, his gaze was defiant, meeting the king's without falter. He knew well the prejudices against him, exacerbated by his stature and his surname. Your Grace, Tyrion began, his voice clear and resonant in the cavernous hall. I stand before you accused by virtue of my birth, yet I ask you to judge me by my actions, not my family's. Before Robert could respond, Ned Stark stepped forward, a man known for his honor and justice. Your Grace, Ned interjected, addressing the king with a respectful nod. I've known Tyrion Lannister for some time. He is not his father, nor is he his sister. We have no evidence linking him to the crimes of House Lannister. It would be unjust to hold him accountable for their actions. Robert's brow furrowed as he considered Ned's words. The hall fell silent, awaiting his judgment. After a moment that stretched long and thin, Robert leaned forward, his voice booming yet not without an undertone of reason. Lord Imp, you find yourself in dire times, shadowed not just by your stature but by your name. However, the Honorable Ned Stark speaks on your behalf, and I find his counsel not without merit. Turning his attention fully to Tyrion, Robert's expression softened slightly. You will remain a guest of my court, he decreed, the words echoing off the stone walls. Under guard, of course, until this conflict is resolved. Let it not be said that Robert Baratheon does not show mercy or fails to heed the counsel of his most trusted advisors. Tyrion bowed his head slightly, a mix of relief and irritation flickering across his features. Being under guard was not freedom, but it was far from the execution or dungeon he had feared might be his fate. Thank you, Your Grace, for your fairness, Tyrion said, his tone carrying a slight edge of his usual wit. A lion does not often find shelter in a stag's den, but I find it more comforting than the company of snakes. A murmur rippled through the crowd at Tyrion's words, some faces smirking, others scowling. Ned gave Tyrion a brief nod, a silent message of support, while Robert chuckled, appreciating the wit even in such dire circumstances. As Tyrion was led away, under the watchful eyes of the king's guards, the alliances and tensions within the realm seemed ever more complex. Robert sat back, a thoughtful look crossing his kingly features, pondering the role this clever Lannister might yet play in the unfolding drama of his reign. In the Game of Thrones, even the smallest players could move mountains, or at the very least, unsettle kings. In the guarded confines of the Red Keep, Jon Snow found Tyrion Lannister in a small, well-appointed chamber that served both as a living space and a gilded cage. The door was unbarred for Jon, whose stark cloak swished quietly as he entered. Tyrion was perched near a window that offered a view of the bustling city below, seemingly lost in thought until he noticed Jon's reflection in the glass. "Ah, the illustrious Jon Snow," Tyrion greeted, turning with a slight smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Come to see how the less fortunate nobility spends his days in captivity?" Jon closed the door behind him and approached, his expression one of earnest concern. "I came to talk, Tyrion. I thought you might have insight into what's happening. You always seem to see the board more clearly than most." Tyrion chuckled dryly, motioning Jon to join him by the window. Insight? Perhaps. Clear vision? If only that were enough to change the nature of the game. He paused, gesturing toward the bustling streets of King's Landing visible below. "This city is a hive of whispered secrets and not-so-quiet ambitions. My sister and father moved their pieces, and here I sit, wondering if I'm a player or yet another piece." Jon leaned against the stone sill, his gaze thoughtful. "You're not the only one caught in the currents of greater schemes," he admitted, thinking of his own complex lineage and the burdens it carried. "But you managed to hold your own better than most." "It's the survival instinct," Tyrion said with a wry twist of his lips, plus a dash of Lannister stubbornness. "But tell me, Jon, how fares the North in all this? I hear dragons are now part of this tangled web." Jon's expression darkened slightly. "Dragons could change everything, not just for the North, but for all the realms. We're trying to understand where we stand amidst these new elements." "Dragons," Tyrion mused, his voice tinged with a mix of fascination and concern. "Fire made flesh, they say. And fire, as we know, consumes." He looked up at Jon, his eyes sharp. "It's a wise man who seeks to understand such power rather than confront it outright. And what of the Targaryen girl? Any thoughts on how she might fit into the Stark's future?" Jon shifted uncomfortably, the weight of the possibilities bearing down on him. "We're still deciding. There's much we don't know, but an alliance hasn't been ruled out. It could be beneficial, depending on her intentions." "Ah, alliances," Tyrion sighed, turning back to gaze out the window. "They are as fragile as they are necessary, and often as dangerous as the foes they protect against." He gave Jon a sidelong glance. "You, however, seem a type who might just bridge the chasm between ancient enemies. Stark honor and Targaryen ambition. It would be a thing to see." Jon nodded, the conversation giving him much to consider. "Thank you, Tyrion. Your perspective is valuable, as always." Tyrion waved a dismissive hand, but his smile was genuine this time. "Think nothing of it, Jon Snow. Just remember, when playing the Game of Thrones, even a pawn can checkmate a king if moved wisely." As Jon left Tyrion's room, his mind churned with the layered complexities of their discussion. Tyrion, for all his jests and jibes, had the knack for unraveling the essence of the most convoluted situations. And in these uncertain times, Jon knew that understanding these layers, whether dragons or dynasties, would be crucial. Jon Snow sought counsel with Ned Stark, Oberyn Martell, and King Robert Baratheon, urging them to consider an unconventional ally. They convened in a private chamber, away from the prying ears of the court, where Jon laid out his proposal with a mix of earnestness and strategic insight. "Your Grace, Uncle, Prince Oberyn," Jon began, addressing each man with the respect due their stations. "I've spoken with Tyrion Lannister. Despite the shadows cast by his family's actions, I believe he possesses a mind that could prove invaluable to us." Robert, seated behind a heavy oak table, looked skeptical but intrigued. His relationship with the Lannisters was fraught, yet his interest in useful tools was well known. "You think the imp can be trusted, Jon?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of the challenge he felt toward the notion. Jon nodded firmly. "Yes, Your Grace. Tyrion is intelligent and well-informed, perhaps more than many in his family would like. His insights into Lord Tywin's strategies could help us anticipate and counteract moves before they're made." Ned Stark, ever the voice of cautious wisdom, added, "Robert, my son has a point. Tyrion has shown himself to be a man of different cloth than his father and sister. His knowledge of the Westerlands and the inner workings of his house could be invaluable. He's no warrior, but wars are not won by strength alone." Oberyn Martell, who had been quietly listening, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I've observed the younger Lannister during my time in the capital. He's clever, uses words and wit where others use steel. If we can ensure his loyalty, his perspective could indeed prove advantageous." Robert drummed his fingers on the table, considering the potential benefits against the risks. After a moment, his face set into a decision. "All right, Jon, we'll allow Tyrion Lannister to sit in on council meetings. But," he raised a finger, emphasizing his next condition, "he will be closely watched, and if he steps out of line, the responsibility will be on you." Jon nodded, accepting the terms. "Thank you, Your Grace. I believe this will serve us well." With the matter settled, preparations were made to bring Tyrion into the fold. His chains were removed, and he was treated more as a guest under watchful eye than a prisoner. When informed of his new role, Tyrion's initial expression of surprise quickly gave way to a smirk. "Well, it seems I'll have the chance to prove my worth after all," he remarked dryly, his mind already turning over the possibilities this unexpected turn of events presented. As Tyrion joined the next council meeting, his sharp observations and nuanced understanding of Lannister tactics quickly made an impression. Even Robert found himself grudgingly respecting the imp's contributions. While the shadow of his lineage still loomed large, Tyrion's role shifted subtly from a suspected foe to an asset in their strategic planning, all under the watchful eyes of those who had placed their trust, however tentatively, in his intellectual prowess. On the shores of Slaver's Bay, Daenerys Targaryen stood overlooking the sea, her dragons soaring above the water, their cries echoing against the wind. She had recently taken Astapor in a bold move, acquiring an army of Unsullied in the process, a feat that had greatly expanded her power and influence in the region. Beside her, Ser Jorah Mormont, known in Westeros as Jorah the Undull, shared news and counsel, always vigilant of the shifting dynamics both near and far. "Khaleesi, your conquest of Astapor has sent ripples through the free cities and beyond." Jorah began, his voice rough but earnest. "Word of your dragons and your victories has traveled fast, even reaching the ears of those in Westeros." Daenerys turned to face him, her expression composed yet curious. "And what do they say in Westeros about us, Ser Jorah?" Her interest in her ancestral homeland was both personal and political, a mix of her birthright and her growing ambition. "They are wary, Your Grace," Jorah replied, choosing his words carefully. "Your rise to power has not gone unnoticed. King Robert and his council are keeping an eye on your movements, considering the implications of your claim and your dragons." Daenerys's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the Baratheon king. "Robert Baratheon still sits on the Iron Throne, then?" Her tone was detached, yet the underlying note of disdain for the man who had usurped her family was unmistakable. "For now, yes, Khaleesi," Jorah confirmed. "But Westeros is ever a land of shifting allegiances and simmering conflicts. The Starks of Winterfell, the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, and other great houses continually vie for power and influence. Your presence and heritage could very well tip the scales should you choose to claim your father's throne." Daenerys looked out towards the horizon, her thoughts as distant as the lands she contemplated. "And what of the people? Will they accept a Targaryen after all these years?" Ser Jorah nodded slowly, his gaze steady on Daenerys. "There are those who still remember your family with fondness and those who fear the madness of your father. Yet, with your dragons, you represent a power that could unite or terrify. It will depend much on how you present yourself, either as a conqueror or as a liberator. Daenerys absorbed his words, her resolve hardening. I will be both if I must. I will take what is mine with fire and blood, Ser Jorah. But I will also bring justice and fairness, unlike the usurpers who now hold my father's throne. Jorah bowed his head in respect. Then we must plan carefully, Your Grace. We need more allies, and we must strengthen our position further before crossing the narrow sea. The Game of Thrones is deadly, and you must be prepared in every way. Yes, we will continue to gather strength. Daenerys agreed, her voice filled with the promise of retribution and renewal. And one day soon, the dragons will return to Westeros. When they do, the realm will remember what it means to have a Targaryen as their queen. As they continued to discuss strategies and alliances, Daenerys felt the weight of her destiny upon her shoulders. She knew the road back to Westeros would be fraught with peril, but she also felt a fierce joy at the prospect of reclaiming her birthright. With each passing day, her dragons grew stronger, as did her resolve. Westeros would soon feel the heat of her fire and the strength of her will. As Daenerys Targaryen and Ser Jorah Mormont continued their discussion on the windswept shores near Astapor, a figure approached them, a red priest, clad in the distinctive fiery robes that marked the followers of R'hllor. The priest bowed deeply before Daenerys, his eyes intense with the fervor of his faith. "Great Queen," he intoned, his voice resonant with the power of his convictions. "I bring you tidings from across the seas, from the haunted ruins of old Valyria where few dare to tread." He paused, ensuring he had the full attention of the Khaleesi and her protector. "There are rumors, whispered on the lips of those who consort with shadows and flame, of a sorcerer in old Valyria who commands dragons of immeasurable size. Creatures said to dwarf even Balerion the Black Dread in their might." Daenerys's interest was piqued immediately. The mention of dragons always drew her attention, particularly when spoken of in such awe-inspiring terms. "Continue," she commanded, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. The priest nodded, the light of the setting sun casting long shadows across his face. "This sorcerer is shrouded in mystery, yet they say he is the heir of House Bellarys, a lineage thought lost to time and disaster. He claims descent from Orion himself, who once proclaimed himself Emperor of Valyria after the Doom and ventured into its heart with his host, never to be seen again." Jorah Mormont frowned, skeptical of tales woven from shadows and rumors. And why should the Queen heed such tales? The world is full of men claiming ancient lineage and power. The priest's gaze did not waver, because, noble Ser, if true, this sorcerer possesses power that could challenge even Daenerys Stormborn. His dragons are not mere beasts but symbols of true Valyrian might resurrected. Understanding this power could be crucial for your queen's quest to reclaim her throne. Daenerys considered the priest's words carefully. Her journey had taught her the value of every piece of information, especially regarding dragons. "How do you suggest we proceed?" she asked, her mind racing with the implications of another Targaryen, or any Valyrian, wielding such power. "I would urge caution, yet also curiosity, Your Grace," the priest replied. "Seek knowledge of this sorcerer, perhaps send scouts to learn more, or even venture there when you are ready. The secrets of old Valyria could hold the key to mastering the dragons you command and understanding the threats you face." "Very well," Daenerys said after a moment's deliberation. "We will consider your advice carefully. The mystery of this sorcerer and his dragons must be unraveled." The Red Priest bowed again. "Thank you, Queen Daenerys. May the light of R'hllor guide your path to truth and power." With those parting words, he turned and departed, leaving Daenerys and Jorah to ponder the possibilities of what lay hidden in the ruins of Valyria. Secrets that might bolster their cause or herald new dangers in the turbulent times to come. After the Red Priest's departure, Jorah Mormont and Daenerys lingered by the shore, the crash of the waves a muted backdrop to their intense conversation. Jorah's brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed on the horizon but his mind clearly elsewhere. "Khaleesi," Jorah began, his tone serious, reflecting the weight of his thoughts. "While the tales of ancient dragons and sorcerers might stir the blood, we must tread carefully. Dragons larger than Balerion are a threat unlike any other, not just to your enemies but potentially to all, including yourself. Daenerys looked at Yora, her expression composed yet thoughtful. The dragons she had were like children to her, but she was not naive about the power they wielded. The potential of encountering creatures even more formidable was both exhilarating and daunting. "I understand your concerns, Ser Yora," Daenerys replied, "and I share them, but if such dragons exist, wouldn't knowing more about them serve us better than ignorance? If there is someone out there who has managed to bring forth dragons from the ashes of Valyria, then surely that knowledge could help us understand my own children better." Yora nodded, conceding the point. Yes, knowledge is a weapon, perhaps the most powerful one, but it is also a beacon that attracts all manner of dangers. If we pursue this sorcerer and his dragons, others will as well, drawn by the lure of such power. And some may not be as restrained or noble in their intentions as you, my queen. Daenerys walked slowly along the shore, her gaze distant. "Then we must be the first," she decided with a firmness that brooked no argument. "And the wisest. We will not rush into this blind. We will gather intelligence, assess the risks, and if we choose to seek out this sorcerer, it will be with eyes wide open and every precaution taken." Yora, reassured somewhat by her measured approach, nodded. "I will begin making discreet inquiries, find those who might know more about the currents that swirl around Old Valyria. It's a place wrapped in myth and peril, but it's also a part of who you are, Khaleesi. Understanding it could indeed give you greater command over your destiny, and perhaps over the destiny of many others," Daenerys added, her voice carrying a mixture of resolve and a hint of destiny. "If dragons once again fill the skies of Westeros, it should be under a banner of peace, not conquest. Maybe what we learn can ensure that." Yora looked at Daenerys with renewed admiration. Her capacity to see beyond mere power, to envision a world ruled by justice rather than fear, reminded him why he had thrown his lot in with this young queen, exiled and hunted though she had been. She did not just want to reclaim her father's throne. She wanted to transform the realm it ruled. Together, they returned to their camp, plans forming, ready to face whatever mysteries or monsters lay hidden in the shattered heart of Valyria. As the evening wind swept across the camp, Daenerys Targaryen stood outside her command tent, gazing into the flickering flames of nearby torches that mirrored the fire of her dragons in the distance. Jorah Mormont joined her, his face set in a thoughtful expression, knowing the importance of their next decisions. "Ser Jorah," Daenerys began, her voice steady yet imbued with the weight of leadership, "I have been considering our position and our path forward. Westeros is not just a land from which I was exiled. It is my birthright, and yet I know little of its currents and its kings." Jorah nodded, understanding the strategic and personal dilemmas entwined in her quest. "Yes, Khaleesi, Westeros is a complex tapestry of allegiances and enmities. Navigating it requires both strength and wisdom." Daenerys continued, "I believe it may be time to open a dialogue with Robert Baratheon, not as a conqueror, but as a ruler seeking understanding. Perhaps we should send an envoy to discuss diplomacy directly. It might pave the way for a more peaceful return to my homeland." Jorah's brows furrowed slightly at the suggestion. "It is a bold move, Khaleesi. King Robert is known for his prowess in battle and his hatred for the Targaryens, which was strong enough to lead a rebellion. He may take your offer of diplomacy as a sign of weakness, or worse, a trap." Daenerys considered his words, her eyes never leaving the flames. "Or he might see it as an opportunity for peace, a way to avoid further bloodshed. My dragons are growing, and soon their presence will be undeniable. If we can offer a hand first, perhaps we can reshape our return into something other than war." Jorah approached her, his loyalty clear in his eyes. "If you choose to send an envoy, Khaleesi, we must choose carefully. The person must not only understand our intentions but also be capable of navigating the treacherous waters of the Westerosi court. They must be able to gauge if Robert's intentions are honorable or if his counsel sways him towards conflict." "Indeed," Daenerys said softly, We need someone who understands both the language of Westeros and the subtleties of power. This envoy must represent the strength of the Targaryens and the peace I intend to bring as queen." Jorah thought for a moment, then suggested, "Perhaps someone from Westeros itself, someone who has seen both the horrors of war and the potential for peace. Someone like Ser Barristan Selmy, if he were willing. His honor is respected by many, and his word carries weight." As Daenerys and Ser Jorah Mormont continued to deliberate on the best course of action for establishing a diplomatic channel with King Robert Baratheon, the idea of sending a neutral party remained at the forefront of their strategy. They sat in Daenerys' tent, a map of the known world spread out before them, indicating the vast distances and intricate politics between them and Westeros. "Khaleesi, if not a merchant or a scholar, perhaps we might consider another option," Jorah suggested after a moment of contemplation. "We could send a representative from the clergy, someone who speaks the language of peace and goodwill." Daenerys looked intrigued. "Do you have someone in mind, Ser Jorah?" "Yes, a red priest," Jorah proposed. "Their order is respected in many parts of the world for their dedication to the Lord of Light, and they are known to be powerful orators and diplomats. They have no direct ties to Westerosi politics, which could make them an ideal envoy to demonstrate our peaceful intentions." Daenerys considered the proposal carefully. A red priest could indeed carry our message of rebirth and change, themes that resonate deeply with their faith. Their knowledge of prophecy and visions might also appeal to certain elements within Westeros, adding a spiritual weight to our political overtures. Jorah nodded. "Exactly, Khaleesi, and their presence could subtly remind Robert and his court of the magic and power that now backs your claim, without the overt threat that an armed envoy might represent." "Who would you suggest we send?" Daenerys asked, thinking about the red priests she had encountered. "There is Moqorro," Jorah suggested. "He is wise and has shown great insight into the machinations of the world. His understanding of both Eastern and Western cultures could bridge the gap between us and Westeros." "Let us invite Moqorro to discuss this task," Daenerys decided. "I will speak to him personally about our goals and the delicate nature of this mission. We need to ensure he fully understands the nuances of our message." "Understood, Khaleesi," Jorah responded, getting up to arrange the meeting. "I'll have him brought to you as soon as possible." As Jorah exited the tent, Daenerys returned her gaze to the map, her mind weaving through the possible outcomes of this diplomatic gamble. Sending a fire priest as an envoy to King Robert carried risks, but it also offered a unique opportunity to open a dialogue that could potentially pave the way for her return to Westeros. It was a move not just of power, but of faith. Faith in the visions of her dragons, the righteousness of her cause, and the hope that even across vast seas and entrenched enmities, change was still possible. As Daenerys and Jorah Mormont discussed the strategic plan for sending an envoy to King Robert, Jorah felt it necessary to temper Daenerys' expectations with a dose of harsh reality. He approached the topic with caution, understanding the depth of Daenerys' claim to the throne and her emotional connection to her birthright. "Khaleesi," Jorah began, his tone serious and his expression solemn, "it is crucial that we understand the reality of the situation. King Robert has held the throne for many years and won it by overthrowing your family. He is unlikely to relinquish it without a significant cause. Our envoy must be diplomatic, yes, but we must also be clear-eyed about our expectations." Daenerys listened intently, her eyes sharp. She had come to value Jorah's counsel, knowing it stemmed from a deep understanding of Westerosi politics and warfare. Jorah continued, "Making an enemy of Robert at this stage, especially given the disturbing news from Old Valyria about greater threats, would be unwise. The realm faces potential dangers far beyond internal squabbles over the throne. Dragons larger than Valyrian and mysterious sorcerers suggest a shift in the very fabric of magic and power. Now is not the time to be divided by who rules from the Iron Throne." Daenerys nodded slowly, absorbing Jorah's words. "So, you suggest we approach this as an opportunity for dialogue rather than a demand for surrender?" "Exactly, Khaleesi," Jorah affirmed. "Our initial contact should seek to establish common ground, perhaps even an alliance. We should present ourselves as a solution to potential threats, not as another problem for the realm to contend with. This could pave the way for a smoother return to Westeros, under more favorable conditions, and with the support of the throne rather than in opposition to it. Daenerys considered this strategy carefully. It was a departure from the more direct reclaiming of her birthright she had envisioned, but the changing circumstances required adaptability. We will need to ensure our envoy understands this delicate balance. We are not relinquishing our claim, but we are also not declaring war. We are offering a hand, at least for now. Indeed, Khaleesi, Yora agreed. A hand that could very well turn into a powerful arm when the time is right. For now, we build bridges rather than burn them. Daenerys felt a renewed sense of purpose, seeing the wisdom in Yora's approach. This was not merely a concession but a strategic positioning, one that acknowledged current realities while keeping her ultimate goals in sight. She was learning that the path to the throne was not a straight line but a complex maze that required both boldness and prudence. "Thank you, Yora," she said, her voice firm. "Let us prepare Makoro for this mission. He must carry not just our hopes for the throne, but our hopes for the future of Westeros." As they finalized their plans, both Daenerys and Yora knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet, this approach might just offer the best chance for Daenerys Targaryen to take her place in the world, not just as a queen of war, but as a beacon of stability in tumultuous times. The council chamber of the Red Keep was tense with deliberation as King Robert Baratheon presided over a strategy meeting. Gathered around the great table were Stannis Baratheon, Ned Stark, Renly Baratheon, and Oberyn Martell. The mood was serious, each man keenly aware that their decisions would determine the fate of the realm. Maps of Westeros were spread before them, detailing troop movements, supply lines, and strongholds. Robert leaned forward, his large hands gripping the table. "Tywin Lannister sits in Casterly Rock like a caged lion, but he's no fool. He'll be planning his next move. We can't wait for him to strike first. We need to box him in." Ned Stark, ever cautious, nodded in agreement. "The Riverlands are the key. With Riverrun under threat, Tywin's forces would be forced to divide. If we take the Riverlands and push south toward the Reach, we can surround him." Renly chimed in, his younger, more ambitious demeanor evident. "Highgarden is the breadbasket of Westeros. If we secure it, we not only cut off Tywin's access to food and resources but also gain the loyalty of the Tyrells, if they haven't already aligned with him." Oberyn Martell, who had been listening intently, spoke with measured calm. "The Tyrells are opportunists, but they're not fools. If they see Tywin boxed in, they'll abandon him in favor of the winning side. But it won't be easy. Highgarden's forces are formidable, and the Reach is vast." Robert turned to Stannis, the most practical and disciplined of his brothers. "Stannis, the Vale has been quiet for too long. We need their swords in this fight. Jon Arryn was their warden, and they owe us loyalty. Take a force to the Vale, speak to Lady Lisa if you must, and ensure their banners are called." Stannis nodded, his face impassive. "The Vale's forces are significant, and their position is strategically vital. If they march, it will secure our eastern flank and give us a clear path to reinforce Riverrun if needed." Robert slammed his fist on the table, his battle-hardened enthusiasm rising. "Good. While Stannis handles the Vale, we'll divide our forces. Ned, you'll lead the march to Riverrun with Rob and your northern bannermen. Secure the Tullis and fortify the Riverlands." Ned bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. "I'll ensure the Riverlands are protected and that Riverrun becomes a stronghold against the west." Robert continued, turning to Renly. "Renly, you'll take the southern route with a host from Storm's End. Make contact with Highgarden, but be cautious. The Tyrells love their intrigues, but they love power even more. Show them that siding with us is the smarter play." Renly grinned, the prospect of political maneuvering clearly appealing to him. "I'll handle the Tyrells, brother. They'll see reason, one way or another." Oberyn leaned forward, his eyes glinting with determination. "And what of me, King Robert? My Dornish host stands ready. If you wish, we can march north to join the Riverlands campaign or move west to threaten the Lannisters directly. Either way, Dorne will not sit idle. Robert considered this for a moment, then nodded. Take your Dornish to the Riverlands and reinforce Ned. A united front there will give Tywin nowhere to turn. Let him feel the bite of Stark and Martell steel together. The room fell silent for a moment as the gravity of the plan sank in. Each man understood the scale of the war they were preparing to wage. Robert's gaze swept across them, his voice firm and resolute. This is how we end the Lannisters' rebellion against my throne. We box Tywin in, starve his armies, and crush him between us. I'll not have that lion's head looming over my realm any longer. The men nodded in agreement, their roles clear. Stannis rose first, his departure signaling the beginning of the next phase of their campaign. As the council dispersed, the weight of their mission hung heavy in the air. The Game of Thrones was far from over, but for the first time, Robert's court felt united in purpose. As the council began to disband, Ned Stark lingered, his face etched with concern. He approached Robert, who was still poring over the maps, and placed a steady hand on the table. Robert, before we move forward with these plans, I have a request, Ned began, his tone as measured as ever. Robert looked up, his expression one of mild irritation. What now, Ned? You've already got the Riverlands campaign under your command. What more do you need? Ned straightened, his voice firm. I need you to stay in the rear, between both our forces, with your own bannermen. You are the king, Robert. If something were to happen to you on the front lines, it would throw the realm into chaos. We cannot afford that. Robert's brows knitted together, and for a moment, his legendary temper flared. You'd have me sit in the back like a coward while you and the others fight my battles? Ned held his ground, his voice calm but unyielding. It's not cowardice, Robert. It's strategy. Your presence in the center of our forces will serve as a rallying point for the realm. Your bannermen will fight all the harder knowing you are watching over them. And should disaster strike on either front, you'll be in a position to respond. Robert exhaled deeply, the logic of Ned's argument sinking in. Fine, but I'll not just sit idle. If the time comes, you know I'll take up my hammer and lead from the front. I'd expect nothing less, Ned said with a faint smile, though the weight of his words lingered. As the moment passed, Ned hesitated before bringing up another delicate matter. There's one more thing, Robert. Something that requires subtlety. Robert leaned back, his arms crossed, waiting. Ned continued, We've spoken of the Targaryen girl across the narrow sea, and the news of these dragons, both hers and the larger ones in Old Valyria, changes everything. We need to know her intentions, whether she's a threat or a potential ally. I'd like to send someone to her as an envoy, someone trustworthy and capable. Robert's eyes narrowed, his face darkening. You're not seriously suggesting we treat with a Targaryen, are you? After all I've done to keep their kind from reclaiming the throne. I'm not suggesting we treat with her yet, Ned clarified. But we can't make decisions in the dark. We need information, and I believe Jon Snow is the right person for the task. He has a sharp mind, and he understands loyalty and honor. She'll see that in him. The mention of Jon caught Robert off guard. He scratched his beard, considering. Your bastard? Sending him across the sea on a mission like this is risky, Ned. Are you certain? I am, Ned replied without hesitation. Jon has no claim to the throne, no ties that would threaten her position. He'll be seen as an honest envoy, not a schemer. And if she's reasonable, he'll uncover her true motives. Robert sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Fine, Ned. But if this Targaryen girl so much as hints at claiming my throne, I'll not hesitate to deal with her. Ned nodded solemnly. All I ask is that we have clarity before making any rash decisions. Let Jon do his part, and we'll see where this leads. Robert grunted in reluctant agreement, waving Ned off. As Ned left the chamber, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the decision he'd just made. Sending Jon Snow into the lion's den, or dragon's lair in this case, was a gamble. But in the Game of Thrones it was a necessary one. In the grand halls of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister sat at the head of a long, opulent table, his expression cold and calculating. Beside him stood his brother, Kevin, reading the latest reports from their network of spies scattered across Westeros. "Robert marches for Casterly Rock," Kevin said, his voice low and tense. "The Baratheon forces are splitting their strength. One host moves toward Riverrun, another toward Highgarden, and a third will strike here directly. He's consolidating the Riverlands and the Reach to isolate us." Tywin's green eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information. His mind worked methodically, weighing each move like a piece on a Sivas board. "Robert's aggression is expected, but he underestimates us if he believes brute strength alone will suffice. This is not the first time I've faced insurmountable odds." Kevin hesitated, glancing at the next parchment in his hand. "There's more. The Golden Company has committed to our cause, but their ships are still weeks away from reaching Westeros. The slave armies from the wise masters of Meereen are also en route, though they are slower still. Until their arrival, we cannot afford a full-scale engagement." Tywin's expression hardened, his disdain for the delays evident. "Then we will wait. I won't march prematurely and leave our forces exposed. Robert may think himself a conqueror, but he's as reckless as ever. He'll overreach as he always does, and when he does, we will strike with precision." Kevin nodded, though concern lingered in his voice. "The Golden Company is formidable, and the slave soldiers from Meereen are disciplined enough, but they are not invincible. This is no ordinary war, Tywin. With dragons in the world again, there's no telling how long the balance of power will hold." Tywin leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "The dragons are a distant threat, for now. Our focus must remain on Robert. Let him gather his banners and march west. He'll find Casterly Rock as impenetrable as ever. By the time the Golden Company and the Wise Master's forces arrive, we'll have the strength to counter any siege." Kevin frowned. "And if Robert brings his full might to bear before our reinforcements arrive?" Tywin's voice was cold and unwavering. "Then we hold. The rock has never fallen, and it will not fall to a drunken usurper and his rabble of northern and southern lords. We defend with the forces we have until our allies reach our shores. And when they do, we crush Robert's rebellion once and for all." Kevin exhaled, his concern unspoken but evident in his posture. "We've also had reports of unrest in the capital. Even with loyalists purged, there are whispers of dissent among the Lannister supporters left behind. Robert's purge has emboldened some of his bannermen to act more aggressively than others." Tywin waved a dismissive hand. "The capital is a distraction. Let Robert play king while he can. His seat on the Iron Throne is precarious, and he knows it. Once we've dealt with him, the rest will fall into line." Kevin hesitated again, then asked, "And what of Jaime? His captivity is a blow to morale. Some of the men are whispering that we should focus on a rescue." Tywin's expression darkened at the mention of his son. "Jaime is a soldier. He understands the risks of war. I won't jeopardize our position to retrieve him. When the time comes, we'll use him as leverage, but for now we focus on the war at hand." Kevin nodded, though the burden of their position was evident. "Then we hold fast and wait for the Golden Company and the slave armies. But we should prepare for the possibility that Robert may not be as reckless as we assume. If he coordinates his campaigns well enough, he could trap us here." Tywin's lips curled into a faint, grim smile. "Robert doesn't have the patience for such a strategy. He's always been ruled by his passions, not his intellect. And even if he tries to box us in, we'll use the Golden Company to carve a way out. Trust me, Kevin. When the time comes, the lion will roar, and Robert Baratheon will regret ever marching west." Kevin inclined his head, accepting his brother's plan. But as he left the chamber, a sense of unease lingered. The war was escalating, and even Tywin's unshakable confidence could not account for the growing chaos both within Westeros and beyond its shores. Renley Baratheon arrived at Highgarden in the early hours of the morning, the dawn sun casting golden hues over the sprawling fields of flowers and rolling green hills that surrounded the Tyrell stronghold. The grandeur of Highgarden was a stark contrast to the tense, war-torn atmosphere of King's Landing. Renley, ever the charismatic diplomat, wore a warm smile as he was escorted into the heart of the Tyrell seat, where the lords and ladies of the Reach awaited him. Inside the opulent Great Hall, Renley was greeted by Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden, along with his formidable mother, Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Beside them stood Mace's children, the radiant Marjorie, her brother Loras, famed for his prowess as the Knight of Flowers, and the rest of the Tyrell household. Lord Renley, Mace greeted warmly, his tone magnanimous. "It's a pleasure to have you here in Highgarden. The Reach welcomes you as both a friend and a brother in arms." Renley returned the greeting with a slight bow, his charm radiating. "Lord Tyrell, the honor is mine. Highgarden's beauty is only matched by the loyalty of its lords. I hope to discuss the path forward, one that benefits not just the Baratheon crown but all of the Reach as well." Olenna Tyrell, seated in a high-backed chair adorned with carved roses, interjected with her characteristic sharpness. "Spare us the flattery, Lord Renley. We're all aware of the stakes. Tell us why you've come." Renley chuckled lightly, unoffended by Olenna's bluntness. "Straight to the point, Lady Olenna. Very well. I come bearing news of Robert's plans and to seek Highgarden's aid. The war with the Lannisters escalates. My brother has called his banners to march on Casterly Rock, but we need the Reach to secure the south and strengthen our position. Tywin Lannister cannot be allowed to gain a foothold here." Marjorie Tyrell stepped forward, her voice calm but inquisitive. "And what of this Targaryen girl we've heard so much about? Dragons are not a threat to be ignored, no matter how distant they seem." Renley nodded, acknowledging the concern. "The Targaryen girl and her dragons are being monitored. My brother has not dismissed the threat, but for now the focus must remain on Tywin. If we fracture here in Westeros, no force, dragon or otherwise, will be able to restore stability." Loras Tyrell, leaning casually against a nearby pillar, crossed his arms. "And what does House Tyrell gain from joining this effort? The Reach has long been the breadbasket of the realm. We supply both gold and grain to the crown. Surely, we deserve more than empty promises." Renly's smile widened, his diplomatic instincts kicking in. "You do, Ser Loras, and you shall have it. Highgarden is the heart of the Reach, but the Tyrells deserve greater recognition for their contributions to the realm. Robert would agree, and I will personally ensure that the Tyrell name is elevated further in King's Landing. Perhaps even a queen from Highgarden." Marjorie's gaze sharpened, and Olenna raised a brow, the faintest trace of a smile playing on her lips. "A queen from Highgarden," Olenna repeated, her tone speculative. "Now that's a suggestion worth considering." Mace Tyrell stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Highgarden has always been loyal to the crown. If King Robert ensures our interests are protected, then House Tyrell will stand with the Baratheons." Olenna's sharp gaze cut through Mace's attempt at diplomacy. "We'll stand with them if it makes sense," she corrected, before turning her attention back to Renley. "What assurances do we have that this war won't leave the Reach vulnerable? The Lannisters are cunning, and their claws are in more corners of the realm than you realize." Renly's tone grew serious. "Lady Olenna, the Lannisters may be cunning, but they're also desperate. Tywin is waiting for reinforcements from the Golden Company and slave armies from Meereen. If we strike swiftly and decisively, we can box him in before they arrive. The combined strength of the Reach, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the North will be too much for even Tywin to withstand." The room fell silent as the Tyrells exchanged looks, the weight of Renly's argument sinking in. Olenna was the first to speak, her sharp tongue softened slightly by approval. "You're clever, Lord Renley. Clever enough to make me think you might actually pull this off. Very well. Highgarden will support your efforts, for now. But remember, alliances are built on trust, not just promises." Renley inclined his head. "I understand, Lady Olenna. You have my word that the Reach will not be forgotten." With the Tyrells tentatively on board, Renley felt a surge of optimism. The Reach's resources and armies were a vital piece of the puzzle, and their support would bring Robert's forces one step closer to victory. As he departed Highgarden later that day, Renly couldn't help but feel that the seeds of unity were beginning to take root, though he knew all too well how fragile such alliances could be. Stannis Baratheon's journey to the Vale was marked by his usual determination and efficiency. The rugged, mountainous terrain leading to the gates of the moon and up to the Eyrie was treacherous, but Stannis's purpose burned brighter than the cold winds of the high peaks. With him traveled a small escort of trusted men, ensuring his arrival was both discreet and secure. When he was finally ushered into the grand halls of the Eyrie, he found Lady Lysa Arryn seated upon her high-backed chair, her young son Robin beside her. The Vale's bannermen and advisors stood nearby, their expressions wary but attentive as they regarded the stoic and unyielding figure of the king's brother. "Lord Stannis," Lysa greeted, her tone cautious but respectful. "To what do we owe the honor of your presence in the Vale?" Stannis wasted no time with pleasantries. His voice was firm and direct, cutting through the air like a blade. "Lady Arryn, I come on behalf of my brother, King Robert, to call the banners of the Vale. The Lannisters threaten the realm, and their ambitions know no bounds. Their forces are mustering in the west, and we need the strength of the Knights of the Vale to ensure victory against them." Lysa hesitated for a moment, her gaze flickering to her son, Robin, who clung to her side. "The Vale has remained untouched by this conflict," she said cautiously. "Our knights are strong, our lands secure. Why should we spill the blood of our people in a war that may not reach our borders?" Stannis's jaw tightened, his impatience barely contained. "The Lannisters' greed is insatiable, Lady Arryn. If they consolidate their power, they will come for the Vale eventually, just as they'll come for the Riverlands and the Reach. The time to act is now while they are still vulnerable." One of the Vale's bannermen, Lord Jon Royce, stepped forward, his voice steady and authoritative. The Warden of the East would not have stood idle while the realm faced such peril. Jon Arryn would have ridden at the head of the Knights of the Vale to defend the kingdom. Lysa stiffened at the mention of her late husband, her expression shifting from hesitation to resolve. "You're right, Lord Royce," she said softly, her voice carrying a trace of sorrow. Then she turned to Stannis, her tone firm. "The Vale will not stand idle. The Knights of the Vale will march against the Lannisters. For the honor of my husband, for the safety of the Vale, and for the good of the realm." Robin, still clinging to his mother, piped up, "The Knights of the Vale are the best in the land. They'll win, won't they, mother?" Lysa smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, my sweet boy, they will." Stannis inclined his head slightly, acknowledging her decision. "You've made the right choice, Lady Arryn. The Knights of the Vale will be instrumental in ensuring the Lannisters are defeated and peace is restored to the realm." Lord Royce stepped forward again, his chest swelling with pride. "We'll rally the banners immediately, Lord Stannis. The Vale will show the strength it has long held in reserve." With the decision made, Stannis prepared to depart the Eyrie, satisfied that the Vale's forces would soon join the Baratheon cause. As he descended the steep mountain passes, accompanied by the cold winds that seemed to mirror his own unyielding nature, he felt a rare sense of accomplishment. The Knights of the Vale, among the finest cavalry in Westeros, would soon ride to war, their presence a crucial piece in the campaign to box in Tywin Lannister and bring the lion to its knees. The sun was high in the sky when King Robert Baratheon arrived at Riverrun, where Ned Stark had set up his base of operations. The Stark banners flew alongside those of the Riverlands, and the sight of the combined forces was a reassuring one for Robert. It reminded him of the days when they had fought together during the rebellion, shoulder to shoulder, their cause clear and just. Ned was waiting for Robert in the main courtyard, his usual somber expression softening slightly as he clasped arms with his old friend. "It's good to see you, Robert," Ned said, his voice steady. "The men will be glad to know their king rides with them." Robert grinned, his usual bravado shining through despite the tension of the ongoing conflict. "And it's good to see you too, Ned, though I'm not here to hide behind your skirts. Tell me about Stannis and Renley. What news?" Ned led Robert to a quiet corner of the armory, away from the ears of the men milling about. "Stannis has secured the Vale," Ned began. Lady Arryn did not hesitate to commit the Knights of the Vale to our cause. They're mobilizing as we speak. Renley, on the other hand, has been working his charm in the Reach. The Tyrells are still cautious, but Olenna Tyrell seems intrigued by the idea of her granddaughter becoming a queen. Robert scoffed at the mention of Renly's charm but nodded. Good. Stannis will keep the Vale in line, and Renley, well, if anyone can sweet-talk the Tyrells into joining us, it's him. Ned allowed himself a faint smile. Renley has always had a way with people. He's ambitious, but his loyalty to you is still clear. Their conversation was interrupted as a blacksmith approached, carrying a gleaming war axe. The weapon was formidable, its steel head intricately engraved with stag motifs, and its handle wrapped in fine leather for a firm grip. The blacksmith handed it to Ned, who turned to Robert with a rare glint of emotion in his eyes. "This is for you, Robert," Ned said, presenting the axe. "You've always preferred a hammer, but I thought a king should have something more fitting for the battlefield. It's a war axe, forged by one of the finest smiths in Westeros." Robert took the axe, hefting it with an approving nod. "Now this," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "This is a weapon fit for a king." Ned hesitated for a moment, then placed a hand on the blacksmith's shoulder. "This smith, he's more than just a craftsman. Robert, this is Gendry, your true son." Robert froze, the weight of the words sinking in as he looked at the young man standing before him. Gendry was tall and strong, with the unmistakable features of the Baratheon bloodline. Black hair, piercing blue eyes, and a certain quiet intensity. The usually boisterous king was uncharacteristically quiet as he studied Gendry. "My son?" he said softly, almost to himself. Ned nodded. "He's your blood, Robert. He has the strength of a Baratheon and the skill of a master smith. He's proven himself time and again in the forge. He's a good lad." Gendry shifted uncomfortably under Robert's gaze but didn't flinch. "My lord," he said, his voice steady. "I don't know much about being a king's son, but I know how to forge steel and wield it if need be. If I can serve, I will." Robert placed a hand on Gendry's shoulder, a rare moment of vulnerability flashing in his eyes. "You've done more than serve, lad. You've made your mark, and you've done it well. I don't know what the gods have in store for us, but you'll always have a place in my court or my forge." The moment passed, and Robert turned back to Ned, gripping the axe tightly. "Thank you, Ned, for this weapon, for your counsel, and for giving me the truth, even when it's not easy." Ned inclined his head, the bond between the two men as strong as ever. Together, they walked back toward the main hall, leaving Gendry in the forge, hammering steel with renewed purpose. The war loomed large, but for a moment, there was a sense of clarity, a reminder of what they were fighting for. Daenerys stood outside her modest quarters in Astapor, the sun beating down on the reddish sand of the city she had conquered. She was accustomed to the heat, though today the air seemed heavier, weighted by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. A red priest had appeared in her camp without announcement or explanation, handing her a sealed letter bearing a sigil she didn't recognize. A serpent coiled around a flame, marked in wax. The priest offered no words, only a silent bow before retreating into the shadows as quickly as he had come. Daenerys turned the letter over in her hands, studying the unfamiliar seal. Ser Jorah Mormont stood nearby, his hand on his sword, his expression filled with caution. "Khaleesi," he began, his voice low and wary. "Whoever sent this is bold to reach you in this manner. Be careful. The Red Priests are enigmatic at best." Daenerys nodded, acknowledging Jorah's concerns. "And yet, they have walked alongside my path since the beginning. This could be important." Breaking the seal, she opened the letter and read its contents. "To Daenerys Stormborn, last of House Targaryen, I am Varos, chosen of old Valyria, the last of House Balleries. We share blood through the fires of the past and the ashes of our fallen ancestors. I write to you not as an enemy but as a kindred spirit. There is much you do not yet understand about your heritage, your dragons, and the greater forces at work in this world. I have dreamed of ice and fire, a vision of two great powers colliding. You are the flame that must shape the coming storm, and yet you cannot do so without understanding what is at stake. Meet me where we once ruled the world, in the ruins of Valyria. There, amidst the shadows of our ancestors, I will reveal the truths that have been hidden from you. This is not just your destiny, Daenerys Targaryen. It is ours. Varos, chosen of House Ballarys. Daenerys read the letter twice, her expression unreadable. Her mind swirled with questions. The name Ballarys was unfamiliar to her, but the tone of the letter spoke of a shared history, of a connection to the lost glories of Valyria. What truths could this Varos reveal? And what was this dream of ice and fire? Yora's voice broke her reverie. Khaleesi, what does it say? Daenerys handed him the letter, allowing him to read it for himself. As Yora's eyes scanned the page, his frown deepened. A summons to old Valyria, he muttered. It's a trap if I've ever seen one. That land is cursed. Nothing good comes from walking its ruins. And yet, Daenerys said, her voice steady, it speaks of my destiny, of truths I have yet to learn. If this Varos is truly of House Ballarys, he may know things about my ancestors, my dragons, and even my enemies that I do not. Or he may lead you into the jaws of something even more dangerous. Yora countered, his concern evident. The letter speaks of ice and fire. If it's not a trick, it's at the very least a warning of something greater than any of us understand. Daenerys looked out toward the horizon, her dragons circling above the city, their cries piercing the air. I was born to walk a path of fire and blood, Yora. If there is a chance that this Varos holds answers, I cannot ignore it. I will go to old Valyria. Yora sighed heavily, recognizing her resolve. If you're determined, then you won't go alone. I'll come with you, as will your Unsullied. But we must be prepared. Whatever waits in Valyria is as likely to destroy us as it is to enlighten us. Daenerys turned back to Yora, her violet eyes blazing with determination. Then let us prepare. If Varos speaks the truth, the answers he offers could change the course of my destiny, and the world's. And if it's a trap, I will show him what it means to awaken the dragons. As preparations began for the perilous journey to Valyria, Daenerys felt the weight of the letter settle on her shoulders. A dream of ice and fire awaited her, and though she did not yet understand its meaning, she knew one thing with certainty: her destiny was calling, and she would not turn away. The moment the fire priest disappeared into the shadows, Daenerys' frustration boiled over. Find him, she commanded her Unsullied, her voice sharp and resolute. Bring him to me. I will have answers. The disciplined soldiers moved swiftly, their spears clinking as they fanned out across the narrow alleys of Astapor. It wasn't long before they cornered the priest in an abandoned courtyard. The crimson-robed figure stood calmly, his hood pulled back to reveal a face weathered by time and devotion. Daenerys arrived moments later, her dragons circling above, their cries echoing through the warm air. Her violet eyes burned with a mix of anger and curiosity as she stepped forward. Who are you? Daenerys demanded, her voice cutting through the tense silence. And who is this Varos who writes of old Valyria and speaks of dreams of ice and fire? What is your purpose here? The priest inclined his head slightly, his demeanor unervingly calm despite the circle of unsullied spears surrounding him. His voice, deep and resonant, carried the weight of prophecy. I am but a servant of the Lord of Light, he said, his tone reverent and unwavering. But I come bearing tidings of another Varos, the chosen of the Lord of Light, the last heir of House Ballarys. He is the one who will restore old Valyria to its former glory. Daenerys' expression hardened, her voice cold. Old Valyria is no more than ruins and ash. What glory is there to restore? The priest's eyes gleamed, his intensity unbroken. The glory of the freehold is not truly lost, Daenerys Stormborn. Its blood lives on in you, in Varos, and in the dragons. Varos is a descendant of House Ballarys, an ancient family that once held power among the Dragon Lords. He has seen visions in the flames, sent by the Lord of Light, and those visions speak of the dream of ice and fire. Daenerys tilted her head slightly, her curiosity overcoming her irritation. "What is this dream of ice and fire? Why summon me?" The priest's voice deepened, his words heavy with meaning. "Because you, Daenerys Stormborn, are the flame that must rise to meet the frost. The dream of ice and fire is a vision of the great battle to come, a battle not just for the Iron Throne, but for the very survival of the world. The cold winds of the north carry whispers of an ancient enemy stirring, a threat beyond the comprehension of most. You are fire incarnate, mother of dragons, and you are destined to confront this darkness." Daenerys stepped closer, her gaze unyielding. "And Varos? What does he want from me?" The priest's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "Varos seeks what you seek, to understand, to unite, and to reclaim. He does not wish to oppose you, but to stand beside you. He believes that the flames of Valyria can rise again, stronger than before, but only if the dream of ice and fire is resolved. That is why he summons you to Old Valyria. There, amidst the ruins of your ancestors, he will reveal the truths that the flames have shown him." Daenerys considered the priest's words, her mind racing. The thought of returning to Valyria, a place shrouded in mystery and fear, stirred both apprehension and intrigue within her. "If Varos wishes to speak with me, he will have to prove his intentions. I will not walk blindly into a trap." The priest bowed slightly, his expression unreadable. "The Lord of Light guides those who seek the truth. You will find what you are destined to find, Daenerys Stormborn. Whether you choose to walk the path is up to you." With that, the priest stepped back, and Daenerys gestured for her guards to let him leave. She turned to Yora, who had been silently watching the exchange, his hand never straying far from his sword. "Prepare for a journey," she told him. "If this Varos has answers, I must hear them. The dream of ice and fire will not wait for us to catch up." Yora nodded, his expression a mix of concern and loyalty. "As you wish, Khaleesi, but we must tread carefully. The ruins of Valyria are no place for caution to falter." As they returned to her chambers to make preparations, Daenerys felt a spark of destiny reigniting within her. Whatever awaited her in the haunted lands of Old Valyria, she knew it was a path she could not ignore. The dream of ice and fire demanded her attention, and she would meet it head-on, as a Targaryen should. Daenerys stood on the balcony of her chambers in Astapor, her gaze turned toward her dragons as they basked in the sun near the city's edge. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion were calm, their wings stretching lazily in the warm breeze. The moment seemed tranquil, but it didn't last. A sudden, sharp howl of wind tore through the air, chilling even in the heat of Slaver's Bay. Daenerys's dragons instantly became agitated, their deep, guttural snarls reverberating through the city. Rhaegal and Viserion spread their wings defensively, hissing into the sky, while Drogon, her largest and most defiant, roared, his fire spilling out as a warning to whatever approached. The sky darkened, not from clouds, but from a shadow so immense it blocked out the sun. Daenerys looked up, her breath catching in her throat as she saw it. A dragon of unimaginable size, larger than anything she had ever dreamed possible. Its scales shimmered in hues of deep red and black, its wings vast enough to obscure half the palace. The dragon's eyes glowed like embers, a fiery red that seemed to pierce through the very air. It exuded raw power, its presence overwhelming. Drogon snarled fiercely, but even he faltered, his growl turning to a hesitant rumble. Rhaegal and Viserion cowered, folding their wings and pressing themselves against the ground as if to submit to the colossus that dominated the skies. The giant dragon circled once, its shadow casting an eerie gloom over the city of Astapor. The wind from its massive wings sent debris spiraling through the streets, and people screamed and scattered, falling to their knees in fear of what they believed to be an omen of doom. Daenerys' heart raced as she gripped the balcony railing, unable to look away from the monstrous creature. It turned its head toward her, its glowing eyes locking with hers for a brief, terrifying moment. It seemed almost sentient, as though it was studying her, gauging her significance. "It's too large," Yora muttered behind her, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. "Khaleesi, it's bigger than Balerion," Daenerys whispered, finishing his thought. Her voice was filled with awe and fear. The dragon let out a deafening roar, a sound so deep and powerful that it seemed to shake the very foundations of the city. Flames licked at its teeth, but it did not unleash them. Instead, with a few thunderous beats of its massive wings, the dragon ascended higher, its enormous form turning back toward the direction of Old Valyria. The winds settled as quickly as they had arisen, and the shadow receded, leaving Astapor bathed in sunlight once more. Daenerys's dragons remained unnerved, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the enormous beast had disappeared. Drogon growled low, his tail lashing as if in frustration at his own inability to challenge the intruder. Daenerys turned to Yora, her face pale but resolute. "It came from Old Valyria," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. Yora nodded grimly. "It didn't attack Khaleesi. Could have destroyed the city if it wanted to, yet it flew away. Perhaps it was a warning." "A warning," Daenerys repeated, her mind racing. "Or an invitation." Her thoughts turned back to the letter she had received, to the fire priest's cryptic words about Varos and the dream of ice and fire. The dragon's presence could not be a coincidence. It had come not just as a shadow of terror, but as a harbinger of something greater. "Prepare the men," Daenerys ordered, her voice regaining its commanding tone. "We will leave for Valyria. Whatever this is, I will not wait for it to come to me." As Yora hurried to carry out her commands, Daenerys turned back to the horizon. The sight of the colossal dragon, its glowing eyes, and its unfathomable size lingered in her mind. If this was what awaited her in Valyria, then she would face it as a Targaryen, unbowed, unbroken, and ready to claim whatever truth lay within the ashes of her ancestors' empire. In the War Council chamber at Riverrun, the atmosphere was tense as Robert Baratheon sat with Ned Stark, Stannis Baratheon, and their key bannermen. Reports had just arrived from Robert's network of spies, carrying news that sent a ripple of unease through the gathered lords. "It's confirmed," Robert said, his voice low and gravelly, the weight of the revelation pressing on him. "A dragon of unparalleled size, bigger than anything this world has seen since Balerion the Black Dread, was spotted flying over Astapor. The Targaryen girls' dragons are no longer the only ones we need to worry about." Stannis folded his arms, his face as grim as ever. "This isn't a threat we can ignore. If dragons are returning to the world, especially one of this magnitude, then the balance of power in Westeros will shift completely." Ned Stark, standing at the map table, remained calm and focused despite the ominous news. "The dragon is a threat, yes, but it's not an immediate one. It flew over Astapor and disappeared. There's no indication it's connected to Daenerys or that it's aligned with her. For now, our priority must remain Tywin Lannister. If we divide our attention between dragons and the Lannisters, we risk losing everything." Robert frowned, gripping the edge of the table tightly. "And what happens when that beast flies over King's Landing, Ned? Or here? Or Winterfell? We can't ignore it." "I'm not suggesting we ignore it, Robert," Ned said firmly. "But we cannot fight a dragon with armies. We don't even know where it is or who commands it. Tywin Lannister, on the other hand, is a tangible threat, one we can confront and defeat. If we focus on him now, we can secure the realm's stability. Then we can turn our attention to the Targaryen girl and whatever dangers her dragons, or this larger one, pose." Stannis nodded in agreement. "Ned is right. Tywin has consolidated his forces and is waiting for reinforcements from Essos. If we delay, he'll grow stronger, and we'll lose the advantage." Robert leaned back in his chair, frustration etched into his face. "And what of Jon Snow?" he asked. "You sent him to Astapor. What if he encounters this dragon? Or worse, the Targaryen girl?" "Jon knows his mission," Ned replied. "He's to observe and report back, not engage. He's intelligent, resourceful, and loyal. He'll do what's necessary to gather information. But his journey is part of a longer strategy. Right now, we must finish what we started and crush Tywin. Renley, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up. If we box in Tywin at Casterly Rock and secure the Reach, we'll cut off any chance of him receiving reinforcements from Essos. The dragon may be a looming shadow, but Tywin is the blade pressed against our throat. One enemy at a time. Robert exhaled heavily, his frustration giving way to reluctant agreement. Fine, he said. We deal with Tywin first. But the moment that's done, we turn our full attention to this dragon and the Targaryen girl. I'll not have another bloody Targaryen sitting on my throne. Ned nodded, satisfied that the council had reached consensus. Then we march. Riverrun and Highgarden will press Tywin from the south and east. Stannis will hold the Vale's forces in reserve, ready to reinforce as needed. Tywin must not escape. As the lords began to discuss the logistics of their campaign, the shadow of the dragon lingered in their minds. It was a reminder of the old world, of the days when fire and blood ruled Westeros. But for now, their focus remained on Tywin Lannister, the lion that threatened to tear the realm apart. And far to the east, as Jon Snow approached Astapor, he too wondered what he might find. Dragons, the Targaryen queen, or perhaps something even greater waiting in the ashes of Slaver's Bay. In the cold, torchlit halls of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister sat at the head of a long, ornate table, his expression as impassive as ever. Opposite him stood Kevan, clutching a fresh missive brought by one of their most trusted spies. The words written on the parchment were as troubling as the tone of Kevan's voice. It's confirmed, Tywin, Kevan began, his voice steady but laced with unease. The reports from Astapor match others we've received. A dragon, far larger than anything the world has seen since Balerion, was sighted flying over the city. Witnesses claim it blocked out the sun, its wingspan stretching across the palace, and its size dwarfed the Targaryen girl's 3 dragons. Tywin's sharp eyes flicked up from the map of Westeros spread before him. And where did it go? Kevan shook his head. The witnesses say it flew in the direction of Old Valyria. It didn't attack, but its presence alone caused panic in the city. If these accounts are accurate, then it's not just the Targaryen girl and her brood we must contend with. This dragon could upset the balance of power entirely. Tywin leaned back in his chair, his mind already working to absorb and calculate this new piece of the game. And do we know who commands it? Kevan hesitated. No. The reports only speak of the dragon itself. There's no indication that Daenerys is involved, but its connection to Old Valyria cannot be ignored. The mention of Valyria hung heavy in the air. The Lannisters, like most in Westeros, regarded the ancient freehold as a place of ruin and superstition, a land where no sane man dared venture. Yet now, it seemed, the ashes of that once great civilization were stirring. This could complicate matters, Kevan continued. If Robert or his council learns of this dragon, they'll see it as another threat tied to the Targaryen girl. It could push them to act recklessly, or worse, unite their forces further. Tywin steepled his fingers, his expression remaining unreadable. It changes little for us, he said coldly. Dragons are dangerous, yes, but they do not change the immediate threat before us. Robert Baratheon and his allies are marching to box us in. Until they are dealt with, we cannot afford to focus on distant dragons. Kevan frowned, clearly troubled. You underestimate the effect this news could have on morale, Tywin. Our men are already stretched thin, waiting for reinforcements from the Golden Company and the slavers. If this dragon becomes more than a shadow in the sky, the fear alone could weaken our position. Tywin's voice turned icy. Then ensure our men hear nothing of it. Focus them on what they can fight, Baratheons and Starks, not legends from the past. We hold our position until the Golden Company arrives. Only then do we make our move. Kevan nodded reluctantly, though he couldn't shake the weight of the news. And what of Daenerys Targaryen? He asked. If she's truly aligning with such power, she is a distraction. Tywin interrupted, his tone dismissive. If she were a true threat, she would have crossed the narrow sea already. Let Robert and his spies chase dragons in Slaver's Bay. We will deal with the realities before us. Kevan hesitated, then said cautiously, Tywin, the realities may be shifting. If these dragons, this larger one especially, come into play, even the Golden Company may not be enough. And if Daenerys unites with whoever commands such a beast. Tywin's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp. Then we will adapt as we always have. Fear is the weapon of the weak, Kevin. Let others cower at the sight of shadows. We will remain steadfast. Kevin nodded, though unease still lingered in his expression. The Lannister armies were disciplined, their strategies calculated, but even the strongest walls could tremble at the roar of a dragon. As Tywin returned his focus to the maps of the Riverlands, Kevin left the chamber, the spy's words echoing in his mind. Somewhere beyond the narrow sea, a creature of unimaginable power had risen, its presence shaking the foundations of an already unstable world. Tywin's confidence was unwavering, but even Kevin couldn't help but wonder if the shadow of that dragon would one day fall over Casterly Rock itself. Kevin Lannister paced the torchlit chamber of Casterly Rock, the tension evident in his furrowed brow. Tywin sat calmly at the head of the table, his fingers steepled in contemplation. Despite the looming threats, both the Baratheons advancing on their position and the unsettling news of the enormous dragon, his demeanor was as cold and calculating as ever. Kevin broke the silence. The Golden Company and the Slavers' forces are still at least a week away. If Robert's forces converge on us before they arrive, we'll be outnumbered. Even with the strength of the rock, we can't risk being trapped. We need to buy time. Tywin's gaze shifted to his brother, his green eyes gleaming with interest. And your solution? Kevin stopped pacing and turned to face Tywin fully. A decoy. We send a smaller force south toward Highgarden or the Reach. Make it appear as though we intend to split our forces and strike there. Robert and his allies will hesitate, uncertain of our true movements. It might give us the time we need for the Golden Company and the Slavers to reinforce us. Tywin's lips pressed into a thin line as he considered the suggestion. A decoy force would need to be convincing enough to draw attention but expendable enough that their loss would not compromise our overall strategy. Who would lead this force? Kevin hesitated, knowing the answer would not be well received. We could send a trusted commander with a small detachment of men. Someone competent enough to execute the maneuver, but not critical to our command here. Tywin raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. You propose sacrificing Lannister men to buy time. Do you believe our banners will remain loyal when they see us using their lives as pawns? It's not ideal, Kevin admitted, but it's necessary. The alternative is far worse. If Robert's forces reach us before our reinforcements do, we'll be surrounded. The rock might hold, but at what cost? Morale will crumble if they believe the fight is hopeless. Tywin tapped his fingers against the table, his mind racing through the possibilities. The decoy force will need to appear larger than it is. Supply trains, banners, perhaps even whispers planted among our own ranks to ensure word reaches Robert's spies. It must look as though we're genuinely preparing to march south. Kevin nodded, encouraged by Tywin's engagement with the plan. Exactly, and while Robert hesitates, we fortify our defenses here. By the time he realizes the ruse, the Golden Company and the Slavers will have arrived. Tywin's gaze lingered on the map spread before him, tracing the paths from Casterly Rock to the Reach. It's a risk, he said finally, his voice as cold as steel, but a calculated one. Send Ser Adam Marbrand. He's loyal and capable enough to execute the maneuver convincingly. Kevin inclined his head. I'll see it done. Tywin leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Ensure that word of the decoy spreads subtly. Let it reach Robert through his spies, but not so overtly that it appears deliberate. If we're to play this game, we'll do it properly. As Kevin left the chamber to make the arrangements, Tywin sat in silence, his mind already turning to the next move. The Lannisters had always thrived on strategy and subterfuge, and this would be no different. But in the back of his mind, a shadow loomed. The enormous dragon from the east, a force beyond even his considerable control. For now, though, the immediate battle was against Robert and his allies. and Tywin Lannister would ensure that his house remained unbroken, no matter the cost. The smoking ruins of old Valyria came into view, shrouded in a haze of mist and ash. Daenerys rode atop Drogon, her hand gripping the base of his neck as his wings beat powerfully against the hot, swirling winds. Below her, the crumbled remnants of once mighty spires jutted from the ground like jagged teeth, testaments to a civilization lost to fire and destruction. As Drogon descended toward the heart of the ancient city, Daenerys's breath caught in her throat. Dozens of dragons soared above the ruins, their scales glinting in hues of crimson, obsidian, and gold. They were of varying sizes, some no larger than Drogon's siblings, others rivaling or even surpassing him in majesty. Their roars echoed through the skies, a symphony of power and chaos that reverberated in her very bones. At the center of it all was an immense, cracked stone pit that seemed to radiate ancient magic, the air around it shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Standing within the pit was a figure cloaked in robes of deep red and black, his presence commanding and enigmatic. This was Varos, the man who had summoned her. Surrounding him stood a dozen fire priests, their hands raised in silent invocation, their robes flickering with the light of the flames that danced around them. Drogon landed with a thunderous thud, shaking the ground as he folded his wings and let out a warning roar. The dragons circling above paused, their attention shifting momentarily to the new arrival. Daenerys dismounted gracefully, her eyes locked on Varos as she approached the pit with measured steps. The heat radiating from the ground beneath her boots was intense, but she pressed forward, her resolve unshaken. Varos turned to face her as she neared, his features illuminated by the glow of the pit. His face was sharp and regal, his eyes glowing faintly with the same fiery intensity as the dragons that flew above. His voice, deep and resonant, carried across the ruins without effort. "Daenerys Stormborn, Mother of Dragons," he greeted, his tone filled with both reverence and authority. "You have come as I knew you would." Daenerys stopped a few paces away, Drogon looming protectively behind her, his eyes fixed on the dozens of dragons that watched from above. "You summoned me, Varos," she said, her voice firm. "I have come to hear the truths you claim to hold, but I will not be made a pawn in someone else's game." Varos inclined his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You are no pawn, Daenerys. You are fire incarnate, born of the blood of Valyria, destined to reshape the world. But even fire must be guided, lest it burn without purpose." He gestured to the pit, the flames within it intensifying as if responding to his command. This is the heart of what remains of old Valyria's magic, a wellspring of power that binds all dragonkind. It is from here that the dreams of ice and fire originate, and it is here that the truth of your destiny will be revealed. Daenerys's gaze flickered to the fire priests, their silent presence both unsettling and intriguing. "And what is your role in this, Varos? Why summon me now, after all these years?" Varos stepped closer, his red and black robes billowing slightly in the heat. "I am the last of House Ballarys, one of the great Dragonlord families that once ruled this empire. The Lord of Light has chosen me to restore Valyria to its former glory, to reclaim what was lost in the Doom. But before that can be done, the dream of ice and fire must be resolved. It is a dream that spans centuries, a battle of opposites that will determine the fate of this world." Daenerys crossed her arms, her skepticism evident. "You speak of ice and fire as if they are more than words. What are they, truly?" Varos's glowing eyes met hers, his expression grave. "Ice is the great cold that stirs in the north, the ancient darkness that seeks to consume all life. Fire is the spark of hope, the will to resist, the power to reshape destiny. You, Daenerys, are the embodiment of fire, but fire alone cannot triumph. Balance must be struck, or the world will fall to ruin." Drogon growled low, his tail lashing behind him as if sensing the weight of Varos's words. The other dragons above let out answering cries, their voices blending into a chorus of raw power and potential. "And what do you seek from me?" Daenerys demanded, Why bring me here to this place of ghosts and shadows? Varos extended a hand, palm up, as if offering her the flames themselves. I seek not to command you, Daenerys, but to stand beside you. Together, we can awaken the full potential of your dragons, harness the magic of Valyria, and confront the frost that threatens all we hold dear. The path will not be easy, but it is the only way to ensure the survival of this world. Daenerys studied him, her mind racing. The ruins of Valyria, the dragons, the flames. It all seemed to converge on this moment, a culmination of everything she had fought to achieve. Yet doubt lingered, a nagging uncertainty about Varos and his true intentions. I will hear your truths, Varos, she said at last, her voice steady. But know this, I am not here to serve your ambitions. I am here for my dragons, for my people, and for the throne that is my birthright. If you mean to deceive me, you will not live to see your dreams fulfilled. Varos's smile widened slightly, and he bowed his head, spoken like a true Targaryen. Come, Daenerys. The flames await. As Daenerys stepped closer to the pit, Drogon by her side and the other dragons circling above, she felt the weight of destiny pressing down on her. The dream of ice and fire was no longer a distant prophecy. It was here, and it was hers to confront. As the fiery glow of the magical pit flickered across the ruins of old Valyria, Varos extended his arms, his voice echoing with both power and conviction. The gathered dragons above let out deep, resonant cries, as if drawn to the force of his words. Daenerys stood before him, her eyes narrowed, Drogon growling low at her side. Varos's gaze locked onto Daenerys, his eyes glowing with the intensity of his faith. The Lord of Light has shown me the truth in the flames, Daenerys Stormborn. The doom that approaches is not of men or thrones. It is older, colder, and more relentless than any war we have ever known. Daenerys tilted her head, her skepticism clear. You speak in riddles, Varos. If you wish for me to listen, speak plainly. What is this doom you speak of? Varos lowered his hands slightly, his tone shifting to one of solemn gravity. The flames have revealed the enemy to the north, the great cold stirring beyond the wall. This enemy, created by the folly of the children of the forest, is a threat to all life. The Night King and his army of the dead march ever closer to Westeros. If we do not unite, the living will fall, and this world will belong to the darkness. Daenerys's breath caught. She had heard whispers of the wall and the terrors beyond it, but she had dismissed them as tales told to frighten children. The Night King, she repeated, her voice low, as though tasting the weight of the name. And you say he was created by the children of the forest? Varos nodded, stepping closer, his expression grave. Long ago, the children used their magic to forge a weapon against the first men. They created the Night King, binding ice and death to their will. But their creation became uncontrollable, a force of annihilation that turned on its makers. Now, it awakens once more, drawn by the shifting balance of the world. Daenerys' skepticism gave way to calculation. If this is true, what do you propose we do? The houses of Westeros are fractured, at war. They will not set aside their feuds for a threat they cannot see. Varos's voice rose, imbued with the fervor of his vision. That is why we must unite them. The Lord of Light has foreseen this doom and has chosen us. You, Daenerys, the embodiment of fire, and me, Varos, the last of Balorys, to lead this world against the darkness. The usurper, Robert Baratheon, and the houses of Westeros must stand together. Only through unity can we destroy the Night King and the army of the dead. Daenerys stiffened at the mention of Robert, her hatred for the man who had usurped her family's throne flaring. You would have me align with Robert Baratheon? The man who stole my family's legacy and hunted my bloodline to near extinction. Varos stepped forward, unflinching. Yes, Daenerys. The Iron Throne means nothing if there is no world left to rule. You must rise above vengeance and ambition. The houses of Westeros, Baratheon, Stark, Lannister, and even your Targaryens must stand as one. Only then can the flame extinguish the frost. Daenerys turned her gaze to Drogon, her hand resting on his warm, scaled neck. She felt the pull of destiny in Varos's words, but also the weight of her hatred and pride. "You ask much of me, Varos." "Too much." Varos's expression softened, though his tone remained resolute. "The Lord of Light does not ask. He reveals what must be done. If we fail to act, the cold will consume all, and the fire you command will gutter out into nothingness." For a moment, silence fell between them, broken only by the low growls of dragons above and the crackle of flames from the pit. Daenerys finally spoke, her voice steady. "I will consider your words, Varos. But understand this. I will not be used, not by you, not by any god. If I march to war, it will be as Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons and rightful queen of Westeros." Varos inclined his head, respect evident in his expression. "Then you have already begun to walk the path the Lord of Light has set for you. Consider well, Daenerys. The dream of ice and fire is upon us, and the choices you make will shape the fate of all." As Daenerys turned to leave, Drogon unfurled his wings, casting a long shadow over the ruins. The dozens of dragons above roared in unison, their cries echoing across the ancient city, as though heralding the arrival of a new age. Daenerys mounted Drogon, her heart heavy with the weight of Varos's words. As they took to the skies, heading back toward her fleet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the future of Westeros, and perhaps the world, was now tied to a battle she had only begun to comprehend. As Daenerys stood amidst the swirling heat of the ancient pit in Old Valyria, Varos stepped closer, his eyes glowing with an almost unearthly light. The flames from the pit surged higher, casting shifting shadows across his face as he spoke, his voice imbued with a solemn, commanding resonance. "To unite the houses of Westeros," Varos began, "we must do what they cannot, delay the Night King's advance. The enemy grows stronger with every life claimed, every moment of hesitation. To give the living a chance to stand together, we must bring the fire of Old Valyria to the frozen wastes of the north." Daenerys listened intently, her unease palpable. The ruins of Valyria buzzed with the presence of dozens of dragons circling above, their cries filling the air with an ancient power. Yet it was the enormity of Varos's plan that now held her attention. "I will send Scourge and Vermilion," Varos continued, his voice rising with conviction. "They are dragons unmatched in size and strength, both larger than Balerion the Black Dread. They have been imbued with the magics of the Lord of Light, their fire a force that will burn even in the deepest cold. With their might, we will set the north ablaze with dragonfire, slowing the Night King's march and breaking his momentum." Daenerys's brow furrowed. 2 dragons alone, no matter how powerful, cannot stop an army of the dead. Even the largest dragons are vulnerable to the Night King's sorcery. "You risk them, and all for a delay." Varos turned to her, his gaze piercing. "It is a calculated risk, Daenerys. Scourge and Vermilion are not ordinary dragons. The Lord of Light has fortified them with protections that the Night King's powers cannot easily penetrate. They will sow chaos among the dead and buy us the time we need to rally the houses of Westeros." Drogon growled low behind Daenerys, as though sensing the weight of the discussion. Varos stepped closer, his expression grave. "But your dragons, Daenerys, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, they are not yet ready to face the Night King. They are bound to you, not to the fire of the Lord of Light. Their vulnerability lies in their connection to you and their untempered power." Daenerys stiffened, her hand instinctively resting on Drogon's warm scales. "You're asking me to leave them here? To abandon them in Old Valyria while the world faces its greatest threat?" "I am asking you to protect them," Varos replied, his tone unwavering. "Here in Valyria, under the protection of the magic that still lingers in these ruins, they will be safe. The Night King cannot reach them here. If you take them north, you risk not only their lives but also your cause. The Night King could turn them against you, using their power to strengthen his army." The thought of her dragons falling into the Night King's hands sent a chill down Daenerys' spine. She looked up at Drogon, who stared back at her with fiery eyes, his growls softening as though he, too, understood the gravity of the choice. "And what will I fight with?" she asked, her voice tight. "If I leave them here, how do I rally the houses of Westeros? How do I prove my strength?" Varos gestured to the pit, where the flames flared once more, casting light on the circling dragons above. "You have more strength than you know, Daenerys. The presence of Scourge and Vermilion will show the north the power of Valyria's fire. Your dragons will remain here, growing stronger, while you unite the living. When the time comes, they will rejoin you, not as vulnerable children but as the full might of your legacy." Daenerys clenched her fists, the conflicting emotions warring within her. Her dragons were not just her power. They were her family, her connection to her ancestors. Leaving them felt like severing a part of herself. But Varos's words carried weight. The Night King was a foe unlike any she had faced, and if he could truly corrupt her dragons, it would be a disaster beyond imagining. "I will consider your counsel," Daenerys said finally, her voice steady but tinged with reluctance. "But know this, Varos. If I leave my dragons here, it is because I choose to, not because you or any god commands it." Varos inclined his head, respect evident in his expression. "As it should be, Daenerys Stormborn. The choice is yours, as is the destiny that follows." As the conversation ended, Daenerys turned to Drogon, her heart heavy with the enormity of the decision before her. The roars of Scourge and Vermilion echoed through the skies, a reminder of the ancient power that now stirred in Valyria. The dream of ice and fire loomed closer, and Daenerys knew that every choice she made from this point on would shape the fate of the living and the dead alike. The cold winds of the Riverlands swept through the encampments near Riverrun, where Stark bannermen had established a strategic outpost to hold the line against any incursion from the west. The banners of House Stark and House Tully fluttered in the breeze, signaling a united front. Yet, beneath the calm exterior, tensions simmered as scouts reported strange movements in the distance. Unbeknownst to the defenders, Tywin Lannister had sent his most brutal enforcer, Ser Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, with a force of 2,000 men to test the Stark and Tully defenses. Tywin's orders were clear. Strike hard and fast at this outpost, disrupt their supply lines, and remind Robert Baratheon and his allies that crossing into Lannister territory would come at a heavy cost. The attack came at dawn. Ser Gregor's forces descended on the outpost with ruthless efficiency, their crimson banners cutting through the early morning mist. The mountain led the charge atop his massive warhorse, his sword a terrifying blur as he carved through the Stark sentries with brutal ease. The defenders scrambled to rally, their cries of alarm echoing through the valley as they fought to hold their ground. Inside the outpost, Lord Umber, one of the Stark bannermen commanding the defense, shouted orders to his men. "Hold the line. Send riders to Riverrun for reinforcements. We'll not let these lions take our ground without a fight." The Stark forces rallied quickly, forming shield walls and preparing for the onslaught. Archers loosed volleys of arrows, their shafts darkening the sky as they aimed for the advancing Lannister soldiers. The Riverlands terrain, filled with shallow rivers and dense woods, provided some advantage to the defenders, slowing the Lannister cavalry's approach. Despite the fierce resistance, the mountain proved an unstoppable force. His massive blade cut down men with every swing, and his mere presence seemed to instill fear in the Stark forces. The Lannister soldiers, emboldened by their commander's savagery, pressed forward, breaching the outer defenses of the outpost. The fighting was brutal and chaotic, with both sides sustaining heavy losses. Stark bannermen, clad in their gray cloaks, fought valiantly to protect their position, but the sheer ferocity of Ser Gregor's assault began to wear them down. Fires erupted within the camp as the Lannisters set tents and supply wagons ablaze, further demoralizing the defenders. Just as it seemed the outpost would fall, the sound of distant horns echoed across the battlefield. Reinforcements from Riverrun had arrived, led by Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. His forces charged into the fray, catching the Lannister troops off guard and forcing them to regroup. The sudden arrival of fresh troops bolstered the Stark defenders, giving them a renewed sense of hope. Ser Brynden himself engaged Ser Gregor in a brief but fierce clash. The mountain's overwhelming strength met the Blackfish's skill and agility, though neither man could gain the upper hand. Eventually, the Lannisters began to withdraw, their mission to test the outpost's strength complete. As the dust settled, the outpost remained in Stark hands, though at a heavy cost. Dozens of men lay dead or wounded, and the camp was in ruins. Lord Umber approached Ser Brynden, his face grim but determined. "You came just in time, Blackfish," Umber said, "but the lions won't stop with this. Tywin's testing our defenses, seeing where we're weakest." Ser Brynden nodded, wiping the blood from his blade. "And we've shown him we're not easily broken. But you're right, this was just the beginning. We must be ready for what comes next." Word of the skirmish quickly reached Riverrun and Robert's main camp. The attack served as a stark reminder of Tywin Lannister's cunning and ruthlessness. While the Lannisters had failed to take the outpost, they had succeeded in delivering a clear message. The West would not fall without a fight. Robert, Ned, and their allies now faced a critical decision: whether to press forward into Lannister territory or shore up their defenses against what would undoubtedly be a brutal and protracted war. Robb Stark rode at the head of his column, flanked by his captains and bannermen, the banners of House Stark fluttering in the brisk Riverlands wind. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily on his mind. 10,000 men were under his command, tasked with securing the region and preparing for Tywin Lannister's next move. The young wolf, as his men called him, was resolute, yet the strain of command had already begun to harden him. As they rode, Robb turned to his captains, discussing strategies and supply lines. "We'll need to secure the crossings near the Red Fork," he said, his tone measured but firm. "If the Lannisters try to break through again, that's where they'll strike. Keep the Outriders scouting ahead. We can't afford another ambush." Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the sky, loud enough to halt the entire column. The men's chatter ceased, replaced by the nervous whinnies of horses and the clinking of armor as soldiers reached for their weapons. Robb instinctively gripped the reins of his horse tighter, his head snapping upward to search the heavens. "Dragon!" came the cry from a scout galloping toward them, his voice filled with panic. "Dragons in the sky!" Robb turned in his saddle, his sharp blue eyes scanning the horizon. At first, he saw nothing but clouds and the distant expanse of the Riverlands. Then, from the west, he saw them. Two colossal dragons, their wings blotting out the sun as they roared through the skies with an intensity that seemed to shake the earth itself. Their scales gleamed like molten metal, one a deep crimson with veins of gold, the other as black as coal, streaked with fiery orange. The sheer size of them was unimaginable, dwarfing any dragon of legend Robb had heard of, even the infamous Balerion the Black Dread. The two dragons flew with terrifying speed, their roars echoing like thunder as they headed northward, toward the lands of winter. The men in the column froze, some muttering prayers, others gripping their swords as though they could fight what they could barely comprehend. Robb's horse reared slightly, spooked by the dragon's cries, but he held it firm, his mind racing. "Send word to Winterfell immediately," Robb shouted, his voice cutting through the growing panic. "And to the Night's Watch, they must know what's coming." One of his captains, Lord Karstark, turned to him, his face pale. "The Night's Watch? Do you think they'll head beyond the wall?" Robb's expression was grim as he watched the dragons vanish into the northern horizon. "I don't know, but we can't take chances. If dragons of that size are flying to the north, it's not by accident. Something is happening, something we don't understand yet." Another roar echoed in the distance, fainter now but still enough to send a chill through the ranks. The column stirred uneasily, men muttering among themselves about the ancient stories of dragons and fire. Robb raised a hand to silence them, his voice steady and commanding. "Hold your ground," he called out. "We are Starks, and we do not cower before legends. Whatever this means, we will face it as we always have, with honor and courage." The men quieted, though the unease lingered. Robb turned back to his captains. "Increase the pace. We need to secure the region and send our reports quickly. The north and the wall must be warned." As the column began to move again, Rob glanced once more toward the horizon where the dragons had disappeared. His thoughts turned to his family, to Winterfell, and to the ancient words of his house. Winter is coming. Now, it seemed, something far greater than winter was stirring, and the young wolf could not shake the feeling that the fate of his family, and the realm, was about to change forever. At Castle Black, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont paced along the icy battlements, his sharp eyes fixed on the vast, frozen expanse beyond the wall. Reports from his rangers had grown increasingly dire. Wildlings were fleeing north in unprecedented numbers, abandoning their villages and camps, driven by some unknown and terrifying force. The cold wind howled around him, carrying with it the faint echoes of a world in turmoil. Mormont paused near the edge of the battlements, gripping the stone as he scanned the horizon. A few senior brothers of the Night's Watch stood nearby, their faces marked with unease. They had heard the rumors, whispers among the men about shadows moving in the far north, but none could confirm the truth. Thousands fleeing north, Mormont muttered to himself, his grizzled features set in a grim frown. What in the name of the gods would drive them to colder hells? One of the brothers ventured to speak, his voice trembling slightly. Whatever it is, Lord Commander, it must be worse than what's behind them. Before Mormont could respond, the cold air was shattered by a deafening roar, low and guttural, reverberating through the icy landscape. The sound seemed to come from beyond the wall, carrying a primal force that silenced the murmurs of the men. Every brother on the battlements froze, their eyes wide as they strained to locate the source of the terrifying noise. "That's no mammoth," one of the men whispered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. Mormont's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as his gaze swept the horizon. The roar came again, louder this time, shaking the very stones of the wall. The men gripped their weapons, fear etched across their faces. Suddenly, the air seemed to shift, growing heavier. The faint sound of something vast moving through the sky reached them, a steady rhythm like drums pounding in the distance. One of the men pointed upward, his voice cracking as he yelled, "There! Look!" Mormont's eyes followed the man's trembling finger, and his breath caught. Two immense shapes emerged from the misty horizon, their wings beating with an intensity that sent waves of turbulence across the wall. As they drew closer, the details became horrifyingly clear. Dragons, larger than anything the Lord Commander had ever imagined, their wings spanning the sky like storm clouds. The first dragon was a deep crimson, its scales shimmering with fiery gold undertones that caught the pale sunlight. The second was as black as night, streaked with glowing veins of molten orange, its body exuding an aura of unrelenting power. Both dragons were larger than any beast in legend, their size dwarfing even the mightiest castles of the realm. Their roars filled the air, shaking the icy stones beneath Mormont's feet. The brothers of the Night's Watch stood in stunned silence, some clutching their weapons, others dropping them entirely. These were not the creatures of children's tales. These were gods of fire and fury made flesh. Mormont's voice, though strained, broke through the stunned silence. "Hold your ground," he bellowed. "They're not here for us." Indeed, the dragons showed no interest in Castle Black or the men upon the wall. With terrifying speed, they flew overhead, their massive forms casting shadows across the snow-covered battlements. The wind from their wings sent a biting chill through the men, and Mormont's cape billowed violently as he watched the creatures soar toward the north, disappearing into the icy horizon. One of the brothers finally found his voice, trembling with disbelief. "Dragons, Lord Commander. Real dragons. Bigger than any in the stories." Mormont nodded slowly, his weathered face pale but composed. "Bigger than Balerion," he muttered. "And heading north. Why?" Another brother, his voice shaking, asked, "What should we do, Lord Commander?" Mormont turned sharply, his tone commanding. "Send ravens. To Winterfell, to the lords of the north, to anyone who will listen. Let them know what we've seen." The men scrambled to obey, their fear tempered by the weight of Mormont's authority. The Lord Commander turned back to the horizon, his expression grim as he gripped the icy stone. "Whatever is stirring in the north," he said quietly. "It's something beyond all of us. Winter is coming, and now fire comes with it." He stood there long after the dragons disappeared, the cold wind whipping around him as the weight of what he had witnessed settled in his bones. Beyond the wall, the frozen wilderness lay silent once more, but Mormont knew that silence was only the prelude to the storm. Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, stood at the center of his encampment, surrounded by the makeshift tents and roaring fires of his gathered clans. Around him were his trusted leaders, Tormund Giantsbane, Rattleshirt, and the chieftains of the Vens, Hornfoots, and other tribes. The tension in the air was palpable, every face shadowed with the weight of what was coming. "The Night King is 3 days away," Mance said gravely, his voice steady but urgent. "We cannot fight him, not here. We need to move south now. Every minute we waste puts us closer to annihilation." Rattleshirt snorted, his bone-laden armor clinking as he shifted. "South, eh? And what then? The crows'll skewer us soon as we reach the wall. They'll never let us pass." Mance turned a sharp gaze on him. "The crows won't have a choice. They're facing the same enemy we are. If they have any sense, they'll open the gates, or they'll die behind them." Tormund nodded, his face unusually serious. "Mance is right. If we stay here, we're all dead. The Night King doesn't leave corpses behind. He adds them to his army. You've all seen it. We leave now, or we're feeding his ranks by the end of the week." Before Mance could continue, a long, mournful horn blast echoed through the camp, silencing all other sounds. Every head turned toward the source, and Mance's heart clenched. The horn was meant to warn of danger, and the ferocity of the blast spoke volumes. "What now?" Rattleshirt growled, his hand already on his weapon. A low, ferocious roar rolled through the distance, shaking the ground beneath their feet. It was unlike anything the wildlings had ever heard, a guttural cry that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The winds began to howl, whipping through the encampment with an unnatural chill that froze breath in midair. "The Night King," someone whispered, their voice trembling, but Mance's instincts told him otherwise. This wasn't the icy stillness that accompanied the approach of the dead. This was something primal, alive, and overwhelming. The roar came again, louder this time, followed by a shadow that swept over the camp. Mance turned his eyes to the sky, and his breath caught in his throat. 2 massive dragons loomed on the horizon, their wings creating powerful gusts of wind as they descended toward the encampment. One dragon was crimson and gold, its fiery scales glinting even in the weak northern sun. The other was black and orange, its size dwarfing even its companion. These creatures were larger than any beast Mance had ever heard of, their presence suffocating and awe-inspiring all at once. As the dragons circled the camp, their roars shook the air. Panic spread like wildfire through the wildlings. Some screamed, others ran, and many fell to their knees, clutching weapons that felt utterly useless against the colossal creatures. Then, atop the larger dragon, the black one streaked with molten orange, Mance saw a figure. Clad in robes of red and black, the man held himself with an air of authority even in the face of the chaos below. His expression betrayed a rare flicker of surprise as he took in the sheer size of the encampment. Tens of thousands of wildlings stretched as far as the eye could see, a mass of humanity united in desperation. Tormund's voice broke through the din, his face a mix of awe and confusion. "Mance, who the bloody hell is that?" "I don't know," Mance replied, his tone wary but firm. "But he's not the Night King." The dragons descended lower, their massive forms stirring up snow and ash as they roared once more. The crimson dragon landed first, its claws digging deep into the frozen ground. The black dragon followed, its impact sending a tremor through the earth. The man atop it dismounted with a fluid grace, his piercing gaze sweeping across the gathered wildlings. Mance stepped forward, his sword unsheathed but held loosely at his side. The wildlings around him hesitated, their fear warring with their curiosity as they watched their leader approach the stranger. The man spoke, his voice deep and resonant, carrying across the encampment with ease. "I am Varos, chosen of the Lord of Light. I bring no harm to you." Varos's eyes lingered on Mance, studying him as though searching for something. "You are Mance Raider, the one they call King Beyond the Wall." Mance nodded slowly, his grip tightening on his sword. "I am. And you are what? A sorcerer? A madman? Why are you here?" Varos's expression remained calm, his voice unwavering. "I am here because the Lord of Light has seen the coming storm, the darkness that threatens to consume you and all the living. These dragons, Scourge and Vermilion, are here to slow the advance of the Night King, to give you time to escape his reach." The crowd murmured in confusion and disbelief, but Mance's eyes narrowed. "And why should we trust you? What's to stop your dragons from turning this camp to ash?" Varos's gaze hardened, and he gestured to the massive black dragon behind him. "If I meant to destroy you, I would not need words. You are not my enemy, Mance Raider. The Night King is, and his advance must be delayed at all costs." The crimson dragon, Vermilion, let out a low, rumbling growl, its eyes burning like embers. The wildlings fell silent, the sheer presence of the dragons enough to quell any dissent. Mance studied Varos for a long moment, weighing his options. Finally, he lowered his sword. "If what you say is true, then we have no time to waste. The Night King is 3 days away, and will need every moment to flee south." Varos inclined his head, his expression unreadable. "Then flee, Mance Raider. Take your people to the wall. I will deal with the Night King." As the wildlings scrambled to prepare for their retreat, Varos mounted Scourge once more. The dragons roared in unison, their cries shaking the very air as they prepared to take flight. Mance watched them ascend, their massive forms vanishing into the icy sky, leaving behind only the promise of fire and blood. Varos rode atop Scourge, the massive black and orange dragon, pushing further into the frozen wilderness of the far north. The land beneath them was an endless expanse of frost and ice, the sky above heavy with clouds that threatened to swallow all light. The air was still and unnatural, the kind of quiet that pressed on the soul, warning of something lurking just beyond sight. After a day of relentless travel, the sky suddenly cleared as if by some unseen force. The frost-covered expanse below gave way to a vast, barren valley, and there on a distant hill stood the Night King. His pale, icy visage was unmistakable, flanked by his captains, the White Walkers. Their cold blue eyes watched impassively as the army of the dead, thousands strong, marched southward in an endless tide of death and decay. Varos tightened his grip on Scourge's reins. The sight was both mesmerizing and horrifying, a reminder of the stakes he had accepted when he took on the mantle of the Lord of Light's chosen. Without hesitation, Varos commanded Scourge to descend. The massive dragon roared, its voice a deep and resonating thunderclap that seemed to shake the very sky. The Night King's expression shifted ever so slightly as Scourge drew closer. It wasn't fear, it was disbelief. Even the icy confidence of the Night King faltered for a moment at the sheer size and power of the dragon approaching him. Scourge landed in the valley with a ground-shaking impact, his fiery eyes locked on the advancing horde. Without hesitation, Scourge unleashed his fire. The flames were not ordinary dragon fire. They were the flames of old Valyria, imbued with the ancient magics of the Lord of Light. The inferno roared across the valley, consuming everything in its path. Thousands of wights disintegrated in the blaze, their frozen forms unable to withstand the heat. The fire was so intense that its glow could be seen from the wall, a beacon of both hope and dread. Yet the army of the dead was endless. For every rank of wights reduced to ash, more surged forward, unrelenting and devoid of fear. Scourge turned, sweeping his flame in a wide arc, burning another 1,000, but the horde pressed on. It was then that Vermilion, the crimson and gold dragon, descended from the sky, his roar joining Scourge's in a deafening chorus. The two dragons fought together, their flames turning the valley into a sea of fire. Wights collapsed in droves, their twisted forms crumbling beneath the might of Valyrian fire. The Night King and his captains watched from their hill, their icy calm undisturbed despite the chaos below. As the dragons rained fire, the Night King raised his hand, signaling his captains. They moved with eerie precision, each pulling long, jagged ice spears from the frosted ground. With unnatural strength, they hurled the spears into the sky, their deadly aim true. One of the ice spears struck Scourge directly in the chest, the impact ringing out like a bell. Varos braced himself atop the dragon, expecting the worst, but to his astonishment, the spear disintegrated upon contact with Scourge's hide. The ancient dragon scales, hardened by centuries of old Valyrian magic, proved impenetrable. Scourge roared in defiance, his fiery eyes fixed on the Night King, as if daring him to try again. Vermilion was also struck by a spear, but like Scourge, the blow did no harm. The dragons were not mere creatures of flesh and blood. They were bred for war, creations of a time when dragons were the weapons of empires, not fledglings raised in cages. The Night King lowered his hand, his piercing blue eyes narrowing as he realized his weapons were ineffective. For the first time, the Night King signaled a retreat. Without speaking a word, he turned and disappeared into the swirling mist of snow that he summoned, his captains and the remnants of his army following in silence. The valley grew eerily quiet, save for the crackling of the flames that still burned across the frozen ground. Varos watched them go, his expression a mixture of triumph and grim resolve. He looked down at the scorched battlefield, littered with the charred remains of thousands of wights. It was a victory, but it was no triumph. The Night King's retreat was not a defeat, it was a delay. The enemy would return, stronger and more relentless than before. Scourge and Vermilion roared once more, their voices echoing through the frozen wastes. The battle had shown the might of old Valyria, but it also revealed the sheer scale of the enemy they faced. Varos whispered softly, his voice carried away by the cold wind. "This is only the beginning." As the dragons took to the sky once more, their massive forms vanishing into the clouds, the valley lay in silence, its charred ground a grim reminder of the cost of slowing the Night King's advance. The flames of old Valyria had bought the living precious time, but the war against the dead was far from over. The winds howled around Castle Black as the men of the Night's Watch patrolled the battlements, their gazes fixed uneasily on the northern horizon. The distant glow of a massive fire burned faintly against the darkened sky, an unnatural blaze that lit the frozen wastes far beyond the wall. Whispers among the brothers grew louder, speculation running rampant about what force could have caused such a conflagration in the frozen wilderness. Suddenly, a roar shattered the uneasy silence, deep and resonant. It was a sound like no other, primal, ferocious, and loud enough to shake the very ice beneath their feet. The shadow of a colossal dragon passed over the wall, its sheer size throwing the battlements into chaos as men scrambled for their weapons, fear etched on every face. Scourge, his black and orange form illuminated by the faint glow of the firelight, landed just outside the gates of Castle Black with a ground-shaking crash. His massive wings folded against his body, his fiery eyes glaring at the wall as his growls rumbled like thunder. Atop the dragon sat Varos, his robes of red and black billowing in the freezing wind. From his perch, Varos bellowed, his voice carrying over the howling wind with authority. "Lord Commander, open your gates. I demand an audience." The men on the battlements hesitated, their fear of the dragon evident in their pale faces and trembling hands. Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander, strode forward, his grizzled face a mask of determination. He motioned for his men to lower their bows, though they hesitated, their eyes darting nervously between their leader and the dragon below. "Hold your ground," Mormont commanded, his voice calm and firm. "Do not engage unless I order it." Descending from the battlements, Mormont approached the gate, flanked by two senior brothers. The gates creaked open, revealing Varos standing tall beside the enormous dragon. Scourge's fiery gaze swept over the gathered watchmen, his presence a suffocating reminder of old Valyria's might. Mormont stepped forward, his expression hard but composed. "I am Jeor Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Speak your purpose, Dragon Rider. Varos dismounted from Scourge, his movements fluid despite the biting cold. He stood before Mormont, his fiery eyes locking with the Lord Commander's. I have come from the far north, Varos began, his tone resolute. The flames you see on the horizon, that is my work. My dragons have destroyed an army of the dead, but their numbers are endless. The Night King marches, and every soul he claims becomes another soldier in his army. Mormont's expression remained stony, though unease flickered in his eyes. You've come to warn us of what we already know. The dead have always been the enemy of the Watch. The wall will hold. Varos stepped closer, his voice rising with urgency. The wall will hold against men, but the dead are not men. If you refuse to act, the Night King's army will grow beyond reckoning. Your wall will fall, and the realms of men will burn in eternal winter. Mormont met Varos's fiery gaze unflinchingly. And what is it you want from us? Open your gates to the wildlings, Varos said bluntly. Let them pass south, where they will not bolster the Night King's ranks. If they fall to him, every man, woman, and child will become another white. You cannot afford to let your pride doom the living. The men behind Mormont murmured uneasily, their loyalty to the Watch's traditions clashing with the fear of the threat Varos described. Mormont's voice was sharp as he addressed Varos. The wildlings are our enemies. They raid, they kill, and they've waged war against the wall for centuries. And you expect me to simply let them through? Varos's expression darkened, his voice as sharp as steel. I expect you to choose the survival of the living over your ancient grudges. If you refuse, I will not hesitate to act. I will raise your wall to the ground with dragonfire, and you will have no shield left against the storm that comes. Scourge roared, his fiery breath flaring just enough to make the men flinch. The ground trembled beneath them, the sheer power of the dragon's presence driving home Varos's words. Mormont's jaw tightened, but he held his ground. Threatening the wall will not win you favor here, Mormont said coldly. If I let the wildlings through, they will have to leave their weapons and submit to our authority. I will not let chaos into the realms we are sworn to protect. Varos inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the concession. Then do so, Lord Commander. But open the gates. Every moment you delay brings the Night King closer to your doorstep. Mormont turned to his men, his expression grim. Send word to the wildlings. Tell them they may pass under these terms. And prepare the wall for what's to come. As the gates began to close, Varos climbed back onto Scourge's massive back. The dragon let out another earth-shaking roar before spreading his enormous wings and taking flight. The Brothers of the Watch watched in silence as the dragon ascended into the sky, a shadow against the pale light of the distant fire. Mormont stood unmoving, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Prepare yourselves, he said quietly to his men. This is only the beginning. The hastily called meeting took place in Riverrun's war room, its usually calm atmosphere replaced by an air of urgency. King Robert Baratheon sat at the head of the table, his broad frame tense, his face a mixture of anger and disbelief. Across from him, Eddard Stark leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly together, his expression grave. Dragons, Robert muttered, breaking the silence. His voice carried a weight that silenced even the bustling activity outside. Bloody dragons, Ned, flying over the wall, burning the north. What in the seven hells is going on? Ned Stark met his old friend's gaze, his own eyes shadowed by worry. Reports are coming in from the wall and Castle Black. The fire to the north, the dragons, and this, Varos, is no coincidence, Robert. Something is stirring, something beyond our reckoning. Robert slammed his fist onto the table, causing the maps and markers to jump. I thought dragons were dead. The Targaryen girl had a few, sure, but those were fledglings. Now we're hearing of beasts larger than Balerion, and some sorcerer riding them like he owns the realm. Ned's voice was calm but firm. The wall is holding for now, but the Night's Watch has confirmed that the dragons were not attacking them. They burned an army of the dead to the north, thousands of whites. The wildlings are fleeing south. Robert, the wall may stand, but what lies beyond it won't wait forever. Robert leaned back, running a hand over his face. Dead men, sorcerers, dragons. I thought I'd left the worst behind in the rebellion, Ned. And now this. Ned nodded, his tone heavy with resolve. We have to act, Robert. The wall needs reinforcement, and if the dead truly march south, the north will be the first to fall. Winterfell is readying its bannermen, but it won't be enough. Robert leaned forward, his voice lowering but no less forceful. And what of this Varos? What does he want? Why does he suddenly appear now, with dragons no less? Ned hesitated, choosing his words carefully. According to the reports, he's not an enemy, yet. He's warned the Night's Watch to open their gates to the wildlings, to prevent them from bolstering the Night King's army. If what he says is true, he's bought us time. But his methods are questionable. Questionable. Robert's voice rose. He threatened to burn Castle Black to the ground if they didn't let the wildlings through. That's not a savior, Ned, that's a tyrant. Perhaps, Ned admitted, his voice steady. But he destroyed an army of whites, Robert, and his dragons are unlike anything we've ever seen. If his goal is truly to stop the Night King, then we may have no choice but to work with him. Robert's eyes burned with frustration, his hands gripping the edges of the table. And what if he's lying? What if this is all some ploy to make himself king? You saw what the dragons did to Harrenhal centuries ago. If this Varos turns on us, there won't be a kingdom left to save. Ned met Robert's gaze, his voice firm. If that happens, we'll face him. But right now, the dead are the greater threat. We need to rally the houses, prepare the wall, and ensure the living stand together. If we don't, none of this will matter. Robert exhaled deeply, his frustration simmering into reluctant agreement. Fine. We'll send ravens to every corner of the realm. Call the banners. If the Night King is coming, we'll be ready for him. He stood abruptly, pacing the room. But I'll say this, Ned. I don't trust sorcerers and I don't trust dragons. If Varos so much as looks at the south with ambition, he'll find me waiting with my hammer. Ned rose as well, placing a steady hand on Robert's shoulder. We've fought wars together, Robert. We'll face this one too. But this is unlike anything we've ever seen. We need to stand united, or we won't stand at all. Robert nodded reluctantly, his mind already turning to the battles ahead. Then let's pray this Varos knows what he's doing, because if he doesn't, we're all doomed. As the tension in the war room simmered, Robert Baratheon leaned heavily on the edge of the table, his brow furrowed in frustration. He shook his head, his disbelief evident. White Walkers, Ned? Robert said, his voice tinged with incredulity. Next, you'll tell me the tales of the Long Night are true. Frozen demons and armies of the dead. It's all just a bloody legend. Stories to scare children. And now we're supposed to rally the realm against bedtime tales. Ned Stark's gaze was steady, his voice calm but firm. I thought the same once, Robert. But the wall has stood for thousands of years, not against men, but against something worse. Something we've forgotten. Robert scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. Forgotten? Or never existed? What proof do we have that these White Walkers are anything more than myths? Old Nan's stories and the ramblings of a few rangers from the Night's Watch? That's not enough to wage a war. Ned took a step closer, his tone growing sharper. The fire burning beyond the wall isn't a story, Robert. Varos's dragons burned thousands of whites. The Night's Watch has sent word that they've seen the dead marching. I don't need stories to know that something terrible is coming. The dead don't march without a reason. Robert slammed his fist onto the table, the sound echoing through the room. It still doesn't make sense, Ned. Why now? Why after all this time? If these White Walkers are real, where have they been for the last few thousand years? Ned's face darkened, his voice low. I don't know, but the old stories spoke of their return, of a long winter that would bring death to all living things. Maybe we grew complacent. Maybe we stopped believing because we thought we were safe. But we're not, Robert. Not anymore. Robert straightened, his eyes narrowing as he studied his old friend. And you believe this Varos? A man who appears out of nowhere with dragons and tales of an ancient enemy? You trust him? I don't trust him, Ned admitted. But I trust what I've seen. I trust the wall's warnings, and I trust the reports of the fires burning north. Robert, you know me. I don't give in to superstition. But this feels different. Real. For a long moment, Robert said nothing, his gaze fixed on the map spread across the table. The thought of White Walkers, of an army of the dead, clashed violently with everything he believed. He was a man of action, a man of steel and warhammers, not someone who bowed to myths and shadows. Finally, he exhaled deeply, his voice quieter. If they're real, if this Night King and his army are truly coming, then what do we do, Ned? How do you fight something you've only heard about in stories? Ned's voice was steady, though the weight of his words was clear. We fight as we always have, together. We call the banners. We prepare the wall. And we trust in whatever strength we can muster, even if that includes dragons and fire priests. Robert let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Bloody dragons and legends. It's like we're living in a tale told by drunkards in a tavern. He turned back to Ned, his expression hardening. Fine, we'll act, we'll prepare. But if these White Walkers are nothing more than shadows, then this Varos and his dragons had better stay far from the south. Because if they're playing games with me, I'll end them, legends or not. Ned placed a hand on Robert's shoulder, their bond unspoken but strong. If the stories are true, Robert, then we don't have time for grudges. The living must stand together, or we won't stand at all. Robert grunted in reluctant agreement, his mind clearly wrestling with the impossible reality before him. The weight of the realm's survival now hung heavily on both their shoulders, and for the first time in years, the king and his warden felt the chilling grip of fear. Robert leaned back in his chair, the weight of the discussion pressing heavily on him. He ran a hand over his face, letting out a frustrated sigh. His gaze turned to Ned, sharp and decisive. If these White Walkers are real, and the wall is in danger, we can't wait for them to knock on our gates, Robert said, his voice firm. We need men at the wall now. Men who can hold it and buy us time to rally the rest of the realm. Ned nodded, his face grave but understanding. The North can muster forces to support the Night's Watch, but we'll need more than just the Stark bannermen. The wall hasn't faced anything like this in thousands of years. Robert straightened, his eyes narrowing with determination. Then we'll send more than just northern men. The Knights of the Vale are one of the strongest forces in the realm. If we can get them to move, they'll hold the wall long enough for us to prepare for the larger fight. Ned raised an eyebrow, his tone cautious. The Vale is loyal to the crown, but Lisa Arryn is not one to act swiftly, especially when it comes to risking her forces. She may need persuasion. Robert's expression darkened, his patience clearly thin. Then let Stannis persuade her. He's already dealing with the Vale, and he knows how to make people act one way or another. Send a raven to him. Tell him to move the Knights of the Vale to the wall, and to make sure they're ready to fight. Ned hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I'll send the raven immediately. But Robert, even with the Vale's forces, this will only delay the Night King. We need a long-term plan. Robert slammed his fist on the table, his voice rising. We'll plan, Ned. But first, we make sure the wall doesn't fall. If we lose the wall, there's nothing between us and the dead. Ned nodded again, his mind already working through the logistics of what needed to be done. I'll write to Stannis. If anyone can convince the Vale to move quickly, it's him. The wall will hold for now. Robert exhaled deeply, his anger simmering into resolve. Good. If Lisa hesitates, remind her what's at stake. She can't hide in the Eyrie forever. The fight's coming to all of us, and it's better to face it united than divided. As Ned rose to leave, Robert's voice softened slightly. And Ned, remind Stannis of this. He's a stubborn bastard, but he's one of the few men I trust to see this through. If we're to survive, we'll need his strength at the wall. Ned paused, nodding once before leaving the room to draft the message. The urgency of the moment pressed heavily on them both. The wall needed reinforcements, and the Knights of the Vale would be the first step in rallying the realm to face the unthinkable threat beyond the wall. As the meeting wore on, Robert poured himself another cup of wine, his movements deliberate as he tried to process the whirlwind of events unfolding across the realm. The glow of the fire in the hearth reflected in his eyes as he glanced at Ned, who sat across from him, his expression as serious as ever. "Varos," Robert muttered, his voice heavy. "Dragons, Valyria, and God's damned fire priests. I feel like we've stepped into one of old Nan's tales. What's his endgame, Ned? Nobody rides dragons like that without wanting something." Ned leaned forward, his fingers steepled as he weighed his words. "Varos claims he wants to stop the Night King and the dead, and for now he's acted in line with those claims. His dragons have bought us time by burning the Whites to the north, but his sudden appearance raises more questions than answers. If he comes from Valyria, then he carries the weight of a legacy long thought lost to the world." "Valyria," Robert spat, his tone bitter. "A cursed place, ruined by the greed of its dragon lords. And now this Varos claims to be their heir. You trust him?" Ned shook his head. "I don't trust him, Robert, but I can't ignore the power he wields. Dragons of that size, immune to the Night King's magic. If what the Watch says is true, he may be the only one capable of holding the dead at bay long enough for us to act." Robert slammed his cup down, the wine sloshing over the rim. "And if he turns those dragons south, Ned? What then? I'll not see the Seven Kingdoms burned to ash because some Valyrian sorcerer decides he's owed a crown." "That's a possibility," Ned admitted, his voice calm but firm. "But right now, the dead are the greater threat. If we don't unite against them, there won't be a kingdom left to burn." Robert grunted, leaning back in his chair. "And then there's this business with Jon Snow, your bastard off to Astapor of all places. What in the seven hells is he doing there?" Ned's face hardened slightly at the mention of Jon. "He's no longer a boy, Robert. He's a man, and a capable one at that. He's gone to Astapor to meet Daenerys Targaryen, to learn her intentions and assess whether she's an ally or a threat." Robert scowled, his grip tightening on his cup. "Targaryens. I've had enough of them to last a lifetime. And you trust this girl? This daughter of the Mad King? You think she'll listen to your bastard?" "I don't trust her," Ned replied evenly. "But I trust Jon. He's honorable and perceptive. If anyone can determine her motives, it's him. We can't afford to ignore her, Robert. Not with dragons at her command." Robert laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "More dragons. As if Varos's beasts weren't enough to deal with. And you expect Jon to convince her to do what? March north and fight the dead? Or kneel before me, the usurper who took her father's throne?" Ned met Robert's gaze steadily. "I expect Jon to bring back the truth. Whether she's a threat or an ally, we need to know. And if she's willing to fight the dead, then perhaps we can find common ground." Robert's face darkened, his voice quieter but no less intense. "And if she's not? If she's just another Targaryen with dreams of fire and blood? Then we'll face her too," Ned said simply. "But not until the dead are dealt with. One war at a time, Robert." The room fell into a heavy silence as the two men considered the weight of the decisions before them. The threat from the north, the resurgence of Valyrian power, and the reemergence of Targaryen dragons all hung over them like a gathering storm. Finally, Robert exhaled deeply, breaking the silence. "So, dragons to the north, dragons in the east, and armies of the dead in between. You're asking me to trust the word of a Valyrian sorcerer and a bastard on a mission to meet a Targaryen queen." Ned allowed a faint, humorless smile. "Stranger things have happened, Robert." Robert barked a short laugh, though it carried little mirth. "Aye, and they all seem to be happening now. Fine, send your ravens, call your banners, and let Jon Snow do his part. But mark my words, Ned. If these dragons so much as glance at the Iron Throne, I'll remind them what steel and fire feel like." Ned nodded, knowing the truth of Robert's words. The storms gathering across Westeros and beyond were unlike any they had ever faced. The only certainty was that the choices they made in the coming days would shape the fate of the realm. Jon Snow arrived in Astapor under the sweltering heat of Slaver's Bay, his cloak damp with sweat and his body weary from the long and perilous journey. The narrow streets leading to the Grand Plaza were bustling with activity. Merchants hawking their wares, slaves carrying burdens under watchful eyes, and the distinct scent of spice and salt lingering in the air. The foreignness of it all struck him, but his purpose kept his stride steady. Awaiting him at the base of the great steps to Daenerys Targaryen's chambers were her servants, clad in fine silks and gold trimmings. Their demeanor was polite but reserved, their expressions unreadable as they bowed slightly in greeting. "You are Jon Snow of Winterfell," one of them said, her voice melodic and practiced. "The Queen of the Undulls and the First Men, the unburnt Mother of Dragons, has granted you an audience. Follow us." Jon inclined his head in acknowledgement, his face calm despite the tension in his chest. He adjusted the sword at his hip as he ascended the steps, his every movement shadowed by the massive unsullied guards standing silent and motionless along the way. When he entered Daenerys's throne room, the sight before him was unlike anything he'd expected. Daenerys sat on a throne carved from the bones of long-dead creatures, flanked by her advisors. Ser Jorah Mormont stood to one side, his gaze sharp and appraising. Missandei of Noth stood at her other side, a scroll in her hands and an air of quiet authority. Behind them, the faint sounds of dragons echoed through the chamber, a constant reminder of her power. Jon approached with measured steps, bowing his head respectfully as he stopped a few paces from the throne. "Your Grace," he said, his voice steady, "I am Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, and a representative of King Robert Baratheon." Daenerys regarded him with curiosity, her violet eyes narrowing slightly. "King Robert," she said, her tone measured, "the usurper who took my family's throne. What brings you to my court, Jon Snow?" Jon straightened, his face earnest. "I come in good faith, Your Grace. The Seven Kingdoms are at war. Tywin Lannister opposes King Robert's rule. The realm is divided, and the crown has no desire to make enemies where allies could stand instead." Daenerys's expression remained neutral, though her advisors exchanged subtle glances. "Allies?" she echoed. "You expect me to ally myself with the man who destroyed my family and hunted me across the seas?" Jon held her gaze, his tone even but firm. "I expect nothing, Your Grace. I only ask you to consider the greater threat. While the Crown and Tywin Lannister's forces are locked in conflict, there is a danger greater than both waiting in the north. The Wall has sent word. The Dead March, led by a force unlike any we've faced before." A flicker of interest crossed Daenerys's face. "The Dead March? What is this threat you speak of?" Jon took a breath, steadying himself. "The White Walkers, the Night King, they are real, Your Grace. I have seen the reports. An army of whites, tens of thousands, marching south. They threaten all of us, whether you sit on the Iron Throne or across the narrow sea. The Crown has no ill intent toward you, but we cannot stand divided when such a force looms." Daenerys leaned forward slightly, her curiosity piqued. "You speak of unity, yet you come as a messenger for a king who fought to destroy my family. Why should I trust you or Robert Baratheon?" Jon met her gaze unwaveringly. "Because I speak the truth. Whatever grudges lie between your house and the Baratheons, they will mean nothing if the dead overrun the living. King Robert knows this as well. His war with Tywin Lannister weakens the realm. If you are willing, there is an opportunity for peace, for diplomacy, to ensure that when the time comes, we stand together." Daenerys considered his words in silence, her expression thoughtful. Ser Jorah stepped closer, his tone cautious as he addressed her. "Your Grace, it is clear he believes what he says. But whether King Robert's intent is genuine remains to be seen." Daenerys nodded slightly, her gaze never leaving Jon. "Perhaps, but if what he says is true, the dead do not care for crowns or titles. Only survival." She turned her attention fully to Jon, her voice softer but no less commanding. "Jon Snow, you speak well for a northerner. You say you come in good faith, yet your king's actions speak of conquest and destruction. Tell me, why should I believe that peace is truly his intent?" Jon hesitated for a moment, then spoke with quiet conviction. "Because I believe in it, your grace. The North remembers, and we have learned that the only way to endure is to stand together. I am here not just as Robert Baratheon's representative, but as a Stark of Winterfell. If there is a chance to unite against the darkness, I will do everything in my power to make it happen." Daenerys studied him closely, searching for any hint of deceit. Finally, she leaned back in her throne, her voice calm but decisive. "I will consider your words, Jon Snow. For now, you will remain in Astapor as my guest. But know this, trust must be earned, not demanded. If your king's intentions prove false, our next meeting will not be so diplomatic." Jon bowed his head. "Thank you, your grace. I will not waste this opportunity." As he was escorted out of the throne room, Jon's mind raced. The first step toward diplomacy had been taken, but the weight of Daenerys' mistrust still loomed. For now, he could only hope that his actions and words would convince her to look beyond the past and toward the threat that endangered them all. The skies above Astapor darkened as a shadow passed over the city, the roar of a massive dragon echoing through the air. People in the streets froze, looking skyward as Scourge, the massive black and orange dragon, descended upon the city. His wings stirred up powerful gusts of wind, sending sand and debris spiraling into the air as he landed just outside Daenerys' palace. The ground trembled beneath his immense weight, and the aura of power and heat he exuded made even the unsullied hesitate. Atop the dragon sat Varos, his red and black robes billowing in the hot winds. His fiery gaze scanned the gathered soldiers and advisors with a mixture of intensity and purpose. When he dismounted, his presence alone seemed to command the space, and the Unsullied parted to allow him through without question. Daenerys awaited him in her throne room, seated regally on her high seat. Beside her stood Ser Jorah Mormont and Missandei, both tense but composed as they watched the sorcerer approach. Behind them, faint dragon cries echoed from the chambers beyond, as Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion stirred uneasily, sensing the presence of the massive beast outside. Varos strode into the room with measured steps, his expression a mixture of triumph and urgency. He inclined his head slightly in deference to Daenerys, but his tone carried the weight of his purpose. "Daenerys Stormborn," he began, his voice deep and resonant, "I have come to bring you news of the battle in the far north." Daenerys leaned forward, her violet eyes sharp and assessing. "Varos, you descend upon my city with the presence of fire and shadow. Speak plainly. What victory do you claim?" Varos stopped a few paces from her throne, his fiery gaze meeting hers directly. "In the frozen wastelands beyond the wall, I faced the Night King and his army. With Scourge and Vermilion, we burned his horde, thousands upon thousands of wights reduced to ash. The fields were scorched so fiercely that the flames were seen from Castle Black." A murmur ran through the room. Ser Jorah frowned, his skepticism evident. "Thousands of wights, you say? And the Night King himself?" Varos nodded. "He was there with his captains. They watched from a hill as their army burned. His power is great, but my dragons of true old Valyria, are greater." Scourge bore the brunt of his attack and emerged unscathed. The Night King fled into the mist, retreating from the flames. Daenerys' expression remained calm, though her voice betrayed her curiosity. "If you defeated him so soundly, why does the threat remain? Why come here with tales of victory if the enemy still marches?" Varos's tone darkened, his fiery eyes narrowing. "Because it was not a true defeat, your grace. The Night King's army is endless. For every white burned, there are more waiting to rise. My dragons delayed his advance, but they cannot hold him forever. The living must unite, or the dead will consume us all." Daenerys studied him closely, her mind racing. "You claim to have bought time for the living, yet you bring no solution, only warnings. What do you propose? Varos stepped closer, his presence commanding the attention of everyone in the room. I propose that you, the mother of dragons, rise to meet this threat. The dragons of old Valyria were forged to bring order to chaos, and you are their rightful heir. But this is not a battle you can win alone. The crown, the north, and the free folk must stand with you, or they will all fall. Ser Jorah interjected, his voice cautious. And what of King Robert? He has no love for Targaryens or dragons. Do you expect him to stand with her? Varos turned his gaze to Jorah, his expression unreadable. The dead do not care for thrones or grudges. If Robert Baratheon values his realm, he will stand. If not, he will burn as surely as the whites. Daenerys rose from her throne, her presence regal and commanding. You speak of unity, Varos, yet you bring only fire and demands. I will not march my forces blindly into the north, nor will I trust the word of a sorcerer without proof. If you wish me to act, I must see this threat for myself. Varos inclined his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Then you shall, Daenerys Stormborn. The north will call to you soon enough. And when it does, the fire you command will determine whether this world stands or falls. As Varos turned to leave, the faint rumble of Scourge's growl echoed through the chamber, a reminder of the power that waited just beyond the walls. Daenerys watched him go, her mind weighed down by his words. The world was shifting, and the choices before her would shape the fate of all the living. For now, she could only prepare and wait. As Varos made his way through the dimly lit hallways of Daenerys' palace in Astapor, his steps were deliberate, his thoughts focused on the tasks ahead. The faint glow of torches lined the stone walls, casting flickering shadows that danced around him. His presence was commanding, and those who crossed his path instinctively moved aside, as if sensing the power that emanated from him. It was in one of these winding corridors that Varos encountered a lone figure. Jon Snow, still dressed in the practical garb of a northern man, was deep in thought, his steps purposeful as he explored the palace. His dark hair was slightly disheveled from the heat of Astapor, and his brooding expression was familiar to Varos in ways he could not yet articulate. The moment their paths crossed, Varos stopped abruptly. His fiery eyes studied Jon intently, the flickering light revealing an expression that shifted between curiosity and recognition. Jon noticed the pause and turned to face the imposing figure, his brows furrowing slightly. "Can I help you?" Jon asked, his voice steady but cautious. He felt an inexplicable unease, as if the man before him could see straight into his soul. Varos said nothing at first, his gaze lingering on Jon's face, tracing the lines of his Valyrian heritage that Jon himself was unaware of. The faint glint in Varos's eyes hinted at a realization he chose to keep to himself. Finally, in a deep and resonant voice, Varos spoke. "You are Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark." Jon nodded slowly, unsure of how the man knew him. "I am. And you are?" "Varos," the sorcerer replied simply. "Chosen of the Lord of Light, heir to old Valyria." Jon's confusion deepened. He had heard whispers of Varos and his dragons, but to meet the man himself in the depths of Daenerys' palace was unexpected. "You know my name." "How?" Varos's lips curved into a faint smile, though it held no mirth. "There is much about you that is written in the flames, Jon Snow. You walk a path you do not yet understand, but the fire has shown me glimpses of what is to come." Jon tensed, his hand instinctively brushing against the hilt of his sword. "I don't know what you're talking about." Varos took a step closer, his presence imposing but not threatening. "You will," he said cryptically. "The dream of ice and fire is upon us, and you have a part to play in it." Jon's eyes narrowed. "What dream? What are you talking about?" Varos did not elaborate. Instead, he gave Jon one final, searching look, his expression unreadable. "You carry more than you know, Jon Snow. In time, the flames will reveal the truth to you." With that, Varos stepped past Jon, his robes trailing behind him as he disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Jon stood frozen for a moment, his thoughts racing. The man's words left a lingering unease in his chest. As if he had just been handed a piece of a puzzle he didn't even know he was solving. As Varos's footsteps faded, Jon tightened his grip on the sword at his side and muttered under his breath, "I'll play no part in anyone's game." But deep down, the unease remained. The name Ice and Fire stayed with him, stirring something within that felt both foreign and familiar. The torches flickered along the walls as Jon Snow was summoned back into Daenerys Targaryen's chamber. The air was heavy with tension, and Jon's boots echoed on the stone floor as he approached the throne where the Mother of Dragons sat. Her expression was thoughtful, a mix of determination and the weight of an impending decision. Ser Jorah Mormont stood to her right, his gaze cautious yet curious as he observed Jon. Missandei stood quietly to her left, her presence calm and poised. Behind Daenerys, faint growls and the rustling of wings hinted at the restless presence of her dragons. "Jon Snow," Daenerys began, her voice steady but commanding, "I've thought on what you've said, and on the warnings brought by Varos. You speak of a threat that endangers all living things, one that does not care for crowns or thrones. I've come to a decision." Jon stood before her, his posture respectful but firm. "Your Grace," he said, inclining his head slightly, "I will carry whatever message you wish back to King Robert." Daenerys leaned forward slightly, her violet eyes locking onto his. "You will tell your king this. I have no intention of laying claim to Westeros until the Night King has been dealt with. My war is not with Robert Baratheon or the Lords of the Realm. It is with the enemy beyond the wall, the one that threatens us all." Jon's brow furrowed slightly, surprise flickering across his face. "You would set aside your claim to the Iron Throne?" "For now," Daenerys replied, her tone resolute, "the Iron Throne will mean nothing if the dead overrun the living. If Robert Baratheon is wise, he will see that we must stand together. Once the Night King is defeated, then we will see what becomes of the Seven Kingdoms." Jon considered her words carefully, then nodded. "I will deliver your message, Your Grace, but I must warn you, Robert Baratheon does not easily trust those he considers enemies. He may see this as a ploy." Daenerys's expression softened slightly, though her resolve remained clear. "Let him see what he will. My dragons, my armies, and my fleet will march north to face the dead. If he wishes to join me, I will welcome his forces. If not, I will still fight. But we cannot afford to waste time fighting each other while the dead gather strength." Ser Jorah stepped forward, his voice cautious. "Your Grace, if Robert Baratheon refuses to ally with you, we must be prepared for the possibility of facing opposition from his forces." Daenerys nodded, acknowledging his concern. "That is a risk I am willing to take. But for now, we must focus on the true enemy." She turned her gaze back to Jon, her tone softening just slightly. "You've shown courage, Jon Snow, coming here as a representative of your king, knowing our histories are steeped in blood and betrayal. You've earned my respect, and I hope your king will heed my message." Jon bowed his head. "Thank you, Your Grace. I will leave at first light and carry your words back to the crown. I hope we can stand together when the time comes." Daenerys nodded, her expression resolute. "So do I, Jon Snow. The living must stand united, or we will all fall." As Jon turned to leave the chamber, Daenerys watched him go, a mix of hope and uncertainty lingering in her gaze. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but for the first time, there was a sliver of hope that the realm could unite against the storm that threatened to consume them all. The great hall of Riverrun was tense as Jon Snow stood before King Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark. The flickering light from the hearth cast long shadows across the stone walls, and the air was thick with anticipation. Robert sat at the head of the table, his broad frame leaning forward, his eyes sharp and calculating. Beside him, Ned's face was unreadable, though his piercing gaze bore into Jon with quiet intensity. "You've seen her then?" Robert began, his voice a low rumble. "The Dragon Queen?" Jon nodded, his posture straight despite the weight of the moment. "I have, Your Grace. Daenerys Targaryen received me in Astapor." "And?" Robert's voice was sharp, his impatience evident. "Did she make demands?" declare her intention to claim the throne. No, Jon replied firmly, meeting Robert's gaze. She has no intention of claiming the Iron Throne, at least not now. She made it clear that her focus is on the Night King and the threat from beyond the wall. She understands the danger and wishes to unite against it. Robert scoffed, leaning back in his chair. Unite? With her? The daughter of the Mad King? She expects me to trust her, after what her family did. She expects nothing, Your Grace, Jon said evenly. She told me to deliver this message. She will not lay claim to Westeros until the Night King is dealt with. Her war is not with you. It's with the dead. Ned, who had been silent until now, leaned forward slightly. And you believe her, Jon? Jon turned to his uncle, his expression resolute. I do. She spoke with conviction, and her actions support her words. She has dragons, yes, but she's using them to prepare for the real fight. She's not the threat here, the Night King is. Robert grunted, his hand gripping the goblet on the table. And what of this Varos? The one with the dragons larger than hers? What does he want? Jon hesitated for a moment, then answered. Varos is focused on the Night King as well. He claims his dragons burned thousands of whites beyond the wall, delaying the Night King's advance. He warned us all. The living must stand united, or will fall. Bloody sorcerers and their warnings, Robert muttered, shaking his head. First dragons, now this. Do you realize what you're asking, Jon? You want me to set aside every grudge, every reason we fought wars, and hold hands with a Targaryen. I'm asking you to save the living, Jon said, his voice firm but respectful. The dead don't care about who sits the Iron Throne. If we keep fighting each other, we'll lose everything. Daenerys knows this, so does Varos, and we've already lost time debating what should be obvious. Ned turned his attention to Robert, his voice calm but carrying the weight of his bond with the king. Robert, you've seen the reports from the wall. You've heard the warnings from the Night's Watch. And now you've heard from Jon. The threat from the north is real. We can't afford to ignore it. Robert sat in silence for a moment, his face dark with thought. The room was still, the crackling of the fire the only sound as he mulled over the words. Finally, he exhaled deeply, setting his goblet down with a heavy thud. All right, he said, his tone grudging but decisive. If the Dragon Queen wants to fight the dead, she can. But I'll not have her marching south with her dragons once the war is done. Make that clear. Jon nodded, relief flickering in his eyes. I will, Your Grace. Robert turned to Ned, his expression hard. Send ravens to the north and the south. The banners are already called, but we'll need more. And get the bloody veil moving. They can't sit this one out. Ned inclined his head. It will be done. Robert stood, towering over the table, his voice rising with the authority of a king. We'll deal with the dead, Jon. And if your Targaryen queen proves true, then we'll fight together. But mark my words, if she so much as looks at my throne, this truce ends. Jon met Robert's gaze, his voice steady. She's not my queen, Your Grace, but she's not your enemy either. Not yet. Robert grunted, then turned to leave the hall, his heavy footsteps echoing as he departed. Ned stood and placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, his voice quieter but filled with pride. You've done well, Jon. Now we prepare for what's to come. Jon nodded, his expression somber. The Night King won't wait. We need to be ready. As the room emptied, Jon stood for a moment, staring into the fire. He had done his part, but the weight of what lay ahead pressed heavily on his shoulders. The living were gathering, but whether they could stand united long enough to face the dead was a question that only time would answer. In the quiet of Riverrun Solar, with only the crackling of the fire and the faint murmur of soldiers outside, Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark sat alone. The weight of their recent discussions hung heavy in the air, and the tension between old friends was palpable. Robert swirled the wine in his goblet absent-mindedly before taking a long drink. Daenerys Targaryen, he muttered, breaking the silence. She says she'll wait. She says she's here for the dead, not the throne. But how long will that last, Ned? How long before she decides she deserves what her father lost? Ned leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his hands clasped tightly. His face was stern, his voice low. That's not the only problem we face, Robert. This Varos, he's something else entirely. His dragons are larger than any in living memory. If even half of what we've heard is true, they're bigger than Balerion the Black Dread. Robert slammed his goblet onto the table, the force of it echoing in the room. Bigger than Balerion, he spat. The gods must be laughing at us, Ned. How in the name of the Seven are we supposed to fight dragons like that if they turn on us? The North, the Wall, the Night King, those are problems enough. But dragons that size? Ned's jaw tightened, his voice steady but grim. We don't stand a chance against them, Robert. Not as we are now. Valyrian steel and ancient legends won't be enough to bring down dragons of that scale, especially ones bred for war. If Varos decides he wants more than to fight the dead, we'll be helpless to stop him. Robert leaned back in his chair, rubbing a hand over his face. You're saying what I already know, Ned. But what do we do? Ally with Daenerys? Trust her dragons and this Varos to fight the Night King, then hope they don't turn on us afterward? It's madness. It may be madness, Ned admitted, but it's the only path we have. The Night King is the immediate threat, and we have no choice but to fight alongside anyone willing to stand against him. But we must be prepared for what comes after. If Varos and Daenerys both survive this war, their dragons will make them nearly unstoppable. Robert's face darkened. You think they'll come for the throne once the dead are dealt with? Ned hesitated before answering. I don't know, but if they do, we'll have no way to stop them. Dragons like Scourge and Vermilion, they're more than weapons, Robert. They're power incarnate. Even the combined armies of the realm wouldn't stand a chance against them. Robert rose to his feet, pacing near the hearth, his hands clenched into fists. Then what do we do, Ned? Sit here and wait to see if they burn us alive when this is over? We're not fools. If they mean to take Westeros, they'll do it with fire and blood. Ned stood as well, his calm voice a stark contrast to Robert's frustration. We don't wait, we plan. We make alliances, strengthen the realm, and prepare for every possibility. The threat of the Night King may unite us now, but the future will test us in ways we've never seen. We must be ready. Robert turned to face Ned, his expression grim but resolute. And if they don't wait, Ned? If they turn on us before the dead are dealt with? Ned met Robert's gaze, his voice heavy with determination. Then we face them together. But for now, we have to trust that their hatred of the dead outweighs their ambition for the throne. Robert exhaled deeply, his anger simmering into reluctant agreement. Fine. We'll deal with the Night King first. But if this Varos or Daenerys shows even the slightest hint of treachery, I'll remind them both that Westeros is no land for dragons. Ned placed a steadying hand on Robert's shoulder, their bond of friendship unspoken but understood. We'll face it together, Robert, one battle at a time. The two men stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their responsibilities pressing heavily upon them. The world was changing, and the choices they made now would shape the fate of the realm for generations to come. In the strategic chamber of Riverrun, Ned Stark and Oberyn Martell stood over a large table covered with maps and markers. The atmosphere was heavy with purpose, the crackling fire casting flickering light on their focused expressions. Both men carried the weight of impending decisions, how to divide their forces to deal with Tywin Lannister while still sending enough men to the wall to hold the line against the Night King. Oberyn traced a finger along the riverlands on the map, his sharp eyes scanning the terrain. Tywin is a cornered lion, Stark. He'll lash out if he feels caged, but we can use that to our advantage. He's pinned to the west with Riverrun and the Riverlords holding their ground, and Robert has enough forces to press him from the south. If we want to box him in, we need to cut off his supply lines through the Golden Tooth and secure the Red Fork crossings. Ned nodded, his expression thoughtful. You're right. The Riverlands are the key to containing him. If we can control the crossings and fortify Riverrun, Tywin won't be able to move his forces eastward without suffering heavy losses. But we can't commit all our men to this. The wall is vulnerable, and the Night's Watch needs reinforcement. Oberyn tilted his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. A delicate balance, then. We can't let Tywin see us weaken our position while also sending enough men north to make a difference. A single misstep, and we'll lose on both fronts. Ned leaned over the map, pointing to Riverrun. The Tullis will hold this position with the River Lords. I'll send Rob with a significant force to secure the Red Fork crossings and fortify Moat Cailin. That will protect the north and prevent Tywin from advancing further east. But we'll still need enough men to send north to the wall. Oberyn tapped a marker near the Golden Tooth, his tone measured but sharp. Send a smaller detachment north, led by someone Tywin underestimates. Perhaps Jon Umber or one of your more seasoned bannermen. Make it appear as if they're reinforcements for the Tullis, but redirect them to the wall once they've passed the neck. Ned raised an eyebrow, considering the suggestion. A clever ruse, but it could risk leaving the Riverlands vulnerable if Tywin sees through it. Oberyn shrugged, his expression calculating. Tywin doesn't trust anyone. If he sees you moving forces, he'll assume you're fortifying the neck or preparing for an assault on Casterly Rock. He won't expect you to send men to the wall. His pride will blind him. Ned nodded slowly, his mind working through the logistics. And what of you, Oberyn? Dorne has remained cautious in committing troops to this war. Do you have men to spare? Oberyn's smirk widened, his eyes glinting with mischief. Dorne has plenty of men, Stark, but our lords are stubborn, and they'll need more than my word to march. However, if the Sand Snakes and I can hold the western passes, it will further isolate Tywin. Ned placed a hand on the table, his tone serious. We'll need every advantage. If you can secure the western passes and cut off Tywin's retreat to the rock, we'll have him surrounded. He won't risk an open battle with Robert pressing from the south and the Riverlands fortified. Oberyn nodded, his smirk fading as his expression turned serious. I'll see to it, but Stark, we need to ensure that enough men reach the wall. The Night King is no ordinary foe, and even the greatest strategy against Tywin won't matter if the dead march unchecked. Ned met Oberyn's gaze, his tone steady but grim. I know, the wall will not be forgotten. I'll send Jon Snow north as well, to act as a liaison between the men we send and the Night's Watch. He's seen the reports, and he understands the stakes. Oberyn leaned back, crossing his arms. A sound plan, but remember, Stark, Tywin is not one to be underestimated. He'll fight like a cornered beast, and if we leave even a sliver of an opening, he'll exploit it. Ned nodded, his voice resolute. Then we leave no openings. We'll box Tywin in, fortify the wall, and ensure that the living stand a chance against the dead. The two men stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their decisions settling over them. The battles ahead would test their resolve, but for now they had a plan, a fragile balance that would decide the fate of the realm. In the dimly lit chambers of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister sat at a long, ornate table, his piercing green eyes fixed on a map of Westeros spread before him. Beside him, his brother Kevan Lannister stood, his face marked with worry but his posture steady. The flickering light from the candles cast shadows across the room, giving the moment an air of foreboding. The situation has grown more precarious than even I anticipated, Tywin said, his voice low but cold as steel. Robert Baratheon presses from the south, the Riverlands hold firm to the east, and now the Vale has committed its knights to the wall. We are surrounded. Kevan nodded, his expression grim. And the reports of these dragons, Tywin? Larger than anything seen since the doom of Valyria. Can they truly be as formidable as they say? Tywin leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled. I've learned not to dismiss reports, no matter how fantastical. Dragons of such size are a threat beyond any army we could muster. If this Varos and Daenerys Targaryen choose to act against us, it will not matter how many men we field. Kevan frowned, his voice cautious. Then what is our path forward? You've never been one to bend the knee, brother, but this is different. The Lannister name cannot withstand the wrath of dragons. Tywin's expression hardened, his mind working through the labyrinth of possibilities. We will not bend, but we must adapt. The ironborn, for all their savagery, have their uses. Their fleets could prove invaluable in cutting off supply lines to the riverlands and harrying Baratheon forces along the western coast. Kevin raised an eyebrow. You would ally with the Greyjoys? They've always been a thorn in the realm's side. Their loyalty is as fleeting as the tides. They don't need to be loyal, Tywin replied sharply. They need to be useful. Balon Greyjoy desires power, and he knows he cannot achieve it alone. If we offer him a chance to expand his influence, to solidify his position in the Iron Islands, he will take it. Kevin leaned forward, his tone skeptical. And what would we offer him, Tywin? The Greyjoys care little for coin, and they'll demand more than empty promises. Tywin's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze calculating. We offer him control of the western coastline, territory that will ensure his dominance over the seas. In return, he must commit his fleets to our cause and pledge not to raid Lannister lands during this alliance. Kevin hesitated, clearly uneasy. And what happens when the alliance is no longer convenient for him? The Greyjoys have never been reliable, and Balon is as ambitious as he is unpredictable. Tywin's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. When the time comes, Kevin, we will deal with Balon Greyjoy as we have dealt with all who have stood in our way. But for now, we use him. The Ironborn can be a weapon, and like any weapon, they can be discarded when they are no longer needed. Kevin sighed, nodding reluctantly. Very well, I'll send emissaries to Pike. But Tywin, this alliance may strengthen our position, but it won't solve the larger problem. The dragons, the Night King, these are forces beyond swords and fleets. Tywin stood, his commanding presence filling the room. We focus on the threats we can control, Kevin. The Greyjoys will give us an edge against Robert and his allies. As for the dragons and the dead, we will watch, wait, and strike when the time is right. The Lannister name has endured worse than this. We will endure again. Kevin bowed his head slightly, acknowledging his brother's resolve. I hope you're right, Tywin. The stakes have never been higher. Tywin's gaze returned to the map, his expression unyielding. When you play the Game of Thrones, Kevin, there are no certainties, only strategies. And I always play to win. The room fell into silence, the weight of their decisions looming over them. Tywin's mind, ever calculating, moved forward with a plan that would either save House Lannister or lead it into ruin. In the great hall of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister stood before his assembled bannermen, the most powerful lords sworn to House Lannister. The room was filled with tension, the air heavy with the unspoken weight of their situation. Kevin Lannister sat to Tywin's right, his face calm but focused, while the lords murmured amongst themselves, awaiting their liege's command. Tywin's sharp green eyes scanned the room, silencing the low hum of conversation. His presence alone demanded attention, and when he spoke, his voice carried the precision of a commander and the authority of a ruler. We are at a crossroads, Tywin began, his tone measured but firm. The forces arrayed against us are vast. Robert Baratheon presses from the south, the Riverlords and Starks hold firm to the east, and the Vale threatens to send men to bolster the north. Even now, reinforcements from the Golden Company and the slavers across the sea are on their way. But until they arrive, we cannot risk an offensive. A ripple of unease passed through the gathered lords. Lord Lefford of the Golden Tooth spoke up, his voice carrying the nervous energy of a man used to defending the western borders. But, Lord Tywin, if we wait too long, Baratheon's forces will grow stronger. Shouldn't we strike before they consolidate their position? Tywin's gaze shifted to Lefford, his expression icy. And risk overextending ourselves? No, a premature attack would only weaken us further. The Riverlands are fortified, and Riverrun remains a thorn in our side. An offensive now would expose our vulnerabilities and invite disaster. Kevin leaned forward, his voice steady as he added, we must fortify our positions, especially on our northern flank. The Starks have already begun moving men south, and if they coordinate with the Tullus, they could sever our supply lines. We must ensure that doesn't happen. Tywin nodded, his gaze returning to the room. Precisely. The northern flank is critical. If we lose control of the Red Fork crossings, the Starks and Tullis will have a direct path into our lands. Lord Lefford, you will take command of reinforcing the Golden Tooth. Ensure that every pass and road leading to our territory is fortified. Lefford bowed his head, though the tension in his posture remained. It will be done, my lord. Tywin's eyes moved to Lord Crakehall, a grizzled veteran who had fought alongside him in many campaigns. Lord Crakehall, I trust your judgment on the western borders. The ironborn have been quiet for now, but they are unpredictable. Keep watch over the coastline and ensure they do not use this war as an opportunity to raid our lands. Crakehall nodded, his voice gruff but resolute. Consider it done, my lord. Another bannerman, Lord Brax, stepped forward cautiously. And what of the Riverlands, Lord Tywin? Should we not press Riverrun before they have a chance to resupply? If we allow them to grow stronger, we may lose our hold on the east. Tywin's expression turned cold, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. The Riverlands will be dealt with, Lord Brax, but not by reckless action. Every move we make must be calculated. Riverrun will bleed itself dry holding its defenses. When the time is right, we will strike and ensure its fall is absolute. Kevin glanced at Tywin before addressing the room. In the meantime, we must focus on shoring up our defenses. Our enemies believe they have us cornered, but they underestimate the strength of House Lannister. We will hold firm and bide our time. Tywin stepped forward, his commanding presence silencing any further objections. This is not a time for pride or haste. Our enemies have numbers, but we have the advantage of discipline and strategy. Reinforce every flank, fortify every crossing, and ensure our supply lines remain intact. Let them come to us if they dare. When they do, they will find themselves broken against the strength of Casterly Rock. The room fell into a heavy silence as the bannermen absorbed Tywin's words. Slowly, one by one, they nodded their agreement, bowing their heads in deference to their lord. As the meeting adjourned, Kevin lingered behind, his expression thoughtful. You've always been a master of patience, brother. But how long can we hold before they overwhelm us? Tywin turned to him, his face a mask of calm resolve. As long as we must, Kevin. The lion does not pounce until the prey is at its weakest. And when the time comes, we will remind them why the name Lannister commands fear across the realm. As the lords of the Westerlands continued their council in the great hall of Casterly Rock, the air was tense with strategy and worry. The murmurs of their discussions were interrupted by the distant sound of horns echoing through the chambers. A young messenger rushed into the hall, his face flushed with urgency. My lords, the boy said breathlessly, bowing low before Tywin. The Golden Company has arrived. Their ships are landing at the harbor as we speak. The lords turned to one another, their expressions a mix of relief and unease. Tywin rose from his seat with a measured calm, his commanding presence silencing the whispers that had begun to spread. Let us see for ourselves, Tywin said, his voice steady but laced with authority. The lords followed him to the high balcony overlooking the harbor. The golden afternoon sun cast its light upon the glittering sea, where dozens of sleek, black and gold ships were anchored just off the coast. Rowboats carried men and supplies ashore in an orderly procession. The banners of the Golden Company, golden elephants on a field of black, fluttered in the brisk sea breeze, a stark reminder of the infamous Sellsword's reputation for discipline and efficiency. On the beach below, the Golden Company was disembarking in force. Columns of heavily armed men, their armor glinting in the sunlight, marched in perfect formation. Their numbers seemed endless, stretching far along the shoreline. Officers barked orders in practiced tones, and elephants, massive and intimidating, were led ashore by handlers, their tusks adorned with golden decorations. Kevin Lannister stepped forward, his face a mix of awe and caution. 25,000 men, he said, almost to himself, and well-trained by the looks of it. Lord Crakehall let out a low whistle. That's more than enough to turn the tide. With these men, we could retake the Riverlands and press Baratheon in the south. Tywin's sharp gaze swept over the scene below. The Golden Company is not just any Sellsword company. They are disciplined, experienced, and loyal to their contracts. But they are also costly. Every coin we've paid them must be repaid with victory. Anything less, and the expense will mean nothing. Lord Brax, standing nearby, nodded but spoke cautiously. Their arrival will bolster our numbers, but it may also embolden our enemies. Robert will not sit idle when he hears of this. And if word reaches Daenerys or this Varos, Tywin turned to him, his voice cold. Let them hear. Let them know we are not a force to be trifled with. The Golden Company's reputation alone will give them pause. For now, our priority remains securing our borders and reinforcing our position. Kevin glanced at the beach again, where elephants were being prepared for transport inland. What are your orders for them, Tywin? Will we move immediately to the Red Fork, or hold them here to defend the rock? We will use them strategically, Tywin replied, his tone decisive. A portion will fortify the rock and secure the western flank. The remainder will reinforce the northern front, ensuring that Stark and Tully cannot gain further ground. They must see that every step they take toward us will be met with resistance. As the lords nodded in agreement, Tywin's gaze lingered on the ships still anchored in the harbor. The arrival of the Golden Company was a turning point, a chance to regain the initiative and remind the realm why the Lannister name commanded fear. But even as the Sellsword's banners flew proudly over the coast, Tywin's mind remained cautious. For all their numbers and strength, the threats arrayed against them were unlike any the realm had faced before. Dragons, the Night King, and alliances forged in desperation loomed on the horizon. The Golden Company was a powerful tool, but it would take more than soldiers to survive the storm to come. Tywin turned back to his lords, his voice steady and unyielding. See that they are well provisioned and prepared. The war is far from over, and I intend to win it. In the dimly lit council chamber of Astapor, the tension was palpable. Daenerys Targaryen sat on her throne, her expression regal yet contemplative. Behind her, Drogon, Regal, and Viserion stirred restlessly, their low growls reverberating through the stone walls. Before her stood Varos, his fiery gaze unyielding, his black and red robes giving him the air of an ancient power. You summon me again, Varos? Daenerys said, her tone steady but edged with curiosity. You speak often of the Night King and the threat he poses, yet now you come with talk of Robert Baratheon, the usurper. What do you want from me? Varos stepped closer, his voice resonant with urgency. Daenerys Stormborn, mother of dragons, the time has come to act not for conquest but for survival. The realm stands divided, its houses embroiled in conflict. The Night King marches closer with every moment of inaction, and every soul he claims strengthens his army. If we are to prevail, the houses of Westeros must unite. Daenerys tilted her head slightly, her violet eyes narrowing. Unite? With Robert Baratheon, the man who stole my family's throne and killed my kin? You ask much, Varos. Varos's expression remained unwavering. I ask only what is necessary. Robert Baratheon may have taken the Iron Throne from your family, but his armies and alliances hold the key to uniting the realm. Without him, the Seven Kingdoms will remain fractured, vulnerable to the onslaught of the dead. Daenerys rose from her throne, her voice calm but firm. And what of the Lannisters? Tywin, with his Golden Company, sits in defiance of Robert's rule. Even if I were to meet with Robert, how could we plan for the greater threat while such division remains? Varos inclined his head, his tone measured. The Lannisters are a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. Together, you and Robert can devise a strategy to neutralize Tywin's forces, ensuring the realm's focus shifts to the true enemy. The Golden Company may be formidable, but they are Sellswords, bound by contracts and coin. They are not invincible. Daenerys's eyes flickered with a mix of doubt and consideration. And you believe Robert would meet with me? That he would agree to a truce? Varos nodded, his voice resolute. He is a man of war, but he is also a man who understands survival. The Night King threatens all life, from the noble houses to the lowliest peasant. Even Robert's grudges pale in comparison to the annihilation that awaits if the dead are not stopped. Jorah Mormont, standing at Daenerys' side, interjected cautiously. "Your Grace, Varos's words are bold, but the risks are great. If Robert sees this as a trick or a trap, it could end in bloodshed. Do we trust him?" Varos turned his fiery gaze to Jorah. "Trust is a luxury we cannot afford. This is not about trust, it is about necessity. The Dead March, Ser Jorah. Do you believe the Lannisters or the Baratheons will care about petty rivalries when the Night King turns them into whites?" Daenerys remained silent for a moment, her hand resting lightly on the arm of her throne. Finally, she spoke, her voice carrying the weight of her decision. "Very well, I will meet with Robert Baratheon. But let it be known, I do this not for him nor for his throne, but for the living. If we are to stand together, it will be on equal footing, not as a Targaryen bowing to a Baratheon." Varos inclined his head, respect evident in his expression. "As it should be, Daenerys Stormborn. The living must stand united, or they will fall divided." Daenerys turned to Jorah. "Prepare the fleet. We sail for Westeros. Send ravens ahead to announce our arrival and to request a parley with King Robert. If he truly understands the stakes, he will agree." Jorah bowed, though his unease was clear. "It will be done, Your Grace." As Varos turned to leave, he paused, his voice softer but no less commanding. "You have the power to change the course of history, Daenerys Targaryen, but the path ahead will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. Remember, this is not just a battle for a throne, it is a battle for the very survival of the living." Daenerys watched him go, her mind racing with the implications of his words. The choice she had made would set into motion events that could shape the fate of the realm. For now, her dragons would not fly for conquest, but for unity, and the fragile hope that the living could prevail against the darkness. Daenerys stood before Varos in the great chamber of Astapor, her tone firm and resolute as she addressed him. Behind her, the faint growls of Drogon, Regal, and Viserion echoed through the halls, a constant reminder of the power she wielded. Varos, standing tall and imposing, met her gaze with the calm intensity of someone who had seen the weight of destiny unfold in the flames. "I will meet Robert Baratheon," Daenerys declared, her voice steady, "but not in King's Landing. I will not set foot in the capital, nor will I walk into a city that has seen my family's blood spilled. The meeting will take place on Dragonstone, where my ancestors ruled before the conquest. A place of neutrality." Varos inclined his head slightly, acknowledging her choice. "A wise decision, Daenerys Stormborn. Dragonstone holds the history of your house and stands apart from the politics of the throne. But if you are to meet Robert, you must do so from a position of strength." Daenerys's violet eyes locked onto Varos's fiery gaze. "That is why I need you to come with me, Varos. Your dragons are unlike anything Westeros has seen in centuries. Their presence alone will command respect, even from Robert Baratheon." Varos studied her for a moment, then gave a slow nod. "I will accompany you, Daenerys. Scourge and Vermilion will sail with your fleet. Together, we will show Robert the power that stands against the darkness and the importance of unity." Daenerys turned to Ser Jorah and Missandei, who stood nearby, listening intently. "Prepare the fleet. We bring our entire host to Westeros, unsullied second sons and all who are loyal to the cause. This is not just a meeting. It is a declaration that we stand ready to face the dead and the forces that would divide us." Jorah stepped forward, his voice cautious but resolute. "Your Grace, taking your entire host will be seen as a show of strength, but it may also provoke fear in Robert and his bannermen. Are you certain this is the path you wish to take?" Daenerys nodded, her expression unyielding. "Fear may be a necessary tool, Ser Jorah. Robert must see that I come not as a conqueror, but as an equal. We will not bow, nor will we cower. If we are to unite the living, it must be on equal footing." Missandei spoke softly, her tone supportive. "The ships are ready, Your Grace. The journey to Dragonstone will be swift. Varos turned toward the open archway, where the faint roar of Scourge could be heard. I will ready my dragons. They will fly above the fleet, a reminder of the strength we bring. But remember, Daenerys, this is not just about power, it is about survival. The dead will not wait for politics to play out. Daenerys stepped closer to him, her tone softening slightly. I know, but if Robert cannot see reason, then we must be prepared for what comes after. The Night King is the greatest threat, but he is not the only one. Varos regarded her with a mixture of respect and understanding. You are learning, Daenerys Stormborn. The path ahead is fraught with peril, but you have the strength to walk it. As the chamber emptied and preparations for the journey began, Daenerys stood in silence for a moment, her thoughts racing. She had made her decision, and now the course was set. With Varos and his dragons by her side, and her fleet and army sailing to Westeros, she would meet Robert Baratheon not as a supplicant, but as a queen, a force equal to any in the realm. The drums of war beat faintly in the distance, but for now, the hope of unity lingered in the air. The living would gather, and with them, the fragile chance of survival against the darkness that loomed ever closer. Daenerys stood on the balcony of the great chamber in Astapor, overlooking the bustling preparations of her fleet below. Ships were being loaded with supplies, Unsullied and Second Sons were boarding, and the banners of House Targaryen fluttered in the warm breeze. She turned to Varos, who stood beside her, his fiery eyes watching the scene below with a quiet intensity. We will send a raven in advance, Daenerys said, her tone decisive. Robert Baratheon and Stannis must know that we are coming. Let them understand that this is not an invasion but a meeting of necessity. Dragonstone will be our ground to discuss the fate of the living. Varos inclined his head, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. A wise move, Daenerys Stormborn. It will give them time to prepare, physically and mentally, for your arrival. The sight of dragons and armies is not one Westeros is accustomed to. Daenerys nodded, her gaze distant for a moment as if weighing her words. Then, she turned to him, her voice softer but filled with purpose. Varos, I must ask, do you have more dragons like Scourge and Vermilion? If the Night King strikes while we are in Westeros, we will need every weapon we can muster to rain dragonfire upon the north. Varos's fiery gaze flickered, a rare hint of something close to amusement crossing his features. Yes, Daenerys. Scourge and Vermilion are not the only dragons I command. I have one greater still, a dragon yet unseen by the world, the largest of them all. Daenerys's violet eyes widened slightly, her interest piqued. A dragon larger than Scourge? What is its name? His name is Maelstrom, Varos replied, his voice low and reverent. He is the culmination of old Valyria's might, bred not just for war but for dominance. He has remained hidden until now, awaiting the moment when his power would be most needed. Daenerys's lips curved into a faint smile, her confidence bolstered by the revelation. Good. We will bring them all to Westeros, Scourge, Vermilion, Maelstrom, and my own dragons. If the Night King dares to strike, he will face the full might of dragonfire. Varos nodded, his expression serious. They will be ready, Daenerys. But know this, dragons are not only weapons. They are symbols of power and unity. Their presence will either inspire or terrify the lords of Westeros. You must tread carefully. Daenerys turned back to the fleet, her voice resolute. Let them be terrified if they must. The dead are the true enemy, and if it takes fear to unite the living, so be it. This is no time for half measures. As the final preparations were made and the ships began to cast off, Daenerys turned to Missandei. Send the raven. Let Robert and Stannis know we set sail for Dragonstone, and we come not as conquerors but as allies against the dead. Missandei bowed her head and left to fulfill the order. Daenerys and Varos remained on the balcony, watching as the fleet began to move toward the open sea, dragons circling above like harbingers of the power they carried. The course was set, and with every wave that carried her closer to Westeros, Daenerys felt the weight of destiny settle upon her shoulders. The dragons would fly, and the living would unite, or they would all perish in the fire and frost of the battles to come. The winds howled across Dragonstone's cliffs, carrying with them the salty spray of the narrow sea. Robert Baratheon stood at the edge of the ancient Targaryen stronghold, his broad frame silhouetted against the stormy horizon. Beside him, Eddard Stark and Jon Snow stood quietly, their gazes fixed on the waters where ships bearing Targaryen banners approached. The sigil of the three-headed dragon rippled in the wind, its presence a stark reminder of the dynasty Robert had once overthrown. Robert's face was set in a scowl, his wariness evident. "A whole host," he muttered, shaking his head. "Dragons, armies, and gods know what else. I should have known she wouldn't come alone." Ned glanced at his old friend, his expression calm but serious. "She comes on the promise of dealing with the threat to the north, Robert. This is not about the Iron Throne for now. We need her, and you know it." Robert grunted, his grip tightening on the pommel of his sword. "I'll believe it when I see it. Targaryens don't just set aside their claims. This could all be a ploy." Before Ned could respond, Jon Snow pointed toward the horizon. "Look!" The three men turned their eyes to the sky as two massive shapes appeared on the horizon, growing larger with each passing moment. Scourge, black and streaked with molten orange, and Vermilion, crimson with golden undertones, roared as they approached, their immense forms casting long shadows over the island. The very air seemed to vibrate with the power of their presence. "They're even bigger than the stories," Jon muttered, his voice filled with awe and unease. But as Scourge and Vermilion soared over Dragonstone, briefly eclipsing the sky, the sound of an even deeper roar reverberated across the island. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a vast shadow fell over the cliffs. Robert, Ned, and Jon looked up as a third dragon descended, dwarfing even the mighty Scourge and Vermilion. Maelstrom. The dragon was a force of nature, its scales a deep, swirling mix of black and stormy gray that seemed to shimmer like polished steel. Its wings stretched wide enough to blot out the sun, casting half the island into darkness. Varos rode atop the colossal beast, his presence commanding as Maelstrom let out another earth-shaking roar. The sight was unlike anything Westeros had ever seen, a living embodiment of the might of old Valyria. Robert instinctively gripped his warhammer, his knuckles white. "7 hells," he breathed. "What in the name of the gods is that?" Ned's face was pale, but his voice was steady. Varos said his dragons were larger than any seen before. "Maelstrom is no dragon of Westeros, Robert. He's a weapon of the ancient world." Jon's eyes were fixed on the sky, where Daenerys' 3 dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, followed cautiously behind. The smaller dragons, though mighty in their own right, seemed hesitant, their movements uncertain as they kept their distance from Maelstrom. Their snarls and roars carried an edge of unease, as if even they were wary of the ancient beast. Varos guided Maelstrom to circle the cliffs before the massive dragon landed with a ground-shaking impact, his claws gouging deep into the rocky terrain. Scourge and Vermilion followed, their roars echoing in unison as they settled beside their larger kin. The dragon's presence dominated the island, their heat and power almost palpable. Moments later, a smaller ship docked below, and Daenerys Targaryen herself disembarked, flanked by Missandei, Ser Jorah Mormont, and Grey Worm. Her silver hair glinted in the sunlight as she ascended the steps to where Robert, Ned, and Jon stood waiting. Daenerys stopped a few paces from Robert, her expression regal but calm. "King Robert," she said, her voice carrying the weight of her heritage and the purpose of her journey. "I come not as a conqueror, but as an ally. The threat to the north demands that we set aside old grudges." Robert's eyes flicked from Daenerys to the dragons behind her, his jaw tight. "Your dragons are impressive, Targaryen, but they don't erase the blood spilled by your family." Daenerys met his gaze steadily. "And your rebellion does not erase the blood spilled by yours. But this is not about the past, it's about the future. The Night King marches, and his army will not stop until all the living are consumed. You know this, Robert. That is why I am here." Ned stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Robert, we must hear her out. The dragons may be our only chance to stand against the dead." Robert grunted, but he nodded begrudgingly. "Fine, let's talk. But mark my words, Targaryen. If this is a trick, you'll regret it." Daenerys inclined her head slightly. "I expect nothing less." As the group moved toward the hall to begin their discussions, Jon lingered for a moment, his eyes still on Maelstrom. The massive dragon seemed to regard him with a piercing gaze, as if weighing him, understanding something Jon himself did not. The stage was set. The living had gathered, their uneasy alliance forged by necessity. Whether it would be enough to stand against the darkness remained to be seen. In the Grand Hall of Dragonstone, Robert Baratheon and Daenerys Targaryen sat across from one another at a large, weathered table. The atmosphere was tense but charged with purpose. Ned Stark stood to the side, his expression guarded but watchful, while Jon Snow remained quietly attentive, taking in the gravity of the moment. Behind them, Varos lingered in the shadows, his presence imposing despite his silence. Robert leaned forward, his hands gripping the edge of the table. "The Lannisters are a problem we cannot ignore," he said, his voice low but firm. "Tywin sits in the west like a spider in his web, and now he has the Golden Company and a host of sellswords at his command. He won't wait forever. He'll strike the moment he sees weakness." Daenerys nodded, her expression equally resolute. "Tywin's ambitions are a threat to any chance of unity. If we are to stand against the Night King, we must neutralize the Lannisters quickly. Casterly Rock must be taken, and Tywin must be dealt with." From the shadows, Varos stepped forward, his fiery gaze fixed on the table as he spoke, his voice deep and commanding. "Then let it be made clear, if Lord Tywin does not submit to a ceasefire, Casterly Rock will be razed to the ground by dragonfire. Scourge, Vermilion, and Maelstrom will burn his stronghold in one night. His armies, his wealth, his pride. All of it will be reduced to ash." The room fell into a stunned silence. Robert leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. Daenerys's violet eyes flickered with a mixture of intrigue and calculation. But it was Ned who broke the silence, his voice sharp with disbelief. "Razing an entire city?" Ned said, his tone filled with restrained anger. "Thousands of innocent lives would be lost. This is not the way, Varos. We are here to unite the realm, not burn it." Varos turned his fiery gaze to Ned, his tone calm but unwavering. "And how would you unite the realm, Stark? By letting Tywin continue to manipulate and fracture the houses of Westeros? By giving him time to strike while we fight the dead? Every moment we delay strengthens his position and weakens ours." Ned's jaw tightened, his voice steady but resolute. "There is a difference between strategy and slaughter. Razing Casterly Rock would make us no better than the enemies we claim to fight." Daenerys, sensing the tension, raised a hand to calm the discussion. "Varos, your point is clear, but Ned is right. If we resort to such measures, we risk losing the very unity we are trying to build. Fear may bring submission, but it does not bring loyalty." Varos inclined his head slightly, though his expression remained unyielding. "Loyalty is a fleeting thing, Daenerys Stormborn. Fear is a constant, the dead march with no regard for morality or mercy. If we hesitate, we doom the living." Robert, who had been silently weighing the conversation, finally spoke, his tone sharp. "Enough. We're not here to burn cities and massacre innocents. But Varos is not wrong about one thing. Tywin will not submit without force. We need to hit him hard, fast, and decisively. If Casterly Rock falls, the rest of the Lannister forces will crumble." Daenerys nodded, her voice measured. "Then we focus our efforts on breaking his power. But we do so strategically, not recklessly. I will bring my dragons to the fight, but only as a last resort." Robert grunted, his agreement reluctant but clear. "Fine. But know this, Targaryen, Tywin won't hesitate to use the Golden Company and every resource he has to crush us. If we falter, he'll win. Varos stepped back into the shadows. His presence still felt despite his silence. Ned looked to Robert, his voice heavy with conviction. If we are to do this, it must be with honor. We cannot allow ourselves to become what we fight against. Robert met Ned's gaze, a flicker of their old camaraderie shining through the tension. Agreed, Ned, but we'll use every weapon we have to ensure Tywin falls. He's played this game for too long. As the discussion continued, the uneasy alliance between Daenerys, Robert, and their companions began to solidify. The Lannister threat loomed large, but the greater danger of the Night King served as a grim reminder of what was at stake. The fires of war burned brighter, but for now, the living remained united, however fragile that unity might be. The tension in the room was palpable as Varos stepped forward once more, his fiery gaze sweeping across the gathered leaders. The light from the torches seemed to dance in his eyes as he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, cutting through the charged atmosphere. The entire mountain of Dragonstone is made of dragonglass, Varos declared, his tone commanding. This is the key to defeating the Night King and his army. We must mine it immediately and equip all your forces with weapons and armor forged from it. Every man, woman, and child capable of wielding a blade must be prepared. Time is not a luxury we have. The room fell silent as his words sank in. Robert Baratheon glanced at Ned Stark, who gave a slight nod of agreement. He's right, Ned said, his voice steady. Dragonglass is one of the few things that can kill the White Walkers. If Dragonstone can provide us with enough, it could turn the tide. Daenerys stepped forward, her regal bearing unmistakable. If we are in agreement, she said, her voice calm but resolute, then I will send all my forces to the wall as a measure of good faith. My Unsullied, the Second Sons, and my dragons will join the fight against the Night King. Robert's shoulders sagged slightly with relief, a rare moment of gratitude flickering across his face. Good, he said gruffly. It's about time someone in this war showed some damn sense. If you're willing to commit your forces, Targaryen, then so will I. The wall will not fall. Before the moment could settle, Varos spoke again, his tone sharp and calculated. There is one more thing to consider, Robert Baratheon. Tywin Lannister remains a threat to this fragile alliance. If he cannot be dealt with swiftly through force, then we must use fear to make him submit. Robert's brow furrowed, his patience wearing thin. What are you suggesting, Varos? Varos stepped closer, his fiery eyes locking onto Robert's. Threaten him with dragonfire. Let it be known that if Tywin does not bend the knee and agree to a ceasefire, Casterly Rock will burn. He may be proud, but even Tywin knows the folly of defying the full might of dragons. The room grew still, the weight of Varos's suggestion hanging heavy. Daenerys regarded him carefully, her expression unreadable. You would use my dragons as a threat? She asked, her tone even. Varos inclined his head slightly. As a ruse, yes, it need not come to actual destruction, but the threat alone may force Tywin's hand. He is a calculating man, and he will not risk the annihilation of his house. Ned spoke up, his voice firm but tinged with concern. If Tywin does not submit, then what? Do we follow through on this threat and risk alienating the rest of the realm? Varos turned to Ned, his expression unwavering. We will cross that bridge if we must, but Tywin must see that his path leads only to ruin. If he bends the knee, we gain a powerful ally, or at least remove a dangerous enemy. Robert rubbed his temples, his voice heavy with frustration. 7 hells. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be threatening Tywin Lannister with dragons. But you're right. If it works, it spares us a costly fight. If it doesn't, well, we've dealt with him before. Daenerys spoke again, her tone measured but resolute. If this is to be done, then let it be clear, the dragons are not weapons for tyranny. They are a means to protect the living. I will allow the threat, but only because the stakes demand it. Robert nodded, his expression grim but determined. Then it's settled. Send the Raven to Tywin. Let him know what's coming if he doesn't bend the knee. And in the meantime, we mine the dragonglass and prepare for the fight of our lives. The room fell into a heavy silence as the leaders exchanged looks, the gravity of their decisions weighing on each of them. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but for the first time, there was a glimmer of hope that the living might stand a chance against the darkness. As the council dispersed, leaving the chamber heavy with decisions and strategies, Daenerys made her way down the dimly lit hallways of Dragonstone. The ancient stronghold was quiet, save for the faint echoes of her footsteps. Behind her, Varos emerged from the shadows, his imposing presence almost making her pause. "Daenerys Stormborn," Varos said, his voice low but insistent. She turned to face him, her violet eyes sharp and questioning. "What is it, Varos?" she asked, her tone calm but curious. He stepped closer, his fiery gaze meeting hers directly. "Your dragons," he began, his voice steady but urgent. "They must not leave Dragonstone. You cannot take them to the wall." Daenerys's brow furrowed, her expression hardening slightly. "Not take them? You've seen what they can do. The fire they breathe is one of the only weapons we have against the dead. Why would you suggest such a thing?" Varos's tone deepened, his words deliberate and heavy with warning. "The Night King is unlike any enemy you've faced, Daenerys. He is not a man bound by fear or strategy. He wields powers older than any of us, powers that can turn even the greatest strengths into devastating weaknesses. If your dragons fall into his hands, they will be turned against us. The fire that could save the living could just as easily destroy them." Daenerys's lips pressed into a thin line, her voice sharpening. "You would have me leave them here? Or send them back to Old Valyria, where they would be out of my reach? They are not just weapons, Varos, they are my children. They have a role to play in this fight." "They do," Varos said firmly, "but not at the wall. The Night King's power grows with every step he takes south. The closer your dragons come to him, the greater the risk. You've seen what he did with Viserion in the flames I showed you. A dragon of your own turned into an icy nightmare. That future must not come to pass." Daenerys hesitated, the weight of his words pressing down on her. "And what would you have me do? Abandon them?" "Not abandon," Varos replied, his tone softening slightly. "Protect. Leave them here on Dragonstone, where their power can be safeguarded. Or send them back to Old Valyria, where even the Night King's reach cannot extend. We must ensure that the fire we possess remains our greatest asset, not a weapon turned against us." Daenerys looked away for a moment, her thoughts racing. The image of her dragons, snarling and cowering before Maelstrom when they first arrived, came to her mind. Even they, for all their might, seemed wary of the forces at play. "They will not understand," she said quietly, her voice tinged with sadness. "They will want to fight as I do." "They will fight," Varos assured her. "But they will do so when the time is right, when the Night King's advantage has been neutralized. Until then, we cannot risk losing them." Daenerys turned back to him, her expression resolute but conflicted. "I will consider what you've said, Varos. But know this, I will not leave my dragons behind lightly." Varos inclined his head, respect evident in his gaze. "Nor should you. But remember, Daenerys, the fate of the living depends on every choice we make. Do not let the Night King turn your greatest strength into your greatest weakness." With that, he stepped back into the shadows, leaving Daenerys alone in the quiet hallway. She stood there for a long moment, her heart heavy with the burden of leadership. The stakes had never been higher, and every decision carried the weight of countless lives. Her dragons were her pride, her legacy, and her power. But now, they might also be her greatest gamble. In the opulent chambers of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister sat at his grand desk, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows across the room. The air was heavy with tension as Kevan Lannister stood nearby, his arms crossed, waiting silently as his brother read the letter that had just arrived. The wax seal bore the unmistakable marks of both House Baratheon and House Targaryen, a stag and a three-headed dragon. Tywin's sharp green eyes moved methodically across the parchment, his expression betraying nothing as he absorbed the contents. When he finished, he placed the letter down carefully, His fingers steepled as he leaned back in his chair. His silence was more unnerving to Kevin than any outburst could have been. "What does it say, Tywin?" Kevin asked cautiously. Tywin's voice was cold, calculated, and laced with quiet disdain. "Robert Baratheon and Daenerys Targaryen have joined forces, it seems. They demand my presence at Riverrun to bend the knee under threat of dragonfire." Kevin's eyes widened slightly, though he quickly composed himself. "Both of them? They've formed an alliance." "So it would appear," Tywin replied, his tone clipped. "The letter makes it clear that they see me as the final obstacle to uniting the realm against the threat in the north. They expect me to kneel, to swear fealty, and to abandon everything I've built." Kevin stepped closer, his concern evident. "And if you refuse, do they mean to bring their dragons against us?" Tywin picked up the letter again, his gaze lingering on the words. "They are explicit in their threat. Submit or face dragonfire." He let out a quiet, mirthless laugh. "It seems Robert and Daenerys have found common ground in their disdain for me." Kevin frowned, his voice low. "This is dangerous, Tywin. We've heard the reports. Varos's dragons are said to be larger than Balerion, and Daenerys's are no less deadly. If they come for Casterly Rock, we may not be able to hold." Tywin placed the letter back on the desk with deliberate precision. "I am well aware of the dragons, Kevin, but this is no mere threat of war. This is a maneuver to isolate us. They know that if we bend the knee, the realm will unite under their banners. If we refuse, we become the scapegoats, the reason the living cannot stand together against the dead." Kevin nodded slowly, understanding dawning. "They've placed us in an impossible position. Submission means the end of Lannister power, but defiance means destruction." Tywin's expression darkened, his mind calculating every possible outcome. "If I go to Riverrun, I will not kneel. To do so would invite weakness and rebellion from within my own ranks. But if I refuse entirely, it gives them justification to unleash their dragons." Kevin hesitated before asking, "Then what will you do?" Tywin stood, his imposing presence filling the room. "We will respond with dignity and strategy, Kevin. I will write to Robert and Daenerys, acknowledging their concerns but refusing their terms. I will offer a ceasefire on the condition that our forces are allowed to remain intact and that no harm comes to Casterly Rock." Kevin's brow furrowed. "And if they reject your offer?" Tywin's gaze was steely, unyielding. "Then we prepare for war as we always have. The Golden Company and the Slavers' forces from across the sea will strengthen our position. And if it comes to it, we will remind them that even dragons are not invincible." Kevin sighed, the weight of the moment pressing heavily upon him. "This is a dangerous game, Tywin. If the dragons strike, it will not be like any battle we've faced before." Tywin's lips curved into a faint, cold smile. "Every game is dangerous, Kevin, but I have no intention of losing. If Robert and Daenerys wish to test their alliance against the might of House Lannister, they will find us ready." As Tywin began drafting his response, the room fell into a tense silence. The stakes had never been higher, and the choices he made now would determine not only the fate of his house but the future of the realm itself. The great hall of Riverrun was filled with tension as Kevin Lannister, clad in the crimson and gold of House Lannister, entered the chamber. The banners of House Stark, Baratheon, and Targaryen hung prominently, a stark reminder of the alliance forged against the greater threat. Seated at the high table were Robert Baratheon, Daenerys Targaryen, and Eddard Stark, their presence commanding as Kevin approached. The room fell silent as Kevin bowed respectfully. "Your Grace," he said, addressing Robert first, then inclining his head to Daenerys and Ned. "I come as an emissary of my brother, Lord Tywin Lannister, to discuss the terms of peace and unity in facing the northern threat." Robert leaned forward, his broad frame imposing. "Your brother has kept us waiting, Lannister. I hope you've come with more than empty words." Kevin straightened, his tone measured but firm. "Lord Tywin understands the gravity of the situation. While he has no love for this alliance, he recognizes the necessity of setting aside old grievances. He is prepared to agree to a ceasefire, provided our forces are allowed to remain intact and our lands undisturbed. Daenerys's violet eyes narrowed slightly, her tone regal but sharp. And what of your contribution to the fight against the Night King? Words of peace will not stop the dead. Kevin turned to her, his expression serious. House Lannister will do its part. I have been authorized to commit 25,000 men to the wall, to reinforce the Night's Watch and bolster the defenses of the north. A murmur ran through the room, the assembled lords exchanging cautious glances. Ned Stark spoke next, his voice calm but resolute. The North will hold you to your word, Lord Kevin. Those men will be needed not just to defend the wall, but to fight alongside every banner raised against the dead. Kevin nodded. I understand, Lord Stark. The Lannister forces will march under the command of the Night's Watch and any northern lords they are assigned to. We have no intention of undermining this alliance. Robert leaned back in his chair, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Good. It's about damn time. The sooner your men are at the wall, the better. Daenerys's voice carried a note of warning. And what of Tywin himself? Will he remain at Casterly Rock? Or will he commit more to this cause? Kevin's jaw tightened slightly. Lord Tywin will remain in the west to ensure the security of our lands and maintain order. However, should the situation require it, I will ensure additional forces are made available. Robert slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising. This is not a negotiation, Kevin. The dead don't care about Casterly Rock or Lannister pride. If your brother thinks he can sit this out while the rest of us bleed, he's mistaken. Kevin held his ground, his tone calm but firm. My brother is not sitting this out, Your Grace. Sending 25,000 men is no small contribution, and I am here to ensure our commitment is honored. Ned's voice cut through the tension, steady and measured. Then let it be so. The Lannister forces will march to the wall under the banner of unity. For now, the living must stand together, or we will all fall. Daenerys nodded in agreement, her tone softening slightly. Let this be a beginning, Lord Kevin. The sins of the past cannot be undone, but the future depends on what we do now. Kevin inclined his head respectfully. House Lannister will honor its word, Your Grace. Robert grunted, waving a hand dismissively. Fine. Get your men moving, Kevin. The wall won't hold forever. As the meeting concluded, Kevin stepped back, his expression stoic but thoughtful. The ceasefire had been agreed upon, but the tension between the Lannisters and the rest of the realm was far from resolved. Still, for the moment, the living had taken a step toward unity, however fragile it might be. The Lannister banners would march north, and with them, the hope that even old enemies could stand together against the darkness. In the dimly lit war room of Dragonstone, Robert Baratheon leaned over the massive table that held the map of Westeros, his expression heavy with determination. Eddard Stark stood beside him, his face drawn with the weight of recent news. Around them, the murmur of activity echoed as their commanders and aides worked tirelessly to organize the effort against the looming threats. We need to quicken the pace, Robert said, his voice gruff but resolute. Over 100,000 men equipped with dragonglass weapons. It's a monumental task, but it's the only way we stand a chance. The Night King isn't waiting for us to get our affairs in order. Ned nodded, his tone steady. The mines on Dragonstone are already being worked at full capacity. Blacksmiths from the north, the Riverlands, and even the Vale are being summoned to forge the weapons as quickly as possible. But even with every forge lit and every smith working day and night, it may not be enough. Robert slammed his fist on the table, rattling the markers on the map. Then we'll find more smiths, more hands to mine. Every able-bodied man, woman, and child who can hold a tool will contribute. This is survival, Ned. There's no room for half measures. As the two men spoke, Daenerys Targaryen and Varos stood a short distance away, their voices low as they whispered to one another. Daenerys's expression was conflicted, her violet eyes searching Varos's fiery gaze for reassurance. They'll be safer in Old Valyria, Varos said, his tone calm but firm. The Night King's reach grows stronger with each passing day. Your dragons are powerful, but they are not invulnerable. If he turns them, we lose one of our greatest advantages." Daenerys hesitated, her gaze shifting to the window where Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion rested atop the cliffs of Dragonstone. Their presence had been a source of strength and pride, but Varos's warnings had planted a seed of doubt. Finally, she nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Very well. They will return to Old Valyria for now. But when the time comes, they will fly again and they will be ready." Varos inclined his head in acknowledgement, his expression respectful. "A wise decision, Daenerys Stormborn. The fire they carry will be needed when the final battle comes." As their conversation concluded, a soldier entered the room, his armor marked with the sigil of House Baratheon. He approached Robert and Ned, bowing quickly before delivering his message. "Your Grace, my lord," the soldier began, his voice urgent. "Word has come from the wall. The wildlings who were entering Westeros have stopped. Out of the 200,000 we expected, only 30,000 have crossed. There's no sign of the others." Robert frowned deeply, his frustration mounting. What in the seven hells is going on up there? The Night's Watch was supposed to ensure they crossed safely. If they're stuck beyond the wall, they're as good as dead. The soldier hesitated before continuing. "There's more, Your Grace. A raven from Winterfell reports that Lord Stark's son, Bran, who had been missing for weeks, has returned. He was last seen at the wall." Ned's head snapped up at the mention of Bran, his eyes wide with a mix of relief and concern. "Bran? He's returned." The soldier nodded. "Yes, my lord. The message says he's safe, but there's something strange. The Maester's letter says he speaks of visions, warnings about the Night King, and something about the old gods." Ned's face tightened, his thoughts racing. "Visions? Warnings? What has my son seen?" Robert placed a heavy hand on Ned's shoulder, his voice gruff but supportive. "Whatever it is, we'll deal with it, Ned. Bran's return could be a sign, or at least some piece of this bloody puzzle we're trying to put together." Daenerys and Varos, having overheard the exchange, stepped closer. Daenerys's tone was measured as she addressed them. "If your son has seen something, Lord Stark, it may be worth listening to. The old gods and the new often have a way of speaking through unexpected means." Varos added, his fiery gaze fixed on Ned. "The boy's visions may hold the key to understanding the Night King's plans. If his return coincides with the wildling's disappearance, it is no coincidence." Ned nodded, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. "I will go to Winterfell and speak with Bran myself. If he knows something that can help us, we cannot afford to ignore it." Robert grunted, his focus returning to the map. "Fine, go to your boy, Ned, but make it quick. We've got a war to fight on too many fronts, and we need every man who knows what he's doing." As the group dispersed, the weight of the news settled over them. The mysteries surrounding the wildlings, Bran's visions, and the ever-looming threat of the Night King only deepened. Time was slipping away, and the living had precious little of it to prepare for what was to come. The bustling activity of the camp outside Dragonstone fell into an uneasy quiet as Varos stormed out of the war room, his expression dark and unreadable. His robes, streaked with black and red, billowed behind him as he moved with purpose through the throng of soldiers and officers. His fiery eyes burned with a mix of urgency and anger, the news of the missing wildlings weighing heavily on his mind. Daenerys, Robert, and Stannis stood on a raised platform near the camp's edge, discussing the plans for their next moves. Their attention turned sharply as they noticed Varos striding toward the cliffside where his dragons rested. The sheer determination in his steps made it clear he had no intention of staying. "What's he doing now?" Robert muttered, gripping the edge of the table before him. "The man's a mystery wrapped in flames." Daenerys's gaze followed Varos with concern, her voice calm but tinged with curiosity. "Whatever it is, he's not waiting for us to decide." Without hesitation, Varos approached Maelstrom, his largest and most fearsome dragon. The colossal beast, its scales gleaming like dark steel and its wings spanning wide enough to cast an immense shadow over the camp, stirred at his master's presence. Without a word, Varos climbed atop the dragon's massive neck, his movements swift and practiced. The moment Varos mounted, Maelstrom let out a deafening roar that shook the ground beneath the camp. Soldiers scrambled for cover as the beast's wings unfurled, creating gusts so powerful they toppled tents, scattered supplies, and extinguished campfires. The massive dragon leapt into the air, its wings beating with a force that sent a shockwave through the encampment. Entire sections of the king's encampment were ruined in the dragon's ascent, leaving chaos in its wake. Robert shielded his eyes from the debris, his jaw slack as he watched the monstrous creature rise. "By the gods," he muttered, his voice barely audible. That thing isn't a dragon. It's a damned force of nature." Stannis stood beside him, his face stoic but his eyes betraying a hint of awe. "A force we're fortunate to have on our side," he said simply. Daenerys, her silver hair whipping in the wind caused by Maelstrom's takeoff, kept her gaze fixed on Varos. "He's going to Hard Home," she said quietly, almost to herself. "He knows the Night King is responsible for the missing wildlings." Robert turned to her, his tone incredulous. "Hard Home? Does he think he can take on the Night King alone with that beast?" Daenerys shook her head. "Varos doesn't act without purpose. If he's going, it's because he believes he must. And if Maelstrom flies, it's because he will not allow the Night King to go unchallenged." Above them, Maelstrom ascended higher, its silhouette eclipsing the sun as it soared northward with terrifying speed. The sight was both awe-inspiring and unnerving, the sheer size of the dragon making even Daenerys' 3 dragons seem small by comparison. Robert's voice was low but filled with wonder. "That thing could raise entire kingdoms in a single night." Stannis glanced at his brother, his voice measured. "Let us hope it never has to. If even Varos fears what's happening in the north, then we may be facing something far worse than we imagined." As Maelstrom disappeared over the horizon, the camp slowly began to recover from the dragon's chaotic departure. Soldiers and commanders moved to assess the damage, though many could only stand and stare, their faces pale with disbelief. Robert turned to Daenerys, his expression grim but laced with curiosity. "Your dragons are formidable, Targaryen, but that one, where did he come from?" Daenerys met his gaze, her voice steady. "Maelstrom is of old Valyria, a creature of a world long gone. Varos alone knows his full purpose. But if he's flying north, it's because he believes the Night King's threat demands it." Robert let out a heavy sigh, his hand resting on the hilt of his warhammer. "Then let's pray he's right, because if that beast fails, I don't think even dragons will save us from what's coming." The 3 leaders stood in silence, their gazes fixed on the northern sky where Varos and Maelstrom had disappeared. The ground still trembled faintly from the dragon's takeoff, a reminder of the sheer power that had just left their camp. Whatever awaited Varos at Hardhome, it was clear that the stakes had never been higher. The northern skies were alight with the fiery glow of 3 colossal dragons as they approached Hardhome. Maelstrom, the largest and most fearsome of them all, flew at the forefront, his massive wings slicing through the frigid air like blades. Behind him followed Scourge and Vermilion, their own primal power radiating as they closed in on the beleaguered camp below. Hardhome was chaos. Merchant ships crowded the shorelines, hastily evacuating wildlings onto their decks. The encampment was surrounded, with thousands of wights clawing at the gates and walls, their hollow eyes filled with an insatiable hunger. On a ridge above the fray, for White Walkers on horseback watched with eerie calm, their icy spears glinting in the dim light. Their mere presence seemed to chill the air further, their intent unmistakable as they oversaw the slaughter. Then came the roar. It was deafening, otherworldly, and it shook the very ground of Hardhome. The wildlings froze, their eyes turning skyward as Maelstrom descended, his massive form blotting out the sun. His wings spread wide, casting a shadow so vast it covered the ridge where the White Walkers stood. The primal power of the dragon was undeniable. This was no mere creature. This was a force of nature, a living god of fire and fury. The White Walkers reacted, their snarls breaking the eerie silence. They raised their icy spears, readying themselves for the impossible confrontation. But Maelstrom gave them no chance. The dragon opened his maw, and a torrent of fire erupted. A flame so vast and intense it consumed everything in its path. The entire ridge was engulfed in a hellish inferno, the White Walkers obliterated before they could even throw their spears. The fire didn't stop there. It cascaded down, incinerating the Whites clustered up to the very gates of Hardhome. The wildlings inside the camp stood frozen in awe and terror. They had heard of dragons, but this was something beyond their comprehension. Maelstrom's presence was overwhelming, his fire a divine wrath that burned away their enemies with terrifying ease. As Maelstrom circled back, Scourge and Vermilion moved in with precise coordination. Scourge, his black and molten orange scales gleaming like molten metal, unleashed his fire upon the Whites pressing against the eastern wall. His flames roared with a feral intensity, reducing the undead to ash in moments. Vermilion, his crimson and gold form striking against the snow, targeted the western approach, his fire spreading across the Whites like a tidal wave of destruction. The wildlings inside the camp fell to their knees, some in prayer, others in sheer disbelief. The dragons were not just creatures. They were symbols of power so ancient and primal that it felt as though the gods themselves had descended to Hardhome. These were not the dragons of Daenerys Targaryen. These were creatures of a forgotten age, embodiments of Valyrian might that had once ruled the skies. From the ships, the wildlings being evacuated watched in stunned silence. The merchant captains, many of whom had long dismissed dragons as myth, stared slack-jawed as the fiery onslaught unfolded before them. Even the sea seemed to tremble under the weight of the dragon's presence. As the last of the Whites fell, incinerated by the relentless flames, Maelstrom let out another thunderous roar, a proclamation of victory and power that echoed across the icy wastes. Scourge and Vermilion circled above the camp, their own roars joining in a symphony of dominance. The battle was over and Hardhome was saved, for now. Varos, atop Maelstrom, looked down at the destruction with a grim satisfaction. He had seen the threat for what it was and acted without hesitation. The wildlings had been spared, but the cost of their salvation was the unshakable fear and reverence they now held for the dragons and their master. The three dragons ascended once more, their immense forms rising into the darkening skies. The fires they had left behind continued to burn, a beacon of survival in a land of death. As they flew back toward Dragonstone, the wildlings whispered amongst themselves, their voices trembling with awe. They weren't just dragons, one murmured. They were gods. But even gods could not rest, for the Night King and his endless horde were far from defeated. The battle at Hardhome was only the beginning. As Varos circled high above the icy wasteland on Maelstrom's back, flanked by Scourge and Vermilion, the aftermath of Hardhome's fiery salvation lay below. Smoke and ash rose from the scorched earth, and the remaining wildlings were hastily boarding the last of the merchant ships, their survival ensured for now. Varos's fiery gaze scanned the horizon. He was emboldened by his victory, the sheer destructive power of Maelstrom giving him confidence that even the Night King could not stand against him. His mind was set. If the Night King's army was near, he would end the threat then and there. He commanded the three dragons to fan out, their colossal forms casting vast shadows over the icy tundra as they searched for their foe. And then he saw it. Out of the corner of his eye, beyond the edge of the frozen wastes, a dark, writhing mass stretched endlessly across the horizon. It was not just an army, it was an ocean of death. Whites marched in perfect unison, their numbers so vast they seemed to blur together into one monstrous entity. Among them were giants, their hulking forms towering over the sea of undead. And worse still, there were creatures Varos had never seen before, grotesque abominations, twisted forms of dead beasts, their icy hides glinting in the pale light. Varos's breath caught for a moment as he assessed the scale of the threat. This was not the fragmented host he had just destroyed at Hardhome. This was the Night King's true force, an unstoppable tide of death, easily over 500,000 strong, marching toward the wall with an eerie, unrelenting purpose. He pulled on Maelstrom's reins, signaling a retreat. "Not yet," Varos muttered under his breath. "We can't face this here." But Maelstrom had other ideas. The massive dragon let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the valley, his primal instincts overriding Varos's command. This dragon was bred for war, forged in the fires of old Valyria, and he would not cower before any foe. Scourge and Vermilion, feeding off Maelstrom's ferocity, let out their own earth-shaking roars and descended alongside him. Before Varos could stop them, the three dragons plunged toward the valley, their immense forms slicing through the frigid air like bolts of fire-soaked lightning. "Damn it!" Varos cursed, gripping Maelstrom tightly as the dragon unleashed a torrent of flame. The fire swept across the valley in a single, devastating arc, consuming tens of thousands of wights in an instant. The blaze was so large and fierce that it could be seen from the wall, a searing line of fire against the icy expanse. The ground itself seemed to ignite, a massive inferno that illuminated the frozen night. The dragons continued their assault, circling back and unleashing wave after wave of dragonfire. Giants were reduced to ash, and the grotesque beasts were obliterated in the onslaught. The undead horde suffered tremendous losses, entire swathes of their numbers incinerated before they could react. But the tide of death was unyielding. For every wight burned, more marched forward, an endless wave that defied comprehension. The sheer scale of the army was overwhelming, and the realization dawned on Varos. This was not a force that could be defeated by fire alone. "Enough, Maelstrom," Varos shouted, pulling hard on the reins. "We must fall back." The dragon resisted, his instinct to fight driving him forward, but Varos exerted his will, his fiery gaze locking onto the beasts. Finally, Maelstrom relented, letting out a frustrated growl as he ascended, retreating from the valley. Scourge and Vermilion followed suit, their own roars trailing off as they rose into the sky. As Varos turned back toward the wall, his heart was heavy with the knowledge of what he had seen. The Night King's army was still vast, its strength undiminished despite the devastating losses inflicted by the dragons. He had struck a powerful blow, but it was not enough. The true battle had yet to come. The wall loomed in the distance, its icy heights a symbol of the last line of defense for the living. The fiery blaze in the valley behind him still burned, a beacon of hope and desperation visible even from Castle Black. Varos guided Maelstrom toward the wall, his mind racing with the enormity of the threat they faced. He had hurt the Night King's army, but it was a mere fraction of what was needed. The fight was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. The sound of Maelstrom's wings shook the very earth as Varos descended upon the king's encampment outside Dragonstone. The colossal dragon landed with a thunderous impact, sending waves of dust and debris spiraling into the air. Soldiers scrambled to steady themselves, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear at the sight of the ancient beast. Scourge and Vermilion followed close behind, their roars echoing across the camp like primal war cries. Robert Baratheon, standing near his war table with Stannis, Ned Stark, and Daenerys Targaryen, turned sharply at the commotion. His face, hardened by years of battle, now carried a look of confusion and alarm. "By the gods," he muttered. "What's he doing now?" Varos dismounted swiftly from Maelstrom, his fiery gaze locked onto Robert as he strode toward the assembled leaders. His crimson and black robes billowed in the gusts from the dragon's wings, his presence commanding silence from everyone in the camp. "King Robert," Varos began, his voice carrying the weight of urgency. "The time to act is now. The Night King's army is larger than we ever imagined. 500,000 wights, maybe more, giants, monstrous creatures of death, and an unrelenting tide of darkness march toward the wall as we speak. If we delay, the wall will fall, and the dead will overrun the realm." Robert's expression hardened, his grip tightening on the pommel of his warhammer. 500,000? He repeated, his voice low but laced with dread. "You're certain?" Varos nodded gravely. "I've seen them with my own eyes. The dragons burned a portion of their host, but it was barely a dent. The time for strategy and caution is over. Muster all forces now. The living must march to the wall." Before anyone could respond, a horn sounded in the distance. A long, resonant blast that sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the camp. The sound was ancient, otherworldly, carrying with it an echo of power and fire. Varos's expression shifted slightly, his fiery eyes narrowing. "It's the horn of the Valyrian freehold," Daenerys said softly, her voice tinged with awe and uncertainty. The camp turned toward the horizon, where an army began to materialize from the haze. 50,000 soldiers marched in perfect formation, their armor gleaming with a fiery crimson hue that seemed to shimmer like molten metal. Each warrior bore the sigil of the Valyrian freehold, an ancient emblem long thought lost to history. Behind them, fire priests marched in solemn ranks, their staffs glowing with flames that burned unnaturally bright, illuminating the sky even as the sun dipped toward the horizon. The army came to a halt just outside the camp, their banners fluttering in the wind. The fire priests raised their staffs in unison, and the flames erupted higher, casting an eerie glow over the encampment. Robert turned back to Varos, his voice sharp and demanding. "What is this, Valyrian? Another of your surprises? What else have you been hiding from us?" Varos met Robert's gaze steadily, his voice calm but resolute. "This is my army, 50,000 of the elite warriors of Valyria, trained and equipped in the ways of the ancient freehold. They have waited in secret for this moment, for the time when the world would need them most." Daenerys stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the soldiers with a mixture of awe and confusion. The freehold's armies were said to have perished with the doom. "How is this possible?" Varos's fiery gaze shifted to her. "Not all were lost, Daenerys Stormborn. A fragment of Valyria survived, hidden in the shadows, preserving the knowledge, the traditions, and the power of the old ways. They are here now because the threat we face demands nothing less." Robert let out a harsh laugh, though it carried no humor. 50,000 soldiers appear out of nowhere, and I'm supposed to trust them? They're dressed like the fires of hell, and you expect me to believe they're here to help. They are here to fight, Varos corrected, his tone firm. The dead march for the wall, and every sword, every flame, every ounce of strength is needed to stop them. You may not trust them, Robert Baratheon, but you will need them. Ned stepped forward, his voice calm but laced with concern. If they are here to fight for the living, then we cannot waste time questioning their motives. The dead will not wait for us to resolve our doubts. Robert grunted, his eyes narrowing as he studied the soldiers and priests. "Fine," he said finally, his voice heavy with reluctance. "But mark my words, Varos, if this army of yours turns on us, I'll have your head, dragons or no dragons." Varos inclined his head slightly, his fiery gaze unflinching. "You won't need to, Robert. They serve only one purpose, to preserve the living." The horn of the Valyrian freehold sounded again, its ancient cry echoing across the camp. The soldiers stood motionless, their presence a reminder that the time for preparation had ended. The living would march, and the final battle against the dead drew closer with every passing moment. In the grand war tent pitched at the heart of the encampment, the air was thick with tension and urgency. King Robert Baratheon sat at the head of the massive table, a tankard of ale untouched before him. Around him were gathered the most prominent leaders of the realm. Eddard Stark, ever solemn and calculating. Stannis Baratheon, rigid and unyielding. Renley Baratheon, his charm subdued in the face of the grim reality. Oberyn Martell, his sharp eyes flickering with both interest and suspicion. Robb Stark, the young wolf, his youthful vigor tempered by the weight of command. Daenerys Targaryen, her regal presence undeniable. And Varos, the enigmatic figure whose dragons and forces loomed large. Over the meeting, the table was strewn with maps of the north and the wall, markers indicating the known positions of wildlings, the advancing White Army, and the Night's Watch at Castle Black. The faint flicker of torchlight illuminated the determined faces of those present, casting long shadows on the tense walls. Robert leaned forward, his hands gripping the edge of the table. 500,000 whites, maybe more, are marching for the wall, he said, his voice heavy with urgency. If the wall falls, they'll spill into the north like a tide of death, and there won't be a damn thing to stop them. Ned nodded, his tone calm but resolute. The Night's Watch is strong, but they are few. Even with the wildlings who've crossed the wall, they won't hold against a force of this size. We must reinforce them immediately. Stannis, his face a mask of stoic determination, spoke next. The wildlings must be armed and trained. They know the terrain better than anyone and will be crucial in the defense of the wall. But we cannot rely solely on them. Oberyn tapped the map with a finger, his tone laced with sharp practicality. The key will be strategy. We cannot simply throw our forces at the dead and hope for the best. If the Night King leads this army personally, we must find a way to draw him out. Cut off the head, and the body will fall. Daenerys' voice was firm but measured as she addressed the group. The dragons will fight, but Varos has made it clear that their use must be strategic. They cannot be risked unnecessarily, and we cannot allow them to fall into the Night King's hands. Varos stepped forward, his fiery gaze sweeping across the room. Maelstrom, Scourge, and Vermilion will rain fire upon the dead, but they will not engage the Night King directly. The dead have no fear, no weakness, save for dragonglass and fire. Every weapon forged from the mountain of Dragonstone must be in the hands of your men by the time we march. Renley, who had remained quiet until now, leaned forward with a hint of frustration. How do we even begin to fight an enemy like this? 500,000 whites, and gods know what else? Giants? Dead beasts? It's madness. It's war, Robert snapped, his tone sharp. We've faced worse odds before and won. Robb Stark spoke up, his voice carrying the weight of youthful determination. We'll need to organize our forces into specialized units. Archers with dragonglass-tipped arrows, pikemen with dragonglass spears, and fire teams to hold the line. The wall itself must be fortified, every inch of it. Oberyn added, his tone grim but focused. And we must plan for the worst. If the wall falls, we need contingencies to hold the neck and moat Kaelin. If the dead break through the north, they cannot be allowed to reach the Riverlands. Daenerys glanced at Varos, then spoke decisively. My Unsullied will join the defense of the wall, alongside the Second Sons. They will hold the line, no matter the cost. Stannis nodded in approval. Good. Every man who can fight will be needed. But we must also have a plan to evacuate the Night's Watch if the wall is breached. Their knowledge of the enemy is invaluable. Robert looked around the table, his gaze settling on Varos. And what of your Valyrian army, Varos? What role will they play in this? Varos inclined his head, his voice calm but authoritative. The Valyrian freehold soldiers will serve as a vanguard against the dead. They are trained to face overwhelming odds and will hold the line where others falter. The fire priests will ensure the dead cannot rise again where our forces fall. Robert leaned back, exhaling deeply. Fine, then we march. Every force, every sword, every bloody ounce of strength we've got. The north won't fall while I still draw breath. Ned placed a hand on the table, his voice heavy with conviction. We fight not for glory or thrones, but for survival. If we fail here, there will be no 7 kingdoms left to save. The gathered leaders nodded, their differences set aside in the face of the shared threat. The stakes had never been higher, and the time for preparation was over. The living would march for the wall, united against the tide of death that loomed ever closer. The battle for survival had begun. In the quiet stillness of Dragonstone's chambers, the flickering glow of firelight cast long shadows on the walls as Varos stood before Daenerys Targaryen. She sat on a simple throne of stone, her expression contemplative as she listened to the enigmatic sorcerer whose words carried weight beyond their immediate purpose. The distant roar of Maelstrom echoed faintly from the cliffs outside, a reminder of the immense power that hovered just beyond reach. Daenerys, Varos began, his voice low but laced with a quiet intensity. Maelstrom alone is enough to destroy the Night King. His fire burns hotter than anything this world has seen in centuries. Even the coldest death cannot withstand his wrath. Daenerys studied him carefully, her violet eyes narrowing slightly. If that is true, then why delay? Why not strike now and end this threat before it reaches the wall? Varos stepped closer, his fiery gaze unwavering. Because power, when revealed too soon, becomes a threat to those who do not yet understand it. The usurper, Robert Baratheon, and his allies cannot comprehend the full might of Maelstrom or the dragons. If they do, their fear will outweigh their reason. Their loyalty to the fight against the dead will falter, and their ambitions will resurface. Daenerys' expression hardened, her voice firm. You mean Robert will see me as a greater threat than the Night King? Exactly, Varos said with a nod. Men like Robert are driven by pride and the need to preserve their legacy. If he sees the dragons as weapons beyond his control, he will turn on us the moment the Night King is vanquished. We must let him believe the fight is winnable through unity, not overwhelming power. Daenerys leaned back slightly, her gaze thoughtful. And after the Night King is defeated? What then? You've spoken of visions and prophecies, but what is your true purpose, Varos? Varos's fiery eyes flickered as he spoke, his tone deepening. The Lord of Light has shown me the path. Westeros is just one piece on the chessboard. The true destiny of Valyria is not confined to these shores. It is prophesied that a new Valyrian empire will rise, one that encompasses the known world, uniting not just Westeros but Essos, the Summer Isles, and beyond. Daenerys' lips parted slightly, surprise flickering across her face. A Valyrian empire? You mean to rule everything? Varos inclined his head, his expression calm but resolute. Not just rule, Daenerys. To unite. To bring order where there is chaos. To bring fire where there is darkness. The Freehold was a shadow of what it could have been, divided by ambition and weakened by complacency. The new empire will not fall to such flaws. It will be built on strength, purpose, and the will of fire. Daenerys' expression grew guarded, her tone skeptical. And where do I stand in this vision, Varos? Am I a pawn in your prophecy? Or do you see me as an equal? Varos stepped closer, lowering his voice. You are no pawn, Daenerys. You are the mother of dragons, the rightful heir to House Targaryen, and the flame that will ignite the world. Together, we will forge this empire not for conquest but for survival. The threats to this world extend far beyond the Night King. He is but a harbinger of the chaos to come. Daenerys rose from her seat, her posture regal and commanding. If what you say is true, then we will face those threats together. But let me make one thing clear, Varos. I will not be a puppet to anyone's prophecy. If I am to forge this new empire, it will be on my terms, as a queen, not as a servant to the flames. Varos bowed his head slightly, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. As it should be, Daenerys Stormborn. The flames have chosen you, not to serve, but to lead. And when the time comes, the world will bow not out of fear, but out of necessity. Daenerys turned toward the window, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. For now, we focus on the Night King. But if your vision is true, Varos, then this is only the beginning. Varos stepped back into the shadows, his voice a quiet murmur as he spoke. The beginning of fire and blood. The world will burn before it is reborn, and we will stand at the center of the flames. The chamber fell silent, the weight of their conversation lingering in the air. Outside, Maelstrom let out another deep, resonant roar, as if to punctuate the path that lay ahead. A path that would shape the fate of not just Westeros, but the world itself. The gathered armies stretched across the frozen expanse below the wall, an awe-inspiring assembly of Westeros's might. Banners of every great house flapped in the icy wind. The lion of the Lannisters, the dire wolf of the Starks, the golden rose of the Tyrells, the stag of the Baratheons, and the falcon of the Vale. Among them stood the Unsullied in perfect formation, their discipline a striking contrast to the restless movements of the knights and bannermen. Looming above them all was the host of Varos, 50,000 elite soldiers clad in crimson and black, their fire priests standing solemnly among their ranks. At the base of the wall, the Night's Watch moved hurriedly to reinforce their defenses, their black cloaks blending into the snow. Smoke rose from forges hastily erected in the shadow of the wall, where blacksmiths worked tirelessly to craft dragonglass weapons. The tension in the air was palpable, a shared recognition that the greatest battle in history was on the horizon. King Robert Baratheon stood atop a makeshift platform, his fur-lined cloak billowing in the wind. He scanned the assembled forces, his piercing blue eyes filled with a mix of determination and weariness. The weight of command pressed heavily upon him, but his voice carried the strength of a battle-hardened king as he addressed the gathered armies. "Men of Westeros," Robert began, his voice booming across the icy field. "You stand here not as lords of your houses, not as soldiers of your banners, but as the last line of defense for the living. The Night King and his army march for this wall, and if they breach it, there will be nothing left to protect. No castles, no families, no 7 kingdoms. Only death." The murmurs among the soldiers fell silent as Robert continued, his tone growing more impassioned. "I won't lie to you. This enemy is unlike any we've faced. 500,000 whites, giants, and gods know what else. But we are men of the living, and we have something they don't. Fire, dragonglass, and the will to survive." He gestured broadly to the banners before him. "Look around you. Stark and Lannister, Tyrell and Vale, Baratheon and Targaryen. We are enemies no longer. We fight as one, or we fall as one." Turning to the assembled commanders, Robert's voice became more measured. "Stannis, you'll command the Knights of the Vale and hold the eastern flank. Ensure the wildlings and Night's Watch have support in case the dead breach their defenses." Stannis nodded, his face as stoic as ever. "It will be done." Robert shifted his gaze to Robb Stark. "Robb, you'll take the northern defenses with your bannermen. Hold the line at the wall and work with the wildlings to create a second perimeter if the worst happens." Robb bowed slightly. "We'll hold the north, your grace." Next, Robert addressed Mace Tyrell, who stood flanked by his knights. "Tyrell, your men will reinforce the central defenses at Castle Black. Work with the dragonglass forges to ensure every soldier is armed." Mace inclined his head. "The Reach stands ready, your grace." Robert's gaze fell on Daenerys Targaryen, her silver hair gleaming in the pale light. "Targaryen, your unsullied will bolster the southern approach to the wall. If the dead try to flank us, they'll find no quarter." Daenerys nodded, her expression resolute. "They will hold, King Robert." Finally, Robert turned to Varos, whose crimson and black host stood in disciplined silence. "Valyrian, your forces will serve as the vanguard. If the Night King himself appears, it'll be your men who face him first." Varos inclined his head, his fiery gaze unyielding. "They will meet fire with fire, your grace." Robert stepped forward, addressing the entire army once more. "Positions will be taken up tonight. Dragonglass weapons will be distributed to every man, woman, and child who can fight. Fire pits will be lit along the wall, and trebuchets will be armed with dragonfire. The wall must hold." He raised his warhammer high, his voice echoing with the fervor of a king who had fought for everything he believed in. "This is it, men. This is the fight for the living. Stand with me, and we will send these icy bastards back to the hell they came from." The roar from the assembled armies was deafening, a collective cry of defiance against the darkness that loomed ever closer. The soldiers began to move to their assigned positions, the unity of their purpose a rare and powerful sight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, torches were lit, casting a warm glow against the cold expanse of the wall. The armies of the living prepared themselves for the greatest battle Westeros had ever known, the fate of the realm hanging in the balance. The biting wind howled atop the wall as Eddard Stark stood on the icy ramparts, his fur-lined cloak whipping in the cold. Beside him was his son, Bran, who had recently emerged from seclusion in Winterfell. Bran's presence was both a relief and a source of unease for Ned. The boy, no, the man. Standing beside him was no longer the son he remembered. Bran's eyes, distant and knowing, seemed to pierce through time itself, carrying an otherworldly weight. The stars began to shimmer faintly in the darkening sky, their light a stark contrast to the icy dread that permeated the air. From their vantage point, they could see the vast armies below, soldiers of every banner moving into position. Fires blazed along the wall, illuminating the preparations for the battle to come. Bran broke the silence first, his voice quiet but filled with an eerie certainty. "Tonight will determine everything." Ned turned to look at him, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean, Bran?" Bran's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the faintest whispers of snow and shadow hinted at the coming storm. "The survival of the living," he said simply, "and the rise of a new Valyrian empire." Ned's face darkened, confusion mingling with concern. "What are you talking about, Bran? The survival of the living is clear enough, but what do you mean by a new Valyrian empire?" Bran didn't answer immediately. He stood still, his breath visible in the frigid air, as though he were looking at something only he could see. Finally, he spoke, his tone cryptic and distant. "The threads of fate have already been woven, Father. The dragons, the fire priests, Varos. They are all pieces on a board larger than you can imagine. This night will shape the future, not just of Westeros, but of the entire world." Ned's unease deepened. He turned to face Bran fully, his voice sharpening. "You're speaking in riddles, Bran. If you know something, if you've seen something, tell me. What is this about a Valyrian empire?" Bran finally turned to look at his father, his eyes deep pools of knowledge and sadness. "I cannot tell you everything. Some truths must unfold on their own. But know this, the dragons are more than weapons and Varos is more than a man. The Night King is not the only threat we face. The battle tonight will decide more than the fate of the Wall. It will set the course for the future of the realm." Ned's jaw tightened, his frustration barely concealed. "You speak as if you know the outcome, Bran. Do you?" Bran's expression softened, but the weight in his eyes remained. "I know what must happen, but I cannot interfere directly. My role is to guide, not to command." "Guide who?" Ned asked, his voice tinged with desperation. "Who holds the key to this future you speak of?" Bran's gaze drifted back to the horizon. "The mother of dragons, the chosen of fire, the king of storms, and a boy who is more than he seems." Ned stared at his son, the cryptic words leaving him with more questions than answers. "Bran, please, what does all this mean?" Bran's voice softened, filled with a quiet sorrow. "You'll understand soon enough, Father. Tonight, the living will face their greatest trial, and what comes after will be shaped by the choices made here. Trust in what you've taught me, and in the strength of those who stand beside you." Before Ned could press further, Bran turned and began to walk away, his steps light despite the icy terrain. He moved with the calmness of someone who knew exactly where he was going, leaving his father behind on the wall. Ned stood in silence, staring after him. The cryptic warnings and strange certainty of his son's words left a knot of unease in his chest. He turned his gaze back to the horizon, where the faint glow of the fires below was slowly being consumed by the gathering storm. The weight of the night pressed down on him as he gripped the hilt of his sword. The survival of the living, the rise of a new Valyrian empire. Bran's words hung heavy in the air, unanswered questions lingering as the first hints of the Night King's approach became visible in the distance. The night was thick with tension as the fire priests of Varos gathered in a solemn circle around a roaring flame. The blaze was unlike any other, burning with an intensity that seemed to challenge the freezing cold of the wall itself. The fire shot straight into the sky like a beacon, its light visible for miles, casting flickering shadows on the ancient ice. The soldiers of Varos's elite Valyrian host stood silently, their red and black armor gleaming ominously in the fiery glow. From a distance, Varos watched, his expression inscrutable. His fiery eyes reflected the inferno, and though he stood apart, his presence dominated the scene. The fire priests chanted in an ancient tongue, their voices rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence that carried a sense of power and foreboding. Daenerys Targaryen approached Varos, her silver hair glinting in the firelight. She stopped a few paces from him, her expression curious but tinged with unease. "What are they doing, Varos?" she asked, her voice firm but measured. "What is this ritual?" Varos didn't turn to face her, his gaze fixed on the towering flame. "It is a preparation," he said cryptically, his voice low but resonant. "A call to the fire, a plea to the Lord of Light. The flames will burn as long as the living hold the line." Daenerys frowned, her tone sharpening. "And what does it mean? You bring an army to the wall, you summon this fire, but you tell no one your purpose. If this is part of some grand plan, I have the right to know." Varos finally turned to her, his fiery gaze meeting her violet eyes. "You will know in time, Daenerys Stormborn. For now, trust that the fire priests serve their purpose, as do the soldiers of Valyria. This night will test all of us, and every piece must be in place." Before she could respond, a commotion drew their attention. Varos's elite troops, clad in their heavy armor and carrying weapons forged in the fires of Dragonstone, marched in disciplined ranks toward the wall's massive tunnel. Their footsteps echoed ominously as they flooded into the passage, their shields and spears creating an impenetrable phalanx. Daenerys watched in silence as the troops filled the tunnel, creating a formidable choke point designed to hold back the dead. Their precision and coordination were awe-inspiring, but their sheer numbers were unsettling. "They're going to hold the tunnel," she said quietly, more to herself than to Varos. "They will hold it," Varos confirmed, his tone calm but resolute. "This is where the dead will break or the living will fall. The tunnel is narrow, and the dead will bottleneck. My soldiers are trained for this, to stand against impossible odds. They will not falter." Daenerys glanced at him, her expression troubled. "And if they cannot hold? If the dead break through?" Varos's gaze turned back to the fire priests, the flames still shooting skyward with undiminished fury. "Then the fire will take them all," he said, his voice heavy with meaning. "The Lord of Light's will is absolute." Daenerys's unease deepened, but she said nothing more. She turned her attention to the tunnel, where the Valyrian soldiers continued to fortify their position. They were a wall of steel and flame, a final line of defense against the encroaching darkness. The fire priests' chanting grew louder, their voices rising in unison as the ritual reached its peak. The flame surged higher, its light brighter than ever, casting the wall and the battlefield below in an ethereal glow. It was a sight both inspiring and terrifying, a reminder of the fragile line that separated the living from the dead. As the night deepened, the distant sounds of the advancing White Army began to echo through the frozen air. The time for preparation was over. The battle was about to begin, and every soul at the wall could feel the weight of what was coming. Varos stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He knew the stakes and he knew the price that might be paid. But for now, he said nothing, letting the flames speak for him as the first whispers of death approached the wall. The frozen night was suddenly shattered by the thunderous roar of dragon wings as Maelstrom, Scourge, and Vermilion appeared in the skies above the wall. Their immense forms blotted out the stars, casting long shadows across the encampment below. This time they were different. The dragons had grown larger, more imposing than ever before. Their previously distinct colors had faded into uniformity. Deep black scales, streaked with veins of molten red, pulsing like fire beneath the surface. Their eyes glowed an ominous crimson, radiating a primal power that sent chills through even the bravest of warriors. These were not just dragons. They were living embodiments of fire and fury, forged anew by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The fire priests ceased their chanting and turned their faces skyward, their voices rising in reverent praise. The flames of their ritual seemed to respond to the dragons, burning even brighter, their fiery beacon piercing the heavens. The dragons descended slowly, their wings creating gusts of wind that threatened to topple tents and extinguish torches. When they landed near the ritual site, the ground trembled under their massive weight. The three beasts stood side by side, their sheer presence overwhelming. Maelstrom, the largest of the trio, let out a low, resonant growl that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of those who heard it. The assembled armies erupted in a deafening cheer. Soldiers from every house, Lannister, Stark, Baratheon, Tyrell, and the Vale, raised their weapons in the air, their voices carrying a mix of awe and hope. The sight of such power, unified against the darkness, was a beacon of inspiration amidst the despair of the looming battle. The gods themselves couldn't stop those beasts. A knight of the Vale muttered, his voice trembling with awe. "They'll burn the dead to ash," a Tyrell archer said, his grin wide. "We'll have nothing to do but pick off the stragglers." Even the wildlings, accustomed to the terrifying stories of the dragons of old, couldn't help but cheer at the sight. They had seen the horrors of the Night King's army firsthand, and this display of power was the first hope they had felt in what seemed like an eternity. But amidst the cheering and revelry, there were those who remained vigilant. On a high platform overlooking the encampment, Robert Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, and Eddard Stark stood, their faces grim as they watched the dragons. Robert, his warhammer resting against his shoulder, grunted. "Impressive," he admitted, his tone carrying a grudging respect. "Those beasts could turn the tide, but power like that, it's dangerous, too dangerous." Stannis, ever stoic, nodded slightly. "Power unchecked is a threat in itself. The dragons may fight for us now, but what happens when the dead are gone? Who will they fight for then?" Ned's gaze remained fixed on the dragons, his expression unreadable. "They're tools, nothing more," he said quietly, "but tools wielded by those with ambition. We must ensure that ambition doesn't destroy what we're trying to save." Robert turned to Varos, who had remained near the fire priests, watching the scene with an inscrutable expression. "Those dragons of yours," Robert called out, his voice cutting through the cheers. "They're stronger than before, larger. What have you done to them, Valyrian?" Varos turned slowly, his fiery gaze meeting Robert's. "The dragons are what they were always meant to be," he said simply. "They have awakened to their purpose, to stand against the darkness and ensure the survival of the living." Robert's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on his warhammer. "Their purpose or yours?" Varos didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the dragons, his voice calm but resonant. "Their purpose is clear, Baratheon, as is mine. Tonight, the living will see the full might of fire and blood. That is all you need to know." Robert exchanged a wary glance with Stannis and Ned, his unease evident, but he said no more, his focus returning to the preparations for the battle. Below, the armies began to move into position, emboldened by the sight of the dragons. Their cheers continued to echo across the frozen expanse, their voices a chorus of defiance against the impending darkness. The dragons stood like sentinels, their glowing red eyes scanning the horizon where the first shadows of the Night King's army began to emerge. The battle was upon them, and the living were ready to meet it with every ounce of strength and fire they possessed. The chilling sound of the Night's Watch horn, blown 3 times, echoed across the frozen expanse. It was the signal that everyone had dreaded but prepared for. White Walkers were here. From the ramparts of the wall, the defenders could see it. A vast, endless sea of the undead stretching to the horizon. The icy mist that accompanied the White Walkers cloaked the horde, and within the fog, eerie blue lights gleamed like stars. The eyes of the Whites. At the forefront were monstrous giants and other twisted, ungodly beasts, towering over the mass of death. Some carried massive weapons made of ice. Others used their sheer size to crush anything in their path. And then there were the chains, great lengths of icy steel that glinted menacingly in the pale light as the White Walkers prepared to pull down the wall's gates. The horn's final echoes faded, replaced by the sound of the Whites' relentless march. From atop the wall, the defenders moved into action. Robert Baratheon stood on a high platform, flanked by Stannis and Ned Stark, surveying the chaos below. "They've brought chains to tear the gates out," Robert growled, They mean to flood through the tunnel. They'll hit Varos's men first, Stannis said, his voice steady. If they break through there, we're finished. They won't break through, Ned said firmly. They can't. Down below, at the entrance to the tunnel, Varos's Valyrian host, reinforced by House Tyrell soldiers, stood in formation. Their heavy red and black armor gleamed in the flickering light of the fires, and their shields and spears formed an impenetrable phalanx. Behind them, fire priests stood chanting, their voices rising over the din as flames danced on their staffs. The Lannister archers, stationed along the wall's heights, began firing down on the mass of whites. Their dragonglass-tipped arrows struck true, dropping dozens of the undead with each volley. Still, the horde pressed forward, their numbers seemingly endless. The unsullied, ever-disciplined, were spread across the defensive lines below the wall. Alongside them were stark bannermen, their swords and axes ready, their faces grim. Knights of the Vale remained in reserve, their cavalry ready to charge at a moment's notice should the whites breach the defenses. As the whites surged toward the wall, the archers rained death down upon them. The air filled with the sharp hiss of arrows and the shrieks of the undead as the dragonglass pierced their icy forms. But the whites were relentless, their numbers so vast that the fallen were quickly replaced by more. The giants moved toward the gates, their massive forms towering over the battlefield. Each step they took sent tremors through the ground. The chains they carried clinked ominously as they positioned themselves to rip the steel doors out of the tunnel's entrance. Behind them, White Walkers on horseback moved with eerie calm, their glowing blue eyes surveying the battlefield with cold precision. Varos, standing at the forefront of his host, raised a hand, signaling his soldiers to hold their ground. His fiery gaze locked on the advancing giants, and he muttered something under his breath, a command or perhaps a prayer. The Valyrian host braced, their shields interlocking as they prepared for the impact. Above, the dragons, Maelstrom, Scourge, and Vermilion, circled the battlefield, their immense forms casting long shadows over the wall. Their growls reverberated through the air, a constant reminder of the firepower that remained in reserve. "Let them come," Robert muttered, watching the unfolding battle. "If this is the end, we'll make sure those icy bastards remember it." The whites began massing at the entrance to the tunnel, clawing and scrabbling at the steel doors. The giants bellowed, their icy breath visible as they gripped the chains and began pulling. The steel groaned under the strain, the sound echoing ominously. "Archers," Robert roared, "focus fire on those bloody giants. Bring them down." The archers obeyed, targeting the giants with a concentrated volley of arrows. Several fell, their massive forms collapsing with thunderous crashes, but more took their place, their strength undiminished. Below, the Unsullied held the line as whites surged toward the wall's outer defenses, their spears thrust with mechanical precision, each strike killing a white before they could breach the formation. The Starks, fighting alongside them, swung their swords with ferocity, their war cries rising above the cacophony. Despite the chaos, the Knights of the Vale remained poised, their cavalry ready to charge at the first sign of a breach. Renley Baratheon, commanding the reserves, kept a watchful eye, his hand on his sword. "Hold," he ordered his men. "If they break through, we'll ride them down." As the battle raged, the White Walkers watched from the rear of their army, their icy composure unshaken. They did not command with shouts or gestures. Their presence alone seemed to guide the horde, their blue eyes fixed on the wall. And yet, for all the despair, the living fought with a ferocity born of desperation. Every archer, every soldier, every fire priest knew that this was more than a battle. It was a fight for survival itself. If this was the end of the living, the White Walkers would remember it as the fight that challenged their very existence. The flames of the living burned brighter than ever, and the wall became a battlefield where the fate of the world hung in the balance. Varos stood atop the battlefield, his fiery gaze fixed on the chaos below. Maelstrom, Scourge, and Vermilion circled high above, their colossal forms ominous shadows in the night sky. Despite the cries of commanders to unleash the dragons, Varos held them back, his expression resolute. The firepower of the dragons, though a devastating weapon, posed a risk to the wall's ancient magic. Their flames were so potent that they could compromise the very structure meant to hold the dead at bay. Below, the battle had reached a critical point. The giant White Walkers, their icy forms glinting with an unnatural glow, had succeeded in pulling the steel doors from the wall's entrance. The ground trembled as the massive barriers were torn free, leaving the tunnel exposed. With an eerie, synchronized motion, the Whites began to flood the passage, their guttural snarls and relentless movement overwhelming the senses. Varos's Valyrian elite, stationed in the tunnel, braced themselves for the onslaught. Their interlocking shields created a fortress of steel and flame, while their dragonglass-dipped spears thrust with deadly precision. The fire priests chanted behind them, their flames providing both light and a constant barrier against the encroaching dead. The Whites came in waves, clawing, biting, and slamming against the phalanx. The Valyrian soldiers held firm, their discipline and training shining in the face of such overwhelming odds. Their black and red armor, enchanted with Valyrian fire runes, seemed to repel the frost emanating from the undead. But the sheer volume of Whites began to strain even their formidable defenses. From his vantage point, Robert Baratheon, watching with Ned Stark and Stannis, bellowed, "Hold the line! Those gates were built to keep the living out. Show them how we hold against the dead." The combined forces of archers and dragonglass artillery above the wall continued to rain destruction down on the Whites outside, but it did little to slow the surge into the tunnel. The sounds of battle, metal against ice, the roars of commanders, and the guttural snarls of the dead filled the air, echoing off the ancient stone. Then, a new presence entered the fray. The White Walker leaders, their skeletal forms cloaked in icy mist, descended into the tunnel. Each step they took sent a palpable chill through the air, frost spreading along the ground in their wake. They moved slowly, methodically, their glowing blue eyes fixed on the Valyrian soldiers ahead. The tide of the battle shifted immediately. The White Walkers' presence strengthened the Whites, who surged forward with renewed ferocity. The Valyrian soldiers, despite their best efforts, began to lose ground. The shields of the phalanx trembled under the relentless assault. In the heart of the tunnel, the White Walker leaders raised their icy weapons. One swung his spear, shattering a section of the Valyrian line. Another summoned a wave of frost, freezing several soldiers in place. The dragonglass weapons were still effective, but the White Walkers were far more deliberate and precise than the mindless Whites. Varos's fiery gaze remained fixed on the tunnel. He knew this was a test, not just of his soldiers but of the resilience of the living. His hand twitched at the hilt of his blade, his instincts screaming for him to act. But he held back, watching, waiting. Now, Daenerys' voice broke through the tension as she approached him. "The dragons are ready, Varos. They can end this now." "Not yet," Varos replied, his tone steady but strained. "The wall's magic is fragile. If the dragons strike too soon, they may destroy the very barrier that keeps the dead from spilling into the realm. The Night King has yet to show himself. He's waiting, just as we are." Daenerys' expression was conflicted, but she trusted his judgment for now. "If the tunnel falls, it won't," Varos said firmly, though his eyes flickered with unease. "They will hold." Inside the tunnel, the White Walkers advanced further, their frost spreading across the walls and ground. The Valyrian soldiers fought valiantly, their dragonglass spears claiming several Whites and even managing to wound one of the White Walker leaders. But the toll was heavy, and the strain on their formation was growing visible. Above, the roar of Maelstrom echoed, a reminder of the firepower held in reserve. Soldiers across the battlefield looked skyward, their morale bolstered by the presence of the dragons. The sight of such power gave them hope, but they knew that the true test was far from over. The living had drawn a line in the ice and fire of the wall, and they were determined to hold it. But the White Walkers were unrelenting, their eerie calm and devastating power slowly pushing the defenders to their limits. As the tide continued to shift, Varos gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He could feel the Night King's presence growing stronger, even if the figure had yet to appear. The battle was far from decided, and the true test of the living's resolve was only just beginning. Varos's fiery gaze swept across the battlefield, his mind racing as he took in the overwhelming sight of the endless horde swarming beyond the wall. The White Walkers were careful, calculated, their leaders directing the Whites without exposing themselves fully. The Night King remained hidden, cloaked within the icy mist that enveloped the battlefield. Varos knew this had to change. If the Night King stayed hidden, the battle would grind on until the living were overwhelmed. They needed to draw him out to force his hand. Slowly, Varos's eyes drifted to Scourge, who crouched near the ritual flame, his molten orange eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without a word, Varos tilted his head toward the horde. Scourge's gaze met his master's, and a shared understanding passed between them. The massive dragon stretched his wings and let out a deafening roar that echoed across the battlefield, shaking the very air. Soldiers across the wall and below turned their eyes skyward, watching as Scourge took flight, his black and red scales gleaming against the night. Scourge flew high over the wall, his immense form silhouetted against the icy mist. He did not attack the Whites nearest the wall, as Varos had instructed. Such an action could compromise the ancient magic that held the wall together. Instead, the dragon soared further out, his powerful wings carrying him deep into the heart of the horde. From the corner of their eyes, the defenders on the wall caught the faintest glimpse of Scourge descending. Then, with a guttural roar that seemed to split the heavens, Scourge unleashed his fire. It was not an ordinary blaze. The dragonfire carved a path of destruction so intense it melted the snow and ice in its wake, burning with a heat so fierce it disrupted the Night King's fog, revealing glimpses of the battlefield that had been shrouded in icy darkness. The Whites caught in the inferno were incinerated instantly, their shrieks swallowed by the roaring flames. The line of fire that Scourge carved through the horde was not just a physical divide, it was a psychological one. The horde that had seemed endless now appeared segmented, disrupted. The defenders of the wall could see a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. And then it happened. For a fleeting moment, as the fire swept across the battlefield, the Night King was visible. His icy regal form stood still amidst the chaos, his glowing blue eyes fixed on Scourge with an unsettling calm. The soldiers on the wall who caught sight of him froze, their breaths stolen by the sight of the ancient, otherworldly figure. The moment was brief, but it was enough. One of the White Walkers on horseback, positioned near the Night King, raised an icy spear and hurled it with inhuman precision toward Scourge. The spear flew through the air like a frozen comet, its icy surface glinting ominously. But as it struck Scourge, the spear disintegrated upon impact, shattering like a brittle popsicle hitting unyielding rock. The force of the attack didn't even slow the dragon, who responded with a defiant roar, his flames sweeping through another swath of the undead. The line of fire Scourge had created gave Varos's elite troops the time they desperately needed. The soldiers in the tunnel, bolstered by the sudden reprieve, began to push the Whites back. Their dragonglass weapons flashed in the light of the fire, cutting through the undead with renewed vigor. The Valyrian phalanx reformed, driving the Whites back toward the entrance, regaining the ground they had lost. From his vantage point, Varos watched the unfolding scene, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and caution. Scourge's fire had disrupted the horde and bought the defenders valuable time, but the Night King's reaction was what concerned him most. The fleeting glimpse of the Night King had confirmed that he was not far, but his calm demeanor suggested he was waiting, watching, and planning. "Not yet," Varos muttered under his breath. "You'll show yourself soon enough." On the wall, Robert, Stannis, and Ned had seen the Night King too, if only for a second. Robert's face was a mix of awe and grim determination. "So that's him," he said, gripping his warhammer tightly. "The icy bastard himself." Stannis's expression was stoic as ever. "He's not invincible, but he's cautious." He'll wait for the right moment. Ned's gaze was fixed on the battlefield. And we'll be ready when he does. As Scourge soared back toward the wall, his mighty roars reverberating through the frozen air, the defenders below regrouped. The line of fire remained a glowing scar on the battlefield, a testament to the living's resolve and the power they wielded. For now, the tide of the battle had turned, but everyone knew this was only the beginning. The Night King had been revealed, if only for a moment. The question now was not if he would act, but when, and whether the living would be ready to face him when he did. The chaotic sounds of battle echoed across the icy battlefield as the defenders rallied against the unrelenting onslaught. Robert Baratheon, standing on the battlements, roared commands to the soldiers below. His voice carried across the cold winds, filled with urgency and authority. "Send more soldiers to the tunnel," Robert bellowed, his warhammer gleaming in the firelight. "Reinforce the Valyrians. Archers, get to the walls. Dragonglass on every arrow. Rain death on those icy bastards." The knights, bannermen, and soldiers from every house responded immediately, their movements swift despite the freezing cold. The archers, already stationed atop the wall, took aim and unleashed volley after volley of dragonglass-tipped arrows, their shafts piercing the endless tide of whites below. The dark sky above the wall lit up with the streaks of arrows, their paths illuminated by the flickering fires of the battlefield. On the battlements, Daenerys Targaryen stood near one of Varos's fire priests, the ritual flame from their earlier chants still burning nearby. The priest, dressed in crimson robes lined with intricate runes, stared into the fire, his face illuminated by its ethereal glow. He began to chant in a deep, resonant voice, the ancient words of Valyria rising with the crackling of the flames. "As ice and fire meet," the priest intoned, his voice steady and almost hypnotic. "The prince that was promised shall forge the empire of Valyria anew. From this war will rise the flame that will consume the world and reshape it." Daenerys's heart skipped a beat at the priest's words. She had always believed her destiny was tied to fire, to the dragons and the legacy of her house. But this was something far greater. Varos's ambitions were not confined to Westeros. He was looking beyond to a vision of a new Valyrian empire, forged not just in survival but in conquest. Her violet eyes narrowed as she turned to the fire priest. "Who is the prince that was promised?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions brewing within her. The fire priest glanced at her, his eyes flickering with the reflection of the flames. "The flames do not speak names, your grace, only purpose, but the fire burns brighter in some." Daenerys's jaw tightened, her thoughts racing. She glanced at Varos, standing on a platform near the tunnel, his fiery gaze fixed on the battle. He seemed larger than life, his presence commanding the battlefield as if he were a force of nature. As she watched, she saw something unsettling. His movements had become sharper, more deliberate, and his power seemed to grow with every passing moment. There was an aura around him now, as if the flames themselves were answering his call. The unease spread like frost across Daenerys's face. She turned her gaze to the other commanders. The same concern was reflected in their expressions. Ned Stark, grim and calculating, stood at Robert's side. He caught Daenerys's glance and saw the worry etched in her features. It was a worry they all shared. Ned moved closer to Daenerys, his tone low but firm. "You've heard something," he said, his piercing eyes searching hers. "What is it?" Daenerys hesitated, her instincts urging her to keep the fire priest's words to herself. But she also knew Ned Stark was a man of honor, someone who could understand the gravity of what was unfolding. "The fire priest," she said quietly, "spoke of a prophecy, the prince that was promised. He said this war will forge the empire of Valyria anew." Ned's expression darkened, his voice grim. "Valyria, Varos's ambitions are larger than we thought." "They are," Daenerys admitted, glancing again at Varos. "And I think he sees this war as more than a battle for survival. To him, it's the first step in something far greater." Ned turned his gaze to Varos, his brows furrowing. We fight for the living, but Varos, he fights for fire, and fire, uncontrolled, can destroy as much as it can protect. As the two spoke, the battle below intensified. Varos, standing near the tunnel, raised his hand, and his elite soldiers responded with renewed ferocity. His voice carried through the chaos, his commands sharp and precise. Each word seemed to ignite a flame in the hearts of his men, and they fought with a fury that bordered on supernatural. The Whites were slowly being pushed back, their advance faltering as the defenders held their ground. But as Varos grew more ferocious, his presence seemed almost otherworldly. His movements were fluid, his gestures commanding, as if he were channeling something far beyond mortal strength. The fire around him burned brighter, and even the Whites seemed to hesitate in his presence, their icy forms recoiling from his aura. From the wall, Stannis Baratheon, ever watchful, narrowed his eyes. "Varos," he muttered. "He's no ordinary man." "Ordinary or not," Robert growled, "if he keeps those dead bastards at bay, he can call himself a bloody god for all I care." But for Daenerys, Ned, and others watching, the growing power of Varos was not just a reassurance, it was a warning. The balance of the battle was shifting, and while the living held the upper hand for now, the stakes were far greater than they had imagined. As ice and fire clashed, the flames of ambition burned brighter, threatening to consume not just the dead but everything in their path. The horizon became a swirling nightmare as the horde of mammoths, giants, and other grotesque beasts emerged through the blizzard. Their monstrous forms loomed over the battlefield, each step shaking the frozen ground. The sheer scale of the advancing army was unfathomable, a living tide of death and destruction that stretched as far as the eye could see. The snow, already thick, seemed to churn unnaturally as the Night King prepared to reveal the full might of his power. From his vantage point atop the wall, Varos watched the advancing force with grim determination. His fiery eyes burned brighter as the icy mist began to reform, cloaking the horde in an eerie shroud. The defenders could see little more than the faint shapes of the undead army, their glowing blue eyes flickering like stars in the storm. Varos raised his hand, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Trebuchets, fire!" At the base of the wall, the trebuchets, loaded and prepared, unleashed their payloads. Massive barrels arced through the air, their flight barely clearing the battlements. The soldiers atop the wall ducked instinctively as the barrels soared overhead, the tension palpable. Robert Baratheon, standing near the trebuchets, shielded his eyes as he watched the projectiles descend toward the horde. "Seven hells, Valyrian!" he roared. "What's in those barrels?" Varos turned his fiery gaze toward Robert, his voice calm and unyielding. "Wildfire." The barrels struck the advancing horde, shattering on impact. An instant later, the frozen wasteland erupted into chaos as green flames ignited, spreading like liquid death across the battlefield. The wildfire consumed everything in its path, its unnatural heat melting snow and ice in an instant. The air filled with the unholy screams of the Whites, their icy forms disintegrating in the inferno. But the onslaught was far from over. As the wildfire spread, Maelstrom let out an earth-shaking roar and took to the skies. His massive wings sliced through the air as he descended upon the horde, his presence a force of nature. With a guttural growl, the dragon unleashed a torrent of red fire, his flames mingling with the green wildfire below. The combined blaze created an inferno of unimaginable intensity, incinerating everything in its wake. The defenders atop the wall stared in stunned awe as the battlefield below became a sea of flame. Over 100,000 Whites, along with mammoths, giants, and other abominations, were reduced to ash in moments. The unrelenting tide of death was brought to a halt, the once formidable horde obliterated by the combined power of dragonfire and wildfire. Robert turned to Ned Stark, his face a mixture of awe and horror. "If that's the Valyrian way of doing things, I'm bloody glad he's on our side." Ned said nothing, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon where the flames burned brightest. His jaw tightened as he saw the faint outline of a figure, the Night King, standing unmoved amidst the destruction. The icy mist that cloaked him seemed to resist the flames. His glowing blue eyes locked on the wall. The Night King raised one hand, his movements deliberate and unhurried. The flames flickered, as though responding to his presence, and the mist began to thicken once more. His snarling expression, so rarely seen, conveyed a cold rage that sent a chill through even the most battle-hardened soldiers. "He's not done," Stannis said grimly, stepping up beside Robert. This was just his opening move. From atop the battlements, Varos watched as the Night King began to advance. His figure flanked by an elite guard of White Walkers, each carrying weapons that glinted with icy malevolence. The remaining Whites, still numbering in the tens of thousands, began to move forward with renewed purpose, their glowing eyes fixated on the wall. Varos's fiery gaze burned brighter as he raised his hand once more. "Prepare the dragons." Above, Scourge and Vermilion let out deafening roars, their massive forms circling the wall as they awaited their master's command. Below, Maelstrom continued to lay waste to the horde, his flames carving paths of destruction through the undead ranks. Daenerys, standing near a fire priest, turned to Varos, her voice filled with urgency. "This is it, isn't it? The true battle." Varos's expression was unreadable, his voice steady but carrying a weight that silenced even the howling wind. The Night King reveals his hand. The fire must hold, or the living will fall. As the Night King and his elite guard advanced, the battlefield grew eerily quiet, save for the crackling of the flames. The defenders atop the wall braced themselves, their weapons ready, their resolve unshaken. But all could feel it. The true battle was about to begin, and the fate of the living hung by the thinnest of threads. The icy mist thickened as the Night King began his ominous advance toward the tunnel at the base of the wall. His mere presence seemed to twist the air, the temperature dropping even further as an unnatural gush of ice and frost swept through the tunnel, shrouding it in an impenetrable veil of cold. The Whites surged forward with renewed ferocity, their movements frenzied as they clawed their way into the wall's last defenses. Varos, standing at the tunnel entrance, quickly assessed the situation. His elite Valyrian troops, who had held firm for so long, were being overwhelmed. The sheer number of Whites flooding through the tunnel was too great, even for their discipline and skill. The fire priests chanted behind them, their flames flickering as if struggling against the encroaching frost. "Out!" Varos bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Elite troops, retreat. Fall back now." The Valyrian soldiers obeyed without hesitation, their shields and spears held high as they began to withdraw from the tunnel. The Whites poured in behind them, a relentless tide of death that threatened to consume everything in its path. The fire priests moved swiftly, their staffs raised as they unleashed waves of flame to cover the retreat. From atop the wall, Robert Baratheon, Ned Stark, and Stannis Baratheon watched the scene unfold with growing concern. The wall, for all its ancient strength, was no longer the impenetrable barrier it had been for thousands of years. The tide was turning, and the living needed to regroup before they were overrun. Varos turned to Robert, his fiery gaze unwavering. "Evacuate the wall," he commanded. "Pull all troops back to the secondary line, a mile from the wall. We cannot hold this position." Robert's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want us to abandon the wall? The damned wall. The wall is lost if we stay," Varos replied, his tone cold but resolute. "The Night King is forcing our hand. If we don't fall back and regroup, he will destroy every soldier atop the wall. We need defensive lines further back where we can make a stand." Ned, ever the pragmatist, nodded. "He's right, Robert. If we stay, we'll be surrounded. We need to give our men a chance to fight on solid ground." Robert gritted his teeth, frustration and fury warring within him, but he gave a sharp nod. "Fine. Stannis, sound the retreat. All forces, fall back to the secondary line." The order spread quickly through the ranks. Archers ceased their fire and began their descent from the wall, carrying their remaining dragonglass-tipped arrows with them. Infantry and cavalry began to withdraw in an organized retreat, their movements swift and precise. The sight of thousands of soldiers evacuating the wall was both unsettling and necessary, an acknowledgement that the wall was no longer the invincible shield it once was. Varos turned back to his elite troops, who had regrouped near the tunnel. "A small contingent stays," he said firmly, his voice carrying authority. "We hold the White Walkers here as long as we can. The rest of you fall back with the main force." A group of Valyrian soldiers, their crimson and black armor gleaming in the firelight, stepped forward. Their leader saluted Varos, his expression grim but determined. "We will hold, my lord." "You fight for the living," Varos said, his voice steady, "and your sacrifice will not be forgotten." As the bulk of the forces of the living began their retreat, the small contingent of elite Valyrian troops and fire priests remained at the wall. They braced themselves at the entrance to the tunnel, their shields forming an unyielding barrier as the White Walkers entered the fray. The icy mist thickened further, and the air became so cold that it bit at the flesh of even the most seasoned soldiers. From a mile back, the living forces began forming new defensive lines. Cavalry prepared to charge if the Whites broke through, while archers set up firing positions behind barricades. Dragonglass weaponry was distributed, and the air buzzed with urgency as commanders barked orders and soldiers took their places. Daenerys, standing near her unsullied, glanced back at the wall, her expression heavy with worry. "They're staying to hold the line," she said quietly. "They won't survive. They're buying us time," Ned said grimly, standing nearby. "It's the only way." High above, the dragons circled, their roars echoing through the icy air. Varos, now at the rear of the retreat, glanced skyward, his fiery eyes narrowing. "Not yet," he muttered under his breath. "Not until the Night King shows his hand." At the wall, the White Walkers pressed forward, their icy weapons clashing with the shields of the remaining Valyrian troops. The flames of the fire priests burned bright, but even their power seemed to flicker under the oppressive cold of the Night King's presence. The battle was far from over, and the living forces, though regrouped, could feel the weight of the inevitable clash to come. The Night King had begun his true assault, and the survival of the realm hung by the thinnest of threads. As the forces of the living retreated to their defensive lines, Daenerys approached Varos, her violet eyes filled with confusion and concern. The sight of soldiers abandoning the wall was unnerving, even with the chaos of battle surrounding them. "This looks like a retreat," she said, her voice tinged with unease. "You're abandoning the wall to the Night King?" Varos turned to her, his fiery gaze steady and unyielding. "This is not a retreat," he said firmly. "I need the forces clear so I can rain dragonfire without endangering them. What's about to happen would destroy friend and foe alike." Daenerys looked back toward the wall, where the retreating Valyrian troops had left only silence in their wake. Her gaze shifted skyward as Maelstrom let out a thunderous roar, his immense form descending from the clouds and gliding toward the tunnel where the Whites were massing. His glowing red eyes burned like molten lava, and his very presence seemed to intensify the fire priest's flames below. At the tunnel entrance, the Night King stepped forward, his icy blue eyes surveying the scene with cold precision. The Whites, who had been pushing relentlessly into the tunnel, suddenly halted at his command. He raised a single hand, and the dead obeyed without question, freezing in place as if awaiting further orders. The Valyrian troops who had remained in the tunnel to hold the line began to retreat, their shields raised as they backed away from the White Walkers and Whites. The Night King, observing their withdrawal, seemed to recognize the strategy. His cold, emotionless gaze swept over the retreating soldiers, and he signaled for the Whites to stop advancing deeper into the tunnel. The passage fell into a tense silence, broken only by the faint sound of the frost creeping along the walls. In the vast expanse of the tunnel, Maelstrom descended, his massive form blocking out the moonlight. The great dragon locked eyes with the Night King, who stood unmoved, his frosty aura spreading across the ground. The glowing red eyes of Maelstrom burned brighter, as if responding to the challenge of the icy figure below. From his vantage point near the defensive line, Varos raised his hand, his voice ringing out with authority. Dracarys! The word carried with it the weight of centuries of Valyrian power, and Maelstrom obeyed without hesitation. The dragon opened his massive maw, and a torrent of dragonfire erupted, so vast and intense it seemed to fill the entire tunnel. The condensed atmosphere within the passage amplified the fire, creating a pressure so overwhelming that the very foundation of the wall began to crack. The flames burned with a heat that defied comprehension, melting ice, stone, and steel alike. The wights inside the tunnel were consumed instantly, their forms disintegrating before they could even react. The White Walkers, caught in the blaze, shattered into icy fragments, their weapons dissolving into nothingness. The Night King stood at the heart of the inferno, his figure momentarily obscured by the flames. The sheer intensity of the fire forced even the frost surrounding him to retreat, and for a moment, it seemed as though the dragonfire might claim him as well. Yet, as the flames raged on, his form re-emerged, his icy armor glowing faintly from the heat but still intact. The explosion of heat and fire echoed across the battlefield, a thunderous roar that shook the ground beneath the defenders. Soldiers looked on in awe and terror as the tunnel became a fiery furnace, its interior reduced to molten ruin. The wall itself groaned under the strain, cracks forming in the ancient structure as it struggled to withstand the destructive power of Maelstrom's flames. Varos turned to Daenerys, his voice calm but laced with urgency. "This is why I ordered the retreat. The wall would not have held under the weight of that fire. We needed the tunnel purged, no matter the cost." Daenerys nodded slowly, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. "And the Night King? Did it work?" Varos's gaze turned back to the wall, his fiery eyes narrowing. "We'll know soon enough." As the flames began to subside, a heavy silence fell over the battlefield. The defenders braced themselves, their weapons ready, their eyes fixed on the burning remains of the tunnel. For a moment, it seemed as though the Night King might have been destroyed, his army broken by the sheer force of Maelstrom's attack. But then, from the depths of the flames, a figure emerged. The Night King, though scorched and marked by the fire, walked forward with slow, deliberate steps. His icy blue eyes burned with renewed intensity, and his frost returned, creeping along the ground as if to reclaim what had been lost. Varos's jaw tightened, and his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. "So," he muttered under his breath, "you survived." The true battle was far from over, and the defenders of the living knew that the Night King's advance had only just begun. The groaning of ancient ice and stone echoed ominously across the battlefield as the wall began to collapse. Cracks spidered through the towering structure, and sections of it crumbled under the strain of Maelstrom's fire and the relentless cold of the Night King's magic. A deafening roar filled the air as massive chunks of the wall gave way, creating a breach that sent shockwaves through the forces of the living. Varos, standing at the forefront of the living army, saw the breach forming and knew there was no time to lose. With a sweeping motion, he raised his fiery blade high, his voice carrying over the chaos. "Charge!" he commanded. "All forces to the breach. Engage the whites before they overwhelm us." The soldiers of the living forces, hardened by days of battle and the knowledge that there was no retreat, surged forward. The Valyrian vanguard, clad in their black and red armor, led the charge. Their shields locked together, and their dragonglass-tipped weapons gleamed in the dim light. Behind them, the Unsullied, their discipline unshakable, moved to support the vanguard's flanks, their spears ready to pierce the whites. Further back, the Tyrell knights, mounted and armored, readied themselves to respond to breaches in the line. The Stark bannermen, armed with swords and axes, advanced alongside the Baratheon infantry, who carried heavy hammers and shields. The combined might of Westeros's great houses moved as one, their banners streaming behind them as they prepared to face the tide of the dead. Above, the three dragons, Maelstrom, Vermilion, and Scourge, descended from the skies with earth-shaking roars. They swept low over the battlefield, their colossal forms casting massive shadows across the ground. As the forces of the living clashed with the whites at the breach, the dragons unleashed their fury. Maelstrom, leading the assault, descended just behind the breach, his massive wings stirring the icy air. With a roar that echoed for miles, he released a torrent of red fire, incinerating the fields of whites that had massed behind enemy lines. The heat was so intense that the frozen ground melted into pools of water, and the advancing undead were reduced to ash in moments. Vermilion and Scourge, following closely behind, unleashed their own fire upon the whites, creating walls of flame that cut off the undead from reinforcing their brethren at the breach. The dragons moved with terrifying precision, their coordinated strikes carving swathes of destruction through the horde. The combined fire of the three dragons created an inferno that seemed to halt the tide of the undead, if only for a moment. At the breach, the Valyrian soldiers reformed their line with practiced efficiency. Their shields locked together in a wall of steel, and their spears thrust forward, impaling the whites that tried to break through. The Unsullied, flanking them, mirrored their movements, creating an unassailable defense that held firm against the relentless tide. The forces of the living, rallied by the sight of the dragons and the discipline of the Valyrian vanguard, pressed forward. The Stark bannermen and Baratheon infantry, wielding their heavy weapons, hacked through the whites with unrelenting force. The Tyrell knights, waiting for their moment, charged into breaches in the white lines, their lances shattering the icy forms of the undead. Despite the chaos, the Night King remained composed, his icy blue eyes fixed on the battle. He raised a hand, and the whites surged forward with renewed ferocity, throwing themselves against the living forces with reckless abandon. The dead seemed endless, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm even the most disciplined lines. Varos, standing at the center of the Valyrian vanguard, shouted commands to his troops. "Hold the line! Push them back!" The fire priests, positioned behind the front lines, raised their staffs high, their chants rising above the din of battle. Flames erupted, creating barriers of fire that slowed the advance of the whites and gave the living forces precious moments to regroup. Above the battlefield, Daenerys watched from the backlands, her expression one of awe and concern. "The dragons are holding them back," she said to Ned Stark, who stood beside her. "But for how long?" "As long as they can," Ned replied grimly. "The line must hold. If the breach widens, we'll be overrun." Robert Baratheon, his warhammer slung over his shoulder, approached them, his face hardened by the weight of command. "The dragons are buying us time, but it won't be enough. We need to drive them back, or this breach will be our end." The battle raged on, the living fighting with every ounce of strength and resolve they could muster. The breach in the wall, though devastating, had become the focal point of the fight. The combined might of the dragons and the unified forces of the living stood as a bulwark against the unrelenting tide of death. For now they held, but all knew that the Night King had yet to reveal his full hand, and the true test was yet to come. The battle at the breach grew more intense by the moment. The Valyrian vanguard, despite their discipline and fire-forged armor, began to falter under the sheer weight of the undead pressing against them. Their lines wavered as the whites surged through gaps created in their defenses. In the chaos, Jon Snow and Robb Stark, leading the Stark vanguard, rushed to fill the breaches, their banners waving defiantly amidst the tide of death. "Hold the line!" Robb shouted, his sword flashing as he cut through the advancing whites. "Push them back, for Winterfell." Jon, fighting alongside his brother, swung Longclaw with precision, the Valyrian steel blade cleaving through the icy forms of the undead. Despite their efforts, the sheer numbers of the whites began to encircle Jon, isolating him from his comrades. He found himself surrounded by dozens of whites, their hollow eyes fixed on him as they clawed and snarled, closing in for the kill. Above the battlefield, Scourge let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. The colossal dragon, seeing Jon's predicament, descended rapidly, his immense form blotting out the light as he landed with a ground-shaking impact. The force of his landing crushed dozens of wights instantly, and the remaining undead were obliterated as the dragon swung his massive tail and unleashed a roar that sent shockwaves rippling through the icy mist. For a moment, Jon and Scourge locked eyes. The dragon's glowing red gaze met Jon's, and in that instant, there was an undeniable primal understanding. The chaos of the battlefield seemed to fade as the two acknowledged each other. An unspoken connection forged in the heat of the moment. Jon, his instincts driving him, took a step forward and reached for Scourge's massive neck. The dragon lowered himself slightly, allowing Jon to climb atop his armored back. With a mighty beat of his wings, Scourge took to the skies, carrying Jon into the air. The Stark bannermen and other soldiers on the battlefield looked up in astonishment as Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, rode the dragon into the fray. From a distance, Varos, standing near the rear command post, saw the scene unfold. A faint smirk crossed his face, his fiery eyes glinting with intrigue. "The blood calls," he murmured to himself, as though he had expected this moment all along. On the front lines, Ned Stark, standing beside the King's Column, caught sight of the dragon ascending with Jon on its back. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered, "Is that Jon?" Robert Baratheon, gripping his warhammer and surveying the battlefield, turned sharply at Ned's words. He squinted at the sky, his expression shifting from confusion to outright astonishment. "By the gods, Ned, what's your bastard doing atop that dragon?" Ned, still processing the sight, shook his head. "I don't know, Robert, but it seems the gods have chosen him for something greater than we ever imagined." As Scourge soared above the battlefield, Jon adjusted to the sensation of riding the dragon. He gripped the ridges of Scourge's neck tightly, his instincts and the primal connection guiding his movements. The dragon responded to Jon's will, banking and diving as he surveyed the chaos below. The wights, emboldened by their numbers, pressed harder against the living forces. But the sight of Scourge, now guided by Jon, brought a surge of hope to the defenders. The dragon unleashed torrents of fire, his flames carving through the ranks of the undead and creating fiery barriers that slowed their advance. Jon, atop Scourge, raised Longclaw high, the Valyrian steel blade gleaming in the light of the dragonfire. The soldiers below cheered, their voices rising above the din of battle. Robb Stark, seeing his brother aloft, let out a triumphant shout. "That's Jon. He's giving them hell." Ned, still standing beside Robert, couldn't help but feel a mixture of pride and unease. "He was always meant for more," he said quietly, almost to himself. Robert, grinning despite the chaos, bellowed, "Well, if your bastard can ride a dragon, Ned, maybe he's more Stark than Snow after all." The battlefield erupted with renewed vigor as the living forces rallied behind the sight of Jon Snow and Scourge. The Night King, watching from a distance, turned his icy gaze skyward, his expression unreadable. For the first time, it seemed the tide of the battle might shift in favor of the living, but the true test was yet to come. The battlefield roared with chaos and fire as Varos, atop Maelstrom, and Jon Snow, atop Scourge, descended upon the breach in the wall. The destruction was immense. Wildfire and dragonfire had turned the icy expanse into a scorched wasteland littered with the remnants of wights. Yet amidst the destruction, the Night King stood, injured from Maelstrom's prior blast. His icy armor cracked, but his icy blue eyes burning with rage. His expression twisted into a snarl, a rare display of emotion as he watched the two dragons approach. Varos, sensing the critical moment, urged Maelstrom forward with breathtaking speed. The massive dragon descended directly toward the Night King's position, his fiery eyes glowing brighter with each passing second. Scourge, circling above with Jon Snow, unleashed torrents of fire, burning through waves of wights that tried to converge on the breach. Jon, his focus sharp, wielded Longclaw, directing Scourge's attacks with a combination of instinct and determination. As Maelstrom landed, his immense form crushing the icy ground beneath him, he released a devastating torrent of fire toward the Night King's personal guard, the elite White Walkers who stood flanking their master. The fire surged with such intensity that it turned the White Walkers into ash within moments, their icy weapons shattering into nothingness. The Whites closest to the Night King were also obliterated, their forms disintegrating in the heat. But the Night King himself remained, untouched by the inferno. A cold aura of magic surrounded him, shielding him from the dragonfire. Maelstrom roared in frustration, his fiery breath unable to penetrate the magical barrier. The Night King raised his hand, the frost creeping outward as he prepared to retaliate. Varos, seeing this, made a bold decision. With a fluid motion, he leapt from Maelstrom's back, landing on the icy ground with a thud. His crimson and black robes billowed around him, and his fiery blade was unsheathed in an instant. His eyes began to glow with an unearthly red light, the power of the Lord of Light radiating through him. As he approached the Night King, Varos began whispering in Valyrian, his voice low and rhythmic. The words carried a weight, an ancient power that seemed to resonate with the very air around him. His chanting grew louder, his steps deliberate as he advanced toward the icy figure. The Night King turned his cold, calculating gaze to Varos, his hand still raised. Frost spread along the ground toward Varos, but it melted before it could touch him, the heat of the Valyrian magic burning it away. Varos stopped just a few paces away from the Night King and raised his fiery blade. His voice thundered, echoing across the battlefield. "The Lord of Light gives me the power to send you back to the abyss, abomination." The air around Varos shimmered with heat, and the ground beneath his feet cracked as if unable to bear the intensity of the power he was summoning. Flames began to rise around him, forming a protective aura that burned brighter and hotter with every word he spoke. The Night King, for the first time, hesitated. His icy aura pulsed, pushing back against the heat, but it faltered under the onslaught of Varos's power. The two forces clashed in an otherworldly battle of fire and frost, the very air between them distorting from the heat and cold colliding. Above, Jon Snow, atop Scourge, watched the scene unfold with awe. Scourge, as if understanding the significance of the moment, roared and unleashed another torrent of fire, incinerating more Whites that attempted to swarm the breach. The dragon's efforts ensured that no undead would interrupt the confrontation between Varos and the Night King. On the ground, Varos's chanting reached a crescendo. His fiery blade glowed brighter than ever, and his voice carried the weight of 1,000 burning prayers. The flames around him surged forward, licking at the edges of the Night King's icy barrier. For the first time, cracks appeared in the shield, the heat threatening to break through. "You will not conquer this world," Varos bellowed, his voice filled with divine fury. "The light will burn your darkness to nothing." The Night King, snarling, raised his other hand, summoning an icy spear. With a swift, unnatural motion, he hurled it toward Varos. The spear hurtled through the air, but before it could reach him, the flames surrounding Varos surged outward, disintegrating the spear into a burst of steam. Varos stepped forward, raising his flaming blade high. The battlefield seemed to hold its breath as the two forces, fire and frost, prepared for a final clash. The moment of reckoning was at hand. The icy battlefield was alive with chaos as the Night King unleashed his power. His icy sword moved like a tempest, sending waves of frost and shards of ice hurtling toward Varos, who was now on one knee, his fiery aura flickering as he fought to hold back the torrent of the Night King's relentless assault. Each strike from the icy blade felt like it would shatter the ground beneath him, and the once immovable Valyrian sorcerer began to waver. The Night King advanced slowly, his glowing blue eyes locked on Varos, his expression cold and unyielding. With every step, the frost around him crept closer, threatening to consume the last vestiges of Varos's flame. The battlefield seemed to still, the distant sounds of battle muffled under the oppressive weight of the Night King's presence. As the icy blade rose high above Varos, Poised for a deathly blow, the wind shifted. It was subtle at first, a faint gust, like a whisper carried through the frozen air. The Night King hesitated, his icy features twitching slightly as if sensing something. He turned his head, his gaze snapping to the side. It was Jon Snow charging forward with Longclaw raised high. His face was a mask of determination, his steps unwavering as he closed the distance between himself and the Night King. The dragonfire and chaos around him seemed to fade as Jon became a singular force, his Valyrian steel blade gleaming with the faint light of the burning battlefield. The Night King's attention shifted completely. He turned toward Jon, his icy sword ready to meet the challenge of the charging warrior. Their confrontation was imminent, the clash of two forces destined to meet. But in that moment of distraction, Varos looked up, his fiery eyes narrowing as he saw his opportunity. Pain coursed through his body, but his resolve was unbroken. Reaching to his side, he pulled a Valyrian dagger, its intricate blade glinting in the firelight. He began to chant softly in Valyrian, his voice low and rhythmic, each word carrying the power of the Lord of Light. The dagger began to glow as flames licked its edge, the ancient weapon igniting in Varos's hands. The fire burned brighter with every word he spoke, the dagger becoming a beacon of concentrated power. The heat surged through Varos's veins, rekindling his strength as he rose to his feet. Jon and the Night King clashed, Longclaw meeting the icy sword with a deafening crack. The force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling through the battlefield, but the Night King was quick to counter, his strikes precise and deadly. Jon parried with skill, his focus unshakable, but it was clear he was buying time, holding the Night King's attention for the critical moment. Varos, dagger in hand, moved swiftly. He closed the distance between himself and the Night King, the flames of his blade reflecting in the icy mist that surrounded them. His chanting grew louder, each word resonating with ancient power as he raised the dagger high. The Night King, sensing the danger too late, turned just as Varos plunged the flaming Valyrian dagger into his back. The blade pierced through the icy armor and into the core of the Night King's being. For a moment there was silence, a stillness that felt like the world itself had paused. Then came the explosion. The Night King's body erupted in a violent torrent of ice and frost, the force of the blast sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The ground beneath them cracked, and an unnatural wind swept through the battlefield, carrying with it the cries of the whites as they began to collapse. Everywhere, the whites fell, their glowing blue eyes extinguished as their icy forms crumbled into lifeless heaps. The giants and grotesque beasts, once unstoppable, collapsed where they stood, their frozen bodies dissolving into nothingness. The battlefield, moments ago a scene of chaos and death, became eerily quiet as the undead army was no more. Varos stood amidst the icy remains of the Night King, his breathing heavy, the flames of the dagger slowly fading. Jon Snow, still gripping Longclaw, looked around in disbelief as the vast horde of undead that had threatened all of Westeros simply ceased to exist. On the distant front lines, Robert Baratheon, Ned Stark, and the other commanders watched in stunned silence as the battle came to an abrupt end. Robert, lowering his warhammer, muttered under his breath, "By the gods, it's over." Ned's gaze shifted to Varos and Jon in the distance, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and awe. They did it. Varos, his strength nearly spent, dropped to one knee, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. He glanced at Jon, who approached cautiously, his expression unreadable. For a moment, their eyes met, and the unspoken understanding they shared earlier deepened. Jon offered his hand, helping Varos to his feet. "You ended it," Jon said, his voice steady. Varos nodded, his fiery eyes dimming slightly. "We ended it." The victory was complete, but the cost was evident. The survivors of the living forces began to regroup, their cheers of triumph echoing across the battlefield. The threat of the Night King was no more, and with his fall, the realm of the living had been saved, for now. The battlefield was eerily quiet now, the once deafening sounds of war replaced by the crackling of lingering flames and the faint howling of the wind. Amid the icy expanse, Varos and Jon Snow sat side by side, their weapons resting in the frost-covered ground beside them. Exhaustion weighed heavily on both of them, their breaths visible in the cold air. Nearby, Maelstrom and Scourge stood like sentinels, their glowing red eyes fixed on their riders. The dragon's presence was imposing yet protective, their primal bond with Varos and Jon undeniable. Jon, gripping Longclaw, turned to Varos, his face a mixture of confusion and quiet admiration. "It's done," he said, his voice hoarse. "The Night King, the dead. It's over." Varos, still catching his breath, let out a faint, tired chuckle. His fiery eyes, though dimmed, carried a glint of knowing. "Over?" he repeated, shaking his head. "No, Jon Snow, this is just the beginning." Jon frowned, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean? The Night King is gone. The dead are defeated." Varos shifted slightly, resting his forearms on his knees. "The dead may be gone, but the living are far more dangerous. You've seen what power does to men, Jon. What ambition, fear, and greed can do. The battle for survival may be over, but the battle for the future has only just begun." Jon turned to look at Scourge, the dragon's glowing gaze meeting his own for a moment. There was something reassuring in that connection, but the weight of Varos's words made his chest tighten. "What's my part in all of this?" Varos looked at him with an intensity that belied his exhaustion. "You have a part to play in the events to come, Jon Snow, a role only you can fulfill. The Lord of Light has plans for you, and while your path remains unclear, know this: you were not born for peace. You were born for purpose." Before Jon could respond, the distant sound of footsteps and voices reached their ears. Turning toward the approaching figures, they saw Robert Baratheon, Ned Stark, and Daenerys Targaryen, flanked by a small retinue of soldiers, closing in on their position. Behind them, the living forces, victorious and relieved, began to chant a single name: "Varos! Varos! Varos!" The chant spread quickly through the ranks, echoing across the battlefield as the soldiers of Westeros and Essos alike celebrated the sorcerer who had led them to victory. The power of the dragons and the might of old Valyria were on full display, and the sight of the two colossal beasts standing watch over Varos and Jon only added to the reverence. Robert, gripping his warhammer, exchanged a glance with Ned, his expression a mix of awe and unease. "The man commands dragons, Ned," he muttered. "Bloody dragons. And look at them. Those beasts listen to him like hounds to their master." Ned's face was solemn, his thoughts evident in the crease of his brow. "We've witnessed the power of old Valyria, Robert. It saved us today, but it's a power that cannot be controlled. Not by any of us." As they reached Varos and Jon, Daenerys stepped forward, her violet eyes locked on Varos. "You've done what I thought impossible," she said, her voice steady but tinged with unease. "You destroyed the Night King. The living owe you everything." Varos stood slowly, his movements deliberate as he faced Daenerys, Robert, and Ned. "The living owe nothing," he said, his voice calm but resonant. "We fought because we had no choice. What happens next is what will determine the fate of the world." Robert snorted, though it lacked his usual bravado. "What happens next? Next, we drink, we feast, and we bloody rest. The dead are gone, Valyrian. You've done your part." Varos turned his fiery gaze to Robert, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "The dead are gone," he agreed, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "But the living are far from united. You know it as well as I do, Robert Baratheon. The dragons won't return to slumber, and the fires of Valyria won't fade. What happens next will depend on who has the strength to shape the future." Daenerys glanced at the dragons, then back at Varos, her expression thoughtful. "The world has seen the might of old Valyria today," she said softly, "and it will never forget." Ned, his gaze lingering on Jon, finally spoke. "What of Jon? What role does he play in this future you speak of?" Varos turned to Jon, who had risen to his feet beside him. For a moment, the sorcerer said nothing, his fiery eyes studying the young man. Finally, he answered, "Jon Snow is more than he seems. His blood is tied to the fire, his destiny intertwined with the dragons. He will find his path, Stark. That much I know." The tension between the gathered leaders was palpable, a fragile mix of relief for the victory won and unease for what lay ahead. The power of the dragons and the resurgence of Valyrian might were undeniable, and though the dead had been defeated, the living now faced an uncertain and tumultuous future. As the cheers of the soldiers echoed around them, Varos looked back at Maelstrom and Scourge. His voice dropped to a murmur, just loud enough for Jon to hear. "This was but the first step, Jon Snow. The flames of Valyria have been reignited, and the world will burn before it is reborn." As the celebrations of victory slowly subsided, Varos walked alongside Daenerys Targaryen through the encampment of Valyrian troops, their red and black banners fluttering in the cold wind. The soldiers bowed their heads respectfully as their commander passed, the aura of reverence around him undeniable. The glow of the fires that still burned across the battlefield reflected in his eyes, which flickered with an intensity that spoke of plans already forming in his mind. Daenerys, regal and composed, kept pace with him, her violet eyes scanning the camp and the remnants of the battle. The weight of what had just occurred, the fall of the Night King, the power of the dragons, and the unity of the living hung heavily in the air. But as they moved through the rows of soldiers, Varos leaned closer to her, his voice low and measured. "Jon Snow," he began, his tone carrying a quiet gravity. "He is not just a Stark bastard. He is of old Valyria." Daenerys glanced at him sharply, her expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. "What do you mean?" "Jon has never shown any connection to Valyria. His blood is Stark." Varos's lips curved into a faint smile, his fiery eyes narrowing slightly. "His blood is Stark, yes, but there is more. You saw it yourself, Daenerys. The bond with Scourge, the way the dragon obeyed him, fought for him, as though they were one. That is not something that can be learned. It is something that is born." Daenerys' steps faltered for a moment, her thoughts racing. "Are you saying Jon is a Targaryen? One of mine?" Varos tilted his head, his voice softening. "Perhaps, or perhaps something more. The Lord of Light's flames do not reveal everything, but they whisper truths when the time is right. What I do know is this: Jon Snow is tied to Valyria, to the dragons, and to the fires that will shape the world to come." As they walked, Varos's tone became more conspiratorial. "I will speak to Lord Stark," he said. "I will ask him to allow Jon to accompany me as a diplomatic liaison for Westeros. The East calls to us now, Daenerys. We must return to Astapor immediately. There are matters in the East that require our attention." Daenerys frowned, her mind already trying to piece together his intentions. "The East? What business do we have in Astapor? The Night King is gone. Westeros is where our focus must be." Varos stopped and turned to face her fully, his expression calm but firm. "The dead may be gone, but the living will not remain united for long. You saw it in Robert's eyes, in Stark's unease. They fear the dragons, and they fear what Valyria has become. Westeros will be ours in time, but to ensure that future, we must secure the East. The forces gathering there are not loyal to you, not yet. Astapor is just the beginning." Daenerys met his gaze, her own resolve hardening. "You mean to consolidate power?" Varos nodded, his fiery eyes unwavering. "The Lord of Light has shown me glimpses of what is to come. The East will be crucial in what lies ahead, and Jon Snow is tied to this, whether he knows it or not. He must come with us. He is part of the flames." Daenerys hesitated, her thoughts conflicting. "Jon, he is loyal to his family, to the north. Which is why I will ask Eddard Stark myself," Varos said, his voice tinged with quiet confidence. "Lord Stark will not refuse when he understands what is at stake. Jon is more than a bastard of Winterfell. He is a bridge between worlds, between fire and ice. and we will need him in the battles to come." Daenerys studied him for a long moment, her mind weighing the risks and rewards of his plan. Finally, she nodded. "If Jon is to come with us, then you must ensure he knows the truth about his blood, if there is truth to what you say." Varos's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "The truth will reveal itself when the time is right. For now we prepare. The flames call us east. Daenerys, let us not keep them waiting." As they continued to walk among the Valyrian troops, their conversation grew quiet, their plans solidifying in the shadows of victory. The battle with the Night King had been won, but the war for the future of the world had only just begun. Varos approached Robert Baratheon and his Kingsguard, the faint glow of lingering flames still reflecting in his fiery eyes. Ned Stark stood at Robert's side, his expression one of measured caution, still processing the events that had just unfolded. The battlefield had quieted, but the weight of the victory and the power displayed hung heavily in the air. The Kingsguard, their white cloaks billowing in the cold wind, stepped forward instinctively as Varos drew near. But Robert raised a hand, his expression unreadable. "Let him speak," he said, his voice gruff but curious. "The Valyrians saved us, after all." Varos stopped a few paces away, his posture calm but commanding. He glanced at Ned, then back to Robert, his tone measured but firm. "I have come to make a request of Lord Stark," he began, his words deliberate. "I would like Jon Snow to accompany me as a diplomatic liaison." The statement landed heavily, both Robert and Ned exchanging stunned glances. Robert's brow furrowed, his grip tightening on the warhammer slung over his shoulder. "A diplomatic liaison? With you? For what purpose?" he demanded, his voice edged with suspicion. Ned, ever cautious, stepped forward, his tone calm but wary. "You've seen what my son has done today. He has fought bravely, but this request is unusual." "What do you intend, Varos?" Varos turned his fiery gaze to Ned, his expression unreadable. "Jon Snow has a part to play in what is to come, Lord Stark. His actions today prove that he is more than just a bastard of Winterfell. The dragons recognize him, as do the flames. He is tied to something greater." Ned's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice steady. "And what is this greater purpose you speak of?" Varos glanced at Robert before returning his focus to Ned. "The battle with the dead is over, but the world is far from safe. The flames of Valyria have reignited, and the East calls to us. There are matters there that must be addressed, forces that will shape the future of Westeros and beyond. Jon Snow is a bridge between fire and ice, and his presence is vital." Robert, his face a mixture of confusion and irritation, barked, "The East? What business do you have in the East, Valyrian? We just fought the bloody apocalypse, and now you want to take Ned's boy off to God's nowhere?" Varos's voice remained calm, but there was a weight to his words that silenced even Robert's protests. "The East is not just a distant land, Your Grace. It is where the fires burn brightest, and where alliances will be forged that will determine the fate of this realm. If Westeros is to survive the trials to come, we must ensure that the East is prepared. Jon Snow will serve as a symbol of unity, a Stark among dragons." Ned crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Varos. "You ask much of a father. Jon is my son, no matter his birth. Why should I trust that this is for his good?" Varos stepped closer, his fiery gaze softening slightly. "Because Jon is destined for more than the North, Lord Stark. He has already proven his mettle, his bond with the dragons, his willingness to fight for the living. This is not the end of his journey. It is the beginning." Robert, though still uneasy, let out a grudging laugh. "A Stark among dragons? Sounds like madness. But then again, what hasn't been madness these days?" Ned remained silent for a long moment, his thoughts clearly weighing heavily on him. Finally, he turned to Jon, who had just approached from the rear, his expression curious but cautious. "Jon," Ned said quietly, "this man believes your place is with him in the East. What do you think?" Jon looked between Varos, Robert, and his father, his voice steady but unsure. "I don't know what my place is, Father, but I trust you. If you believe I should go, I'll follow." Ned's expression softened, and he nodded. Turning back to Varos, he spoke firmly. "You'll have him, Valyrian, but I expect my son to be treated with respect and honor, and I expect to hear word of him." Varos inclined his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "He will be safe in my care, Lord Stark. I give you my word." Robert grunted, waving a hand dismissively. "Fine, take the boy, but don't come crying to me if he gives you a headache, Valyrian. Starks are stubborn like that." Varos smirked faintly, then turned to Jon. "Prepare yourself. We leave for Astapor immediately. There are fires that demand our attention." As Varos departed to make preparations, Daenerys watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. The dragons had saved Westeros today, but the unease lingered, of power wielded, of alliances forged, and of the unknown future that lay ahead in the east. As the battlefield cleared and the living forces began to regroup, Oberyn Martell, bloodied and battered but unbroken, approached Varos. His crimson armor was scratched and dented. His spear darkened with the remnants of the battle. He stopped just short of Varos, his sharp eyes burning with determination. The Dornish prince gripped his weapon tightly, standing tall despite the wear of the fight. "I will join you in the east," Oberyn said, his voice firm despite his exhaustion. "You may command dragons, Valyrian, but there are dangers that even fire cannot destroy. You'll need someone who understands the shadows and how to navigate them." Varos turned to Oberyn, his fiery eyes studying the Dornish warrior. For a moment, he said nothing, letting the weight of Oberyn's words settle. Then, with a faint smirk, he nodded. "Your spear will be welcome, Prince of Dorne. The East is no stranger to blood and fire." Oberyn inclined his head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Good. Let us see if the East is ready for Dorne." As Varos departed with Daenerys and his Valyrian forces, the dragons circling ominously overhead, Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon stood apart from the celebrations, speaking quietly. Their expressions were grave, the weight of the recent victory overshadowed by the questions left unanswered. Robert, still gripping his warhammer, glanced at the retreating figures of Varos and Daenerys. His jaw tightened and he muttered, "That Valyrian must be watched, Ned. He's too powerful, too dangerous." Ned, ever the voice of reason, nodded slowly. "I don't disagree, Robert. His power saved us today, but power like that, it doesn't come without a cost." Robert grunted, his gaze darkening. "A man like that doesn't save the world out of the goodness of his heart. He's planning something. I can feel it." "And Daenerys?" Ned asked, his tone measured. "She stands beside him. What of her?" Robert's expression hardened. "She's always been a problem, but now, with dragons and that Valyrian sorcerer at her side, she's a problem we can't ignore." "What do you propose?" Ned asked, though he already suspected the answer. "I want spies," Robert said bluntly, his voice low but firm. "Spread them across the east. Astapor, Meereen, Volantis, anywhere they might go. I want eyes on them every step of the way. We need to know what they're planning, Ned." Ned frowned, his discomfort clear. "Spying on allies? It's a dangerous game, Robert." "Dangerous?" Robert snapped, turning to face Ned fully. "You saw what that man did today. You saw the dragons. If he decides Westeros isn't worth keeping, what's to stop him from burning it all to ash? No, Ned, we can't trust him. We can't trust her. We need to stay ahead of them." Ned sighed, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I'll send word to my bannermen in the east. If they hear anything, I'll make sure we know." "Good," Robert said, his tone softening slightly. "We've survived the dead, Ned. Now we need to survive the living. And that Valyrian sorcerer might just be the most dangerous man alive." As the two men stood in quiet contemplation, the faint roars of dragons echoed in the distance, a reminder of the power that had saved them, and the power that now threatened to reshape the world. The fleet carrying Varos, Daenerys, Jon Snow, and their combined forces, unsullied Valyrian troops and Dothraki, arrived at Astapor to an unwelcome sight. The city, once liberated by Daenerys and her forces, was now in turmoil. Smoke rose from sections of the city, and the banners of rebellious factions flew above the streets. The Masters, thought to have been crushed, had seized the opportunity during Daenerys' absence to spark an insurrection, rallying remnants of their supporters to retake the city. As the fleet docked, Varos surveyed the chaos with a calm but calculating expression. Turning to Ser Jorah Mormont, who stood nearby, he issued his orders with precision. Take my elite Valyrian troops and flood the city. Root out the insurrectionists and secure the streets. Let the Unsullied hold key points while the Dothraki drive the remaining rebels into the open. Jorah nodded, his expression grim. And if we capture the insurrectionists alive, what then? Varos glanced at Daenerys, allowing her to answer. She stepped forward, her presence commanding, her violet eyes alight with resolve. They bend the knee or they burn. Jon Snow, standing nearby, frowned deeply at her words. Is there no other way? He interjected, his tone measured but firm. Not all of them may be loyal to the Masters. Killing them all doesn't solve anything. It breeds resentment. Daenerys turned to Jon, her gaze softening slightly but her tone unwavering. There is much you still have to learn of our ways, Lord Snow. Mercy for those who oppose me would be seen as weakness. Weakness invites rebellion. This city must see strength, or it will never truly be free. Jon's expression tightened, his discomfort clear, but he said nothing more. He glanced at Varos, whose fiery eyes flickered with intrigue as he watched the exchange. Finally, Varos spoke, his voice calm but laced with authority. The East does not yield to kindness, Jon Snow. It yields to fire. Daenerys speaks the truth. Control must be absolute. But, he paused, his gaze narrowing. There is another matter that demands immediate attention. Turning back to Daenerys, he continued, Your dragons must return. We will construct a great dragon pit here in Astapor to house them. They are your strength, your symbol of power, and they will ensure no rebellion dares rise again. Daenerys nodded, her expression thoughtful. Summon them. Let the world see the might of House Targaryen once more. Jorah, preparing to lead the assault, asked Daenerys, And the construction of the dragon pit? How will it be secured amidst this rebellion? Varos stepped forward. Leave that to me. My fire priests and Valyrian engineers will oversee its construction. But first, the city must be brought to heel. The orders were given, and the elite Valyrian troops, led by Jorah, marched into the city alongside the Unsullied and Dothraki. The streets erupted into chaos as the forces of Daenerys clashed with the insurrectionists. Rebellious banners were torn down, and the remnants of the Masters were driven into hiding. The Valyrian troops, ruthless and efficient, worked in tandem with the Unsullied to secure strongholds and round up those responsible for the rebellion. Throughout the operation, Jon Snow moved among the ranks, observing the brutal efficiency of the forces under Daenerys' command. He watched as prisoners were brought before her, some defiant, others trembling. True to her word, Daenerys gave them a choice: bend the knee or burn. Many chose submission, their rebellion extinguished by fear, while others met their end in the fiery judgment of the Dragon Queen. Later that evening, as the fires of the rebellion died down and the city began to calm, Jon approached Daenerys in her tent. Is this the future you envision? He asked, his voice calm but questioning. A world ruled by fear? Daenerys looked at him, her expression thoughtful. A world ruled by strength, Jon. Fear is a tool, but so is loyalty. Those who bend the knee will know my justice as well as my mercy. But rebellions like this, they cannot be allowed to grow. Varos entered the tent then, his presence commanding as always. The city is secure, he announced. The dragon pit will begin construction immediately, and when your dragons return, Daenerys Stormborn, no one will dare challenge your rule. Daenerys inclined her head. Good. The Masters of Meereen will be next. We will end the slavers of the East, root and stem. Jon looked between the two of them, his discomfort growing. The bond between Daenerys and Varos, their shared vision of fire and domination, was evident. And though he understood their resolve, he couldn't help but feel the weight of what it would mean for the world they sought to build. For now, the rebellion in Astapor was quelled, but Jon Snow knew that the battles ahead would test not just their strength, but their humanity. Varos strode into the grand palace of Astapor, the remnants of the day's conquest clinging to him like a shroud. His laughter echoed through the expansive halls, a sound that was both unsettling and triumphant, as though the hunting of insurrectionists had been nothing more than a casual game to him. His servants scurried away, sensing the weight of his mood, while others worked to complete their task. A massive map of Essos, painstakingly painted across the floor of the palace's grand hall. The intricate details of the free cities, the slave ports, and the far-reaching expanses of the continent shimmered in the firelight. Standing at the center of the map, Varos gestured for Daenerys to join him. His fiery eyes burned with a zeal that was both awe-inspiring and unnerving. "The next plan," he began, his voice carrying a strange mixture of reverence and command, "is clear. The Lord of Light has shown me what must be done." Daenerys approached cautiously, her violet eyes narrowing as she listened. "And what does the fire tell you, Varos?" Varos turned to face her fully, his expression intense. "It tells me this: we will unify Essos. We will burn away slavery from the free cities and establish the might of Valyria upon this continent once more. The Lord of Light wills it." He gestured to the map with a sweeping motion, his voice rising with fervor. "Bravos, Lorith, Lys, Myr, Norvos, Pentos, Cohor, Tyrosh, Volantis. Every city will bend the knee. Those that do not will face the fury of Dragonfire. We will raise legions, Daenerys. Not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. A force of no less than 250,000 soldiers, all loyal to the cause of the new Valyrian freehold." Daenerys stood stunned, her gaze darting between Varos and the massive map on the floor. This was your plan all along?" she asked, her voice quiet but edged with disbelief. Varos inclined his head slightly, his smirk unapologetic. "Yes, the Lord of Light wills the conquest of Essos, the destruction of the slavers, and the return of this continent to the old ways. It is not merely a conquest, it is a cleansing, a rebirth." From the corner of the room, Jon Snow stood in shock, his brow furrowed as he absorbed Varos's words. The sheer scale of the plan, the ambition, and the ruthlessness it required left him momentarily speechless. He stepped forward as if to object, but before he could speak, Varos motioned for both him and Daenerys to follow him. "We need privacy," Varos said sharply, his tone leaving no room for argument. He led them into an adjoining chamber, shutting the doors firmly behind them. The tension in the room was palpable as Varos turned to face them, his fiery eyes locking onto Jon. "You," Varos began, pointing at Jon, his voice low but piercing. "Who was your real father?" Jon stiffened, taken aback by the question. "My real father?" he repeated. "Eddard Stark raised me. He is my father." Varos stepped closer, his fiery gaze narrowing. "No, Jon Snow. Eddard Stark raised you, but your blood is Valyrian. Scourge would not have obeyed you, would not have bonded with you, if you were merely a Stark. Dragons do not yield to anyone but their kin. And you are kin." Daenerys' eyes widened, her voice barely a whisper. "What are you saying?" Varos's tone grew softer, though no less intense. "Jon Snow, you are of Valyrian blood. Somewhere in your lineage, perhaps even directly, the Targaryen line flows through you. That is why Scourge obeyed. That is why you are here." Jon looked between Varos and Daenerys, his thoughts racing. That can't be," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "I've been a Stark all my life." Varos stepped back, his smirk returning. "The truth of your bloodline will reveal itself in time. But know this, Jon Snow, you are not just a piece on the board. You are part of the fire, and fire fire reshapes the world. Daenerys turned to Jon, her expression a mixture of shock and understanding. If what he says is true, she began, her words trailing off as the weight of the revelation settled. Jon shook his head, his voice firm. I am a Stark. Whatever my blood, I was raised in the North. I fight for the North. Varos laughed lightly, his tone almost mocking. You fight for the living, Jon Snow, and the living need fire to survive. You cannot deny what you are. Not anymore. The room fell silent, the tension thick as Varos's words lingered. The revelation, whether fully understood or not, had set the stage for something far greater. For Jon, for Daenerys, and for Varos, the path ahead was clear. Essos would burn, and the world would be reborn in fire and blood. The war room of the Astapor Palace was alive with activity. Varos, standing at the head of a massive table adorned with maps and markers, addressed a group of commanders with the intensity of a storm. Daenerys Targaryen sat silently in a high-backed chair near the corner of the room, her violet eyes watchful. The weight of the moment was evident, as the plans for the conquest of Yunkai and Meereen were about to be laid bare. Unsullied captains, their stoic faces betraying no emotion, stood to one side. Opposite them were Valyrian commanders, their fiery armor and fierce expressions a sharp contrast to the Unsullied's disciplined calm. Dothraki calls lingered at the edges of the room, their restless energy palpable as they awaited the promise of war. Varos began, his fiery eyes scanning the room. The conquest of Yunkai and Meereen is not merely a military objective, he said, his voice carrying the weight of authority. It is the next step in the unification of Essos. These cities represent the last vestiges of the slavers' power in this region. We will burn their influence to ash and ensure their chains never bind another. He motioned to the map on the table, where markers representing Unsullied, Valyrian troops, and Dothraki surrounded the cities of Yunkai and Meereen. Yunkai will fall first. Its defenses are weaker, and its rulers lack the resolve to withstand a full assault. Pointing to a section of the map marked as Yunkai's southern gates, Varos continued. The Unsullied will lead the assault here. Their discipline will break through the city's walls, and once inside, they will secure key points, barracks, armories, and the homes of the slaver elite. An Unsullied commander stepped forward and saluted, his voice sharp and efficient. It will be done, Commander Varos. Varos nodded, then turned his attention to the Dothraki. The Dothraki will strike from the eastern plains. You will circle the city, burning their outlying farms and destroying their supply lines. Let them fear you, but do not waste lives in reckless charges. We want the slavers to collapse from within. One of the Khals grinned, his bloodlust barely restrained. They will see their city burn before they die. Finally, Varos pointed to a marker for the Valyrian forces, positioned to the northwest of the city. The Valyrian troops will hold the high ground outside the city. You will cut off any retreat and ensure no reinforcements reach Yunkai. Once the Unsullied and Dothraki secure the city, you will sweep through and eliminate any remaining resistance. A Valyrian commander saluted sharply. As you command. Daenerys, though silent, watched with growing unease. Her gaze shifted between the commanders and the map, her mind weighing the cost of the campaign ahead. Finally, she spoke, her voice calm but firm. And what of the people of Yunkai, the slaves, the innocents caught in the crossfire? Varos turned to her, his tone softening slightly. The slaves will be freed, Daenerys, as they were in Astapor. The innocents will be spared wherever possible. But war is not without sacrifice. If we are to end the slavers' reign, we must act decisively. She nodded but said nothing more, her thoughts clearly still churning. Varos continued, his attention shifting to the next objective. Once Yunkai is secured, we move on to Meereen. This city will not fall as easily. Its walls are higher, its defenses stronger, and its rulers more cunning. They have prepared for war, and they will use their slaves as shields to protect themselves. Pointing to the river that flowed near Meereen, Varos outlined his plan. We will divide our forces. The Unsullied will march to the city's western gates. while the Dothraki and Valyrian troops attack from the eastern plains. Meanwhile, I will lead a small strike force up the river under the cover of night. We will infiltrate the city and cut the head from the snake, the slaver leaders. The room grew quiet as the weight of the plan settled over the commanders. The precision of the strategy, coupled with the ruthlessness it required, left no room for doubt about the outcome. Daenerys broke the silence, her voice steady but questioning. "And what of my dragons?" Varos smiled faintly, his fiery eyes glinting. "Your dragons will strike when the time is right. They are your greatest weapon, Daenerys, and we will use them to remind the slavers of what true power looks like. But they will not be risked needlessly." Jon Snow, standing near the edge of the room, finally spoke. "And if they resist? If they fight to the death?" Varos turned to Jon, his expression unwavering. "Then they will burn. Slavery must be eradicated. And if it takes fire to cleanse the east, so be it." Jon frowned but said nothing, his unease clear. The room, however, buzzed with anticipation. The commanders saluted, their resolve hardened, and the meeting concluded. The conquest of Yunkai and Meereen was set in motion, the next step in a campaign that would reshape Essos, and perhaps the world, forever. In the grand chamber of the Astapor Palace, Varos stood at the head of the War Council, his fiery eyes scanning the gathered commanders and advisors. The map of Essos sprawled across the floor before them, now marked with the progress and ambitions of Daenerys' growing empire. Jon Snow was notably absent, having been sent on an inspection of the troops and defenses outside the city, a deliberate move by Varos and Daenerys to keep this part of the discussion away from his ears. Varos raised a hand, calling for silence. The room, filled with unsullied commanders, Dothraki khals, Valyrian officers, and a select few of Daenerys' trusted advisors, grew quiet as they awaited his words. "Yunkai and Meereen," Varos began, his voice carrying the weight of conviction, "are not merely cities, they are the foundation. When we take them, we will free their people as we did here in Astapor. But more than that, we will use their resources and their strength to raise legions. From these cities, we will form the core of an army that will be unmatched in both size and discipline." He gestured to the cities marked on the map, his fiery blade tracing a path from Slaver's Bay to the free cities. "These two cities will give us the men and resources we need to launch our campaign across Essos. We will march on the free cities, one by one, until every slaver's whip is broken, every chain shattered." The room murmured in agreement, the assembled leaders nodding at the clarity and scale of his vision. Daenerys, seated at the head of the table, watched him carefully, her expression a mixture of concern and intrigue. Varos turned to her, his tone softening but remaining firm. "Do not worry about Westeros, Daenerys. Not yet. Once we conquer Essos and unite the continent under your banner, you will have the strength to take Westeros 10 times over. The 7 kingdoms will fall like dry leaves before the might of a unified Essos. But for now, the focus must remain here." Daenerys leaned forward slightly, her voice calm but questioning. "And if Westeros sees our power growing? If they act against us before we're ready?" Varos smiled faintly, his fiery eyes narrowing. "Let them see. Let them fear. The dragons alone are enough to keep the 7 kingdoms cautious. And should they dare to act, the fires of Valyria will remind them why they should not." One of the Valyrian commanders stepped forward, bowing his head. "Commander Varos speaks true. The strength of the free cities, when combined with the dragons and the legions we will raise, will make us unstoppable. Let the 7 kingdoms tremble if they wish. It will only make their eventual conquest sweeter." The room murmured in agreement again, the resolve among the leaders growing. Daenerys, still watching Varos closely, finally allowed a small nod. "If Essos must be unified to ensure victory, then so be it. But remember this, Varos, we do not conquer for the sake of conquest. We fight to free the oppressed." Varos inclined his head, his tone respectful but unwavering. "Of course, Daenerys. This is the will of the Lord of Light, to free the slaves, to cleanse the east of its chains, and to restore balance to the world." His words seemed to put Daenerys at ease, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she leaned back in her chair. For all her doubts, Varos's vision of a unified Essos, of an unassailable foundation for her eventual conquest of Westeros, carried a certain undeniable logic. As the meeting continued, Varos outlined the next steps for their campaign, ensuring every detail was meticulously planned. The court's confidence in his leadership grew, and the room buzzed with anticipation for the battles ahead. But even as they plotted their grand ambitions, the absence of Jon Snow was a quiet reminder that not all shared Varos's fervor. For now, he was kept in the dark, but the time would come when the truth of their plans would reach him. And when that time came, the fragile balance within Daenerys's camp might face its greatest test. In the halls of the Red Keep, the air was heavy with tension as Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark convened their small council. The usual clamor of politics and petty disputes had been replaced by the weight of urgent news brought by their spies in the east. Seated around the grand table, the lords of the council leaned in closely, their expressions ranging from grim determination to outright concern. Robert sat at the head of the table, his warhammer resting against his chair, a visible reminder of his readiness to defend his throne. His face was darkened by a mix of anger and unease as he scanned the reports before him. Ned sat to his right, his usual stoicism masking the same unease that Robert wore so openly. Varos, the spymaster, spoke first, his soft voice cutting through the tense silence. "The reports are troubling, Your Grace," he began, his hands folded neatly before him. "The Valyrian sorcerer, Varos, and Queen Daenerys are not content with ruling the cities of Slaver's Bay. They are consolidating power. Yunkai and Meereen will fall soon, and they are raising legions, an army of unprecedented size. Their plans for the free cities are clear. Conquest, Your Grace." Robert slammed his fist onto the table, rattling the goblets and startling the lords present. "Damn them," he roared. "The dragons weren't enough? Now they're raising legions? What's next, Varos? Will they march on Westeros before we're ready?" Varos's expression remained composed, though his tone carried a note of caution. "Not immediately, Your Grace. Their current focus is on Essos. The Valyrian sorcerer has made it clear that they aim to unite the continent under their banner before turning their gaze to the Seven Kingdoms." Ned spoke then, his voice calm but firm. "That gives us time, but not much. A unified Essos, backed by dragons and an army of 250,000, would be a force Westeros could not withstand. If they finish what they've started, they won't need subterfuge or alliances to take the Iron Throne. They'll simply march and take it by fire and blood." Stannis, seated further down the table, leaned forward, his face as stern as ever. "Then the question becomes, what do we do now? Do we act preemptively, or do we wait and prepare for the inevitable?" Renley, ever the optimist, scoffed lightly. "Preemptive war against dragons? And with what army, Stannis? The North? The Reach? They're not ready for another war. No, we need to tread cautiously." Robert, his face flushed with frustration, pointed a finger at Varos. "We need more spies. Everywhere. I want to know what that damned sorcerer is planning, what he whispers in Daenerys' ear, and how far they'll go. The moment they set their sights on Westeros, I want to know." Varos inclined his head slightly. "Of course, Your Grace. I will ensure our network in Essos is expanded. But it is not only Varos and Daenerys we must monitor. There are whispers of unrest within their camp. The Stark bastard, Jon Snow, is uneasy with their methods. His loyalty to his father and the North may yet provide an opening." Ned's brow furrowed. "Jon is a man of honor. If he opposes what they're doing, he may act. But if we use him, it could place him in danger." Robert snorted. "Danger? He put himself there when he followed that dragon queen. You don't march with dragons and come out unscathed. Ned, if he can give us an edge, we take it." Ned's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, his loyalty to his son warring with his duty to Westeros. Grand Maester Pycelle cleared his throat, his voice slow and deliberate. Perhaps we should send envoys to the free cities. Diplomacy may yield information or allies. The free cities are not known for unity. Their resistance to Daenerys' conquest could be useful to us. Renley nodded in agreement. A fine idea. Let them fight each other while we prepare. Stannis, ever pragmatic, countered. And what if they unite under her banner instead? Then we face not only her legions but the wealth and power of the free cities as well. Diplomacy is a gamble. Robert, his patience thinning, growled. Everything is a gamble, Stannis, but we're not sitting on our arses while those dragons grow stronger. We send envoys to the free cities. We spread whispers of rebellion in her lands. And we fortify Westeros. He turned to Ned, his voice softening slightly. You're the only one I trust to keep us steady, Ned. If Jon is still loyal to you, find a way to use that. I don't like the thought of him with that sorcerer. Ned, his heart heavy, nodded reluctantly. I'll do what I can, Robert, but we must tread carefully. Varos is not a man to underestimate. Robert leaned back in his chair, his frustration still evident. Careful, but not too careful. If we wait too long, we'll be facing dragons at the gates of King's Landing. And I'll be damned if I let that happen. The council adjourned, the lords dispersing with heavy hearts and minds full of strategy. Robert and Ned remained behind, sharing a rare moment of quiet. You think we can stop them, Ned? Robert asked, his voice uncharacteristically uncertain. Ned looked out the window, his gaze distant. I don't know, Robert, but I know this. If we don't try, there won't be a Westeros left to save. The small council meeting was abruptly interrupted when Varys entered the chamber, his typically calm demeanor carrying an air of urgency. The lords around the table turned their attention to the spymaster as he approached Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark, bowing slightly. Your Grace, Varys began, his soft voice cutting through the tension. I bring news that demands immediate attention. Lord Tywin Lannister has been captured. A collective gasp rippled through the council, followed by murmurs of disbelief. Robert leaned forward, his face a mix of surprise and curiosity. Captured? By whom? Varys's expression remained unreadable. By Euron Greyjoy, Your Grace. It seems Tywin was attempting to sail to Braavos, likely to garner support for his cause. Euron intercepted him and now holds him aboard his fleet. Ned's brow furrowed deeply. And what does Euron Greyjoy want? Varys folded his hands calmly. He has requested an audience with Your Grace and Lord Stark. He claims he has terms to discuss regarding the release of Tywin Lannister. Robert snorted, his temper flaring. Terms? That mad pirate dares to make terms with the Iron Throne. Ned, ever the pragmatist, placed a calming hand on the table. If Tywin Lannister is in Euron's custody, then this is no small matter. We should hear him out, under proper precautions. Varys nodded. Indeed, Lord Stark. Euron Greyjoy's fleet is formidable, and his ambition, dangerous. He seeks an audience at King's Landing, and I suggest we tread carefully. Robert leaned back in his chair, his warhammer resting beside him. Fine. Summon the Kingsguard and a battalion of gold cloaks. If that pirate so much as looks at me the wrong way, I'll have his head. Ned glanced at Renley and Stannis, seated at the far end of the table. This audience will require all of us. Euron Greyjoy is unpredictable, and will need to present a united front. Both Baratheon brothers nodded in agreement. Renley, ever the diplomat, said, I doubt he's foolish enough to try anything in the capital, but we can't be too careful. Euron's ambitions are as vast as the seas he sails. Stannis' expression remained stony. This could be an opportunity. If Tywin Lannister is in chains, we hold the advantage. We must determine how to use it. Later that day, in the grand throne room of the Red Keep, Robert sat atop the Iron Throne, his warhammer resting across his lap. The Kingsguard, resplendent in their white cloaks, flanked him on either side, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Ned Stark stood beside the throne, his expression calm but watchful, while Renley and Stannis took their places near the dais. The doors to the throne room opened with a loud creak, and Euron Greyjoy strode in, flanked by two of his most loyal ironborn captains. His presence was as bold and theatrical as expected. He wore dark leathers adorned with iron accents, his blue lips curling into a smirk as he took in the grandeur of the court. His single blue eye patch gleamed in the torchlight, adding to his unsettling appearance. Euron stopped a few paces from the throne, offering a mock bow. "Your Grace, Lords of Westeros, I trust you've heard of my latest acquisition." Robert leaned forward slightly, his tone laced with barely restrained anger. "You mean Tywin Lannister? What game are you playing, Greyjoy?" Euron chuckled, his voice smooth and mocking. "No game, Your Grace. Merely an opportunity. Tywin Lannister, the mighty lion, now caged. A prize, wouldn't you agree?" Ned's voice cut through the tension. "And what do you want for this prize?" Euron's smirk widened. "Ah, straight to the point, Lord Stark. I like that. What I want is simple recognition. The Ironborn are tired of being forgotten, overlooked by the Iron Throne. Give me dominion over the Iron Islands and the western coasts, and a seat on your council." Robert barked a laugh, though it was devoid of humor. "You want me to reward your treachery with power? Do you take me for a fool?" Euron's expression darkened slightly, though his tone remained smooth. "I offer you Tywin Lannister, Your Grace. Alive, unharmed. Consider the alternative. His freedom could reignite the fires of rebellion. But under my control, you dictate his fate." Renley, ever the tactician, interjected. "And what's to stop you from turning on us the moment you get what you want, Greyjoy?" Euron shrugged, his smirk returning. "Trust is a fragile thing, Lord Renley, but alliances are built on necessity. And right now, you need me more than I need you." The room fell silent, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on the lords assembled. Robert's grip tightened on his warhammer as he looked to Ned, his most trusted advisor. "Well, Stark, what do you make of this?" Ned's jaw tightened. Euron is dangerous, and his ambition knows no bounds. But Tywin Lannister in chains, that is a weapon we cannot ignore. If we refuse him outright, we risk losing that advantage. Stannis spoke next, his voice cold and calculating. "If we agree to this, we must ensure Euron's loyalty. A seat on the council is a risk, but it gives us control over him, for now." Robert grunted, his frustration evident. "Very well. We'll play his game, but on our terms. If he steps out of line, I'll kill him myself." Turning back to Euron, Robert's voice thundered through the throne room. "You'll have your dominion over the Iron Islands, Greyjoy, but that's all. No western coasts, no further titles. And as for a seat on my council, you'll earn that through loyalty. Betray me, and I'll hang your body from the gates of King's Landing." Euron's grin widened, his blue lips curling into a mocking bow. "As you command, Your Grace." The meeting ended, but the tension in the room lingered. Euron's boldness had sown unease among the lords, and the game of power had taken a new and dangerous turn. As soon as Euron Greyjoy swaggered out of the Red Keep, his smirk still etched on his lips, the wheels of a more calculated plan began to turn. The moment the throne room doors closed behind him, Ned Stark, accompanied by hundreds of Stark bannermen and gold cloaks, moved swiftly to secure Lord Tywin Lannister. The Lannister patriarch, though captured by Euron, had been escorted to the capital under heavy guard and was now taken into the custody of the Iron Throne. The procession was deliberate, with Stark soldiers flanking Tywin on all sides as they marched him through the corridors of the palace. The air was heavy with tension, the Lannister lord silent but visibly seething. He was taken directly to the dungeons, a stark reminder of how far the mighty lion had fallen. The heavy iron doors clanged shut behind him as gold cloaks took up positions at every entrance, ensuring no interference. Meanwhile, Robert Baratheon paced in his chambers, his warhammer leaning against the wall, the frustration and fury evident on his face. When Ned Stark entered, the king turned sharply, his voice a low growl. Before we even deal with Tywin, Robert began, his tone laden with anger. We need to deal with Euron Greyjoy. He's a madman, Ned. A snake in the shadows. I won't have him lurking around my kingdom, thinking he can outplay me. Ned nodded, his expression as grim as ever. Euron is a wild card, Robert. His ambitions could undo us all. What do you propose? Robert didn't hesitate, his voice carrying the weight of a decision already made. Take 500 gold cloaks and a detachment of the Kingsguard. Find Greyjoy and bring me his head. The room fell silent for a moment, the enormity of the order settling in. Stannis, standing near the hearth, broke the quiet with his cold, measured tone. It's the right decision. Euron Greyjoy is an unknown, unpredictable, and dangerous. He's proven he cannot be trusted. Robert turned to his younger brother, his face dark. I need someone I trust to see it done, Stannis. Can you do it? Stannis's lips curled into the faintest shadow of a grim smile, and he gave a single nod. With pleasure. Ned, though he agreed with the necessity of removing Euron, couldn't help but voice his concerns. Euron won't go quietly, Robert. He's a skilled warrior, and his men are fiercely loyal. This will be bloody. Robert slammed his fist on the table, his frustration boiling over. Then let it be bloody. I will not have that madman scheming under my roof. If you don't stop him now, Ned, he'll plunge us into chaos. Ned met Robert's gaze, his jaw tightening. Very well. I'll oversee the preparations. But know this, Robert, dealing with Euron will send a message not just to the Ironborn but to the entire realm. Be sure it's the message you want to send. Robert's voice dropped to a growl. The message is simple. The Iron Throne is not a toy for pirates to play with. The orders were swiftly enacted. Gold cloaks, led by Stannis Baratheon and reinforced by Kingsguard knights, began assembling under the cover of night. They moved with purpose, their armor gleaming in the torchlight, as word spread of their mission. Euron Greyjoy, meanwhile, had taken temporary residence in one of the noble estates within the city, believing himself untouchable after his bold audience with the king. But as the clatter of boots and the sound of steel echoed through the city streets, it became clear that his arrogance would be his undoing. The Ironborn guards stationed outside the estate were caught off guard as the gold cloaks descended upon them, overwhelming them with sheer numbers and precision. Inside, Euron stood by the window, his ever-present smirk fading as he watched the commotion outside. It seems the game has begun, he muttered, reaching for his blade. The clash that followed was swift and brutal. Stannis, leading the charge, personally cut down several Ironborn as he made his way through the estate, his cold fury driving him forward. Euron fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast, his blade flashing in the dim light as he carved through gold cloaks with reckless abandon. But even his skill couldn't overcome the sheer weight of numbers. In the end, it was Stannis himself who confronted Euron in the main hall, their blades meeting in a clash that shook the room. The fight was fierce, but Stannis's relentless precision and discipline wore Euron down. With a final blow, Stannis disarmed him, the clang of Euron's blade hitting the stone floor echoing in the silence. As Euron knelt, bloodied but unyielding, Stannis leveled his sword at the pirate's throat. For the good of the realm, Stannis said coldly, before driving the blade forward. The Iron Throne had dealt with one threat, but as news of Euron's execution spread, the realm braced for the ripples that would follow. The game of power was far from over, and the removal of one player only made room for the next. The heavy iron doors of the dungeon creaked open, the sound echoing off the cold, damp stone walls. Robert Baratheon, his warhammer slung over his shoulder, entered with an imposing presence, followed closely by Ned Stark, his expression as cold and steady as the northern winds. Gold cloaks flanked the room, their torches casting flickering light across the dim chamber. At the center of the room sat Lord Tywin Lannister, chained to a sturdy wooden chair, his golden hair dulled by the shadows. Even in chains, Tywin exuded an air of unyielding authority. His back was straight, his expression composed, and his piercing green eyes carried the same cold intensity that had commanded armies and cowed lords. He watched as the king and his hand approached, offering no reaction to the chains that bound him or the dire circumstances he faced. Robert stopped a few paces from Tywin, his gaze hard and unrelenting. The silence was thick, charged with years of animosity and unresolved tension. Finally, Robert spoke, his voice blunt and venomous. "What do you have to say?" Robert growled. "For your daughter's foul crimes and your betrayal of the realm, Lord Tywin." Tywin's face remained impassive, his voice steady as he replied, "I see no crime in protecting the legacy of my house, your grace. If that is betrayal in your eyes, then I am guilty as charged." Ned's voice was cold, cutting through the chamber like a blade. "Do not feign ignorance, Tywin. You knew of Cersei's incest, of her children's illegitimacy. You schemed to keep your false king on the Iron Throne, knowing the chaos it would bring to the realm." Tywin's gaze shifted to Ned, his tone laced with contempt. "Lord Stark, you speak as though you have never schemed to protect your family. Tell me, would you not do the same if it were your children's lives in question?" Robert's temper flared, his voice booming as he slammed the butt of his warhammer against the stone floor. "Enough of your riddles, Tywin. Your daughter's lies and treachery have torn this realm apart. You've raised banners in defiance of the crown, plotted against the stability of the realm, and now you sit here pretending to be a victim." Tywin's lips curled into a faint smirk, his first real reaction to the confrontation. "Raised banners, your grace? My banners remain loyal to House Lannister and the realm. If others rise in my name, that is no fault of mine. As for my daughter's choices, I did not dictate her every action. A father's reach has its limits." Ned's jaw tightened, his tone sharp. "And yet your limits extend far enough to plot with Walder Frey to undermine your enemies. Far enough to bribe and blackmail half the lords in the West. Do not play coy, Tywin." Tywin's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have always done what is necessary to preserve my house, Stark. The Baratheon rebellion, your rebellion, taught me that only the strong survive. Do you think I would sit idle while my enemies conspired to unseat my family?" Robert stepped closer, his face inches from Tywin's, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Your family sits in disgrace because of your scheming. You should have reined your daughter in before she brought ruin to the throne. Now it's too late." Tywin remained unfazed, his voice as cold as the steel chains around his wrists. "You accuse me of disgrace, Robert, but tell me, what of the throne you sit upon? Is it not stained with the blood of the innocent? Is it not built on rebellion and treachery?" The king's face darkened with rage, his grip tightening on his warhammer. "Watch your tongue, Lannister. You're a prisoner in my dungeons, not a lion in your den." Tywin leaned back in his chair, his expression one of calculated defiance. "I am a lion wherever I sit, your grace." The tension in the room was suffocating, the weight of their words threatening to erupt into violence. Ned stepped forward, his voice breaking the moment. "Your defiance will not save you, Tywin. The truth is clear, and justice will be served. The question is whether you face it with dignity or continue to drag your house down with you." For the first time, Tywin's composure faltered, a flicker of calculation crossing his face. "And what justice do you propose, Stark? Execution? Imprisonment? Do you think the realm will be better for it? The West will not kneel while its lord rots in your dungeons." Robert straightened, his eyes narrowing. "The West will kneel or it'll burn. Your time of scheming and treachery is over. But for now, you'll remain here, Tywin, until I decide what to do with you." As Robert turned to leave, Ned lingered for a moment, his eyes locking with Tywin's. "You may think yourself above justice, but every man faces it in the end." Without another word, the two men left the chamber, the heavy doors slamming shut behind them. Tywin sat alone in the flickering torchlight, the chains around his wrists a grim reminder that even lions could be caged. In the chambers of the Red Keep, Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark sat across from one another, the weight of their decisions pressing heavily upon them. The capture of Lord Tywin Lannister had created a dilemma neither man could easily solve. The implications of Tywin's imprisonment extended far beyond the dungeon walls. They reached into the heart of the Westerlands and threatened to reignite tensions in a realm still reeling from war and the recent battle with the White Walkers. Robert leaned back in his chair, his warhammer resting against the table, his face etched with frustration. Damn that lion. Every time I think I've got him cornered, he reminds me why the realm fears him. He's dangerous, Ned, even in chains. Ned, ever the voice of reason, nodded solemnly. Dangerous, yes, but his death would do more harm than good, Robert. The Westerlands are fiercely loyal to House Lannister. Executing Tywin could push them into rebellion. Robert slammed his fist on the table, his anger bubbling over. Rebellion? They've already rebelled in everything but name. Ned, Tywin's schemes and his daughter's treachery nearly tore this kingdom apart. The man deserves the axe. Ned's gaze remained steady, though his tone was firm. Deserving or not, we must consider the consequences. If we execute Tywin without giving his house the chance to stand down, we risk open war. After what we've just faced, the realm cannot afford another conflict. Robert grumbled, pouring himself a goblet of wine. So what do we do? Let him rot in the dungeons while his family conspires to free him. Ned leaned forward, his voice quiet but resolute. We send a raven to Kevan Lannister, demanding that he stand down his forces and pledge loyalty to the Iron Throne. Make it clear that his brother's life depends on it. Robert raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. And if he refuses? Then we've given them the chance to avoid bloodshed, Ned replied. But we make it clear that our patience is limited. Tywin may be in chains, but the mercy we extend is conditional. If Kevan defies us, we will have no choice but to execute Tywin as a traitor to the crown. Robert considered this for a moment, his face softening slightly. You're always the reasonable one, Ned. Fine, we'll send your damn raven. But make sure it's clear we're not begging for their loyalty. If they want war, we'll give it to them. Ned nodded, his lips pressing into a thin line. We'll also acknowledge their efforts in the fight against the White Walkers. Mercy, when offered, must be tempered with respect. If Kevan sees that we value his house's contribution, he may be more inclined to comply. Robert snorted into his goblet, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Respect for a Lannister. That's rich, coming from you. Ned allowed himself a faint smile. It's not respect for Tywin. It's respect for the men who fought alongside us in the north. The Lannister bannermen were crucial in holding the line. Kevan will remember that. Robert sighed, setting his goblet down with a thud. Fine, draft the raven, Ned. But don't take too long with your words. I've little patience for diplomacy. The raven was sent later that day, its message carefully worded. To Kevan Lannister, Regent of Casterly Rock, your brother, Lord Tywin Lannister, sits in the dungeons of the Red Keep, charged with treason and rebellion against the Iron Throne. His fate lies in your hands. The Crown acknowledges the contributions of the Westerlands in the recent battle against the White Walkers, and we extend our gratitude for the bravery of your men. However, this mercy will only extend so far. Stand down your forces and pledge fealty to the Iron Throne, or your brother's life will be forfeit. The peace of the realm depends on your loyalty. The choice is yours. Signed, Robert of the House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men. Eddard Stark, Hand of the King. As the raven took flight, carrying its message westward, Robert and Ned knew the outcome was far from certain. Tywin's life was now a bargaining chip, but the Lion of Casterly Rock was not known for yielding quietly. The next move was Kevan's, and the fate of the Westerlands and the stability of the realm hung in the balance. The council chamber of the Red Keep was filled with tension as Robert Baratheon, Ned Stark, Stannis Baratheon, Renley Baratheon, and Ser Loras Tyrell gathered to discuss their next moves. The raven sent to Kevan Lannister hung heavily over their heads, its outcome uncertain. Though the Lannisters were momentarily subdued with Tywin's imprisonment, Everyone present understood the potential for chaos if Kevin refused to bend the knee. Robert leaned over the war table, his large hands gripping its edges as he scanned the map of Westeros laid out before them. His warhammer rested nearby, a reminder of the brute force he often preferred over diplomacy. "Let's not pretend, Ned," Robert began, his voice gruff. "If Kevin's a fool and raises his banners, we'll need to march. The Lannisters won't sit idle while we hold Tywin in chains." Ned nodded, his tone steady but concerned. "If Kevin defies us, the Westerlands will erupt into rebellion. The Crown has strength here in King's Landing, but an open war would stretch us thin, especially after the battle with the White Walkers." Stannis, standing rigid near the table, spoke next. "If Kevin resists, we must act swiftly. A prolonged conflict with the Westerlands will weaken the realm further. Every delay emboldens the enemies we haven't yet faced." Renley, seated at the far end of the table, leaned back casually, his expression thoughtful but unconcerned. "Let's not be so quick to call for war. Kevin Lannister isn't Tywin. He's a cautious man. There's every chance he'll stand down rather than risk his brother's life. But we should be prepared for the worst." Ser Loras Tyrell, representing the Reach, leaned forward, his youthful confidence evident in his voice. "The Reach stands ready, Your Grace. If the Lannisters march, our forces can bolster the Crown's armies. But I agree with Renley, for now we should tread carefully. The Westerlands aren't the only potential threat." Robert, growing impatient, slammed his fist on the table. "Careful? Treading carefully is what let the Lannisters grow bold in the first place. If Kevin moves against us, we crush him, quick and hard." Ned, ever the pragmatist, placed a calming hand on the table. "Robert, the city is already bursting with soldiers from every major house. For now, we hold our position. The combined forces of the North, the Reach, and the Stormlands, along with the Crown's forces, are enough to deter Kevin from acting rashly. But if we march on Casterly Rock too soon, we risk leaving King's Landing vulnerable." Stannis's voice, cold and resolute, cut through the room. "The Lannisters aren't fools. Kevin will see the strength gathered here and think twice before acting. But if he does move, we cannot hesitate. The Crown must not look weak." Renly smirked slightly. "Strength isn't always about charging headlong into battle, Stannis. Sometimes it's about showing your hand without playing it." Robert glared at his brothers, frustration evident. "Enough squabbling. You both sound like bloody courtiers. The truth is, we don't know what Kevin will do. But you're right, Ned, we keep all house forces here in King's Landing for now. Let Kevin see our strength and think twice before raising his banners." Ser Loras spoke again, his tone more cautious. "Your Grace, while it's wise to consolidate our forces, we should also prepare for the possibility of betrayal from within. If Kevin's spies know the state of Tywin's imprisonment, they may attempt a rescue." Ned nodded in agreement. "The dungeons must remain secure, and Tywin's movements must be kept secret. Any sign of weakness could embolden the Lannisters and their allies." Robert grunted, his frustration giving way to grudging acceptance. "Fine. We hold. But if Kevin even sniffs at rebellion, we march. The Crown will not tolerate defiance." The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of the decision settled over them. Finally, Renly broke the tension with a wry smile. "It seems the lions are caged for now. Let's hope they don't grow bold enough to break free." Robert raised his goblet, his expression grim. "To keeping the realm together, for as long as we bloody can." The lords echoed his toast, though none of them truly believed the peace would last. For now, the armies of the North, the Reach, the Stormlands, and the Crown remained in King's Landing, a formidable display of unity and strength. But as they all knew, war was never far from the horizon in Westeros. The large chamber was dimly lit, the flickering light of torches casting long shadows across the walls. A massive map of Essos dominated the center of the room, intricately detailed with markers placed to signify cities and armies. Varos stood at its edge, his fiery eyes focused on the map as though it revealed secrets beyond mortal understanding. His presence was imposing, his aura exuding an almost otherworldly intensity. Jon Snow entered the chamber abruptly, his boots echoing against the stone floor. His expression was tense, his brow furrowed as he approached Varos. The weight of their last conversation, of Varos's plans for Essos, still hung heavy on his mind. "Varos," Jon began, his voice firm but strained, "this campaign of yours, this so-called conquest, it's nothing but war-mongering. You speak of fire and blood as though it's a noble cause, but it's just destruction. Innocent people will die for your ambition." Varos turned slowly, his fiery eyes meeting Jon's with a calm, calculated gaze. For a moment, he said nothing, letting the silence settle between them like a drawn blade. Then, in a measured tone, he replied, "No, Jon Snow, this is far more than the small design of mortals. You see only the surface, the battles, the bloodshed. But this is about balance, about destiny." Jon's frustration boiled over. "Destiny? Balance? You sound like the mad kings of old. You think destruction is the answer to everything. You think bending the world to your will is justified because you've convinced yourself it's for some greater good." Varos's smirk was faint but unmistakable, his fiery eyes narrowing slightly. "You speak with the conviction of a man who still sees the world as it was, not as it is. The Lord of Light has shown me truths that would shatter the minds of most. This isn't about ambition, Jon. It's about preservation. If Essos remains divided, it will fall to ruin, and its ruin will bleed into Westeros. You know this as well as I." Jon shook his head, his voice rising. "No, what I know is that you seek to conquer because you think it's the only way. But what happens after? What happens when the fires die and there's nothing left but ash?" Varos's expression hardened, and he stepped closer to Jon, his voice lowering but gaining an edge. "Ash? You think this ends in ash? The fires I ignite will forge a future, not destroy it. You cannot see the full picture yet, Jon Snow, because you are blinded by the small truths of your life." Then, with a faint, almost amused smile, Varos leaned closer, his tone softening but no less intense. "Do you remember, Jon Snow, when you would sit with Ned Stark beneath the weirwood tree at Winterfell? When you would ask him who your mother was?" Jon froze, the words hitting him like a hammer. His anger faltered, replaced by a sudden wave of unease. How do you know that?" Varos turned away, pacing slowly around the map of Essos. "You've asked that question your entire life, haven't you? Who is my mother? You think the answer is a simple one, tied to mortal deeds and fleeting passions. But it's far greater than that." Jon's voice was quieter now, tinged with suspicion. "What are you saying?" Varos stopped and turned to face Jon fully, his fiery gaze piercing. "I'm saying that your question, Jon Snow, is the key to everything. You've always felt the pull of something greater, haven't you? A connection to the dragons, to the fire, to the cold of the north. You are not just a man of Winterfell. You are the bridge between two worlds, the embodiment of fire and ice." Jon's breath caught, his thoughts racing. "You're speaking in riddles, Varos. If you know something, tell me. Who was my mother?" Varos stepped closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Your mother was Lyanna Stark, but that is only half the truth. Your father, Jon, was Rhaegar Targaryen. The blood of the dragon runs through your veins." Jon staggered back slightly, his mind reeling. "No, that's not possible. Ned Stark was my father. He raised me. Varos's voice cut through his denial like a blade. "He raised you, yes, because he loved you as a son, but he hid the truth to protect you from the fire of the world. You are not Jon Snow, a bastard of Winterfell. You are Aegon Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." Jon stared at Varos, his thoughts a storm of disbelief and confusion. The weight of the revelation threatened to crush him, but in Varos's fiery eyes, he saw something that chilled him to his core: certainty. This This doesn't change anything, Jon said, though his voice wavered. I'm still Jon Snow. I'm still me. Varos's smirk returned, though it carried a note of genuine respect. Perhaps, but now you understand why the Lord of Light has chosen you, why the flames and the frost converge around you. This war is not just about Essos, Jon. It's about preparing for what's to come, for the dream of fire and ice. Jon turned away, his mind racing, but Varos's voice followed him, steady and unyielding. You can try to run from the truth, Jon Snow, but it will find you. The question is not who you are. It's what you'll do with the power that lies within you. As Jon left the chamber, the weight of his heritage pressing down on him, Varos returned to the map of Essos, his expression thoughtful. The pieces were moving, and the board was shifting. But the greatest piece of all had yet to make its move. The tension in the chamber was palpable as Daenerys Targaryen entered, her flowing silver hair shimmering in the dim torchlight. Her eyes immediately fell on Jon Snow, who stood near the map of Essos, his expression one of shock and disbelief. His usually composed demeanor was shattered, and Daenerys's gaze flickered with concern. "Jon?" she asked, stepping closer. "What's happened? Why do you look like this?" Before Jon could respond, Varos stepped forward, his fiery eyes commanding attention. His tone was calm, but there was a weight in his voice that demanded silence. "Daenerys," he began, "the Lord of Light has revealed a truth to me, one that changes everything." Daenerys turned to Varos, her concern deepening. "What truth? Speak plainly, Varos." Varos gestured toward Jon, who remained frozen in place, still grappling with the revelation. "Jon Snow is not who you think he is. He is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. His true name is Aegon Targaryen." The words hung in the air like a storm cloud. Daenerys blinked, her lips parting in disbelief. "No," she said softly, shaking her head. "That's not possible. Rhaegar had no other son, he died. The child died." Varos's voice grew firmer, his certainty unshakable. "The child lived, Daenerys. Eddard Stark protected him, raising him as his own bastard to shield him from the wrath of Robert Baratheon. But the truth cannot be hidden forever. The flames have shown me, and now you know." Daenerys staggered back a step, her emotions surging. Her voice rose, trembling with a mix of anger and fear. "This cannot be true. My claim, my right. I am the last Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." Her voice grew louder, her composure unraveling as she paced the chamber. "I have fought for this, bled for this, sacrificed for this. You tell me now that my claim can be challenged by him? By a man who didn't even know who he was?" Jon finally found his voice, stepping forward, his tone quiet but resolute. "I never wanted the throne, Daenerys. I didn't even know." But Daenerys cut him off, her voice rising to a near shout. "It doesn't matter what you want. It matters what the realm will see. You're a man, a Targaryen. They'll follow you over me." "Silence!" Varos bellowed, his voice echoing through the chamber. The force of his command stopped both Daenerys and Jon in their tracks. The room grew deathly quiet, save for the crackling of the torches. Varos stepped forward, his fiery eyes locking onto Daenerys. "There is a solution to this," he said, his voice resonating with authority. "One that has long been the way of House Targaryen and the traditions of old Valyria." Daenerys's breathing was ragged as she stared at him, her eyes wide with a mix of dread and curiosity. "What solution?" Varos looked between her and Jon, his voice unwavering. "You will marry Jon. This is the will of the Lord of Light. A union of fire and ice, of two bloodlines intertwined, will unite the realm and ensure the strength of House Targaryen." Jon's eyes widened in shock. "Marry her? I don't even know what any of this means. I'm no king. I never wanted to rule." Varos turned to him, his tone sharp. "It is not about what you want, Jon Snow. It is about what the realm needs. You are not just a man anymore. You are a symbol, a legacy of fire and ice. Your union with Daenerys will solidify the Targaryen claim and bring peace to the realm. Daenerys, still reeling, shook her head. This is madness. You cannot expect me to accept this so easily. Varos stepped closer to her, his voice softening but remaining firm. Daenerys, you are a queen, and you understand the burden of duty. This union will strengthen your claim, not weaken it. Together, you and Jon will be unstoppable. A force that no lord, no rebellion, no outside threat can challenge. Daenerys turned to Jon, her expression a mix of uncertainty and determination. And what of you, Jon? Do you believe this is the answer? Jon hesitated, his eyes searching hers. I don't know, he admitted. But if it's what the realm needs, if it brings peace, then maybe it's something we should consider. The room fell into a tense silence as the gravity of Varos's words settled over them. Daenerys, her composure slowly returning, looked back at Varos, her voice steadier now. If this is truly the will of the Lord of Light, then I will consider it. Varos nodded, a faint smile crossing his lips. Good, the flames never lie. Together, you will forge a future that no one can challenge. As the weight of their destinies loomed over them, the tension in the chamber remained thick. The union of fire and ice was no longer a distant possibility. It was a path that could shape the fate of the realm. But whether they would walk it willingly or reluctantly was yet to be seen. The chamber doors swung open with a casual force, and Oberyn Martell strode in, his confident smirk instantly lightening the tense atmosphere. His sharp eyes flickered between Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen, who stood frozen, their faces etched with nervous uncertainty. The weight of Varos's revelation still hung heavily in the air, and their shared gaze spoke volumes of the unspoken tension between them. Oberyn paused, taking in the scene with a raised eyebrow, his smirk widening. "What is wrong with you two?" he said, his tone playful but edged with curiosity. "You're looking at each other as though one of you just proposed a duel. Maybe you should just kiss and get it over with." Jon immediately stumbled backward, falling into a chair with an audible thud. His face flushed. Daenerys' expression shifted to one of faint exasperation, her lips pressing into a thin line. Varos, standing at the map of Essos, let out a low, amused laugh, his fiery eyes glinting with mirth. Oberyn tilted his head, clearly enjoying himself. "Ah, so it's one of those conversations, is it? No need to explain further. Targaryens and their complicated family dynamics." He punctuated the words with an exaggerated shrug. Jon, struggling to regain his composure, muttered, "Oberyn, this isn't the time." Daenerys shot Oberyn a glare, though her lips quirked slightly as if she were suppressing a smile. "What do you want, Prince Oberyn?" Oberyn ignored the question, instead turning his full attention to Varos, who was still smiling faintly at the scene. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, Oberyn gestured toward the map of Essos. "So what comes first, The conquest of Yunkai? Or do we skip ahead to the grander prize, Meereen?" Varos straightened, his amusement fading as he addressed the matter with his usual precision. "Yunkai," he said simply. "Its defenses are weaker, its ruling class divided. We take it first, consolidate its resources, and use them to strengthen our forces for the assault on Meereen." Oberyn nodded, stepping closer to the map and studying it with genuine interest. "A sound strategy, but the masters of Yunkai are known to bribe their way out of trouble. Are we expecting a fight, or just an exchange of gold?" Varos's tone grew colder, more resolute. "There will be no exchange of gold, Prince Oberyn. The masters of Yunkai will be given a simple choice: submit or burn. Their time has come to an end." Oberyn raised an eyebrow at the harshness of Varos's words but said nothing, instead glancing at Daenerys. "And you, my queen? Do you agree with such fiery diplomacy?" Daenerys hesitated for a moment, her thoughts still lingering on Varos's earlier revelation. But when she spoke, her voice was firm. "Yunkai is a city of slavers. Their power is built on suffering. If they will not surrender, they will face the consequences." Oberyn gave her an approving nod. spoken like a true dragon. "And what of you, Lord Snow?" he asked, turning his attention to Jon with a playful smirk. "Will you be charging into battle with the rest of us? Or do you plan to brood on the sidelines while we do the heavy lifting?" Jon, still seated, shot Oberyn a sharp look. "I'll do what's necessary, Prince Oberyn. You can save your jests for someone else." Oberyn chuckled, clapping Jon on the shoulder. "Ah, there's the stark fire I was hoping for." Varos, having let the exchange run its course, interjected, his tone commanding. "Enough. We have much to prepare. The conquest of Yunkai will require precision and unity. There's no room for hesitation or distraction." Jon stood, his gaze flickering briefly to Daenerys before settling on the map. "Then let's get to it." Daenerys nodded, stepping closer to Varos. "We'll do what needs to be done." Oberyn, clearly amused by the lingering tension, gestured toward the door. "Well then, shall we? The masters of Yunkai won't conquer themselves." The group dispersed from the chamber, the weight of their plans looming over them. Though the conquest of Yunkai lay ahead, the deeper tensions, both personal and political, were far from resolved. For now, they would march as allies, but the future of fire and blood would test their unity like never before. The makeshift dragon pit was alive with the low rumble of massive beasts shifting restlessly in their pens. The air was thick with heat, the faint smell of sulfur mingling with the earthy scent of damp stone. Jon Snow sat on a low stone bench near the edge of the pit, gazing at the faint glow of the dragon's massive forms silhouetted against the flickering torchlight. Across from him sat an old Valyrian dragon caretaker, his leathery hands resting on the pommel of his cane. His silver hair, a mark of his heritage, glinted faintly in the light as he observed Jon with a calm, knowing expression. At Jon's side lay the red armor Varos had given him, its design intricate and intimidating, with the sigil of the three-headed dragon of Valyria engraved on the chest. Jon turned the armor over in his hands, his brow furrowed. "This was a gift from Varos," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of doubt. "He says I'm something more than I thought I was. But I don't feel any different. I'm still just me." The old Valyrian smiled faintly, leaning forward. "And yet you sit here, in the company of dragons, donning the armor of your ancestors. Just you, Jon Snow, does not explain how you came to ride Scourge, a dragon that no one has ever dared approach." Jon frowned, his gaze shifting to the massive figure of Scourge, who lay curled in the farthest pen. The dragon's black and red scales shimmered faintly in the torchlight, and his glowing red eyes seemed to pierce the darkness. "I didn't choose him," Jon said after a moment. "He chose me. I don't know why." The Valyrian chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the vast space. "That is the way of dragons. They choose their riders, not the other way around. And only those of Valyrian blood can form such a bond. It is in our blood, Jon. The fire, the strength, it calls to them." Jon shook his head, his voice tinged with frustration. "I didn't even know I had this blood until today. My whole life I've been a Stark. I've served in the Night's Watch. Now, they tell me I'm something else entirely." The caretaker's gaze softened, and he leaned back slightly. "Perhaps your blood is Stark, but your soul is Valyrian. The dragons see it. And Scourge," he gestured toward the immense beast. "Scourge is not like the others. He is larger than even Balerion the Dread, the mightiest dragon of old Valyria." Jon's eyes widened slightly. "Larger than Balerion? That's impossible." The old man nodded solemnly. "Not impossible, Jon. Scourge was bred for war, for conquest, for the rebirth of Valyria. His size, his strength, his fire, it is unmatched. And yet he chose you. That is no small thing. It means there is incredible power in your blood, even if you cannot see it." Jon leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his voice quieter now. "But why? Why me? I've never wanted any of this. I fought to protect the North, to save the living. That's all I've ever cared about." The Valyrian smiled again, though there was a hint of sadness in his expression. "Sometimes the flames choose not the one who desires power, but the one who fears it. You do not seek the dragons, Jon Snow, but they seek you. They see what lies within you. Strength, resolve, and perhaps destiny." Jon fell silent, his gaze fixed on the faint glow of Scourge's eyes. The weight of the caretaker's words settled over him like a heavy cloak. He wasn't sure if he believed in destiny, or if he even wanted to. But the bond he felt with Scourge, however inexplicable, was undeniable. The old Valyrian rose slowly, using his cane for support, and placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Wear the armor, Jon. Ride the dragon. The flames have chosen you for a reason, and in time you will understand. But for now, know this: you are no ordinary man. You are a bridge between the past and the future, between fire and ice." Jon looked up at the caretaker, his expression a mixture of doubt and determination. Slowly, he nodded, his hand tightening around the edge of the red armor. As the old Valyrian walked away, the low rumble of Scourge's breath filled the chamber, a sound that was both menacing and strangely reassuring. Jon stood, his resolve hardening. If this was what the world demanded of him, he would face it. One step, one battle, and one dragon at a time. As the old Valyrian caretaker turned to leave, Jon Snow called out, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and hesitation. "Wait," he said, rising to his feet, the weight of the conversation still pressing on him. "You speak of destiny and the flames of the Lord of Light. Tell me, what is the truth of this god? Where does your faith come from? What are its origins?" The old man paused, his cane tapping softly against the stone floor as he turned back to Jon. His fiery eyes, dimmed by age but still holding the flicker of ancient knowledge, regarded Jon thoughtfully. He gestured for Jon to sit again, and he himself settled on a nearby stone bench. "The Lord of Light," the caretaker began, his voice low and steady, "is not merely a god of fire as some believe. He is the embodiment of life and creation, of the flame that gives warmth in the cold and light in the dark. His faith, like the fire itself, is older than memory, older even than the doom of Valyria." Jon leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "But where does it come from? The stories, the rituals, the priests. How did it all begin?" The caretaker's gaze grew distant, as though he were peering back through time itself. "The origins of the faith of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, are shrouded in the mists of history. It is said to have arisen in the Shadowlands, far to the east, beyond Ashai. In those lands, where the sun rarely shines and the darkness is eternal, there were ancient practitioners who first learned to harness the fire within. They claimed to see visions in the flames, glimpses of the future, whispers of the divine." Jon's eyes narrowed. "Visions? Like the ones Varos claims to see?" The caretaker nodded slowly. "Yes, the flames speak to those who are chosen. The priests of the Lord of Light believe that R'hllor grants his followers the power to see, to heal, to command fire itself. But such gifts come with a cost. To channel the Lord's will is to walk a fine line between light and shadow." Jon's expression darkened. "Shadow? You mean, like the darkness Varos warned about?" The caretaker's voice grew quieter, almost reverent. "The Lord of Light's eternal enemy is the Great Other, the embodiment of darkness, death, and chaos. Where the Lord of Light brings life and warmth, the Great Other seeks to extinguish it. This war between light and shadow, between fire and ice, has raged since time immemorial. Some say the long night, when the White Walkers first rose, was but one battle in this endless struggle." Jon sat back, his mind racing. "And the dragons? Do they come from the Lord of Light?" The caretaker's faint smile returned. "Dragons are creatures of fire, Jon Snow. They were born in the fires of Valyria, long before the Targaryens claimed them. Some say they are the Lord of Light's greatest creation, a gift to mankind to fight the darkness. Others believe they are wild, untamable forces, bound only by the blood of Valyria. Jon's voice grew quieter, almost hesitant. And what about me? You said Scourge chose me because of my blood. But what does that mean for this war between light and shadow? The caretaker's eyes gleamed, his tone growing grave. It means you have a part to play, Jon Snow, a role in the battle that is yet to come. The Lord of Light does not choose his champions lightly, and the bond you share with Scourge is no coincidence. You are a bridge, not just between fire and ice, but between the living and the divine. Jon fell silent, his thoughts a storm of doubt and uncertainty. The weight of what the caretaker said seemed almost too great to bear. Finally, he spoke, his voice quieter but resolute. I don't know if I believe in gods or prophecies. I don't know if I can trust what Varos sees in the flames. But if there's a chance to save the people I love, to protect the realm from whatever comes next, then I'll do what I have to. The caretaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. Belief is not required, Jon Snow. Action is. And when the time comes, the flames will guide you. With that, the old Valyrian rose and made his way toward the exit, leaving Jon alone in the glow of the dragon pit. As the faint rumble of Scourge's breath filled the air, Jon stared into the flickering torchlight, his thoughts heavy with questions that had no easy answers. As Jon Snow sat in quiet contemplation, the heat of the dragon pit radiating around him, the sound of boots on stone echoed softly in the chamber. Oberyn Martell, ever the wanderer and opportunist, stepped into the space, his presence as confident and commanding as ever. The torchlight danced across his sharp features, and his faint smile suggested he had been observing for some time before making his entrance. Forever brooding, Jon Snow, Oberyn remarked, his tone carrying a mixture of amusement and genuine curiosity. He glanced at the departing Valyrian caretaker, then turned his attention back to Jon. You Stark types never learn to take the heat, do you? Always wrestling with your thoughts, while the world burns around you. Jon's gaze shifted to Oberyn, his expression tinged with exasperation. Do you have something to say? Or are you just here to jest? Oberyn's smirk grew as he approached, his eyes briefly flickering to Scourge, the massive dragon lying in the far pen. The creature's red and black scales shimmered ominously, and its glowing eyes seemed to observe Oberyn with vague disinterest. I never jest without purpose, Jon Snow. But yes, I do have something to say. Something important. Jon sighed, sitting up straighter. Then say it. Oberyn's demeanor shifted, his tone becoming more serious as he sat beside Jon on the bench. This moment we're in, he began, gesturing around them. This is the only chance the world will ever have of a real, lasting peace. You know it as well as I do. Westeros will never stop fighting. The great houses, Baratheons, Starks, Lannisters, Tyrells, they'll keep tearing each other apart for scraps of power. Jon frowned, his expression growing thoughtful. And you think peace is even possible? With all that's happened, with all the blood spilled? Oberyn nodded, his voice firm. It's not only possible, it's necessary. And the only way to achieve it is to unite the world under something greater than the ambitions of lords and ladies. He leaned closer, his voice lowering slightly, as though sharing a secret. Figures like Varos transcend this. He isn't just a warrior or a kingmaker. He's something far more dangerous and far more important. He sees the world for what it truly is, and he's willing to burn away the rot to forge something better. Just like Aegon the Conqueror did hundreds of years ago. Jon's brow furrowed. Aegon united the 7 kingdoms through conquest. He brought fire and blood to Westeros. Is that what you think Varos will do? Oberyn shrugged lightly. Conquest is never pretty, Jon, but it is effective. Aegon brought order to chaos. He created a world where the great houses were forced to coexist under a single banner. And for hundreds of years, Westeros was stronger for it. What Varos envisions goes beyond even that. He doesn't just want to unite a kingdom. He wants to unite the world. Jon's voice grew quieter, skeptical. And you're willing to follow him? To put your trust in a man who speaks of destiny and fire, who manipulates the world to fit his vision? Oberyn smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Scourge. "I trust in what I've seen. I've seen dragons rise again. I've seen the White Walkers defeated, their endless night stopped in its tracks. And I've seen men like you, men of honor, bond with creatures of myth and legend. That's not manipulation, Jon. That's history in the making." He placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, his tone softening. "The world we've known, this endless cycle of war, rebellion, and betrayal, it will never end on its own. But with figures like Daenerys, Varos, and yes, even you, there's a chance to break the wheel, to forge something new." Jon's gaze remained fixed on the ground for a moment before he looked up, meeting Oberyn's eyes. "And what if he's wrong? What if all of this, all the fire and blood, leads to nothing but more destruction?" Oberyn's smile faded slightly, his expression growing more solemn. "Then we'll pick up the pieces, as we always have. But if we don't try, Jon, then we've already lost. Men like Varos don't just change the world, they force it to move forward. That is the price of progress." Jon sat back, his thoughts heavy. The enormity of the moment, of the decisions he faced, weighed on him like a storm cloud. Oberyn, sensing the need for space, rose to his feet and turned to leave. As he walked away, he paused and glanced over his shoulder. "Think about it, Jon Snow. The world doesn't need another Stark, or even another Targaryen. It needs someone who can bridge both. Someone who can ride the storm and survive the fire." With that, he disappeared into the shadows of the dragon pit, leaving Jon alone once more. The rumble of Scourge's breath filled the silence, a reminder of the power and responsibility that now rested on Jon's shoulders. For better or worse, he was no longer just Jon Snow. He was something more, and the world was waiting to see what he would become. The sky above the makeshift dragon pit darkened as Varos climbed atop Maelstrom, the massive dragon's black and red scales glinting faintly in the dim sunlight. Daenerys and Jon Snow stood at the edge of the pit, watching as the largest of all dragons spread his colossal wings, casting a shadow that seemed to consume half the surrounding encampment. Varos turned briefly, his fiery eyes meeting theirs. "I go to Old Valyria to gather the rest of my dragons and commune with the Lord of Light," Varos declared, his voice resonating over the growing winds. "The fires will reveal what must come next." With that, Maelstrom let out a deafening roar, his glowing red eyes blazing as he took to the skies. The sheer force of his ascent sent a rush of wind across the pit, causing dust and embers to swirl. The dragon's shadow loomed over the camp for a moment before it vanished into the horizon, leaving an uneasy stillness in its wake. Daenerys and Jon remained silent for a while, their gazes fixed on the fading silhouette of Maelstrom. The air between them was heavy, not just with the departure of Varos, but with the weight of recent revelations. Finally, it was Jon who broke the silence, his voice quiet and uncertain. "He's unlike anyone I've ever met," Jon said, his gaze still on the horizon. "And those dragons, they're not just creatures of fire, they're something more, something ancient." Daenerys turned to him, studying his face. For the first time, she saw a vulnerability in Jon that mirrored her own, a sense of grappling with truths too large to fully comprehend. "He's a force of nature," she said softly. "But so are you, Jon." Jon's brow furrowed, and he turned to meet her eyes. "I'm not a force of anything, Daenerys. I'm just trying to make sense of all this, of who I am." Daenerys hesitated before speaking, her voice trembling slightly. "You're a Targaryen, Jon. That means more than blood. It means fire. It means legacy." Jon's gaze faltered, his thoughts racing. "I've spent my whole life as a Stark. I grew up in the North thinking I was Ned Stark's bastard. Now, to hear that I'm something else entirely, that I'm tied to your family, to dragons, to this." He gestured around him, his frustration evident. "It feels like I've lost a part of myself." Daenerys stepped closer, her voice soft but insistent. "You haven't lost anything, Jon. You've only discovered what was hidden." You're not just a Targaryen, you're still the man who fought for the North, who stood against the White Walkers. None of that changes." Jon looked at her, his eyes filled with a mix of uncertainty and admiration. "And you?" he asked, his voice quieter now. "How does this change things for you?" Daenerys' expression flickered, a storm of emotions crossing her face. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've fought so hard to claim the Iron Throne. It's been my only purpose, my only dream. And now, knowing you have a claim as strong as mine, stronger even, it makes me question everything." Jon shook his head. "I don't want the throne, Daenerys. I never have. That's not who I am. But it's who you could be," she said, her gaze intense. "And that scares me, because I know the realm would follow you. You're everything they'd want in a king. And yet," she trailed off, her eyes locking with his. There was a moment of silence, the air between them charged with unspoken tension. Slowly, her expression softened, and she looked away. "It's not just the throne that complicates this. It's us." Jon's throat tightened, and he glanced away, his thoughts as conflicted as hers. "I know," he said simply. "This, whatever this is between us, it's impossible." Daenerys turned back to him, her voice growing firmer. "Is it?" Varos spoke of marriage, of unity. "It's not unheard of in our family, Jon. Targaryens have always kept their bloodline strong." Jon stiffened, his northern sensibilities clashing with the weight of her words. "That's not how I was raised. I grew up believing certain things about family, about love. It doesn't sit right." Daenerys stepped closer, her eyes searching his. "And yet here we are, drawn to each other, despite everything. Do you feel it, Jon? Or am I alone in this?" Jon hesitated, his breath catching as he met her gaze. "I feel it," he admitted quietly. "But that doesn't mean it's right." Daenerys smiled faintly, a touch of sadness in her expression. "Right or wrong doesn't matter in the game we're playing. The only thing that matters is what's necessary." Their conversation was interrupted by the distant roar of another dragon, a sound that reminded them both of the world waiting beyond their personal conflict. The moment lingered for a heartbeat longer before Daenerys stepped back, her voice regaining its composure. "Varos will return soon," she said. "And when he does, we'll have to decide what comes next, for the realm, for us." Jon nodded, his jaw tightening as he wrestled with his thoughts. "Aye, for the realm." As Daenerys turned to leave, Jon remained behind, his gaze drifting to the sky where Maelstrom had disappeared. His thoughts were a storm of conflicting emotions. His identity, his feelings for Daenerys, and the impossible choices that lay ahead. For now, all he could do was wait for the fires of destiny to reveal their path. The next morning, Jon Snow found himself walking the edges of the encampment near the Dragon Pit, seeking clarity in the crisp air. His mind was weighed down with the revelations of the previous night, the looming campaign of conquest, and the personal turmoil that seemed to grow with each passing moment. As he walked, Oberyn Martell, ever watchful and seemingly omnipresent, appeared at his side. The Dornish prince carried a faint smirk, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon as if he could see beyond it. "You look troubled, Jon Snow," Oberyn said casually, breaking the silence. "Too much time spent thinking about dragons, destiny, or Daenerys?" Jon glanced at him, his expression serious. "Not in the mood for jokes, Oberyn." Oberyn chuckled softly. "Fair enough. Tell me, then, what weighs so heavily on your northern heart?" Jon hesitated for a moment before speaking, his tone subdued. "This conquest Varos and Daenerys are planning. I can't stop thinking about it. It feels wrong, like we're not freeing anyone, just trading one ruler for another. Isn't that what all these wars in Westeros have been about? One house trying to take what another holds." Oberyn nodded thoughtfully, his smirk fading as he regarded Jon with a more serious expression. "That's a fair observation, Lord Snow. But this is not your typical war for power. This is something far greater." Jon frowned, his skepticism evident. "Greater? It looks like war to me. Soldiers marching, cities burning, people dying. How is it any different? Oberyn stopped walking, turning to face Jon directly. Because this isn't just about power or land or titles. This is about changing the very fabric of the world. Do you think Varos or Daenerys care about sitting on thrones and being called king or queen? No, they are tools of something far bigger. Jon crossed his arms, his expression darkening. Tools of what? The Lord of Light? A god I don't even know if I believe in. Oberyn gestured toward the sky, where the faint shadow of a dragon could be seen circling in the distance. Think about it, Jon. This isn't some petty squabble between houses like we've seen in Westeros. This is about breaking the cycles of tyranny, of slavery, of endless war. Look at Essos, cities like Yunkai and Meereen, built on the backs of slaves, ruled by men who thrive on suffering. Would you call that peace? Jon's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond, allowing Oberyn to continue. In Westeros, Oberyn said, his voice growing firmer, wars are fought for ambition, for pride, for revenge. But this is a divine cleansing. It's fire and blood, yes, but not for greed or vanity. It's to burn away the corruption, the old systems that chain this world to its past. Jon shook his head, his voice filled with doubt. And what happens to the people caught in the middle of this cleansing? The innocent lives burned by dragon fire. Oberyn's gaze softened, and he placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. There will always be suffering in war, Jon. But tell me, if you had the chance to destroy the White Walkers before they marched on the north, would you have hesitated, knowing innocents might die in the process? Sometimes, the cost of doing nothing is far greater. Jon's shoulders sagged slightly, the weight of Oberyn's words settling over him. I fought the White Walkers because I had no choice. They were death itself, a threat to all living things. Is that what you're saying about this? That the world can't survive without this cleansing? Oberyn nodded. That's exactly what I'm saying. Varos sees it. Daenerys sees it. And I think deep down you see it too. This isn't just war, Jon. It's a chance to build something new, something better. Jon turned away, staring out at the horizon. And what happens after, when the fires die down and the blood stops flowing? What's left? Oberyn's smirk returned, though it was tinged with seriousness. That depends on us, doesn't it? On the choices we make, the people we become. Fire cleanses, yes, but it also forges. What we build from the ashes is up to us. Jon remained silent, his thoughts racing. He still wasn't sure if he believed in the cause Varos and Daenerys were championing. But Oberyn's words had given him something to consider, a perspective he hadn't fully grasped before. As they resumed walking, Oberyn added one final thought, his tone lighter. Besides, Jon, if you're gonna brood so much, you might as well do it while riding a dragon. Makes for a better story, don't you think? Jon couldn't help but let out a faint chuckle, despite himself. You never stop, do you? Never, Oberyn replied with a grin. But then again, neither does destiny. As they continued walking, Oberyn Martell stopped again, his expression unusually serious, his playful smirk replaced with a grim determination. He turned to Jon Snow, the intensity in his gaze enough to make Jon pause. Jon, Oberyn began, his voice steady but heavy with meaning. You and I both know that Westeros, for all its beauty and history, is nothing more than a stage for endless bloodshed. The great houses, Baratheon, Stark, Lannister, Tyrell, Martell. We've all played our part in keeping the wheel turning. Jon frowned, his curiosity piqued. The wheel, Oberyn nodded. A cycle, Jon. A wheel that turns round and round, forever crushing the people beneath it. One house rises, another falls. One king takes the throne, another is cast down. And through it all, the common folk suffer while the lords and ladies play their games of power. Jon's jaw tightened, the truth of Oberyn's words sinking in. He had seen it himself, the endless conflict, the struggle for power that cost countless lives. I've seen the cost of those games, he said quietly. Good men and women die for the pride and ambition of others. It's a madness. Oberyn gestured broadly, his tone growing more passionate. Exactly, and yet it continues over and over again. because no one has dared to break the wheel. They fear the cost of change more than they fear the suffering it perpetuates. They cling to the old ways, to their traditions and houses, while the world burns. Jon looked at him, his expression skeptical but intrigued. And you think this campaign, this divine cleansing, will break the wheel? Oberyn's eyes gleamed with conviction. Yes. For the first time in forever, we are not fighting to turn the wheel in our favor. We are fighting to destroy it, to end the cycles of war and betrayal that have plagued Westeros for generations. Jon crossed his arms, still grappling with the enormity of Oberyn's perspective. And what happens when the wheel is broken? What do you replace it with? Oberyn smiled faintly, his tone softening. Something better, something that doesn't crush the people beneath it. That's the beauty of what Varos and Daenerys represent, Jon. They're not just fighting for a throne or a kingdom. They're fighting for a new order, one where fire cleanses and forges, and the old chains are broken forever. Jon's brow furrowed, his thoughts conflicted. It sounds idealistic, but isn't that what every conqueror claims? That they're building something better? Oberyn stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. Yes, but most conquerors fight for themselves, for their pride, their ambition. This is different. Daenerys fights for the oppressed. Varos fights for a vision greater than any mortal man. And you, Jon Snow, you fight because you understand what it means to protect the living. Together, we have the chance to do what no one has done before. Jon looked away, his eyes distant as he stared at the horizon. The weight of Oberyn's words hung over him like a storm cloud. I don't know if I believe in visions or destiny, but if there's even a chance to stop the suffering, to change the way things are, maybe it's worth trying. Oberyn's smile returned, softer this time. That's all any of us can do, Jon. Try. But understand this. The wheel won't break on its own. It will fight back. The lords and ladies of Westeros will cling to their power, their pride, their illusions of control. Breaking the wheel will require sacrifice. It will require fire and blood. Jon turned to him, his voice quiet but resolute. And what if we fail? What if we break the wheel only to create something worse? Oberyn placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, his grip firm. Then at least we'll know we tried. At least we'll know we dared to challenge the cycle, to give the world a chance at something greater. That Jon Snow is worth fighting for. Jon nodded slowly, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and determination. For all his doubts, there was truth in Oberyn's words. A truth that resonated with the part of him that had always fought for the greater good, no matter the cost. As they stood there, the shadow of a dragon passed overhead, a reminder of the immense power they wielded and the monumental task ahead of them. For the first time, Jon felt a flicker of hope, a belief that, perhaps, the wheel could be broken. In the quiet of her command tent, Daenerys Targaryen sat at a long table, a map of Essos spread before her, its edges weighted down with candles. The flickering flames illuminated her pensive expression as she traced her fingers over the territories still to be claimed. The silence was broken by the arrival of Oberyn Martell, his presence commanding yet uncharacteristically subdued. "Your Grace," Oberyn said, inclining his head with a touch of respect as he entered. "You seem troubled." Daenerys looked up, her silver hair catching the light. "Trouble doesn't begin to cover it, Prince Oberyn. Every step forward feels heavier than the last." Oberyn smiled faintly, taking a seat across from her. Victory never comes easily, especially when it carries the weight of justice. Daenerys tilted her head, studying him. "And what justice do you seek, Oberyn? For the Targaryens? For your sister?" Oberyn's smile faded, his expression darkening as his hands clasped together. "What the Lannisters did to my sister, Elia, and her children cannot be forgiven. It was not just murder, it was a statement, a message to the world that no one, not even the royal family, was safe from their cruelty." Daenerys nodded slowly, her voice quiet but filled with shared pain. "I was just a child when my family was slaughtered. I grew up hearing stories of how my brother, Rhaegar, and his wife and children were murdered. how the Lannisters betrayed us to Robert Baratheon. And now I sit here, planning the conquest of Essos, while those who spilled Targaryen blood still sit in their golden keep. Oberyn leaned forward, his voice low and intense. That blood cries out for vengeance, Daenerys. Not just for the Targaryens, but for Elia, for her son and daughter, innocents butchered by the Mountain under Tywin Lannister's orders. I swore then that one day I would see their crimes repaid in full. Daenerys' expression hardened, the fire in her eyes reflecting the flames around them. And you think that day is coming? Oberyn's smile returned, though it carried none of his usual humor. It will come, your grace. Once we take Essos, once we raise the banners of fire and blood across these lands, we will turn our gaze westward, to Westeros, to King's Landing. Daenerys exhaled slowly, her voice measured. And what then? Will we burn them all, Oberyn? The Lannisters, their allies, everyone who dared to stand against House Targaryen. Oberyn's gaze sharpened, his tone unwavering. No, only those who are guilty, only those whose hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. Justice, your grace, not mindless slaughter. But Tywin Lannister, Cersei, Jaime, they are guilty beyond measure. And for them, there will be no mercy. Daenerys sat back, her mind racing as she considered his words. I've always believed in breaking the wheel, in creating a world where power doesn't come from fear and bloodshed. But what you speak of vengeance, it's dangerous. Oberyn's voice softened, though his conviction remained. I do not speak of vengeance for its own sake, Daenerys. I speak of justice, the kind that burns away the rot so something new can grow. You and I, we've both lost too much to let the Lannisters go unpunished. But justice must be tempered with purpose. We will not simply destroy them, we will ensure that their crimes end with them. Daenerys leaned forward, her expression fierce. And what of the innocent Lannisters, the children, the small folk who bear their name but not their sins? Oberyn nodded, acknowledging her concern. They will not pay for the crimes of their fathers. But Tywin, Cersei, Jaime, and their ilk, they are symbols of the corruption that has plagued Westeros for far too long. Their fall will mark the end of the old world. The room fell silent for a moment as Daenerys considered his words. Finally, she spoke, her voice resolute. When the time comes, we will deal with the Lannisters. But for now, our focus must remain on Essos. We cannot lose sight of what's in front of us. Oberyn rose, his smirk returning faintly. Of course, your grace, one battle at a time. But when the time comes, know that I will stand with you, not just to conquer Westeros, but to ensure that the wheel is broken for good. As he left the tent, Daenerys remained seated, her thoughts heavy with the weight of past losses and the uncertain future. For all her desire to bring peace and justice to the world, she couldn't ignore the fire burning within her, the fire that longed to see the sins of the past answered with the fury of a dragon. The dawn light filtered through the stained glass windows of the Red Keep, painting the hall in a mosaic of colored shapes. King Robert Baratheon stood in the throne room, flanked by Ned Stark and several gold cloaks, each man looking tired yet resolved. The battles of the past months, first against the White Walkers, then the internal struggles with Tywin Lannister, had left the realm weary. Yet, no one in attendance bore illusions that peace would last. The looming threat from Essos, Varos, and his growing alliance with Daenerys Targaryen cast a deep shadow over any sense of victory. Throughout the morning, carriages bearing the sigils of the great and lesser houses of Westeros began to arrive at King's Landing. The lords and ladies who stepped forth did so with caution. Rumors spoke of dragons returning to Essos in force and a mysterious sorcerer who commanded legions of Valyrian troops. If the realm was to face another cataclysm, it was wise to prepare thoroughly. Ned Stark, clad in the muted grays and browns of the north, walked the length of the throne room to greet the arriving dignitaries. He offered each house a measured courtesy, though his eyes never lost their hint of worry. The need for alliances had grown urgent. Beside him, Renley Baratheon hovered, wearing the vibrant greens of the Stormlands, trying to charm each new arrival with a smile or a jest. Stannis, standing stoic near a column, gave only brief acknowledgments. His presence was enough to remind everyone of the gravity at hand. When the hall had filled, with banners of various houses fluttering in the torchlight, Robert ascended the Iron Throne. He sat, warhammer resting against the steel steps, surveying the gathered crowd. The lords of the Riverlands, the Reach, the Vale, and even a delegation from Dorne were present. It was a rare assembly, reminiscent of war councils from years past. Ned stepped forward. "My lords, we have much to discuss. Many of you have heard rumors of Varos, the so-called Valyrian sorcerer, and his alliance with Daenerys Targaryen. It is said they gather strength in Essos, forging an army with dragons at their command." A murmur went through the crowd. Many lords exchanged nervous glances. Tales of dragons were not easily dismissed, especially after the recent sightings of colossal beasts that had aided in defeating the White Walkers. Robert cleared his throat, his voice booming across the chamber. "We owe them, Varos and Daenerys, some debt for their role in smashing the undead. But their ambitions don't end there. Word from across the narrow sea warns of them uniting the free cities under a new Valyrian banner. Already, Yunkai and Meereen stand in their crosshairs. And once Essos is unified, who's to say Westeros won't be next?" Lord Randall Tarley, representing part of the Reach, spoke up. "If they can unify Essos, they'll have wealth, soldiers, and dragons. That trifecta is unmatched. We cannot let them catch us unprepared." A low rumble of agreement went through the court. Mace Tyrell, nodding solemnly, added, "The Reach stands ready, your grace, but we must act with caution. We cannot storm Essos ourselves, not without inviting chaos at home." Ned raised a hand. "No one speaks of storming Essos. We only wish to prepare and to keep lines of information open. Lord Varys." He glanced around, noticing the spymaster absent for the moment, "has been tasked with sending envoys and informants to every corner of the free cities. We must know Varos's next moves." At the mention of the spymaster, a few lords let their dissatisfaction show. The complexities of having a master of whispers poking into foreign matters made them uneasy, but no one dared question the necessity. Renley stepped forward, offering a conciliatory smile. "We ask for unity, my lords. To remain vigilant, keep your levies at the ready, and share any news of suspicious sails or foreigners in your ports. If Varos and Daenerys do decide to look westward, we'll need every shield, every sword." Across the room, Edmure Tully and his sister Lisa Arryn whispered among themselves. The threat of a Targaryen returning to conquer was not lost on the lords paramount. Memories of the last Targaryen victory were woven into the land's history. This time, however, the Targaryens came bolstered by a powerful sorcerer and unknown magics. In the end, the assembled lords agreed to keep their forces near their seats of power but on high alert. Plans for communication and rapid mobilization were laid out. Letters would be sent out daily, ensuring every corner of the realm could respond if a crisis arose. With that consensus, the gathering ended, and the lords dispersed to their quarters. After the day's council, Robert and Ned convened in a smaller solar, joined by Stannis, Renley, and Ser Loras Tyrell. The topic was delicate: communication with the free cities themselves. If Varos and Daenerys were forging alliances among them, Westeros would need to offer warnings or perhaps even deals to those who might stand opposed. Robert paced by a wide window, looking down at the bustling city. "Damn this all," he muttered half to himself. "I fought a rebellion to free the realm from Targaryens, and now they return with an army of sorcerers and dragons. They say they're saving the world, but once that's done, what's to stop them from crossing the sea?" Ned stood near a table, quill in hand, drafts of letters scattered around him. "We must be careful how we phrase our warnings, Robert. The free cities are not our allies, nor do they trust us. Many of them prefer neutrality, Bravos especially. If we seem desperate or hostile, they may side with Daenerys out of self-interest." Stannis, arms folded, nodded curtly. "Bravos is the key. Their iron bank finances half the world's wars. If Daenerys and Varos secure Braavos' gold, they could raise legions beyond counting. Renley tapped a finger on a letter draft. We should warn them of Varos' ambition. Speak of the dangers of uniting under a single powerful leader who wields both magic and dragons. Emphasize that this threatens the autonomy the free cities value. Ser Loras Tyrell, standing near a wall sconce, regarded each man carefully. It may be prudent to also remind them of the Targaryen legacy. Some of these cities remember the dragon lords of old. Fear might serve as a motivator, though it's a delicate tool. Robert turned from the window, dragging a hand across his beard. Fear, yes, but not panic. We don't want them rushing into Daenerys' arms for protection. We want them on edge, wary, so they'll close their ports to her forces, refuse them supplies. Ned set about writing. The words needed to be chosen with care. Underscore to the esteemed leaders of the free cities, the 7 kingdoms of Westeros send greetings and tidings of concern. News travels fast across the narrow sea. A sorcerer named Varos and Daenerys Targaryen gather dragons and legions in Essos, with designs that may extend far beyond the Slaver's Bay. We advise vigilance. Our understanding is that these forces aim to unify the continent, to forge an empire reminiscent of old Valyria. While Westeros has no desire to interfere in the free city's autonomy, we caution you that alliance with these powers may lead to subjugation rather than liberation. Recall the histories of Valyrian dragonlords who once dominated much of the known world. We do not wish to see such a chapter repeated. We propose mutual vigilance. Our envoys are prepared to discuss shared security concerns. The realm has endured enough turmoil. Let us not see further conflagration sweep across your cities and our shores. In good faith, Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, Eddard Stark, Lord Paramount of the North, Hand of the King. Underscore. Renly read the draft over Ned's shoulder, nodding slightly. It's cautious, non-threatening, but clear about the potential danger. Stannis' lips pressed into a thin line. It may not be enough to sway them, but it's a start. Robert sighed, crossing his arms. We can't do better than caution. Let the cities decide whether they prefer freedom or the so-called divine cleansing Varos preaches. Ned carefully sealed the letter, affixing the royal seal. Ravens would depart by evening, sailing across the narrow sea, carrying Westeros' warnings to Braavos, Pentos, Lys, Myr, and beyond. The question remained whether those city-states would heed such counsel. The following days found King's Landing in a state of heightened activity. Soldiers drilled in the yards, blacksmiths toiled night and day forging new weapons, and the lords who had gathered maintained a constant schedule of councils, feasts, and private discussions. Whispers filled the corridors. Speculation about Daenerys' next move, concern over Varos's rumored sorceries, and the uncertain fate of Lord Tywin Lannister in the dungeons. Robert, feeling the strain, often retreated to the training yard to vent his frustrations with a hammer and straw dummy. Ned, meanwhile, spent hours in the council chamber, poring over reports from every region. Stannis and Renly divided their duties. Stannis oversaw naval readiness at Blackwater Bay, while Renly worked to keep the lords content and supportive of Robert's stance. In one such meeting, the Great Hall hosted Lord Randall Tarley, Harry's SWAFT, and Ellery Vance, among others. These lords had expressed private concerns about keeping armies in King's Landing indefinitely. Resources were depleting, and their lands needed governance. Ned stood at the dais, addressing their complaints. We understand the burden of maintaining forces here, my lords. But until we receive clear signs of Kevan Lannister's next move or any confirmation from the free cities, we must remain vigilant. Lord Tarley, ever pragmatic, inclined his head. House Tarley respects duty, Lord Stark, but we cannot linger forever. My men need to return to the Reach for the harvest. If we lose the harvest, we risk famine in the winter. Ned offered a solemn nod. A fair point. Perhaps we can rotate levies, ensuring each region maintains some presence here while allowing others to return home. King's Landing has seen enough chaos, and we do not wish to burden your lands more than necessary. The lords murmured agreement. This rotation would keep a significant force in the capital while preventing entire regions from collapsing. Meanwhile, the matter of Lord Tywin weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Though his official fate remained undecided, whispers circulated about possible outcomes. Forced exile, a ransom for the Westerland's loyalty, or outright execution to send a message to any would-be rebels. In the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, Tywin remained stoic. Few approached him, save for the guards who brought meals. But occasionally, Ned Stark visited, intent on gauging the prisoner's mindset. One afternoon, Ned descended the winding steps, the torches casting dancing shadows on the walls. He found Tywin seated on a low stool, reading a dusty tome the guards had allowed him, a courtesy rarely extended to prisoners. Tywin's eyes lifted as Ned approached, betraying neither gratitude nor hostility. "Lord Stark," he said, closing the book. "An unexpected visit." Ned inclined his head. "I've come to see if you have any response to the letters we've sent to Kevin." Tywin's expression tightened, though he remained composed. "I presume you threaten him with my head if he fails to disband any notion of rebellion." Ned offered no denial. "We offer the realm peace. If Kevin stands down, you may see a measure of leniency." Tywin's lips curled into a mirthless smile. "Leniency, such a generous word for a predicament I did not choose. My daughter's sins led us to this point, did they not?" Ned stared at the older man, his tone even. "You played your part, Lord Tywin. Do not pretend innocence." Tywin's gaze flickered, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes before the cold mask returned. "In this world, Lord Stark, we all play parts we'd rather not. But tell me, does your honor truly believe the realm benefits from my demise? Or is Robert's fury too blind to see beyond vengeance?" Ned hesitated, wrestling with his own sense of justice. "The realm has bled. My father, my sister, my brother, all died because of Targaryen madness. Yet we now face Targaryens once more, with a Valyrian sorcerer who might overshadow them all. Where does House Lannister stand, if you are freed?" Tywin exhaled, his composure unwavering. "House Lannister stands for itself, as always, but I am no friend to Daenerys or her savage ally. If you demand loyalty to the crown to fight that threat, we might find a common cause." Ned studied Tywin's face, weighing the truth of his words. "Time will tell, Lord Tywin. Until then, you remain here." He turned to leave, stopping at the iron door. "Pray Kevin sees reason. For your sake." As Ned departed, Tywin resumed his reading, though the faint lines of worry around his eyes betrayed the uncertainty he felt. Days later, the ravens dispatched to Braavos, Pentos, Tyrosh, and the other free cities returned, bearing responses that varied from polite caution to thinly veiled disinterest. Braavos replied with the most measured tone, offering assurances of neutrality but refusing to align against Daenerys and Varos without further evidence of threat. Pentos, under the influence of Illyrio Mopatis and possibly sympathetic to Targaryens, sent a letter praising peace but hinting at their unwillingness to antagonize dragon riders. Tyrosh expressed mild alarm at rumors of a Valyrian horde but insisted on waiting for more concrete signs of aggression. In a private council session, Robert, Ned, Stannis, and Renly pored over these letters. The mood was grim. "Damn them," Robert muttered. "They hedge their bets, hoping we or Daenerys come out on top. They won't act until someone forces their hand." Stannis spoke in his characteristic monotone. "They fear choosing the losing side. Their neutrality is a shield. But neutrality means they'll offer no port to us, nor to Daenerys, unless gold is exchanged." Renly shrugged. "Better neutrality than open support for her. We can work with that." Ned frowned, scanning Braavos' letter once more. "Braavos is the key to the narrow sea. If they remain neutral, we can keep some measure of peace on our eastern shores. But if Varos persuades them of some grand destiny, or if Daenerys claims the Targaryen debts, it could turn the tide against us." Robert slammed a fist on the table, rattling the parchments. "We keep watch on them, same as before. Let's not forget the real threat. The East is stirring, yes, but we're not helpless. We have armies. We have alliances. If Varos and Daenerys step onto Westerosi soil, we'll be ready. While Robert, Ned, and the Council managed public policy and official letters, a series of private negotiations unfolded behind closed doors. Lesser lords and knights, each with their own agendas, came to King's Landing seeking favor or coin. Some offered intelligence, trade routes Varos might exploit, or potential alliances Daenerys might forge. Others came with pleas, a father wanting to confirm his son's loyalty in the face of rumored Targaryen infiltration, a minor house seeking extra gold to fortify their keep. Ned Stark found himself burdened by these hush-hush dealings. He spoke with Lord Glover, who confessed concerns about ironborn activity in the northern seas. He met with House Royce of the Vale, who warned that the Vale's mountainous passes could become a strategic point if Daenerys sought to land near Gulltown. Each worry, each rumor, added to the tapestry of unrest. In one dimly lit solar, Ned also had an unexpected visitor. Ser Davos Seaworth, the knighted smuggler loyal to Stannis, entered quietly. He bowed, then spoke in hushed tones of Euron Greyjoy's demise and the Iron Islands' uncertain future. They say the Ironborn might still gather under a new leader. The Sea Lords never rest easy, Lord Stark. Ned nodded, tapping his fingers on the table. We can't afford another rebellion on our western coasts while we watch the east. Speak with Stannis. Ensure our fleets are prepared. Ser Davos left with a respectful bow, leaving Ned alone with his thoughts, grim as ever. To maintain morale among the lords still in King's Landing, Robert declared a great feast, held in the Red Keep's opulent banquet hall. It was a customary means of reminding everyone of the crown's power and hospitality. Despite the tensions, a sense of cautious celebration pervaded the hall, with tables overflowing with meats, fresh bread, and barrels of ale and wine. Ned, seated beside Robert at the high table, found little appetite for the lavish spread. His mind lingered on the threats abroad and the rumors swirling within. Occasionally, he cast an eye toward the seat meant for Tywin Lannister, long empty now, and wondered how Kevin would respond. The chatter of the lords, many half-drunken, formed a backdrop of noise that grated on his weary mind. Renley, ever the charmer, flitted between tables, regaling minor lords with stories of the heroic battle against the White Walkers. Stannis remained near the dais, nursing a single cup of wine, his expression dark as he observed the crowd. Ser Loras Tyrell mingled effortlessly, bridging conversation between the anxious houses and projecting a veneer of stability. Robert, in his element, roared laughter at half the jokes told and drank enough to fill a small cask. Yet, behind the jovial facade, a shrewdness had returned to his eyes. He could sense the lords' uncertainties, their whispered suspicions, and he noted each with the skill of a seasoned politician. At one point, Robert leaned toward Ned. They're all waiting, you know. They want to see if Kevin surrenders. They want to see if Daenerys sails west. They want to see if we'll collapse under our own weight. It's a damned spectacle. Ned inclined his head, his tone measured. We must show them unwavering resolve. If the crown so much as wavers, half of these lords will ride home to fortify their castles, leaving us even weaker. Robert nodded, his hand tightening around his goblet. Aye, Varos and Daenerys might have postponed their gaze on Westeros, but they won't forget it. We must be ready. A fortnight passed with little direct news from Essos. The storm across the sea seemed to gather quietly, focusing on the rumored conquests of Yunkai and Meereen. Yet, tension in King's Landing remained high. Lords began to trickle out of the city, returning to their lands, though many key bannermen stayed to show solidarity, or to keep an eye on the crown. From the Royal Spymasters Network, fresh tidings arrived almost daily. Varos had departed for Old Valyria, leaving Daenerys and her advisors to handle the forging of alliances in Slaver's Bay. Word suggested that Yunkai was poised to fall, with the city's leaders in secret talks to surrender. The masters of Meereen, more stubborn, had begun bolstering their defenses, but the outcome seemed inevitable. Valyrian troops, Dothraki hordes, and dragons overshadowed any conventional force. Ned took these reports to Robert in private, each new dispatch adding to the realm's anxiety. "They move swiftly," Ned observed, placing a scroll on the king's table. "Yunkai hasn't fallen yet, but all signs point to a quick capitulation. The cities never withstood a proper siege." Robert rested his forehead in his palms. "Gods, Ned, how many men will they have after that? If the entire Slavers' Bay is united, we're looking at tens of thousands, plus dragons. And that's before they set foot in the free cities." Ned could offer. Unexpectedly, a raven arrived from the Westerlands, bearing the Lannister lion's sigil. The letter, written in Kevin Lannister's hand, reached Ned and Robert just after midday. Its contents were terse. "To King Robert Baratheon and Lord Stark, Hand of the King, I have received your demands regarding my brother's fate. I urge caution. House Lannister does not bend to threats lightly, but we understand the realm's precarious situation. We will disband any rumor of rebellion if my brother is returned unharmed and guaranteed a fair trial, should trial be deemed necessary. Our banners remain loyal to the crown if given the respect owed to one of the great houses of Westeros. Signed, Kevin Lannister, Regent of Casterly Rock." Ned read the letter aloud to Robert in the secluded solar. The king listened intently, his expression growing conflicted. "He sounds almost civil," Robert muttered. "A fair trial, indeed. He wants to spare Tywin's neck while disclaiming any rebellion." Ned folded the parchment. "It's better than a refusal. If Kevin truly disavows rebellion, we can avoid open war in the West." Robert grimaced, pacing the chamber. "Tywin stands guilty of enough crimes, but truth be told, the realm can't handle another war. We need to keep all eyes on the East. Perhaps we can negotiate terms." Stannis, summoned for the discussion, glanced at the parchment. "A trial could be arranged if it helps secure peace. But will Tywin accept judgment from a king he despises?" Ned sighed. "He may have no choice. Kevin's stepping in as a mediator. Let's see if a settlement can be reached." Robert nodded reluctantly. "Draft a response, Ned. Offer Tywin a formal trial under the king's justice, with Kevin present to witness. If they comply, we hold him in captivity until that day. But if Kevin tries anything..." Stannis finished the king's sentence grimly. "We'll hang Tywin from the walls of the Red Keep." Thus, the strategy took shape. Another raven flew west, bearing a letter that carefully laid out the crown's terms. A suspended trial, indefinite captivity for Tywin under comfortable conditions, and a guarantee that if House Lannister truly disarmed and reaffirmed loyalty, Tywin's life would be spared. For now, a new concern soon emerged. Whispers from the dockside taverns in King's Landing. Sailors spoke of a fleet being assembled in secret, supposedly financed by a mysterious benefactor. According to rumor, this fleet would rival any navy in Westeros, perhaps even combining with ironborn stragglers searching for a new master after Euron's downfall. Ned, meeting with Ser Davos and Admiral Redwine, pressed for details. Redwine reported that trade ships had vanished along the southern coasts, possibly commandeered for some unknown cause. Davos added, "It's said the Iron Bank might be involved, though that's unconfirmed." The possibility of a new fleet, not aligned with the crown, posed another threat to stability. If it fell under Daenerys or Varos's influence, Westeros would face a naval front as well. If it allied with rebellious lords, the realm could be split from within. Robert snarled at the reports, frustration boiling over. 7 hells. Must every damned threat converge at once? We can't let them gather a navy that could blockade King's Landing. Stannis, see to our ships. I want them patrolling from the Blackwater to the Stepstones. If any suspicious fleet appears, we burn it before it can land." Stannis agreed, leaving immediately to coordinate with the newly strengthened Royal Navy. With the memory of Euron Greyjoy's boldness fresh, no one dared underestimate the sea again. While Westeros scrambled, Daenerys Targaryen and her advisors advanced in Slaver's Bay. The news from captured Yunkai was all but certain. Surrender was imminent, and the city's gates stood poised to open. Within weeks, Meereen would face a siege or choose a more peaceful submission. Every victory would swell Daenerys' ranks, forging a formidable force to challenge even the combined might of Westeros. During Varros' absence, Daenerys held court in Yunkai, reorganizing the city's governance. Freedmen's councils replaced the old slaver oligarchy. The Dothraki roamed the outskirts, ensuring no escape for the masters. The Unsullied patrolled the streets. Valyrian soldiers enforced new laws, punishing any who clung to the chains of the old regime. From these precarious alliances, Daenerys gleaned resources and manpower. Messages were dispatched to the free cities, announcing that the Targaryen queen offered trade in return for neutrality or support. Word also spread that her ally, Varos, communed with the Lord of Light in the ruins of Old Valyria, preparing for a grand unveiling of power. Such rumors reached the ears of Bravos, Lys, Myr, and the rest, even as Robert's warnings arrived on the same ships. The free cities found themselves in the middle of competing visions. Westeros' caution versus Daenerys' promise of a new order. 3 more weeks passed before a raven arrived bearing Kevan Lannister's final reply. The letter was succinct and complied with the crown's terms, stating that Kevan had ordered all Lannister banners to stand down. He expected a formal trial for Tywin, with Kevan present to argue for his brother's innocence. If the trial was fair and Tywin's life preserved pending its outcome, Kevan would pledge the Westerland's loyalty to King Robert. Ned, upon reading this to Robert, felt a measure of relief. We avoid war in the West for now. Perhaps we can unify the realm's resources to guard against the threat from Essos. Robert exhaled a grateful sigh. One problem solved, then. But Tywin's a cunning fox. We'll keep him guarded until the trial. Let him stew in our dungeons a bit longer. With that resolution, a precarious balance took shape. Westeros no longer teetered on the edge of civil war in the West, at least. The forces remained stationed around King's Landing, but the immediate threat of Lannister armies burning the Crownlands had abated. Seizing the opportunity, Ned Stark and Renly Baratheon took to rallying the realm's morale. Lords were encouraged to fortify their defenses against potential foreign invasion. The North prepared to send additional resources south, ensuring the capital had enough supplies. The Vale offered cavalry, training near the Blackwater to sharpen readiness. The Tyrells, still the realm's breadbasket, pledged extra grain shipments. In a great courtyard, Ned convened a meeting of knights and lords from across the kingdom. They discussed fortification lines, contingency plans for coastal raids, and supply routes that could be shifted if the narrow sea became contested. Each lord parted with a clearer sense of what might be asked of them if war came from beyond the horizon. Simultaneously, the crown financed improvements to the Royal Navy, spurred by Stannis' grim determination. Shipwrights worked tirelessly in the ports of King's Landing, Storm's End, and other loyal harbors, launching new galleys fitted for ramming or fast maneuvering. Robert demanded excellence, reminding them all how Euron Greyjoy once dared claim a place in his city. As these measures solidified, a sense of guarded optimism took root. Westeros, though battered, displayed unity unseen in years, unity forged by necessity and the looming threat. Despite the outward show of confidence, private doubts plagued Robert and Ned. Late at night, the two met in Robert's solar, accompanied only by candlelight and a pitcher of strong wine. Robert paced, restless, while Ned stood by the window, gazing at the moonlit silhouette of the city. What if Varos brings the full might of Essos upon us? Robert asked, his voice low. Legions of freed slaves, Dothraki screamers, dragons older and bigger than Balerion. Gods, Ned. What do we do then? Ned clasped his hands behind his back. We stand as we always have. We gather every banner, call on every vow of fealty. We defend the coast, man the walls, and rely on the unity we've painstakingly built. If the realm stands as one, even dragons may hesitate. Robert's eyes flickered with uncertainty. We rely on men who spent decades fighting each other. Will they truly stand together? Ned's jaw tightened. They will if they fear Varos and Daenerys more than they resent each other. We must keep their focus on that threat. Keep them aware of the risk to their lands, their families. Robert nodded, but his troubled gaze remained. And if the threat never comes? If Daenerys conquers Essos and then finds peace? Will we have spent years in anxious readiness for nothing? Ned let out a quiet breath. That would be the best outcome, Robert, peace even if uneasy. But we can't gamble the realm on hope alone. A silence stretched between them, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Each man knew the realm hung in the balance, uncertain whether to dread an inevitable invasion or hope the storms might pass them by. Across the sea in Pentos, news arrived of a hush-hush meeting between representatives of Daenerys Targaryen and the Prince of Pentos. The city's magisters had yet to decide their stance. Some claimed it was wise to side with the breaker of chains to avoid her wrath. Others insisted on neutrality. In Lys, rumors swirled that certain pleasure houses and wealthy oligarchs favored trading with Daenerys, seeing profit in forging ties with a new empire. Myr, known for its sellswords and forges, received quiet inquiries about the cost of raising an army. Meanwhile, Braavos remained publicly neutral, though behind closed doors the Iron Bank's ledgers told a different story. Reports suggested large loans to unknown parties, prompting watchers from Westeros to suspect they financed either Varos or potential enemies of Varos. No one could be sure. As spring turned to early summer, King's Landing settled into a tense lull. Robert and Ned's letters to the free cities had been read and acknowledged, but no alliance formed nor enmity declared. Tywin Lannister languished in captivity, awaiting a trial that might never come if Kevin continued to show compliance. The realm's armies remained at the capital's doorstep, rotating in shifts as resources allowed. Ser Loras Tyrell, one afternoon, met with Ned in the courtyard. "Our men grow restless, Lord Stark. Many yearn to return home. If this tension drags on, morale may wane." Ned agreed, his voice weary. "We can't keep them here forever. We'll rotate more men home, keep enough for a deterrent." "It's a delicate balance," Ser Loras. Meanwhile, Stannis inspected the fleet, ensuring the new ships were near completion. He confided in Renley, "If Varos does come, we must rule the seas. We cannot let them land an army unopposed." Renley, for once, gave a genuine nod of agreement. "Just see to it no one tries to seize the crown while we're looking east." The realm held its breath as the days lengthened. Each dawn brought hope that no black-sailed fleet appeared on the horizon, that no dragon soared overhead with the sun behind it. Each dusk allowed lords to sleep with only half their worries. But the knowledge that Varos gathered power in Old Valyria, that Daenerys pressed on in Slaver's Bay, loomed large, an unseen tempest building across the sea. For now, Westeros remained vigilant, forging deals with lords, contacting the free cities, and preparing for what might come. Robert and Ned had done what they could. They had extended warnings, mustered allies, and stoked the fires of unity. Whether that unity would hold when faced with the fury of Valyria reborn was a question left for the future. Enduring a precarious peace, the men and women of the Seven Kingdoms carried on. Eyes trained on the eastern horizon, hearts pounding with the awareness that the next raven or the next sail could herald the greatest war the world had ever seen. A fragile peace settled over King's Landing. The city streets were calmer now that rumors of an imminent Western rebellion had been cooled by Kevin Lannister's promise to reign in his banners. But the populace remained uneasy. The threat from the east, Varos and Daenerys Targaryen, still loomed over every strategic discussion in the Red Keep. Under the scorching midday sun, Ned Stark paced through the halls leading to the Royal Solar. Each step echoed with a quiet determination. A missive from the Westerlands had arrived earlier in the day, confirming Kevin Lannister's tentative acceptance of the crown's terms. Yet no date had been set for a formal negotiation. Ned felt the urgency in every beat of his heart. Tywin Lannister still languished in the dungeons, and Kevin's compliance was their only hope to avoid further conflict in the west. In the spacious Solar, King Robert Baratheon stood by an open window. The warm breeze ruffled his dark hair as he gazed toward the city below. Through that window, he could see the masses of camped soldiers, bannermen from many regions, who had not yet returned to their homelands. Their presence was a constant reminder of the precarious alliance holding the realm together. Ned entered quietly, clearing his throat to announce his presence. Robert half-turned, letting out a long sigh. "Ned," he said, his voice tinged with weariness. "Any further word from Kevin?" Ned shook his head. "No direct word since his letter 3 days ago, Your Grace. He's agreed to stand down his forces, but not to a specific date for negotiation." Robert slammed a fist on the windowsill. "We gave him Tywin's life as a bargaining chip, didn't we? That ought to move him faster." Ned dipped his head. "It should, but Kevin is cautious. He likely wants assurances that Tywin won't be executed the moment he arrives." Robert grunted, turning to face Ned fully. "We have those terms in writing. A formal audience, with Kevin present, to argue for Tywin's release. If the West stands down, we hold the line and keep Tywin as a hostage for good behavior. Everyone wins. Why the delay?" Ned clasped his hands behind his back. "Perhaps Kevin needs time to quell any lingering unrest in the Westerlands. He might also wish to gauge the realm state, to see if we're truly prepared for war with Essos." Robert blew out a harsh breath. "We don't need another war on 2 fronts, Ned. If Varos or Daenerys cross the sea, we'll need every sword. Kevin must see reason soon." Ned inclined his head. "Agreed. I've dispatched messages to keep pressing him for a date. We'll see what response comes." Beyond the matter of Kevin, another concern weighed heavily on Ned's mind: Jon Snow and his involvement in Essos' affairs. While Jon's loyalty was not in question, the intelligence gleaned from spies suggested he was caught up in Varos' circles, shaping strategies, overseeing dragons, even forging uncertain bonds with Daenerys. The time had come to seek clarity from Jon himself. Late in the afternoon, Ned retreated to his private study. The chamber, with walls lined by modest tapestries and shelves of old chronicles, was a quiet place where he could think without interruption. He set a fresh parchment on a small wooden desk, dipped his quill in ink, and began to write. "Jon, I trust this letter finds you in good health, though these are uncertain times. Word has reached us of your presence in Essos, caught amidst the rising forces of Varos and Daenerys Targaryen. While I know your intentions are ever honorable, I cannot help but worry. The realm is on edge, and we cannot ignore the potential of these new alliances across the narrow sea. Your counsel is needed, Jon. Tell me what you see. What are their plans? Is there truth to the rumors of a grand conquest of Yunkai, of Meereen, and the forging of a new Valyrian empire? Our hope is to avert further bloodshed, but should Varos or Daenerys set their sights on Westeros, we must be prepared. The king and I both remember how nearly the realm was torn asunder by the White Walkers, and we wish to avoid another cataclysm. Write soon and be mindful of your safety. The path you walk is treacherous, but I trust in your honor. Eddard Stark, Hand of the King _." Ned read the letter thrice, ensuring each line conveyed both fatherly concern and political necessity. Satisfied, he placed it in a small scroll case and sealed it with the direwolf sigil of House Stark. Summoning a trusted Ravenkeeper, he handed over the message, instructing it be sent through reliable channels to Essos. If Jon was indeed among Daenerys' circle, or at least traveling under Varos' banner, the letter should find him. If not, no harm, Ned would continue searching. He only hoped Jon would reply swiftly, shedding light on the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, a different matter had arisen. Stannis Baratheon felt the call to secure the realm's finances. Ever frugal, he had insisted that if war was to come, Westeros needed sufficient gold to fund ships, fortifications, and a potential war machine. And so it was decided that Stannis would sail to Braavos to meet with the Iron Bank. 2 days after Ned's letter to Jon was sent, Stannis departed King's Landing aboard a war galley, accompanied by a small entourage. The ship's sails bore the flaming heart of his personal sigil, signifying his link to the Lord of Light, yet Stannis' primary focus remained on the realm's treasury, not on religious symbolism. The crossing was swift and uneventful. Upon arriving in Braavos, the harbor's bustle and the sight of the Titan looming over the sea greeted him. Braavos had long been a neutral power, priding itself on independence, commerce, and the might of its Iron Bank. In the austere halls of the Iron Bank, Stannis was received by a council of stern-faced bankers, each wearing fine robes and exuding the quiet confidence of those who controlled vast sums of wealth. Stannis, never one for honeyed words, greeted them with the courtesy expected of a king's envoy but wasted no time on pleasantries. "Westeros stands on the brink of another war," he stated plainly. "The crown must ensure the realm is ready if Daenerys Targaryen or her ally Varos cross the sea. This requires coin. I come to discuss terms." The lead banker, a tall, balding man with a measured tone, steepled his fingers. "The Iron Bank is aware of the turmoil in Slaver's Bay and the emergence of dragons once more. We note that House Baratheon, like House Targaryen before it, owes certain debts. We must ensure those debts are duly acknowledged if further funds are to be considered." Stannis's jaw tightened. "House Baratheon acknowledges all rightful debts. But we also expect the Iron Bank to see that an invasion by Varos and Daenerys threatens not just Westeros, but the entire trade network. If Essos unites under a single power, Braavos itself may face complications." The bankers exchanged guarded looks. The threat was not lost on them, but neutrality was their shield. "We trade with all, Lord Stannis," the lead banker replied. "Yet we have no intention of seeing a new Valyrian empire dictate terms of commerce or politics. The Iron Bank invests in stability." Stannis inclined his head. "Precisely, and stability demands we prepare. Will you lend us the gold we need to reinforce our fleets and fortify the coasts?" A silence settled as the bankers considered. Finally, one nodded. "A possibility if the crown offers collateral. Gold alone may not suffice. We want assurances of timely repayment. War is a costly affair." Stannis let out a slow breath, hiding his annoyance behind a stern expression. "Name your terms." Over the next several days, Stannis engaged in back-and-forth talks with the Iron Bank senior members. They haggled over interest rates, sureties, and the realm's capacity to repay. In the evenings, Stannis would retreat to his modest quarters in Braavos, penning reports to King Robert detailing the progress. One evening, a letter arrived from Ned Stark. It conveyed that Kevan Lannister had yet to finalize a date for his arrival in King's Landing, but seemed close to yielding. Tywin remained in the dungeons, calm but watchful. No word had come from Jon Snow or from Essos, though some ravens suggested that Yunkai was on the verge of surrender. Stannis wrote back, "Lord Stark, the Iron Bank is guarded in their dealings, but I sense they will lend us funds if we offer compelling guarantees. They fear Varos and Daenerys might impose heavy restrictions on trade if they conquer all of Essos. Braavos is willing to hedge against that outcome. Awaiting further instructions and any new developments regarding Kevan or Tywin. If necessary, I can return swiftly to the capital. Stannis Baratheon." Meanwhile, each day of negotiation wore on Stannis's patience. The bankers demanded more than he was willing to concede. Talk of partial control over certain crown revenues, potential claims to valuable Westerosi assets, or even a negotiated monopoly on certain goods. Stannis balked at these demands, reminding them that the realm was not for sale. Eventually, a compromise began to form. The Iron Bank would release a substantial loan to the crown, enough to fund naval expansion, strengthen garrisons, and ensure the living forces could match any foe from across the sea. In exchange, the crown pledged to repay over a lengthy schedule, with incremental shipments of gold and favored status for Braavosi ships in Westerosi ports. Stannis, while displeased at the concessions, recognized the necessity. War loomed, and gold would be the shield behind the swords. With the outlines of a deal set, the king's envoy in Braavos began drafting the final documents. Back in the capital, Ned Stark balanced new responsibilities with the old. A formal letter arrived from Kevan Lannister stating he would journey to King's Landing within 2 weeks. He wished to ensure the roads were safe and that no unfortunate accidents befell him en route. Ned, reading this aloud to Robert, drew a wry smile from the king. "He fears we'll have him killed," Robert mused. "As if that would help us. Let him come. We'll treat him fairly, so long as he behaves." Ned wrote back, promising safe passage and reiterating that Tywin's fate hung in the balance of the negotiations. The city prepared to host Kevin, ensuring spare quarters were readied and that the Gold Cloaks patrolled diligently to avoid any incident that could spark another war. Meanwhile, the morale of the gathered lords began to lift at the prospect of resolution with the Westerlands. If Kevin truly meant to keep the West quiet, that would free all eyes to turn to the distant horizon, where war or peace with Essos remained uncertain. In a meeting with the small council, Ned and Robert agreed that once Kevin arrived, they would offer a solemn oath. Tywin's life spared if the Lannisters remained loyal to the crown and provided men should Varos and Daenerys ever cross the narrow sea. Many wondered if Tywin himself, proud as he was, would accept such terms. The date approached. Under Ned's guidance, King's Landing organized a formal reception to ensure Kevin Lannister felt safe enough to attend. The Gold Cloaks were doubled on the roads from the Westerlands to the capital. Loyal bannermen along the route, Tarly men in the Reach, Clegane and lesser houses near the Crownlands, were instructed to keep watch for bandits or rebellious elements. In a sign of respect, a small honor guard would escort Kevin from the city gates to the Red Keep. This guard, commanded by Ser Barristan Selmy, promised impartiality, a show that the crown did not wish to provoke Kevin nor see him harmed. During this time, Robert grew restless, complaining to Ned about feasts, parades, and all the damned pageantry. Ned reminded him that diplomacy required such gestures. "This is how we avoid war, Your Grace," he said, to which Robert grumbled but ultimately acquiesced. In a private conversation, Ned confessed his lingering anxiety. "I fear that if Kevin senses weakness, or if Tywin stirs from his cell, the lion might rear its head again." Robert nodded gravely. "Then let's ensure Tywin remains collared. Once we have Kevin's sworn word, we can focus everything on the east." A fortnight after departing, Stannis returned from Braavos. He arrived at King's Landing near dusk, the sea breeze carrying him ashore. Uncharacteristically, Robert greeted him with a measure of warmth at the dock. The two brothers exchanged curt nods, no embraces, but something akin to understanding passed between them. In a hurried meeting of the small council, Stannis laid out the terms of the Iron Bank loan. The realm would receive a large sum of gold immediately, enough to bolster the Royal Navy, support the armies in the field, and even begin improvements on key fortresses. In return, the crown owed installments over many years, with certain trade privileges granted to Braavos. Though costly, the arrangement brought relief. The realm now had financial backing to face any war. Ser Loras Tyrell commented that it felt odd to rely on Braavosi coin, but Ned retorted that survival often required alliances beyond comfort. Robert, swirling a goblet of wine, exhaled. "One problem handled, then. We have gold. Enough to keep us from sinking if Daenerys or Varos cross that sea with dragons." Stannis added a cautionary note. "The bankers remain neutral for now, but if Varos or Daenerys offers them better terms, we risk losing their favor. We must appear strong and united, or the Iron Bank might shift allegiances." Ned nodded, acknowledging the precarious balance. A reminder that every step forward can lead to new dangers. A hush fell over King's Landing on the morning Kevin Lannister was to arrive. The city's gates opened at sunrise, and an honor guard of a dozen knights, led by Ser Barristan Selmy, rode out to greet him. The path was lined with gold cloaks and banners bearing the crowned stag of House Baratheon. Citizens peered from windows and alleyways, curious about the fate of the great house that once overshadowed the throne. Kevin entered the city accompanied by a small retinue of Lannister men, only about 30 knights. They wore the crimson cloaks and golden lion sigils of the West, but each carried an air of caution. At every turn, Kevin studied the watchers, the soldiers, the looming walls. The memory of Tywin's imprisonment weighed on every thought. At the Red Keep's gates, Ned Stark waited with Renley and a number of courtiers. Kevin dismounted stiffly, inclining his head. "Lord Stark, I come under the banner of parley as agreed." Ned offered a measured bow. "Welcome to King's Landing, Lord Kevin. I trust your journey was uneventful." Kevin's eyes swept the yard, noting the assembled forces. "Uneventful, yes, Thank you for the escort. I trust my brother remains in good health. Ned gestured politely. We will discuss all in due time. The king awaits you in the throne room. With that, a subtle tension rose, the sense that every word, every gesture carried significance. Kevin and his retinue were led through the corridors, the hush broken only by the echo of boots on stone. Curious courtiers peeked from behind pillars. Word traveled quickly. Kevin Lannister was here to negotiate Tywin's fate. The throne room gleamed with midday light streaming through tall windows. Robert Baratheon sat upon the Iron Throne, his broad frame weighted by the crown's responsibilities. Near his side stood Ned, watchful. Stannis lingered farther off, arms folded, while Renley took a position near the dais, projecting a friendly smile that did little to dispel the tension. Guards stood at key points, ensuring no treachery would mar this meeting. Kevin Lannister entered, his steps echoing. He bowed respectfully, though without servility. Robert wasted no time. "Lord Kevin," he began, his tone measured but bearing the authority of a king. "You come seeking your brother's release, I presume?" Kevin looked up, voice clear. "I do, your grace. House Lannister has stood down in the Westerlands, as promised. We have no intention of rebelling against the crown. I come to ensure Lord Tywin's safe return, under fair terms." Robert shifted on the throne. "And if we decide that Tywin's crimes demand a life in chains? The realm hasn't forgotten his many intrigues, least of all harboring treachery that nearly broke the peace." Kevin's jaw tightened, though he remained calm. "My brother deserves a fair hearing, your grace. If he is guilty, let the realm see justice done. But no one can deny he aided in our final fight against the threat from the north. House Lannister has provided men and gold to this realm consistently." Ned stepped forward. "A trial is what we offer, Lord Kevin. Public, before the king, with the support of the lords of the realm. Tywin will be allowed to speak in his defense, and you may speak for him as well." Kevin bowed his head. "I accept, provided the outcome is judged by the king and the hand with fairness." Robert leaned on one armrest, the warhammer's handle glinting beside him. "Aye, fairness indeed. If Tywin is found guilty of rebellion, he could face death. But if the West truly stands with the crown, and we see no further disloyalty, we might be lenient." Kevin's gaze flickered with relief. "That is all I ask. Tywin will abide by your ruling, and the West shall remain loyal. We have no wish to see the realm bleed again." Ned exchanged a glance with Robert, sensing that an agreement had been reached in principle. Robert cleared his throat. "Very well. We'll hold this trial in a fortnight's time, here in King's Landing. Tywin remains in our dungeons until then. If the West is still at peace, we'll honor your request." Kevin exhaled, tension loosening from his shoulders. "Thank you, your grace. You will see that House Lannister keeps faith." In that moment, a fragile accord was formed. The West's line was stilled, at least temporarily. The fate of Tywin Lannister, while not sealed, edged closer to a formal resolution. For the realm, it meant one more piece of security against an uncertain future. With Kevin's compliance and the looming trial date set, a wave of tentative relief spread across King's Landing. Soldiers who had been idling in the capital began to relax, though they still maintained readiness for any foreign threat. The streets buzzed with gossip, commoners speculating on whether Tywin would truly be freed or face the king's justice. Robert and Ned found themselves with a moment's respite in the royal solar. Robert, leaning back in a carved wooden chair, stared at the city's skyline. "We've managed to hold this realm together against all odds, Ned," he murmured. "White Walkers, Lannister conspiracies, threats from the east, and yet we're still standing." Ned nodded, though his eyes held a distant look. "We stand, yes, but we do so on thin ice. Varos gathers strength, Daenerys raises dragons, and the free cities remain uncertain. This is but a pause, Robert, not an end." The king let out a slow breath, raising a goblet of wine to his lips. "A pause is better than nothing. Gives us time to breathe, to prepare if the worst comes." Ned agreed quietly. We should use this time well. Strengthen alliances. Ensure the navy is ready. Watch every raven from Essos. If war comes, we must meet it on our terms. High in the red keeps rookery. Ravens fluttered, delivering letters across the seas and to the far corners of Westeros. Each message carried the same caution. Watch for any sign of Daenerys, Varos, or dragons in flight. Be vigilant against rumor. Prepare for the possibility that an invading force might come in weeks or months or years. And so the realm braced for storms yet unseen. Behind them lay the horrors of the dead, now a memory. Before them lay the might of an ascendant Valyrian dream, with the blood of Targaryens and the will of a sorcerer who communed with ancient powers. Yet for the moment, the realm took comfort in small victories. Stannis had secured funds from Braavos, Kevan had stilled the lions, and Tywin's impending trial offered a semblance of justice. Whether this justice would hold, or whether the fires of Essos would consume Westeros first, no one could say. Outside, the midday sun shone on the city. Children ran through winding streets, merchants hawked wares in busy markets, and soldiers shared laughs while sharpening swords. Life continued, as it always had, ignorant of the grand designs that shaped their fate. And in the hush of the royal solar, Robert and Ned sat in a rare moment of peace, each man quietly aware that the respite was fleeting. For as long as there were dragons beyond the sea, the realm would never sleep soundly. As for Tywin Lannister, his fate dangled on the precipice of a trial, overshadowed by the greater question. Would Valyrian flames soon leap across the narrow sea, plunging all into a new war? At least for now, Westeros stood together, forging a united front against an uncertain dawn. In the stillness of that unity, they found the faintest glimmer of hope. And hope, in a land so often ravaged by ambition and bloodshed, was the rarest treasure of all. The Red Priests called them sermons of revelation, gatherings in secret squares and on street corners where flames rose high in braziers, drawing the desperate and the curious alike. Their voices, fervent and full of portent, carried through King's Landing in the hush before the dawn, in the bustle of midday, and as the dusk settled over narrow lanes. They wore robes of deep crimson, embroidered with the blazing heart of R'hllor, and carried staffs crowned with living fire. Wherever they passed, whispers followed. The new age is upon us, the dawn of a new Valyria, dragons and a true Valyrian empire to reshape the world. Little by little, these pronouncements took on weight, a magnetism that drew hopeful and fearful souls alike. For many in the capital, still reeling from the weight of old wars and recent unrest, these sermons offered both wonder and dread. The faithful clustered, listening raptly as the Red Priests proclaimed that the Lord of Light had ordained a great cleansing. The name of Varos crept into their sermons, a sorcerer touched by the fire itself, and Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Dragons, whose reign in Essos threatened to cast a long shadow across the narrow sea. The priests, their voices rising above the crackle of flame, claimed that the old ways were dying, and the new would soon burn away all that was rotten, forging a realm that bowed neither to old blood nor ancient crowns. A new Valyria, they insisted, more glorious than the empire that once was, blessed by R'hllor to endure until the end of ages. It did not take long for word of these sermons to reach ears in the Red Keep. Throughout King's Landing, gold cloaks reported sightings of gatherings at odd hours. At first, the king's men tried to disperse them, but the crowds were large, and the Red Priests rarely broke any laws beyond stirring hearts to zeal. For the moment, they were allowed to speak so long as they did not provoke open rebellion. Yet, the tension around these events was palpable. People whispered that the new priests only heralded the unstoppable tide, that Varos and Daenerys would eventually come west, and the Lord of Light's red-robed servants meant to prepare the ground. Thus it came as no surprise when King Robert Baratheon, after hearing a particularly incendiary report of a sermon near Flea Bottom, summoned his entire small council to convene in the austere council chamber at the heart of the keep. The hour was late, but the matter brooked no delay. Torches burned brightly along the walls, shadows dancing across faces grim with apprehension. At the long table, Ned Stark sat close to the king's seat, the old parchment from the city watch in front of him. Lords and knights filled the seats, Stannis Baratheon, returned from his journey to Braavos with uneasy tidings of precarious financial accords. Renley Baratheon trying to maintain a veneer of optimism, and a host of other key advisors. Robert himself stood at the head of the chamber, Warhammer leaning against the tall chair that served as a subtle reminder of his triumph in the rebellion of old. His face was flushed, whether from anger or wine or both. He ran a hand through his hair and then smacked the top of the chair with an open palm. First, these red priests appear on every corner, preaching dooms and destinies we never asked for. Now I hear they have crowds in the hundreds, chanting about a new Valyria, about dragons and conquest. By the gods! I thought we were done with Targaryen nonsense. Ned inclined his head, meeting Robert's eyes with that calm sense of duty he always carried. We have tried to monitor them. They do not openly incite rebellion against the crown, yet they speak of a grand design that surpasses mortal politics, a design that, they claim, only Varos can fulfill. Stannis, hands pressed together on the table, his jaw set in that familiar, uncompromising way, spoke. This talk of new Valyria is dangerous. It's not just another band of religious fanatics. They connect these sermons to Varos and Daenerys. That implies organization. Perhaps these priests are in direct contact with Essos, sowing the seeds of loyalty before any invasion. Renley, ever playing the conciliatory role, let out a soft sigh. The faith of the Seven is the dominant religion here, not this Lord of Light. Most of the small folk won't lightly abandon their old gods. But if these red priests promise salvation or victory, some might be swayed. War and uncertainty make people cling to any hope. Robert leaned forward on the table, face tightening. We can't have them stirring trouble in my city. We've enough on our hands with Tywin in the dungeons, Kevin on his way to Parley, and the threat from Essos looming. I want them kept in check. Arrest any who openly call for rebellion or claim the crown is illegitimate. Let them talk of gods if they must, but not at the cost of my authority. Ned spoke, voice subdued but firm. We must be cautious. Publicly persecuting these priests might only lend credence to their message. They'll become martyrs. Better we watch them quietly, see who attends their sermons, gather intelligence. Stannis's mouth pressed into a thin line. Intelligence only matters if we act on it. If they're planting seeds of faith in this so-called new Valyria, it could spread faster than we can uproot it. We cannot underestimate the appeal of dragons returning to free the masses from the old wheel of lords. And I suspect they tie these ideas into Varos's claims of a divine cleansing. Robert's grip on the table edge tightened. This talk of cleansing, of a new age, it chills my blood. I remember how Rhaegar Targaryen was once called noble. Look what that Targaryen line brought. Death, madness. Now these fools want to replicate that on an even grander scale with a sorcerer at their side. Seven save us all if they cross the sea. Renly spoke up, shifting in his seat. Your Grace, they might not cross the sea so quickly. They've Yunkai and Meereen to conquer, not to mention the rest of Slaver's Bay. Our ravens from the east confirm that Varos is traveling to Old Valyria to awaken more dragons. If rumors are correct, that might take time. At that last statement, the chamber grew still, tension thick as smoke. Stannis cleared his throat. We must use that time well. We have the funds from Braavos to bolster our naval defenses and keep our armies present. The Westerlands remain quiet. Tywin's captivity all but forces their submission, and Kevin has pledged to come for negotiations. Ned placed a letter on the table, a fresh one from the City Watch. According to the Watch commander, these red priests preach daily, in different quarters of the city, but never in the same spot twice. Their doctrine is straightforward. The world stands on the cusp of an era, overshadowed by the return of dragons and the old Valyrian might. They do not yet demand violence, but they foresee a purging of wickedness and a forging of a new empire in flames. Robert's gaze roamed around the faces of his council. An empire they mean to start in Essos, no doubt, with Daenerys calling herself a queen and Varos proclaiming his divine visions. If these priests spread the notion that Westeros too must bow, we'll have a panic on our hands. People will suspect we're powerless before dragons and magic. Renley drummed his fingers on the table in a restless pattern. So how do we respond? If we ignore them, they grow bolder. If we crack down, we risk feeding their martyr narrative. Ned took a breath, the lines of worry deepening on his face. We continue to watch. We quell any calls for immediate rebellion. We reaffirm the crown's strength through displays of unity and power. Our men must remain disciplined. No brutality that might confirm the priest's claims that the old world is corrupt. Let us also keep our alliances intact. Tyrell, Tully, Aaron, Martell, though we must not mention certain matters that might incite old wounds. The realm must remain a fortress, unassailable from within. Stannis agreed with a curt nod. I will see that the navy remains vigilant in the narrow sea. If any fleet from Essos approaches, we shall have warning. Meanwhile, the lords can remain in position here or close by, ready to respond. Robert offered a grunt of approval. Yes, do that. And the second we see any sign that these priests cross a line, like urging an uprising or openly supporting Varos's dominion over Westeros, they're to be arrested. The small folk can pray to whatever god they want, but I won't tolerate calls to overthrow the realm. A knock at the chamber door interrupted them. One of the gold cloaks entered, saluting. Your Grace, he said, voice cautious. There's news from the docks. A Bravosi ship arrived bearing a letter from the Sea Lord. He seeks an assurance that King's Landing will not hamper Bravosi trade if tensions with Essos escalate. Robert flung a hand dismissively. More damn politics. Fine, we'll craft a response offering trade assurances, so long as Braavos remains neutral. Ned managed a slight smile at the guard. Thank you. We'll address it soon. Dismissed. The guard departed, leaving the council in tense reflection. It was clear that the entire known world braced for the next move. The East stirred with prophecy and might. The West braced with unity and uneasy alliances. And in the heart of it all, these Lord of Light priests preached the dawn of a new Valyria, lighting small fires of belief that threatened to become a blaze none could control. Robert stood, arms folded across his broad chest, gaze hard as iron. This cannot go on forever. If Daenerys means to claim the realm, and Varos claims the Lord of Light has chosen them, they might force our hand. We should prepare letters to each major house, reminding them of their fealty. Keep them at the ready, in case we need their swords if war comes from across the sea. Ned nodded, collecting his notes. Agreed. We'll also respond to Braavos promptly, and we'll continue to track the movements of these red priests in the city. There can be no illusions about who holds power here. Stannis shifted, his expression stern. I'll oversee the Navy's maneuvers. If a single ship sails under the banners of Varos or Targaryen near our shores, we'll be ready. Renley mustered his bright, princely smile, though it did little to lighten the somber mood. And I'll see to the lords in attendance, keep them from bickering among themselves. The last thing we need is petty feuds weakening the realm. Robert let out a weary sigh. Then we're settled. Keep me informed daily. If any new threat arises, I want to know before it sets foot on our docks. This is our kingdom to protect. A new Valyria be damned. They adjourned, each man burdened with duty. As they exited the council chamber, the faint echo of chanting drifted through the corridors. A distant prayer to the Lord of Light, or the solemn vow of a red priest, proclaiming that the new age drew near. It was a haunting reminder that while Westeros might stand as one for now, the seeds of change were already sown. In the evening gloom, flickering torches and weary guards guided Ned Stark through the passageways of the Red Keep. The memory of the council weighed on his mind. He thought of the White Walkers, once the greatest threat, now vanquished, and how he had hoped for peace afterward. But the realm always found new perils. The mention of a grand Valyrian empire felt almost unreal. Yet here it was looming, drawn from the minds of the devout and the ruthless. He paused by a balcony overlooking the city. Far below, the lights of King's Landing glimmered. Beyond them lay the sea, dark and mysterious, behind which lay Essos, where Daenerys Targaryen, Varos, and the flames of prophecy gathered. The notion that their power might surpass even the dragons of old made Ned's heart clench. Yet he held onto the thought that unity in Westeros was stronger now than it had been in decades. The lords, though stubborn, recognized the danger. They would fight if forced, and they had Robert's will, Stannis' caution, and perhaps even Renly's charm to guide them. The next morning, with the sun cutting through the dawn mist, Ned found a fresh missive placed by his door. It was from his agents among the city's network, summarizing the late-night sermon of a prominent Red priest. The priest had claimed that when the dragons emerged from Old Valyria, the world would tremble. He spoke of signs in the stars, portents in the flames, and a wave of unstoppable power that would unite the known lands. The crowd, large and awed, chanted prayers of R'hllor, praising Varos as a chosen vessel. Ned read the parchment carefully. The sermon also mentioned Targaryen lineage, stirring some in the crowd to shout for the Queen of the East, Daenerys. Soldiers of the Watch had stood by but did not intervene, as no direct call to rebellion was made against the crown. Yet the tone was unmistakable. The new age was coming, and the priests believed it unstoppable. Later that day, Ned met Robert in the same solar as before, presenting the parchment. Robert read it, his face flushing with anger. "It's as we feared. They're rallying hearts to her cause, telling the people that we're just another turn of the old wheel, and that only this new Valyria can free them from the shackles." Ned replied quietly, "We'll do what we must. For now, we watch. If they cross the line and incite direct revolt, we move against them." Robert set the parchment aside with a huff. "And hope we're not too late. If enough people believe in that nonsense, we could have a riot or worse." As the day progressed, the small council reconvened, each member newly aware of the fragile state of things. The difference from the previous day was a resolution to send more undercover watchmen to the sermons, to gather the names of leading Red priests, and to identify any link they might have to the east. If any letter or token from Varos or Daenerys arrived in the priests' hands, they wanted to intercept it. Stannis, stoic as ever, commented that Braavos has recognized the precariousness of the situation, so we have some leverage with the Iron Bank. Yet, if Daenerys obtains their favor or if the Red priests stoke the Free City's fear of Westeros, it might turn quickly. Meanwhile, the realm awaited news of Kevan Lannister's arrival, expecting him to come soon to formalize the date for Tywin's trial. Robert mused aloud that if Kevan arrived safely and the West remained calm, perhaps they could devote more resources to snuffing out these Red priests' network of support. In the late evening, while strolling through a courtyard of the keep, Ned found a pocket of quiet to reflect on the precariousness of every decision. The White Walkers were gone, but a new threat, no less apocalyptic, rose in the east. The so-called true Valyrian Empire threatened to overshadow the old alliances. The Red priests claimed it was a divine crusade, not a mere conquest, rendering it immune to typical political negotiations. How did one negotiate with zeal, with prophecy, with beliefs so absolute they encompassed the entire world's destiny? A soft breeze carried the scent of the sea from Blackwater Bay. Ned breathed deeply, trying to calm himself. He thought of Jon, somewhere across that bay, far beyond the horizon. Had Jon chosen a side in this new world? Was he still simply trying to do right as he always had? If only the letter Ned sent would yield some response, some clarity. But the gods rarely gave clarity freely. Elsewhere in the Red Keep, Robert drank and brooded, balancing the need to remain vigilant with a longing for simpler days. Stannis and Renly worked to keep lords loyal, to manage supplies, to reorder the realm's finances in anticipation of war. The Gold Cloaks patrolled the streets, sometimes dispersing small gatherings of Red priests, other times only observing as the sermons concluded. For the moment, the priests seemed content with their rousing orations, not calling for open revolt. But all understood it was only a matter of time. The day would come when those fiery preachers declared that Westeros must kneel before the new Valyria or burn. Until then, the Crown played a waiting game, forging alliances, raising funds, and building an intelligence network that might at least warn them in time to mount a defense. One evening, Ned sat in his rooms, penning notes to each great house. Aeron, Tully, Tyrell, Greyjoy, still leaderless after Euron's fall, but lesser captains lingered, and even the edges of Martell territory. He asked them all to report any unusual ships, any rumors of dragons or dark sorceries crossing the sea. He urged them to remain vigilant for silver-haired pretenders and their allies. Each letter contained a subtle reminder of the White Walker threat they had vanquished with unity, implying they must stand as one again. Robert, upon reading Ned's final drafts, nodded approval. "It's a good measure, Ned. We can't let them be caught unprepared. If Varos truly harnesses more dragons from the ruins of old Valyria, 7 help us if we face them alone." Stannis also expressed support. "The Navy will watch the seas, but each coastline must be ready to light the beacons if a strange armada appears." Thus, ravens flew by night, bearing the crown's firm words of caution to every corner of Westeros. Ser Loras Tyrell, impressed by the thoroughness, quipped that it felt reminiscent of the war councils during the time of the White Walker crisis. This time, though, the enemy was not undead but living, breathing men armed with faith and dragons. Days turned into weeks. Rumors of small expansions in Slaver's Bay filtered in. Yunkai had surrendered with minimal bloodshed, thereby augmenting Daenerys' numbers significantly. The talk of a major siege at Meereen loomed. The priests in King's Landing continued their open-air sermons, chanting about how the Lord of Light's chosen would shatter old chains, forging a continent-spanning empire. Each sermon bristled with the implied condemnation of Westeros' system of lords and kings. At last, a dispatch arrived from Kevan Lannister confirming his imminent departure for King's Landing in the following fortnight. He would bring a retinue of 100 men, enough to ensure his safety but not to provoke the crown. Tywin's trial, delayed so long, now appeared close at hand. The final obstacle to uniting Westeros under one banner, at least in theory, might soon be resolved. Robert viewed this as a chance to remove one more threat from within. Once Tywin's fate is settled, Kevan either swears fealty wholeheartedly, or we deal with them as enemies. If they bend, we secure the West fully. Then all eyes turn east, where dragons roost. Ned, reading a fresh report that the Red Priests near the Dragon Pit had grown bolder, insisted on caution. The priests speak of the Targaryen claim as inevitable. If we show weakness in our dealings with Tywin, they'll say we're fracturing. We must present strength and justice, not vengeance. And so the crown prepared for the arrival of Kevan Lannister, hoping that, by resolving old wounds, they could stand firmer against whatever storms threatened from Essos. Over the city, the voices of the priests grew ever more confident, proclaiming that the new Valyria's dawn would wash away all lesser claims to rule. The small folk, caught between fear and wonder, listened but did not yet rebel. Gold cloaks and watchers waited in every alley, vigilant for the moment the sermons might tip from fiery words to open uprising. On the day Kevan's envoy was expected, a hush fell over King's Landing. Soldiers manned the gates, the gold cloaks alert, scanning every face for signs of treachery. In the Red Keep, Robert and Ned, accompanied by the small council, prepared to greet Kevan in the throne room. The plan was to finalize a date for Tywin's trial and ensure the West declared unwavering loyalty to the crown. Somewhere in the city, a Red Priest raised a staff crowned with living flames, chanting in a fervent voice about the coming dawn, about the unstoppable tide that would reshape the known world. A small crowd listened, rapt, and overhead, ravens flocked, carrying letters from the crown or from foreign coasts, each one a tiny harbinger of the fate soon to unfold. In the quiet corners of the keep, Ned Stark silently prayed the precarious peace would hold, that Kevan would yield for Tywin's sake, and that the realm might face the next storm without tearing itself apart in the process. But the priest's proclamations echoed in his mind, a reminder that while men wrangled over old disputes, a new order might rise on the back of dragons and prophecy. The future teetered on a knife's edge, awaiting the next move in a game older and far more dangerous than even the White Walker's threat. No matter how diligently the crown prepared, no matter how many alliances they secured, no matter how many ravens flew, the whispers of fire and light grew louder. The world, as many began to suspect, might never be the same. The priests of the Lord of Light insisted it was destiny, and that destiny was coming swiftly, carried on dragon wings. Daenerys stood upon the high terrace of the great palace in Astapor, a place that had once been the seat of brutal slavers, now transformed into a headquarters of sorts for her expanding forces. The air was heavy with desert heat, yet a constant breeze drifted in from Slaver's Bay, carrying scents of salt and spice through the open windows. She wore a simple yet elegant gown of pale blue, her silver-gold hair braided back in a style both practical and regal. At her side stood a pair of unsullied guards, silent and stoic as they awaited any command from their queen. Over the last few days, Astapor had begun to take on the trappings of a larger war camp, the original city no longer merely a liberated settlement but a staging ground for something far grander. Part of Daenerys felt satisfaction at the progress. Her dream of freeing slaves and punishing cruel masters was coming to fruition with each passing hour. But another part of her was restless, uneasy about the scale of what was soon to unfold. She gazed out over the city's skyline. Sun-baked walls, clusters of mud-brick houses, and spires that caught the golden light of morning. It was a city in transition, marbled with new chaos and new order, the free men and women attempting to build something better even as the old scars of slavery lingered. From her vantage, Daenerys could also see the Bayside docks, bustling with new activity as a flotilla of war galleys and troop transports arrived day after day. Many bore the sigils of the newly forged Valyrian freehold, a draconic symbol that marked them as belonging to Varos's forces, so reminiscent of ancient times that even she found herself quietly awed. This morning, she'd been told by her advisors to expect Varos's return from Old Valyria. Rumors abounded that he had gone to commune with the spirits of the past, the Lord of Light, and the very essence of the lost empire that once ruled half the known world. She had steeled herself for what that might entail. Varos was powerful, cunning, and driven by visions Daenerys sometimes struggled to grasp. They had forged an alliance, each using the other's strengths to unify Slaver's Bay and force the masters of Yunkai and Meereen to bend. Yet Daenerys could not shake a kernel of concern that Varos's ambitions went far beyond even her own. The Lord of Light, according to him, had sanctioned a grand cleansing, a forging of an empire that would surpass Old Valyria. Part of her embraced that vision with fervor, ending slavery forever, breaking the cycle of injustice that had defined Essos for centuries. And yet, the older she grew, the more she realized that absolute power demanded absolute caution. Suddenly, there came a thunderous roar in the distance, so deep that it reverberated within her chest. Daenerys's heart lurched. She recognized that roar. Maelstrom, the largest dragon she had ever seen, far bigger than her own trio combined. The unsullied guards at her side lifted their spears as if in reflex, scanning the skies. Daenerys moved to the edge of the terrace, shielding her eyes against the morning sun, and saw a colossal shape descending through the haze of dawn. Maelstrom's black and red scales glimmered like volcanic glass, the heat distortion rippling around the beast as it soared nearer. And then she saw that Varos was not alone. All around Maelstrom, dozens of dragons in flight formed a living storm of wings and flame, each a testament to the untapped might of Old Valyria that even Daenerys had not fully believed possible. Her breath caught in her throat as the flock approached. It was a sight to rival legends, more grand and terrible than any dragonflight known in living memory. She counted the silhouettes hastily, 8, 10, 20 more, until the shapes blurred into a swirl of leathery wings blotting out the sun. The city of Astapor seemed to gasp collectively. She heard distant cries of shock and awe rising from the streets. Slaves turned freemen, merchants, soldiers, the newly arrived Dothraki all turned their faces skyward. Even Daenerys' own dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, reacted with uneasy roars from their makeshift pens. They sensed the arrival of kin, but these were not the docile hatchlings that had grown under her care. They were older, fiercer, and commanded by a force more ancient than any living Targaryen. Amid the spectacle, a second surprise manifested on the horizon. A fleet so large it spanned the length of the bay. Dozens of war galleys, troop transports, supply vessels, and more. Their sails were dyed crimson and black, carrying the sigil of the new Valyrian freehold. Even from this distance, Daenerys estimated at least 100 ships, possibly more. Astapor's harbor, never meant for such a massive influx, would be overwhelmed. She realized, with a sudden jolt, that the 50,000 men Varos had once displayed at Winterfell was merely a token. The full might of Valyria was here now, forging a scale of force that dwarfed anything Daenerys had envisioned. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. As Daenerys stepped back from the balustrade, the ground shuddered beneath the impact of Maelstrom landing in the wide courtyard below her terrace. The monstrous dragon folded its wings with a menacing grace. The air filled with heat and the stench of sulfur. An entire garrison of Unsullied formed a perimeter, spears at the ready in case some outbreak of chaos happened, though they all knew none could truly stand before a dragon so immense. Then Varos, draped in robes of deep red and black, dismounted from Maelstrom's broad neck. His fiery gaze swept across the courtyard, taking in the gasps of the watchers, the assembled officers in mild panic or reverence. He raised an arm in a silent command, and the other dragons, those that had circled overhead, began their descent in measured arcs, alighting throughout the city's outskirts or perching on rooftops strong enough to hold them. The cacophony of roars, flapping wings, and the excited shouts of men and women alike mingled in a tumultuous, magnificent moment. From her vantage, Daenerys saw Varos stride forward, his posture exuding triumph. The legion of Valyrian troops disembarking from the newly arrived fleet marched through the city streets in organized ranks, a disciplined tide of armor and banners. Dozens of officers, all wearing matching black plate with red inlays reminiscent of the old Empire's style, began issuing commands. Torches blazed in the daylight as fire priests accompanied some platoons, chanting prayers to R'hllor. The synergy of warriors, priests, and dragons was overwhelming. In that instant, Daenerys realized the world had changed irrevocably. This was not a mere alliance of convenience. This was old Valyria, reborn, standing at her doorstep. She descended quickly with a retinue of Unsullied, her mind racing. She needed to talk to Varos to understand his intentions. The commotion in the courtyard parted for her. Soldiers bowed as she passed, murmuring "Your Grace" in tones of awe. At the center of this maelstrom stood Varos, waiting. As she approached, he offered a faint smile. "Daenerys Stormborn," he said, voice resonant. "I have returned from the ancient cradle of our power, and I have not returned alone." Her heart thundered. "I see that. This force is beyond anything I'd imagined. You said you commanded more dragons, but dozens? And you bring over 100,000 soldiers." Varos inclined his head, the edges of his robe fluttering in the warm breeze. "The half you saw at Winterfell was only a taste of what the Lord of Light has ordained." Old Valyria's embers yet smoldered. The structures of the old empire were not as dead as many believed. With the will of R'hllor and the impetus of prophecy, we have reclaimed them. Daenerys examined the dragons overhead, half wondering if Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion would react violently to this new brood. "So many dragons! I had no idea any survived beyond the few we have raised. Yet here they are. This changes everything." Varos's gaze was unreadable. "Indeed it does, and we must now consolidate. Yunkai awaits surrender. Meereen still defies us. Once Slaver's Bay is fully under your banner, we will gather the strength to move on the free cities if they resist." Daenerys stiffened, flashes of the old dreams surfacing in her mind. To break the wheel of tyranny, to end slavery. But the scale of this suddenly felt less like a liberation and more like an unstoppable wave of conquest. She recalled the reports from Westeros, how Robert Baratheon's watchers had begun stirring the free cities to caution. "Robert is alerting them, Varos. He's sending envoys to Pentos, Bravos, Lys. They'll be wary of us now. He sees you as a threat, sees me as a threat. He might unify Westeros to stand against us if we cross the sea." Varos nodded, as though expecting this. "Robert is no fool. He rallied men to defeat the White Walkers, overcame your father's line in the old rebellion. He has cunning and strength. We must not underestimate him. But for now, our eyes remain on Essos. A time may come to face Westeros, or perhaps to treat with them. Loyalist flames have not shown me an inevitable war with the Seven Kingdoms. Not yet. Just then, two figures approached from behind Daenerys. Jon Snow and a Dornish warrior named Oberyn, both of whom had been integral in forging alliances with local forces. They halted at the courtyard's edge, both wearing expressions that betrayed shock. Oberyn's eyes roamed over the array of dragons with an almost hungry fascination, but the stunned nature of his stance said it all. Jon, for his part, looked unsettled, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword as if the presence of so many dragons had set his nerves on edge. "This force?" Jon began, his voice subdued. "How many have come?" "It looks like more than we can house in any city." Varos allowed a small smile, though it was tinged with something dark. 100,000 troops, or near enough. They have been forging in secret for years, drawn from the hidden enclaves of surviving Valyrian bloodlines, from freed slaves eager to remake the world, from scattered mercenaries enthralled by the might of dragons. And with the Lord of Light's blessing, they are ours to command. Jon's gaze flickered to Daenerys. 100,000. This is more than just another step in freeing Slaver's Bay. Isn't it? Daenerys swallowed, finding her voice. It is. Once we take Yunkai and Meereen, the entire bay will be ours. We'll raise legions from there, unify Essos. If the free cities refuse to end slavery, we may have to fight them. Jon's lips parted as though to protest, but Varos continued before he could speak. Robert is not to be trifled with, he said, echoing Daenerys's worry. He unites the lords of Westeros. They are forging alliances, building a naval force. The Lord of Light's will, however, is that we do not interfere with Westeros unless forced. Our immediate mission remains in Essos. Yet an envoy must be sent to King's Landing to clarify our stance. Oberyn, stepping closer, studied Varos with undisguised intrigue. You propose an envoy, sorcerer? A letter or a mouthpiece that says we do not mean to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. At least not now. Varos inclined his head. Precisely. We shall reassure them we have no desire to topple Robert from his throne. Our crusade is to break the chains in Essos, to restore Valyrian might to the eastern continent. If Westeros leaves us be, we see no reason to war with them. That is the message. Jon studied Varos with guarded eyes, uncertain whether to trust his sincerity. Will they believe it? Robert might see the arrival of your massive fleet and these dragons as a sign of unstoppable aggression. Telling him to stand down might not be enough. Daenerys exhaled sharply, frustration mingling with her sense of purpose. Then we must choose an envoy Robert cannot dismiss. Perhaps someone with ties to Westeros. But who? Not me, obviously. Nor you, Jon, you're too crucial here. We need a neutral figure. Varos lifted a hand. Worry not. I have priests and captains who can speak on our behalf. We simply need to ensure the envoy is well-guarded and persuasive. The free cities might object, but they cannot ignore that. For now, we do not intend to cross the narrow sea. Jon, still reeling from the scale of the new arrivals, exchanged a quick glance with Daenerys. They shared a bond, tenuous but real. The revelation that Jon was of Targaryen blood still hung between them, unspoken yet ever-present. Daenerys felt a twinge of relief that Varos was, if only temporarily, focusing on Essos, not Westeros. She worried about the day their dragons might face Robert's armies. She worried about how that might tear Jon apart if he truly cared for both sides. Oberyn, arms crossed, studied them both. I suppose it's wise to quell Westeros's fears. War on two fronts is seldom to anyone's advantage. If Robert stands idle while we subdue Essos, we can focus all might on the real obstacles. The slaver lords, the potential alliances among the free cities who might resist us. Varos gave a curt nod, turning to Daenerys with an air of finality. Summon the scribes. We will draft a formal statement to be carried by an envoy. They will sail for King's Landing within the week. The message: we do not seek conflict with Westeros. We only seek to end the scourge of slavery in Essos. If Robert chooses to hamper us, the old treaties of war may yet be invoked. But we would prefer peace. Daenerys parted her lips, unsure whether to voice her deeper concerns. Yet she pressed on. That is wise. But Varos, the free cities, especially Myr and Lys, are not known for bending quickly. They might reach out to Robert for mutual defense. Then we have the worst scenario, a coalition bridging the sea. Varos's eyes gleamed with the reflection of some internal fire. Loyalist flames have shown me many possible futures. Some are indeed grim, but it is not written that Westeros and Essos must unite against us. The more likely outcome is that they remain divided, each suspicious of the other. Let us ensure it stays that way. Jon winced slightly. The cold calculus of keeping two continents suspicious of each other did not sit well with him, but he recognized it might be the only path to avoid a broader war. We'll do it. I just hope it truly prevents a catastrophe. Maelstrom let out a soft rumble behind them, as though echoing the tension in the conversation. Daenerys turned to the giant dragon, still in awe of its colossal form. The thought that Scourge and Maelstrom, or the dozens of other dragons overhead, might one day pass beyond Slaver's Bay toward Westeros filled her with conflicting feelings. The memory of her birthright, the Iron Throne, warred with her distaste for unleashing such destruction on the land that bore her family's name. For now, she reminded herself that her goal was the liberation of slaves, the forging of a new order in Essos. In the subsequent days, the city adapted to the new arrivals. Tents sprang up along Astapor's edges to house the thousands of additional troops. The local markets boomed with activity as merchants profited from the sudden influx of coin. Valyrian officers walked the streets, commanding with silent authority. Fire priests held small ceremonies, chanting prayers in High Valyrian, drawing freedmen to watch in reverent curiosity. The dragons soared overhead, an ever-present reminder that power lay firmly in the hands of this blossoming empire. Daenerys and Varos convened regularly in the palace's grand hall, strategizing how to handle Yunkai's final capitulation. A portion of the newly arrived force would sail upriver or march through desert passes, encircling Meereen. Envoys were sent forth to see if any city lords would surrender without bloodshed. Meanwhile, scribes worked tirelessly drafting that all-important letter for King Robert. Each draft was scrutinized. The language had to convey no threat, only a promise to remain east if left undisturbed. Still, Daenerys insisted they incorporate a note on freeing slaves, an implicit moral stance that might soften potential condemnation. Varos took a more practical approach, reminding the scribes to emphasize that their cause was strictly in Essos, that no Westerosi city need fear them unless they first offered aggression. Jon found himself torn between assisting Daenerys with these new logistical tasks and his own moral reservations. He saw how the throngs of freed slaves praised her as Mysa, while the newly arrived Valyrian troops regarded Varos with almost reverential awe. Once in a while, he'd wander the makeshift dragon pens, checking on Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. He noticed they had grown restless, reacting to the presence of so many older, larger dragons. He sought to reassure them with calm words and the occasional offering of meat. The old Valyrian caretaker reminded him that dragons recognized kinship by scent and aura, whatever that meant. The caretaker claimed the synergy of multiple dragons would only empower them all. Jon, though uncertain, took solace in that possibility. Oberyn, meanwhile, served as an informal advisor, cautioning Daenerys about the complex politics of the eastern continent. He spoke of how the larger free cities might not take kindly to a new empire overshadowing them. Yunkai and Meereen were only stepping stones, and if the entire region aligned against them, even the might of 100,000 men and dozens of dragons could be tested. Varos listened with half a smile, as though hearing a melody he'd anticipated. He would nod, acknowledging the risk, but repeated that the Lord of Light's flame had shown him victory was assured if they remained steadfast. Finally, the day arrived when a small fleet of swift ships prepared to depart from the bay. On them would travel the envoy Varos and Daenerys had assembled, a contingent of diplomatic scribes, a handful of fire priests to underscore their devotion, and a protective escort of Valyrian soldiers to ensure safe passage. The message was sealed in wax bearing Daenerys's personal sigil of the three-headed dragon, along with Varos's own signet, a stylized flame around a dragon's skull. This letter, if delivered successfully, would reach King's Landing, seeking to quell the tensions roiling between the two continents. Jon and Oberyn stood on a jetty, watching as the final crates of supplies were loaded onto the lead vessel. The water shimmered an odd green near the hull, reflection from the midday sun. They shared a brief exchange of uneasy glances. In just a few short months, the world had leapt from one crisis to another, from undead horrors to the rebirth of Valyria. That these events might intersect with Westeros' centuries-old feuds was an outcome none could predict. Up on a nearby outcropping, Daenerys observed the scene, her mind racing with possibilities. If Robert believed them, tension might ease. If he mistrusted their words, the Seven Kingdoms could unite to strike preemptively. Varos arrived at her side, draped in those familiar crimson and black robes. He gestured at the ships. "Our best chance to avoid war with Robert, for now," Varos said quietly, with a tinge of finality. "If he rejects us or attempts sabotage, loyalist designs will shift, and we must be prepared." Daenerys nodded, eyes fixed on the line of ships. "Let us hope he chooses peace. If not, thousands will die, and the realm I was born to govern might see me as a conqueror, not a liberator." She paused, glancing at Varos. "Sometimes I wonder if your visions are shaped by your own desires. Is war truly unavoidable?" Varos's lips curled into an inscrutable smile. "I see many paths, Daenerys Stormborn. Some lead to the forging of a new world without further bloodshed. Others see the old powers cling to their illusions, forcing our hand. We are strong enough to endure either. Let fate decide which way the flames burn." As the ships set sail, carrying the hopes of a fragile non-aggression pact, Astapor roiled with activity. Valyrian officers posted new orders, rallying detachments to advance on Yunkai's gates. The local freedmen looked on with awe and no small measure of relief. Despite the grandeur of dragons, they recognized Daenerys and her new allies were preferable to the cruelty of the old masters. Each day brought them closer to a wholly changed Essos, for better or for worse. In the late afternoon, Jon found himself perched on a high balcony overlooking the city once more, the wind tousling his dark hair. He thought of Ned's letter, which might be arriving at Daenerys' palace any day now. Had his father guessed the scope of what was happening? Did Ned suspect the monstrous scale of the forces now assembled in Astapor? And how would he react if he knew the entire might of old Valyria was rising to overshadow even the greatest armies Westeros could muster? He felt Oberyn's presence at his back, and while the Dornishmen said nothing, Jon could sense a shared realization. The world was pivoting at breakneck speed, and they stood at its turning point. For all his doubts, for all his devotion to the North, Jon realized he had become entangled in this unstoppable current. And deep inside, a flicker of Targaryen heritage glowed, making him wonder if his destiny indeed lay in forging a new order rather than propping up the old. Meanwhile, Varos convened with Daenerys and certain high-ranking Valyrian officers inside the old throne room of Astapor. Fire priests accompanied them, chanting softly in a corner. The topic: finalizing the campaign for Yunkai, preparing for an assault on Meereen if that city refused to capitulate. They spoke of ships blockading harbors, dragons sowing fear in the night sky, and foot soldiers capturing strategic vantage points. Daenerys insisted on a chance to negotiate. She still hated mindless slaughter. Varos nodded, promising that slavers would be given one chance to end their business peacefully. If they refused, the dragons would speak. The synergy of determination filled the room, a silent pact that no chain would remain unbroken. 2 days later, scouts reported that Yunkai's officials had sent envoys, trembling, to treat with Daenerys' legates. The city's new masters apparently recognized the hopelessness of resistance against an armada of dragons. Within a fortnight, Yunkai might be fully in their hands without significant bloodshed. That would further reinforce Daenerys' moral cause. Yet the next step, Meereen, was a fortress much more defiant. In the hush of evening, the city's torches began to glow, and from various corners of Astapor, the swirl of nightly gatherings formed. Freedmen took to small celebrations at taverns, while across the main square, a group of fire priests chanted praises to loyalists' eternal flame. The crescendo of voices, the flickering of shadows, conjured an image of an empire in the making. Overhead, dragons soared as living embodiments of that image. At the palace, Daenerys retired to her chambers, a swirl of conflicting thoughts filling her mind. The unstoppable power of old Valyria at her command, the moral imperative to free slaves, the question of Westeros's reaction, and the quiet tension with Jon, who personified both a tie to her family's lineage and a bridge to the north she barely knew. Varos, standing on a balcony outside his own private quarters, gazed upon the city, listening to the distant prayers of the priests. He thought of the letter soon to reach Robert Baratheon's court. He pictured the scowling king reading it, seeing that, for all the power displayed in Astapor, the official stance was non-aggression. Varos wondered if Robert would believe it. The Lord of Light's visions had not shown him a definite path, only possibilities. If Robert responded with cunning, forging alliances with the free cities to hamper them, war would escalate more swiftly. If he chose caution, preferring to let Essos devour itself, perhaps Varos's designs would come to fruition with minimal interference. The flames had revealed a future thick with smoke, but not entirely without hope. One outcome soared above all others: the inevitable birth of a new Valyrian empire. Whether that empire would one day wash upon the shores of Westeros, the flames did not confirm or deny. In the following weeks, the synergy of 100,000 troops manifested in supply lines, training regimens, and an outpouring of discipline that dwarfed any mercenary host the local lords had ever encountered. The city's forges worked day and night, forging steel shaped in Valyrian designs. Artisans hammered out helmets engraved with stylized dragons. The local freedmen's council found themselves overshadowed by the military apparatus, though Daenerys ensured they retained a voice in civil matters. She wanted to show the world that even with such might, she would not become a tyrant. Meanwhile, more of the newly arrived dragons patrolled the skies, occasionally landing in desert outskirts to feed on wild game. The presence of so many formidable beasts had begun to alter the local ecosystem, driving creatures to flee or else confront their new apex predators. Jon frequently walked among the encampments, attempting to keep morale balanced between excitement and caution. He saw men kneeling in prayer before altars of flame. He saw them forging bonds with local freedmen, exchanging stories of old Valyria or new conquests. The free market outside Astapor's gates flourished with foreign merchants hoping to profit from the sudden wealth saturating the region. He recognized that, in many ways, this was a glimpse of the world's new shape, a melding of faith, force, and commerce under a banner that promised deliverance from old injustices. Oberyn, for his part, took an active interest in the martial readiness of the new arrivals. He moved from one training field to another, speaking with officers, learning their doctrines. He occasionally sparred with notable swordsmen, testing them. The cunning set of his jaw suggested he was still deciding whether Varos's crusade was worth every drop of blood that might be shed. Despite that, he exuded a certain enthusiasm for the velocity of change. Westeros had grown stagnant in the eyes of men like Oberyn. Here, in the blazing furnace of Valyrian revival, the world was forging a new identity. Late one evening, Daenerys called a private meeting in the palace's council chamber. Varos, Jon, Oberyn, a few high-ranking Valyrian captains, and some of her own trusted advisors, Ser Jorah Mormont among them, attended. The letter to King's Landing had sailed, but no response would come swiftly. Meanwhile, scouts informed them that Yunkai was days away from surrender, while Meereen's lords had begun reinforcing their walls. Daenerys pressed them for details about how best to handle the siege if Meereen refused diplomacy. Fire priests insisted the dragons were enough to break any fortress. Others advised a naval blockade, starving the city. Varos listened to all, offering occasional remarks on the cunning of city-states that had endured centuries of war under the Giscari legacy. Jon, though less experienced in Associ warfare, added that senseless slaughter could drive potential allies into an anti-Valyrian alliance. "We should be firm but not cruel," he argued, eyeing Varos with a subtle challenge. "Any city that refuses can see what power we wield without us burning their innocence wholesale." Daenerys nodded in agreement, mindful that her own moral code demanded more than raw intimidation. We must remain the liberators, not the new slavers. That's the heart of my cause, or it means nothing. She glanced at Varos, who gave a slight dip of his head, apparently accepting her stance. Oberyn, leaning against a pillar, looked thoughtful. He kept his counsel to himself. Before the meeting ended, Varos raised the subject of Westeros again. The envoy was en route with a message of peace. If Robert accepted it, the realm might remain neutral or even covertly supportive, so long as the new Valyrian Empire confined itself to Essos. If Robert rejected or distrusted the message, it might provoke him to rally the free cities in a grand coalition. The future hinged on a handful of letters and the fortunes of men with strong tempers. As the room cleared, leaving only Daenerys, Jon, and Varos, the tension grew. Daenerys parted her lips, a question in her eyes, but Varos spoke first. You both hold concerns for Westeros. Don't forget, the Lord of Light's design is not to enslave the Seven Kingdoms. We do not wish to repeat the madness of the Mad King. We want to end the wheel of suffering in Essos, to unify it under a single flame of righteousness. Jon mulled over those words, his brow furrowed. And if one day that wheel of suffering rears its head in Westeros? If Robert stands against you simply out of fear? Varos's fiery gaze flicked to Daenerys. Then we weigh the cost. War is never a first choice. But this is not about personal grudges. It's about forging an age where dragons and men shape destiny without the old shackles. Lawloress flame guides us. Daenerys, though uncertain, inclined her head. We'll see how Robert responds. If he attacks us or shields the slavers, we'll have no choice but to treat Westeros as an enemy. If he stays his hand, there can be peace. In that moment, the vow was unspoken yet clear. A final attempt at avoiding another cataclysmic war with Westeros. The next days turned into a haze of logistics, as ships from the new fleet docked to offload thousands of soldiers, provisions, siege engines. The streets of Astapor spilled over with equipment for the approaching campaign. The night sky often lit with dragons practicing aerial maneuvers, their roars echoing across the desert. Freed slaves watched from windows, children squealing in awe or fear. Slaver spies, if any remained, dared not reveal themselves in a city brimming with unstoppable might. Meanwhile, the priests of the Lord of Light amplified their sermons in Astapor's public squares, extolling the dawn of a new Valyria. They spoke of destiny more forcefully than ever, proclaiming that soon Yunkai would bend, followed by Meereen. Then, if the free cities proved obstinate, the dragons would bring them to heel. Yet each time, Varos or Daenerys or one of their key advisors reminded the crowd that Westeros lay beyond their scope for now. Some priests nodded in agreement. Others, evidently more zealous, whispered that the Seven Kingdoms needed cleansing too. That tension simmered under the surface, a subtle rift among the faithful. Was the new Valyria destined to span the entire known world, or merely Essos? In conversation with Daenerys one evening, Jon expressed worry that these priests might become a liability. They stir passions, claim to see the future in flames. What if they decide Westeros must burn? Will Varos overrule them? Daenerys exhaled slowly. Varos is their spiritual guide in many ways, but he also has a pragmatic side. I believe he truly wants to avoid conflict with Robert for the time being. Let us pray that remains so. Jon nodded, though uneasy. That night, he gazed upon the three dragons he had helped raise with Daenerys, Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion, quietly wishing for a simpler fate, one not bound up in cosmic prophecies or the forging of empires. If only the path forward were that simple. A fortnight after Varos's triumphant arrival with the massive fleet, news came that Yunkai's ruling council had formally surrendered, agreeing to free all remaining slaves and cede governance to Daenerys's appointed Freedmen's Council. A few rogue masters had tried to rally, but faced with the monstrous presence of multiple dragons overhead, they capitulated almost immediately. The banners of Old Valyria and the three-headed dragon of Daenerys flew from Yunkai's outer walls, signifying yet another city claimed. The entire Slaver's Bay now contained only one major stronghold that resisted, Meereen. At the same time, scouts reported that no official response had arrived yet from King's Landing. The envoy must still be en route. Varos, hearing this, displayed calm acceptance. The sea is wide, and the winds unpredictable. We will hear from Robert soon enough, I wager. Meanwhile, we proceed with our plan. And so Meereen lay next on their horizon. A city with high walls, a proud tradition, and a population much larger than Astapor or Yunkai combined. The tension soared, for a direct siege would be the largest military engagement Daenerys had ever attempted, perhaps overshadowing even some of the old Targaryen conquests. But with Varos's reinforcements, with dozens of dragons, with 100,000 disciplined troops, it seemed the high sun blazed over Astapor, bringing with it the searing heat of midday. Over the city's sprawl, the hush of anticipation lay thick. From the vantage of the great terrace of the palace, where once slavers had lorded over their chattel, Daenerys Targaryen now stood, robed in pale linens that still managed to cling to her figure in the hot wind. The dryness of the air and the occasional dust swirling through the open spaces made the environment unkind, but Daenerys's mind was fixed on greater matters. Below, the city's thoroughfares teemed with the usual bustle, freedmen going about their day, newly arrived merchants hawking exotic wares to the Valyrian troops, and Dothraki roaming in curious packs. But today, the eyes of all seemed drawn toward the harbor. There, a fleet of ships stood at anchor, not the massive war armada that had arrived with Varos, but a collection of smaller vessels bearing the flags of Yunkai and Meereen, and even some lesser city-states in the region. These ships held the last vestiges of the slaver lords, arrived under the white banners of surrender, seeking an audience with the Breaker of Chains and the fearsome new Valyrian force that backed her. It had been only a week since the monstrous display of Valyria's might had pressed Yunkai into capitulation and left Meereen trembling with the threat of an imminent siege. Surrender envoys from both cities had converged, conferring among themselves, and at last decided to present themselves in Astapor. Daenerys's messages, which promised mercy if the slavers truly dissolved their old institutions, had circulated. Now the masters came to beg for terms, for a chance to preserve their own skins if not their ancient ways. From her terrace, Daenerys caught a glimpse of Varos making his way across a nearby courtyard, his crimson and black robes billowing in the warm breeze. At his side marched several of his fire priests, their staves tipped with living flames, a sign of faith in the Lord of Light. The old city had never hosted such an assemblage of power before. The freedmen's councils, the disciplined Valyrian legionnaires, the roving Dothraki, the dragons overhead, enough to awe even the proudest of men. A shadow passed overhead, and a roar of primal energy shook the stones beneath Daenerys's feet. She looked up to see Scourge, that colossal black-scaled dragon Varos had once displayed at Winterfell, gliding in a slow arc. It was a reminder of how the face of the world had shifted. The memory of that day, when only a fraction of Varos's troops and dragons had stood revealed, paled in comparison to the reality that soared above the city now. Daenerys turned away from the ledge, hurrying down a winding staircase to the grand audience chamber where the upcoming negotiations would take place. The day's bright sunshine filtered into the hall through high windows, and torches burned at intervals, creating a play of light and shadows on the smooth stone floor. Rows of unsullied stood like statues along the edges, spears upright, perfect in their discipline. Valyrian officers lingered in small knots, quietly discussing the day's protocol. And at the far end of the chamber, a raised dais had been set with 2 seats, one for Daenerys, one for Varos. Not as thrones exactly, neither liked the implication, but as symbols of shared authority over what was to be decided this day. Jon Snow stood near the dais, clad in newly fashioned leather armor with subtle Valyrian ornamentation, his posture a blend of tension and resolve. Over the past weeks, he had grown increasingly accustomed to the swirling currents of power, torn between his background as Ned Stark's son and his place in Daenerys' circle. At his side, a pair of unsullied carried standoffish looks, though more from training than any personal mistrust. Jon's face brightened slightly when he caught sight of Daenerys entering. "They're almost here," he said quietly. I saw their procession heading through the streets. They carry no weapons beyond ceremonial blades, from what our watchers report. Daenerys nodded, taking a seat on the edge of the dais before the formalities began. They must know they have no chance at subterfuge here, not with so many legionnaires and dragons about. Jon gave a mild shrug. Desperation can lead men to foolish gambles. She sighed, recalling the blood that might be shed if these masters tried anything. We'll be vigilant, but hopefully they've come to bend the knee for real. Moments later, Varos arrived, descending from a side corridor with quiet grace. He acknowledged Jon with a fleeting nod, then turned to Daenerys. Are we ready for them? We are, Daenerys said, settling her nerves. I only hope they accept their new reality without forcing our hand. Varos's gaze glinted with a confidence born of prophecy. They will. The Lord of Light's flame has shown me the threads. Slaver's Bay is ours, whether they bow with grace or in chains. Jon tensed at the remark but held his tongue, remembering how far they had come. Arguing with Varos at such a critical juncture would do little good. Instead, he moved to stand just behind and to the side of Daenerys' seat. The posture was one of support and caution, his hand near the hilt of the sword slung across his back. Soon, trumpets sounded from the hall outside, echoing across the chamber walls. A hush fell, and all eyes turned toward the great wooden doors. With a resounding creak, they opened to reveal a retinue of men in rich silks and gold ornaments, the slave masters from Yunkai, Meereen, and several lesser city-states. Their clothing and jewelry sparkled, but their faces bore the unmistakable pallor of fear. At the forefront stood men with haughty demeanors, though their posture betrayed tension. Some wore the bands marking them as high-status owners of once powerful dynasties. Yet all that power seemed fragile now in the presence of so many dragons and so much soldierly might. An officer of the Unsullied commanded them to halt a respectable distance from the dais. They complied, forming a rough semicircle. The hush that fell over the chamber was profound, as though the air itself waited for the confrontation to begin. Daenerys rose, moving to stand front and center. Her voice carried across the chamber with clarity, honed by experience in commanding men and addressing crowds. Lords of Yunkai, Meereen, and beyond, she began. You have sought audience here in Astapor with me, Daenerys Targaryen, and with Varos, commander of the Valyrian host. We welcome you under truce, so you may speak your terms of surrender. Murmurs rippled through the group. A tall man, silver-haired and gaunt, stepped forward, presumably one of Meereen's ruling class. His voice trembled ever so slightly. Your Grace, we come to discuss a peaceful resolution, a path that spares our cities the destruction wrought by dragons. We acknowledge your ascendancy in these lands. Daenerys inclined her head. Ascendancy is a mild term for what we have displayed. But yes, we aim to free every slave in Slaver's Bay and end the master's tyranny. If you vow to abolish all forms of slavery, set your slaves free, and accept the governance we put in place, you may keep your lives, your families, and some measure of local authority, under oversight, of course. Another lord, wearing the heavy golden torque of Yunkai, wrung his hands as he spoke. We have seen the might of your dragons, your armies, your unstoppable force. We see little choice but to obey. But how do we ensure our safety once we relinquish all our property, all the wealth we built on the old ways? Varos stepped forward, exuding that calm, almost chilling presence. Your lives will be spared if you cooperate. As for wealth, money gleaned from cruel practices must be relinquished. We are not here to reward your sins but to allow you a chance at redemption. The new Valyrian order is merciful to those who bend willingly, but pitiless to defiance. Make your choice carefully. An uneasy silence followed. Several among the master's retinue exchanged glances, measuring the mood in the chamber. The words mercy and pitiless hung in the air like twin fates, and they knew which side they'd prefer. One of the older masters cleared his throat. We choose mercy, then, for ourselves, for our families. The slaves can be freed, the markets closed, the old systems dismantled. We shall comply. A visible slump of collective shoulders told Daenerys the fear of being burned alive by dragons had indeed broken these men more effectively than any negotiation might have. She suppressed a flicker of relief. If they were genuine, war might be averted. But cynicism, taught by her experiences in Astapor and Yunkai, reminded her that words were cheap among slavers. She refused to show that doubt openly. Jon observed from behind, reading the tension in each master's eyes. Their fear was real enough, but fear could breed treachery if unchecked. He recalled Varos's earlier comment that once Slavers' Bay was under their banner, the next step might be subduing the free cities that refused to renounce slavery. And after that, the letters to Westeros, the precarious attempt to keep King Robert from panicking. It all felt like a powder keg. Still, for now, at least the slaver lords were conceding. Daenerys motioned to a group of scribes waiting along the periphery. "We have prepared documents of capitulation. Each city's representatives must sign, pledging an end to slave ownership and the right of freedmen's councils to partake in governance. You will, however, be allowed some local authority, conditional upon your abiding by these new laws. If any city is discovered to continue the practice of slavery or revert to old customs, our retribution will be swift and final." Several scribes came forward, presenting quills and parchment. The slaver lords took up the quills with unsteady hands. The hush in the chamber grew almost suffocating. Their signatures upon these documents marked the end of generations of tradition that had enriched them. But with the monstrous might arrayed against them, they had no illusions about defying the Targaryen queen and her Valyrian ally. The scratching of quills was a small, poignant sound echoing off the stone walls, amplified by the stillness of so many watchers. As each master signed, he stepped back, lowering his gaze in a sign of reluctant submission. One by one, they completed this humiliating ritual, and soon the scribes confirmed that every major city in Slavers' Bay had officially, if not wholeheartedly, bent the knee. A swift sense of finality pervaded the hall, and yet Daenerys's posture remained poised, Varos's expression unwavering. There was one last question to settle: what to do with the thousands of newly freed men and women, and how to incorporate them into the new Valyrian order. Varos addressed the masters, though his real audience was the entire region. "Henceforth, Slavers' Bay is no more. The name itself shall be abolished, replaced by a new administrative structure under Daenerys Targaryen's guidance. Freedmen will be given the chance to join the growing host if they wish, the Valyrian legions that stand as protectors of this reborn land. Or they may remain in their cities, forging new lives without chains." The mention of the Valyrian legions caught the attention of many in the chamber. It was no secret that Varos had arrived with a force numbering over 100,000, and that the best of them had been stationed in Astapor, yet even more were rumored to be en route or hidden across Essos. Now they intended to add local freedmen to their ranks? The potential manpower was dizzying, enough to rival entire continents. Daenerys nodded in support, turning her gaze to the assembled masters. "We will allow you to remain as advisors in your cities if you prove loyal to the cause of freedom. If you cling to the old ways, your seat of power will be removed, and freedmen's councils will rule without you. Choose wisely. Redemption is possible, but we will not hesitate to root out betrayal." A hush followed, broken only by the quiet shuffling of feet. The lines had been drawn. Each lord offered subdued acquiescence. There was no alternative, and they knew it. They had come here to surrender, and surrender they did. At that, Varos lifted a hand, gesturing to the scribes. "Your signatures seal the pacts. Henceforth, your peoples are to be recognized as free. The Lord of Light's blessings upon those who walk the path of righteousness. Our soldiers will accompany you back, ensuring you implement these changes." That closed the official portion of the assembly. The slaver lords bowed and departed, ushered by the unsullied out into the scorching midday sun. They would likely begin their journeys home soon, some by ship, others by caravans across the desert. Daenerys hoped none would act rashly. A single betrayal might spark an example that the new Valyria was not merciful to oathbreakers. With the hall emptying, Daenerys and Varos retired to a smaller antechamber at the side, where Jon Snow lingered. The day had only begun, and already the weight of decisions made felt monumental. The freedmen of Yunkai and Meereen would now flood into the new order, some to remain in their cities, others perhaps eager to serve in the Grand Legion's Varos championed. The forging of this legion from local populations, from former slaves, from Dothraki outriders, from the disciplined Valyrian ranks, Daenerys could barely imagine the scope. It was a juggernaut, unstoppable if unified in purpose. Jon's voice broke the silence. It's done then. The old masters have signed away their power. But can we trust them to uphold it once they reach their cities? Or might they try to conspire in secret? Varos, lighting a small brazier with a gesture of his palm, some trick akin to a fire priest's skill, spoke calmly. They know the consequences of defiance. The dragons overhead, the legions at their gates. Fear is a potent teacher. Coupled with your freedmen's counsels, it will ensure compliance. Daenerys folded her arms, eyes reflecting her cautious hope. We must remain vigilant. Any sign of them reverting to slavery must be crushed swiftly. But for now, we must also begin the process of incorporating these freed slaves who want to serve. We can't just enroll them blindly into the legions without structure. We need training, discipline, a chain of command. Jon nodded. I can help with that. I saw the Unsullied's training. We can replicate an adapted version, though less brutal, I hope. Varos's gaze flickered with approval. Indeed, a more humane model. The old Valyria we build cannot rely on the horrors of the past. The freedmen will want a stake in their future. A legion that welcomes them, trains them in modern warfare, pays them wages. That is how loyalty is forged. Just then, one of Daenerys's Unsullied stepped into the chamber, announcing that the day's next matter awaited. The arrival of the first groups of volunteers from Yunkai and Astapor, former slaves seeking to join the Valyrian legions. Daenerys took a breath, exchanging a glance with Varos. The project commenced sooner than expected, yet it was a vital step in consolidating power. The group moved through torchlit corridors to a wide courtyard that had been repurposed for training. There, dozens of men and women, clad in simple garments, stood in uncertain lines under the watchful eye of a handful of Valyrian officers. Their faces showed a mix of determination, awe, and fear. These freedmen, once property, now yearned for respect, purpose, and the chance to ensure no tyrant enslaved them again. Daenerys took the lead, stepping onto a small platform. In a clear, carrying voice, she said, "You who stand here as free souls have chosen to join our legions. The path you walk will not be easy. You will train in discipline, in weaponry, in loyalty to a new order that rejects the old evils. Do so with honor, and you will be part of the greatest force this world has seen in centuries." The freedmen listened intently, some with tears in their eyes at the mere concept of forging a new destiny with the very men who had freed them. Valyrian captains, each bearing the stylized draconic insignia, marched among them, evaluating posture, health, willingness to learn. These men and women would be integrated into squads, taught the basics of formation, armed with spears or swords. Over time, they might become a mirror of the fabled legions of old Valyria, though shaped by the moral convictions Daenerys brought, tempered by the discipline Varos demanded, and perhaps guided by the empathy Jon championed. After a brief inspection, the freedmen were dismissed to receive initial instructions on living quarters, daily rations, and basic orientation to the new chain of command. Daenerys stepped away, heart brimming with a combination of pride and trepidation. If this worked, the population of Slavers Bay might soon be forging the backbone of a realm unstoppable in might. Later that same day, Jon Snow found himself in a portion of the city adapted into a large pen for dragons. The original plan had been to keep Daenerys' 3 dragons separate from Varos's fearsome brood, but with so many now present in Astapor, space and practicality demanded some integration. Particularly, the question lingered whether Drogon, the fiercest of Daenerys' trio, could coexist with Scourge, Varos's colossal draconic champion. Up until now, the beasts had mostly stayed in separate corners, with minimal interaction besides passing roars in the sky. But Jon hoped to see if they could begin forging a bond of acceptance, if not friendship. The illusions of controlling such creatures were fragile, after all. The pit was a wide courtyard walled off with high stone, reinforced by newly erected ramparts. Tapestries of scorch marks marred its surfaces, a testament to the test flights and the occasional outburst of dragonfire from smaller beasts. Today, the pit's gates were open to allow Scourge to enter from one side and Drogon from another, each accompanied by a rider or handler. Varos would handle Scourge. Jon Snow would ride Drogon. Daenerys had suggested this might be safer than letting both dragons roam free, considering the hostility that might spark otherwise. Jon stood at Drogon's flank, carefully running his hand along the dragon's black scales. Drogon huffed, exhaling warm breath that smelled faintly of sulfur. The bond between them had grown after many flights, guided by Daenerys' instructions. But Drogon remained unpredictable, a mirror of Daenerys' own fiery will. Jon whispered a calming phrase as he swung onto the dragon's back, an act that still filled him with cautious wonder. Once mounted, he gave a light nudge with his legs, coaxing Drogon into a slow loping gait across the pit's sandy floor. Meanwhile, Varos entered astride Scourge, the difference in size startling. Maelstrom was mightiest of all, but Scourge surpassed any normal concept of large. His red-black hide gleamed in the sunlight, each scale an armor plate that might defy siege weaponry. The thunderous sound of his breathing sent small vibrations through the ground. Though Varos rode him with uncanny ease, one might suspect only the Lord of Light's chosen could maintain such mastery. The two dragons approached each other, Drogon bristling with tension, emitting a low growl that rumbled through the pit. Scourge arched his massive neck, peering down at the smaller black dragon with something akin to curiosity or contempt. For a moment, Jon feared a violent outbreak, but he kept a firm hand on Drogon's spines, quietly murmuring soothing words. Both beasts hissed, exchanging staccato roars that reverberated off the walls. Onlookers, unsullied guards, a few Valyrian officers, remained at the edges, prepared to flee if the situation turned dangerous. Varos lifted a palm, channeling some form of psychic calm, or so Jon guessed by the subtle shift in Scourge's posture. The massive dragon ceased the display of aggression, lowering his horned head in a slow, almost wary motion. Drogon likewise stilled, only flicking his barbed tail in agitation. Then, with a sudden motion, both dragons unleashed a brief spurt of flame into the air above them, like an exchange of draconic greetings. The combined heat flared white-hot, well above the watchers. Jon felt the wave of intense warmth wash over him, but neither rider nor watchers panicked. It did not appear to be an act of hostility, rather a demonstration, like two great predators testing boundaries without fatal outcome. Varos's voice rang out, echoing in the pit. "Steady, Scourge. This is Drogon, worthy kin. Let the bond of fire unite us rather than force us apart." He guided the dragon forward a few more steps, bringing the beasts nearly flank to flank. Their towering forms overshadowed Jon, who sat tensely on Drogon's back, uncertain if trust was warranted. In the hush that followed, the dragons sniffed each other with caution, exhaling heated breaths. Drogon snapped the air near Scourge's muzzle, a quick, half-hearted snap, eliciting only a soft hiss from the bigger beast. Then, an almost startling calm fell between them, as if, in that moment, they recognized they were not foes, but kin separated by circumstance. Their roars ebbed, replaced by low, rumbling calls reminiscent of domesticated creatures acknowledging a mutual closeness. Jon, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, marveled at the display. Two dragons of formidable power, forging a tentative acceptance. He looked across to Varos, who wore a faint smile of satisfaction. The Lord of Light, it seemed, had blessed this meeting. Daenerys, watching from a high vantage, could hardly contain her relief. If Drogon and Scourge tolerated each other, then the synergy of their draconic might grew even further, a sign that the forging of a new Valyria, with multiple dragons in alignment, might truly be unstoppable. At last, Jon guided Drogon in a wide arc, stepping away from Scourge, letting the tension ease. Varos did similarly, The watchers dared to breathe again, and a murmur of awe rippled through the pit. For the time being, at least, conflict between these two apex predators was averted, replaced by an uneasy but real truce. The significance was not lost on anyone. If the heirs of two different lines of Targaryen or Valyrian legacy could unify their dragons, the path to forging a new empire in the east was all the more certain. Days later, Daenerys convened another high assembly in the palace. Now that all the major slaver lords had surrendered, she wished to set in motion the broad plan for incorporating the freed populations into the Valyrian legions. The freedmen, numbering in the tens of thousands, had swarmed from Yunkai and Meereen to Astapor's gates, seeking the banner of protection and the promise of a purpose. Skilled artisans, farmers, and laborers also arrived, hoping to contribute to this new society that promised them dignity. Varos, standing at Daenerys' side, outlined the organizational structure in calm, precise terms. Each city would maintain a freedmen's council, but those who wished to join the legions would be enrolled in training camps. The training would blend the tested discipline of the Unsullied with the martial traditions gleaned from Varos's Valyrian force. Officers from each culture, Dothraki, freedmen, Old Valyrian, would be integrated to create a sense of shared mission. This legion would not be a mere rabble. It would be an army shaped by the moral imperative of ending slavery, hardened by the unstoppable might of dragons, and guided by the divine illusions of the Lord of Light. At least so said the priests in hushed, reverent tones. Jon, present at this meeting, raised a hand to interject. We must ensure these freedmen understand the responsibilities that come with such power. We can't have newly freed people turning into oppressors themselves or succumbing to unchecked zeal. Daenerys nodded firmly. Agreed. Our cause is liberation, not vengeance. The old slavers see us as conquerors, but we must show them that our power is used to protect the weak, not enslave them anew. Varos placed a scroll on the table. I've drawn up a basic code of conduct for the Legion. No soldier shall mistreat civilians. Punishments for any sign of re-enslavement or tyranny will be severe. The Lord of Light's flame, after all, spares no guilt. He said the last phrase with a cryptic finality that caused a slight chill to pass through the room. Daenerys studied him, then turned to her captains. We will distribute these codes in the local tongues, ensuring every recruit understands them before they swear their oaths. If we are to replace the old system, we must do better. The administrative tasks stretched on for hours, detailed allocations of rations, the building of new barracks, the forging of arms and armor. The city's forges burned night and day. The day ended with a sense of momentum, an unstoppable tide forging a new political entity in Slaver's Bay. A realm free of chains, bound instead by the iron discipline of a Valyrian legion and the watchful eyes of dragons overhead. Weeks passed in relative calm. Astapor flourished under this infusion of order and resources. The freedmen's councils took shape in Yunkai, and from Meereen, early reports suggested uneasy compliance as they dismantled slave markets. Daenerys and Varos awaited word from King's Landing, whether Robert had received their envoy and decided to treat them as a threat or remain neutral. Nothing definitive arrived, though scattered rumors suggested the envoy had landed near the Blackwater. If so, the crown might still be deliberating. The slight lull in immediate conflict allowed Daenerys to travel among her new territory. She visited Yunkai's disbanded fighting pits, speaking with freedmen who once suffered under the master's cruelty. She soared above the desert on the back of one of her smaller dragons, regal, accompanied by a retinue of unsullied riding swift horses below. In each town or village, she listened to the people's stories, encouraging them to see the new order not as another yoke but a shield. Meanwhile, Varos oversaw expansions in the coastal forts, ensuring any approach by sea could be repelled. The entire bay, once a stronghold of slaver wealth, braced for the future as a nucleus of this new Valyrian power. During one such day, Daenerys returned to Astapor to find a swirl of excitement in the palace. Jon greeted her with a relieved expression, explaining that a raven had arrived, though not from Westeros. It bore the seal of Bravos, carrying a courteously worded letter that politely reaffirmed the city's neutrality but also inquired about the possibility of trade with Daenerys' regime. This hint of acceptance from Braavos was encouraging, suggesting that at least one major free city wasn't jumping into an alliance with Robert out of fear. Perhaps the envoy's mission to King's Landing had succeeded in easing tensions, or Braavos simply saw opportunities in commerce. Either way, it was a small but crucial sign that forging the new empire didn't necessarily mean a cataclysmic war across the sea. Yet not all was seamless. Rumors of disquiet among certain Red Priests circulated. Some, it seemed, were more extreme in their interpretations of the Lord of Light's visions. They whispered that Westeros, too, would need purification, and that the bastion of old houses had no place in the new dawn. Daenerys heard these rumors with growing concern. The last thing she needed was to provoke Robert by letting these extremist voices overshadow the official stance. Varos, on hearing such rumors, assured her that while the priests were passionate, they followed his guidance. Still, the seeds of fanaticism were planted in the hearts of men and women who had tasted the power of dragons. Daenerys recognized the risk of letting that flame burn unchecked. Meanwhile, Oberyn, though he remained absent from this retelling by user request, could have contributed insights. But in his absence from the text, the focus tightened on how Daenerys, Varos, Jon, and the Freedmen's Councils shaped the ongoing saga. After months of transformative changes, the swirl of events led to a culminating day in Astapor where the last wave of slaver lords from minor city-states arrived to sign their surrender. The Freedmen's Councils officially took full governance in Yunkai, with Meereen poised to follow. Rows of new Legion recruits assembled for inspection, some wearing newly forged plate or mail, others still clad in the simpler garb of freedmen but holding spears with pride. Daenerys, accompanied by Varos, walked among them, speaking words of encouragement. At a vantage point overlooking this muster, Jon stood with Drogon perched not far away. The black dragon observed the crowd with bright, watchful eyes, occasionally snorting a puff of flame as if eager to prove dominance. Nearby, at the city's outskirts, Scourge lurked, overshadowing entire blocks with his monstrous wings. Yet no violence marked the day, only the hum of purposeful activity. The masters who had resisted were no more, and the rest had yielded to the unstoppable tide. Slaver's Bay, once a realm of cruelty and despair, now pulsed with the energy of a new civilization forming under the banner of Old Valyria and the cause of freedom. As the midday sun reached its peak, a hush fell over the gathering in the main square. A herald announced the arrival of Varos and Daenerys, who took a central raised platform. A sea of freedmen, legionnaires, and watchers from other cities parted to let them pass. Overhead, a small flight of dragons circled, underscoring the might that secured such dramatic change. Varos spoke first, his voice carrying with peculiar intensity. People of Astapor, Yunkai, Meereen, and beyond, your chains are broken. The Lord of Light's flame has guided us to this victory over those who would keep you in bondage. Now we stand at the threshold of a new age, an age of liberty tempered by discipline, an age of dragons leading humanity to greatness. This is the dawn of the new Valyria, an empire forged from the ashes of cruelty. A rousing cheer erupted. Freedmen shouted in triumph. The legionnaires banged spears on the ground in unison. Daenerys then addressed them, gentler in tone but no less firm. We have taken these cities not to subjugate but to liberate. In unity, we will ensure that no master can ever again rise to break your spirits or chain your children. As we incorporate the population of Slaver's Bay, you will have the choice to serve in the legions or live freely in your cities, governed by councils of your own choosing, so long as you uphold the laws that protect everyone's freedom. This day marks the rebirth of a realm without chains, guided by the might of dragons, yes, but also by the hope of a better world. Roaring applause followed. Many knelt, not in subservience but in reverence for the moment, tears streaking cheeks that once belonged to the oppressed. Valyrian officers signaled for the new recruits to step forward, each group bearing the banner of their city, each prepared to swear oaths to the new order. Jon watched from the side, arms folded over his chest, an unusual mixture of pride and anxiety in his stance. He recognized that while the immediate goal was noble, ending slavery on a massive scale, He could not ignore the quiet storm that might loom if Westeros refused to accept this empire's rise. Yet for today, he allowed himself a measure of satisfaction at the justice delivered to these once downtrodden souls. As the oath-taking ceremony commenced, the crowd recited lines about defending freedom, obeying the rightful commands of Daenerys and Varos, and honoring the flame of the Lord of Light that guided their unity. An echo of fervor passed through the ranks, reminiscent of old religious rites, but with a distinctly new purpose. Drums rolled. A chorus sang an anthem in High Valyrian. The synergy of warlike readiness and moral crusade created a heady atmosphere, one that Daenerys hoped would remain anchored in compassion rather than slip into fanatic conquest. Afterwards, as the crowd dispersed to celebrate or tend to duties, Daenerys and Varos withdrew to the palace. Jon joined them and they convened in a small council room, where a table displayed updated maps of the region. Meereen stood highlighted as a city that had largely capitulated in principle, though certain segments of its population might still need direct persuasion. The discourse turned toward questions of governance: how to finalize freedmen's councils, how to structure the chain of command for the integrated legion, how to keep an eye on the Red Priests who preached an even broader expansion. Night fell by the time they concluded these discussions. The hum of lively gatherings outside in Astapor's squares hinted at ongoing celebrations. Freed slaves danced, feasted, and reveled in the knowledge that their once oppressors had publicly surrendered. The new age felt tangible even if wariness persisted about the future. Varos parted with a cryptic comment that the next step after Slaver's Bay might be forging alliances or imposing demands upon the free cities. But that, he said, would depend on how they responded to the title shift. And if they, too, refused to abandon slavery or recognize the threat that a new Valyria posed, conflict might spark anew. Jon listened, not quite intervening. He thought about the possibility of returning to Westeros one day to explain all this to Ned, to reason with Robert. Could the Seven Kingdoms accept an empire of dragons rising across the sea that did not turn its gaze westward for conquest? Perhaps, if the envoy and subsequent letters cooled tensions. Or perhaps not. He felt the weight of each unknown pressing on him, yet also recognized that at least here and now, people who had once suffered under chains were free. In the subsequent days, the newly inducted freedmen recruits began basic training. Under the watchful eyes of Valyrian officers, they practiced formation drills, learned standard commands in High Valyrian, and were issued standard gear. Though many had the wide-eyed wonder of novices, they displayed a zeal that sprang from the gratitude of being part of something greater than themselves. Daenerys and Varos remained in Astapor for this foundational period, ensuring the plan to incorporate Slaver's Bay's population proceeded smoothly. The Freedmen's Councils oversaw civil affairs, with each city's rebellious masters kept on a tight leash, their potential for sabotage stifled by the omnipresent threat of dragons. Meereen's final submission progressed without open battle, quelling Daenerys' fears of widespread bloodshed. She heard reports of old fighting pits being shut down, high-born slavers humbling themselves in freedmen assemblies, and large waves of freed men and women seeking a new path. Between coordinating these massive changes, Daenerys found moments to fly Drogon alongside the other dragons, forging what she hoped would become an unbreakable bond among the draconic brood. Jon accompanied her on certain flights, though he often used Regal or Viserion, sometimes even riding double with Daenerys if the situation demanded. Meanwhile, Varos soared overhead on Scourge, each flight a demonstration of synergy that left watchers breathless. The chorus of roars weaving through the skies became a daily spectacle in Astapor, a reminder that the New World Order was guarded by living gods of flame. At length, a new tension mounted. Spies returning from the coasts muttered about a wave of foreign ships in the southern seas. Some said they carried envoys from the free cities, come to ascertain the truth of the new empire. Others feared potential threats. Varos ordered vigilant patrols, determined not to let any rival sabotage their newborn empire from the shadows. Yet a calmer rumor also circulated, that a raven from Westeros was en route, carrying King Robert's formal reply. The next steps between Essos and Westeros would hang on that letter, whether acceptance or condemnation. Daenerys waited, heart unsettled. She wanted peace, for now, though she knew the wheel often spun in violent arcs. One twilight, as the sun bled crimson over the desert skyline, Daenerys reflected upon the unstoppable changes they had wrought. The entire population of Slavers Bay, once nearly enslaved from coast to city, now stood on the cusp of joining an empire built on ideals of liberation and orchestrated by Valyrian might. Thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, if one included the families and local supporters, merged into the legion or contributed to new governance. The old houses of cruelty lay decimated, their survivors co-opted into administrative roles under watchful eyes. Jon, standing at her side on a narrow palace balcony, breathed in the cooling air. He faced her with a quiet intensity. "You've done it, Daenerys. Slavers Bay is no more." She nodded slowly, scanning the lit streets below. "Yes, but it's only the beginning. In a sense, the real test comes next. Forging this region into a stable society, preparing for whatever stands beyond. Whether that is the free cities or Westeros." Jon's gaze reflected an inner storm. "I know. If the letter from Robert arrives soon, we'll see if we can avoid a greater war." Then he gently touched her hand in a rare, tender gesture. "Whatever happens, you've changed countless lives for the better." A small, grateful smile curved Daenerys' lips. "We both have, and Varos, for all his ominous zeal, gave us the dragons, the legions, the means to do it. I only pray it does not devour us, that we do not become what we once fought." The swirl of doubt and hope laced her words, a reflection of her never-ending internal struggle. She stepped away from Jon, returning her gaze to the city, to the thousands forging a new dawn. Flames flickered across the towers, an echo of the unstoppable flame that had remade the East. Now, the combined might of newly freed populations, legions of disciplined soldiers, and a brood of dragons overshadowed any power base the old world had known in centuries. The day might come when they tested Westeros' resolve. But for tonight, the newly reborn Slavers Bay glimmered with a sense of triumph. Down in the streets, freedmen's councils held meetings by torchlight, shaping local laws. In the training yards, recruits hammered away at wooden dummies, forging the discipline that would one day lend them the name Valyrian Legionnaires. And above all, dragons soared, black silhouettes against the dimming sky, occasionally letting out triumphant roars that resonated through the city. Some roars were from small ones that Daenerys had raised, others from Varos's older stock, including the monstrous forms of Maelstrom and Scourge. Their flight patterns weaved a tapestry of fire and darkness that dazzled the eyes. The night eventually settled over the city, the last echoes of roars fading into the hush of Astapor's repose. At the palace, Daenerys, Varos, and Jon parted ways, each weighed by their own questions. The region's fate, newly sealed by the mass surrender of slavers and the incorporation of freedmen into the legions, lay firmly in their hands. Yet the path forward bristled with uncertain challenges: negotiations with the free cities, cautionary ties with Westeros, and the simmering zeal of those who believed the entire world should bow to the new Valyria. For now, however, Slavers Bay was free, and the lords of old had laid down their whips in exchange for the tenuous mercy of a queen with dragons and a sorcerer who spoke for a god of flame. As Daenerys retreated to her private chambers, she allowed herself a moment of weary satisfaction. The slaver lords had come, they had bent the knee, they had signed away their vile practices. Tens of thousands of freedmen would no longer wake in chains at dawn, subject to lash and cruelty. And the dragons soared, guardians of a cause that, despite all the moral complexities, bristled with righteous purpose. From a single vantage, it seemed a triumph unmatched in ages. Yet, in the labyrinth of her mind, she remembered how fragile victory could be. The White Walkers had once threatened to end all life, until their defeat. Now, men threatened to tear each other apart in a new era. The swirl of politics, the looming specter of Westeros, the question of how far the priests of R'hllor would push their crusade. It all spelled possibilities of conflict not yet realized. For now, though, Daenerys clung to the night's calm, inhaled the desert breeze, and prayed that when the letters from King's Landing finally came, they would not bring tidings of another unstoppable war. Thus the scene ended with a hush over the newly minted empire. The slavers had surrendered in Astapor, their final grip on Slavers' Bay shattered. The freedmen's integration into the Valyrian legions began in earnest. Drogon and Scourge accepted each other's presence without unleashing devastation. Varos's grand plan moved apace, each step forging a continent no longer shackled by the old horrors. The dawn of a new Valyria continued to grow, overshadowing the old order with the unstoppable force of dragons and the fervor of the Lord of Light's flame. And in the star-filled sky above Astapor, one could almost sense fate weaving the threads, setting the stage for whatever lay beyond the desert's edge and across the moody sea. Only time would reveal if peace or war awaited, but for this moment, at least, fire and freedom triumphed in Slavers' Bay. Daenerys had summoned her council in the Grand Hall of Astapor, a hall once occupied by slave masters whose whips and cruelty had shaped these walls, now repurposed for the forging of a new age. Flames from tall braziers flickered against columns of sandstone, casting shifting shadows on faces that bore the weight of momentous choices. Gathered around a long table of polished wood were those who had shared in her struggles, her conquests, her triumphs, and her losses. Valyrian officers mingled with unsullied captains, Dothraki bloodriders leaned casually near the walls, and freedmen's representatives from Yunkai, Meereen, and Astapor stood in humble attendance. Many had witnessed both liberation and violence in the name of freedom. Varos arrived in a swirl of crimson robes, the Lord of Light symbol woven across his chest in black thread, signifying the presence of R'hllor. His fiery eyes took in the assembled crowd, flicked over Daenerys in silent greeting, and lingered on the one figure who looked slightly uncomfortable amid all the pomp, Jon Snow. Though he wore new leathers dyed in deep red and black, Jon kept the stark dirk at his belt, a reminder of the past he carried within him. He stood quietly, one hand at rest near the hilt, scanning the chamber for any signs of conflict. Not far from him, a handful of red priests murmured incantations under their breath, repeating prayers Daenerys could sometimes barely translate. Their faith had grown bolder with each victory, each city freed, each master made to bend the knee. Daenerys herself sat at the head of the table, wearing a pale tunic of thick cloth that breathed in the desert heat. The scars of her early struggles were not visible on her flesh but lay etched in her mind. Memories of crossing the Red Waste, of hatching the first 3 dragons, of forging alliances in the face of unimaginable foes. She thought often of the moment so many months before, when she had fought at Winterfell against the Night King, allying with Jon and the armies of the North and the Southern Lords. The memory of that battle still haunted the realm, and not a day passed without someone mentioning it. There had been a time when the dead threatened to devour all living creatures, only to be turned back by the synergy of dragons, men, and courage. Now, in the hush of this hall, it felt like a different lifetime. When Daenerys rose to speak, the rustle of movement ceased. She was not on a throne here but stood at the table's edge, meeting the eyes of every face in the chamber. "We have gathered to reflect on what we've built and the challenges that lie before us," she began, her voice carrying across the hush. "Slavers' Bay stands freed, its chains shattered, its old masters either subdued or coerced into new ways. This morning, I received final confirmation that Meereen's rebellious elements have accepted our rule, that Yunkai's Freedmen's Council is forming a stable governance, and that Astapor, our stronghold, continues to be the heart of this new Valyria." She paused, letting the significance sink in. But there is more to discuss. The question of expansion the new dragons Varos has brought from old Valyria, and the recent memories we all share of the battle against the Night King. What we do next will shape continents. The mention of the Night King brought a ripple of tension, as though a cold wind had passed through. The memory of that clash in the snowy darkness of the north lingered with many in this room. A handful of Unsullied had fought there. Jon Snow, of course, had been central to the cause, and Varos had contributed a fraction of his forces at the time, a token force that, in hindsight, was so vast even then that it seemed unbelievable it had only been a taste of what he commanded. The recollection of that battle was not simply a memory of horror but also a warning that forces beyond mortal squabbles could arise, and Daenerys could see that knowledge glimmering in the eyes of her council. Varos inclined his head, stepping into the circle of attention. Essos stands on the brink of complete liberation. Our efforts in Slaver's Bay have proven unstoppable, thanks to the might of dragons, the discipline of our new Valyrian legions, and the rightful claim Daenerys Targaryen wields. Yet whispers persist of alliances forming among the free cities, alliances built on fear that we may someday turn our eyes upon them. Meanwhile, Westeros, under King Robert Baratheon, remains uncertain. We have sent envoys to assure him we do not plan invasion, at least not now. He paused, scanning the crowd. But we cannot ignore that the Lords of Light have shown me many possible paths. One leads to confrontation with the Seven Kingdoms if they do not remain at arm's length. A silent exchange passed between Varos and Jon. Jon's face betrayed his inner struggle. Though he had pledged himself to Daenerys' cause, the ties of his northern heritage and the memory of Ned Stark's moral compass weighed upon him. Daenerys observed this, conscious that tensions between East and West might force Jon to choose sides. She quickly spoke again, hoping to navigate the conversation. Varos is correct. We remain watchful regarding Westeros. We do not wish war with Robert Baratheon, especially after we all faced the Night King together. This council is also about acknowledging that victory over the White Walkers and how it shapes the trust or distrust that Westeros holds toward us. Many in the Seven Kingdoms are grateful for our role. Others, like Robert, remain cautious, perhaps resentful, that Targaryens and Valyrians rose to overshadow them once more. One of the freedmen representatives from Yunkai, a lean man wearing a simple linen tunic, raised his voice. Your Grace, if Westeros stands aside, does that mean we can focus our resources on forging deeper stability here? The slaves are freed, but many still need homes, trades, a sense of belonging. Our councils are overwhelmed by the needs of the people. Might we consider forging new farmland, or... Varos responded gently, though with steel behind his words. Resources to rebuild, to feed, to arm, shall be allocated. The new Valyrian legions will integrate freedmen swiftly, offering a structured life and pay. We are not merely toppling old ways. We are creating a new society. Astapor is the center, but soon it may not suffice to hold all the administrative tasks. We will need stable councils in Yunkai and Meereen. In time, perhaps, we can even place freedmen's councils in the free cities, if they choose to embrace this new dawn. A murmur of approval passed through the freedmen's delegates, though many also exchanged uncertain looks. Even as they embraced the ideals, there was fear about expansion, about war, about what a full Valyrian empire would entail. Daenerys noted that fear and sought to temper it. If war can be avoided, we will avoid it. But we must remain vigilant. The days of complacency, of letting slavers rebuild in the shadows, are gone. We have dragons to guard our skies and a legion to guard our roads. No corner of Slaver's Bay shall revert to the old ways. Jon stepped forward quietly. About these new dragons, Your Grace. We have dozens now in Astapor alone, some dwarfed by the likes of Drogon or Maelstrom, but others still formidable. The city is already straining to house them. If we expand further, we must consider how to contain and feed such a brood. Not to mention the tension it causes among local populations, seeing so many enormous beasts overhead. Daenerys nodded, recalling the countless times freedmen had quaked at the roars in the night. We have designated additional pens outside Yunkai's walls, and some can roost amid the desert canyons. A rotation might keep them from crowding one city. As for feeding them, hunts in the deserts can provide partial sustenance, though we must ensure we do not strip the land bare. Varos, you mentioned a plan to use certain coastal waters for fishing. Yes. Varos inclined his head. Dragons are versatile hunters, but yes, we'll supplement with fish from our newly built fleets. The priests also speak of forging symbiotic connections between dragons and land. Once we push further east, farmland could be shaped to produce livestock in abundance. The scale of old Valyria's might always require massive resources, and we intend to replicate that. Astapor, though a start, cannot hold everything. Over time, We may see Myreen's farmland repurposed to raise herds specifically for dragons. A swirl of quiet conversation followed. Some freedmen remained wide-eyed at the idea of taming entire swathes of Essos for dragon feeding. Others saw it as an inevitable necessity if the empire was to flourish. Daenerys picked up the mention of over time from Varos's remark, understanding that they stood only at the beginning of a project that might last years, even generations. A pang of longing for a simpler destiny rose within her, but she set it aside. Her sense of duty to break chains, to forge a realm where innocence thrived, pushed her onward. Another freedman, this one from Myreen, approached the table. "Your Grace, if we might speak of how we incorporate these freedmen into the Legion. Many still bear emotional scars from fighting. The Unsullied themselves were once trained in cruelty. Are we sure we can unify these different training methods without conflict?" Daenerys looked at Jon, inviting him to address the question. He cleared his throat and spoke with the measured calm he'd learned as a leader. "It's true that freedmen carry trauma. We must treat them with respect. The old Unsullied training is not suitable for them. We propose an adapted program. Discipline and skill will be taught, but never with the brutality that once marked the Unsullied. We wish to forge loyalty through pride, not fear. They'll be paid, recognized, eventually given ranks. This is the new Legion's promise." The freedman dipped his head, relief flickering in his eyes. "Then it shall be done. Myreen will send forth those who volunteer. We only ask that you respect their limits as they adapt to soldiering." Daenerys placed a hand over her heart. "You have my word. None shall be brutalized in training. We will gather the best instructors from the Unsullied ranks, those who understand discipline without cruelty, and from the new Valyrian officers who carry centuries of knowledge from their hidden enclaves. I only ask that these recruits bring dedication. Our battles may not be over." Varos leaned in, voice taking a deeper resonance. "Indeed, we must also consider the future. The memory of the Night King taught us that unforeseen evils can rise. The Lord of Light's vision is rarely limited to mortal quarrels. If a new darkness stirs, be it from the east, from the seas, or even from powers unknown, we must be ready. Dragons alone cannot save us if we neglect unity and discipline." At the mention of the Night King, a chill seemed to enter the hall. The freedmen had not personally fought that terror, but many had heard the tales. Jon's face clouded with recollections of undead hordes, of that final confrontation at Winterfell, of the bitter cold that devoured entire armies. He spoke softly, mindful of the hush that overcame them. "The war against the dead proved one thing: we must stand together or perish. These dragons, these legions, they're not just tools of conquest or liberation, but of survival. Let no one forget that. Old hatreds and divisions cost enough lives before. If we stand divided when the next great threat emerges, we might all be undone." A murmur of assent rippled through the council. Even those who had never set eyes on the undead recognized the truth in Jon's words. Daenerys offered him a faint, appreciative smile, recalling how he had once come to her seeking alliance against the White Walkers, how she'd believed in him, how, in that darkest hour, they had stood shoulder to shoulder against the tide of winter. Now, here they were, building an empire in the scorching desert. Life was full of contrasts. The morning wore on as they delved deeper into logistical matters. How many freedmen would be posted to each city, how to coordinate shipping lines for supplies, how to keep a communication network that spanned the entire bay. The tension softened into a practical, forward-looking mood, as though everyone recognized that the age of shackles had ended, replaced by the burdens of administration and progress. There were no illusions that it would be easy. Yet for every challenge they enumerated, the might of dragons and the discipline of the Legion offered a solution few could contest. At midday, the council broke for a short recess, unsullied servants bringing cold water and flatbread for the delegates. Daenerys stepped aside, finding a moment of privacy with Jon near a carved pillar depicting some old Giscari motif. She looked at him, studying the lines of conflict on his brow. "Do you ever think of that night, Jon? At Winterfell, the darkness, the dead? How everything seemed so simple then. Fight or die, no politics, no conquered cities, no dragons but mine. Now it's all so different." He let out a quiet chuckle, though no mirth lit his eyes. "I think of it often. Part of me longs for that clarity. No one doubted the evil we faced. Here, politics can twist even noble aims. But you're doing well, Daenerys. If anyone can carry the burden of forging a free Essos, it's you. Just remember the caution you taught me. Power must serve the people, not consume them." She reached out, briefly resting her hand on his arm, a gesture of shared trust. "I try to heed that caution every day, but we both know how ambition can corrode even the best intentions. That's why I rely on you, Jon Snow, to call me back to reason if I stray." He nodded, reciprocating the sense of companionship. Then a motion from a herald beckoned them back to the council. Another freedman from Meereen waited to speak about farmland distribution. Daenerys sighed inwardly, slipping back into the role of queen, the conqueror who must now govern. The afternoon session crawled by, thick with details. Valyrian officers proposed scheduling hunts for dragons in the desert to keep them fed, ensuring they didn't ravage local livestock. Others debated the next step, whether to fortify the straits leading to the Gulf of Grief, blocking any potential interference from outside Essos. A few suggested exploring alliances with certain free cities that might prefer trade over conflict. Varos listened calmly, occasionally interjecting with references to visions he claimed the Lord of Light granted him. Visions of old Valyrian roads stretching from Astapor all the way to the eastern deserts, forging an unbroken empire. Some freedmen seemed awestruck, others uncertain, but no one dared dismiss him outright. As evening settled, the council concluded. Daenerys declared that the integration of Slavers Bay's population into the legions and freedmen's councils was the top priority, overshadowing any immediate thoughts of outward expansion. If other states in Essos wished to treat, they would find an open door. But if they clung to slavery or sought to undermine this new age, the dragons would not hesitate to remind them of their place. So ended another day in the forging of an empire. But the day was not truly ended. In the courtyard outside the palace, a warm desert twilight cast purple and gold streaks across the sky. Daenerys stood beneath a tall torch, watching as a small group of freedmen recruits underwent a final drill for the evening. Their posture was still unrefined, but the enthusiasm was real. Varos emerged from the shadows, silent as a whisper, to stand at her side. He carried a letter in his hand. She recognized the wax seal as belonging to a Bravosi merchant, though the letter was addressed to Varos personally. He read it quickly, his brow furrowing. "What news?" she asked, a hint of apprehension in her tone. "Some free cities watch with alarm," he murmured. "But Bravos remains neutral, Lys and Myr remain ambiguous. No sign of direct confrontation. They do mention an envoy from Robert Baratheon was seen in Pentos, as if verifying certain rumors. It seems the king in Westeros still tries to gauge our might or intentions." Daenerys set her jaw. "Let him watch. Our envoy should reach him soon, if it hasn't already. Perhaps there can be an accord, or at least an uneasy peace while we rebuild this continent. The last thing I want is another devastating war, especially after all we faced in the north." Varos lowered the parchment. "Loyalist flames do not show me a certain war with Westeros. Many branches of fate remain. Our task here is to consolidate. Let us do so with speed, for the world rarely waits. The memory of the Night King taught us that unforeseen catastrophes can strike at any time." She recalled that catastrophic clash in the biting cold, a memory etched in her soul. "Yes," she said softly. "I only hope we do not create another catastrophe by forging an empire too large for men's hearts to handle." Varos offered a measured nod, his expression less intense for once. "That is where we rely on you, Daenerys. Your heart guides the moral compass of what we build. Mine ensures it is protected by flame. Jon stands between, bridging the old ways of Westeros and the new flames of Essos. Together, we might break the wheel without shattering the realm itself." Daenerys let those words sink in, the evening quiet broken only by the distant hiss of a dragon taking flight above the city. Then she stepped away, heading toward her chambers with a swirl of conflicting emotions. She thought of how once she was but a helpless girl in a foreign city, sold and traded. Now she reigned as a liberator, supported by the unstoppable might of old Valyria. It was a destiny that brought equal parts wonder and dread. The memory of the Night King, the bond with Jon, the looming question of Robert's next move. Each formed a thread in a tapestry that bound her fate more tightly than ever. Across Astapor, freedmen settled into another evening of hope, forging new families, new identities. The clank of blacksmiths forging arms for the Legion continued even as darkness spread. Dragons soared in the star-speckled sky, their roars echoing across the desert. And in the hearts of men and women who had once endured chains, a new sense of belonging took root. No subtitles, no separate realms. Merely one story, woven from desert and flame, from old scars and new ambitions, from a past haunted by walking corpses to a present shaped by unstoppable living dragons. Jon looked up at the largest of them, Scourge, who circled with Drogon in the near distance, the two beasts that had once eyed each other warily now sharing the same winds. He let out a quiet sigh, uncertain whether to be relieved or fearful that they cooperated so well. In many ways, it symbolized the unification of two legacies: the Targaryen line, once the supreme house of Westeros, and Varos's hidden Valyrian enclaves, believed lost in the doom. If these dragons could coexist, perhaps the fractious cities of Essos, too, could find unity in a cause that surpassed old feuds. At least that was the hope Daenerys championed, the one that took root in the ashes of the slavers' downfall. That night, Daenerys convened a smaller, more intimate gathering in the same grand hall where the day's council had occurred. Only her closest advisors remained: Jon, Varos, a handful of Freedmen's Council representatives, the highest unsullied officer, and a pair of Dothraki leaders. Torches illuminated the darkness, and a map of Essos lay spread on a table, depicting with bright inks the routes from Astapor to Pentos, from Yunkai to Myr. The symbolism was inescapable. From one corner of the continent, they had begun forging a new empire that might stretch unopposed to the other side, unless the free cities formed a coalition or Westeros intervened. Daenerys stood at the map, her fingertips tracing lines along the coast. "We have ships, more than enough to secure our hold on the Gulf of Grief. If the free cities, say Pentos or Lys, wishes to open trade, we welcome them. If they support the slavers, we remind them that dragons remain ever watchful." Varos nodded, arms folded inside his crimson sleeves. "The freedmen legions will soon bolster our numbers further. Our existing Valyrian soldiers remain unmatched in discipline, but freedmen, trained with the right methods, can become a tidal wave of manpower, enough to reshape Essos entirely or to face any threat from across the sea." Jon set a candle near the edges of the map, revealing the narrow passage that led to Westeros. "We cannot deny that if Westeros sees us unify the entire continent, they may feel compelled to strike first, out of fear. We must keep channels open, reaffirming that we have no quarrel with them unless they bring it upon themselves." Daenerys nodded, recognizing the strategic sense in that. "Our envoy sails still. I only pray King Robert sees reason. Our earlier alliance at Winterfell, though uneasy, proved we can stand together against greater evils. Perhaps he recalls that." Varos, turning his gaze to the night sky through a high window, said quietly, "Greater evils remain in the world, hidden though they may be. The Lord of Light's flame warns me of shadows that lurk in corners unseen. The memory of the Night King is but one sign that life can never be complacent. We must remain strong, vigilant." A thoughtful hush enveloped the group. Each one present had faced death or tyranny in different forms. Dothraki outriders once roamed with savage freedom, but now chose to help shepherd a new order. Freedmen had cast off chains to stand as equals. Jon had forsaken the simplistic loyalties of a bastardy in the north to champion Daenerys' cause. Varos carried the lore of an entire lost empire, harnessing faith in R'hllor to guide him. And Daenerys, mother of dragons, breaker of chains, dreamt of a world freed from cruelty, forging a path that might overshadow entire centuries of oppression. At last, Daenerys broke the silence with a gentle authority. Tomorrow, we commence the next phase of Legion training. Our scribes finalize the decrees for freedmen's councils in each city, ensuring accountability. Our watchers remain on alert for any sabotage. Once these tasks become routine, we can address the question of the free cities more directly. The day may come when we must insist they end slavery too, or face consequences. But that day is not now. Nods of agreement circled the room. The meeting dispersed, leaving each person to reflect on the swirling possibilities. Outside, the city slumbered beneath the guardianship of roving dragons. If there had once been nightmares of white walkers bringing eternal night, now a luminous, blazing future supplanted that dread. Yet the challenge of harnessing that blaze so it did not devour the realm remained a constant tension. Daenerys retired to her chambers, thinking of the small council's day-long reflections. They had touched upon everything, from new dragons to the old threat of the Night King, from the forging of freedmen's legions to the precarious balance with Westeros. In her dreams, she saw fleeting images, a tapestry of spires from Meereen, glowing dragons circling the black towers of old Valyria, waves of freedmen chanting her name, and the faint specter of a crowned stag standing on a rocky shore, uncertain whether to charge or turn away. She did not know if these dreams carried prophecy or mere anxiety. Yet the morning would bring renewed demands, and she would face them with the steel of a queen who had learned to bear burdens that might break lesser rulers. Far above the sleeping city, Drogon soared in lazy circuits, occasionally encountering scourge or maelstrom, their roars echoing across the desert. The unnatural harmony among these living flames was its own symbol. That once scattered embers of an ancient civilization had coalesced into a forging fire, shaped by the will of Daenerys Targaryen, by the sorcery of Varos, by the loyalty of freedmen, and by the memory of a world almost consumed by ice. No subtitles, no divisions. Merely the single, ongoing tapestry of fate, weaving from the corners of the north to the heart of Essos. Thus, the nighttime hush brought a temporary reprieve. But the story's momentum would not abate, for each dawn carried the potential of new letters from Westeros, new alliances or conflicts with the free cities, new breakthroughs in forging an unstoppable legion, and the lingering question: did the new Valyria truly herald an age of liberation, or a conflagration yet unseen? For now, Daenerys and her whole council, gathered in Astapor, reflected on how far they had come and steeled themselves for the trials still to be faced. And in that reflection, the seeds of tomorrow's decisions lay, awaiting the next turn of the wheel, this time, a wheel they intended, by dragons and steel, to finally break.